Helen Burns. If you've read Jane Eyre, you remember her, the saintly girl who dies of consumption in the heroine's arms. What Charlotte Bronte never told her readers was that Helen Burns was real. She was Charlotte's own sister. And she was only the first. By the time tuberculosis finished with the Bronte family, it would take 5 of the 6 children, while their father watched helpless for 40 years. Welcome to the sanatorium. I'm your host, and this is where we explore the stories of tuberculosis, the white plague that shaped our history, our culture, and our very understanding of what it means to be human. If you're new here, consider subscribing. We release new episodes regularly, and there are many more stories to tell. Tonight's episode is a long one, over 2 hours. So settle in. Find a comfortable position. Pour yourself some tea, perhaps. We're going to spend the evening with one of the most extraordinary families in literary history. And with the disease that consumed them, one by one, until only silence remained. The house stands at the top of the village. A Georgian parsonage, grey stone, modest but solid. Behind it the moors stretch endlessly, purple with heather in summer, brown and wind-scoured in winter. In the rooms downstairs the air is cold, even with the fire going. It's always cold. The year is 1848. September turning to October. In the dining room 3 women sit with their father. They are not old, these women. The eldest is 32, the youngest 28. But they have the watchful, weary eyes of people who have seen too much death. Upstairs, a man is dying. Their brother, 31 years old, and dying in the room where he was born. The cough. They all know the sound by now. The terrible wet cough that brings up blood. The fever that comes and goes. The wasting. They've been here before. 2 sisters died of this when they were children. Died young and far from home. Their mother died of something else, but she died in this house too. The parsonage has always been a place of death. But it has also been a place of fierce burning life. Of imagination. Of genius. These 3 women who sit together in the cold room have just, in the past year, published 3 of the most remarkable novels in the English language. Jane Eyre, Wuthering Heights, Agnes Grey. The literary world is still reeling from them. And now this. The brother dying upstairs, and after him. They don't speak of it, but they know. They've always known. Tuberculosis doesn't stop with one. This is the story of the Bronte family. Of 6 children, 5 deaths. Of extraordinary talent that bloomed in the shadow of disease. And of a father who would bury every single one of his children before he died himself, at the age of 84. To understand the Brontes, you have to understand Haworth. This small village in the West Riding of Yorkshire perched on the edge of the moors. In the early 19th century it was an industrial town. Textile mills, poverty, overcrowding. The churchyard was so full of bodies that the ground level had risen above the church floor. Water from the graveyard seeped into the drinking supply. The average life expectancy was 25 years. This statistic deserves emphasis. 25 years. In Victorian Haworth, if you reached adulthood, you were already beating the odds. The main killer was not tuberculosis, though tuberculosis took its share. It was the water. The contaminated, corpse-tainted water that seeped down from the graveyard into the wells. Typhoid fever. Cholera. Dysentery. The dead poisoned the living. Patrick Bronte would later campaign for better sanitation in Haworth. He understood, long before the germ theory of disease was established, that something in the water was killing his parishioners. But his efforts would come too late to save his own family. Into this place in 1820 came Patrick Bronte, an Irish clergyman, ambitious, educated, a published poet. He brought with him his wife, Maria, and their 6 children, all under the age of 7. Maria, the eldest, baptised in April 1814. Elizabeth, born 8th February 1815. Charlotte, born 24th April 1816. Branwell, born 26th June 1817. Emily, born 30th July 1818. And Anne, the baby, born 17th January 1820. Patrick Bronte was a complex man. Stern, often distant, deeply concerned with propriety. He had pulled himself up from rural Irish poverty through education and the church. He believed in learning, in discipline, in the power of literature. He also believed in fresh air and long walks on the moors, which he considered healthful. In this, at least, he was ahead of his time. His wife, Maria Branwell Bronte, was Cornish. Genteel, educated, fond of reading. She had married Patrick in 1812 and followed him north to this cold, unfamiliar country. By all accounts, she never quite adjusted to Yorkshire, to the damp, to the grey skies, to the wind that never stopped. Maria wrote letters home to Cornwall describing her new life. They were cheerful letters mostly. She loved her husband. She loved her growing brood of children. But there was a wistfulness beneath the words. A longing for the warmer country she had left behind. She would never see Cornwall again. The parsonage they moved into was substantial by village standards. 2 stories, several rooms, a garden. But it was cold and damp, built on a hillside where water gathered. The church and graveyard were just beyond the wall. The children's bedroom windows looked out over the tombstones. They grew up counting graves the way other children count sheep. For 1 year, the family was intact. 6 children, 2 parents, all together in the house at the top of the village. And then tuberculosis came. Or perhaps it didn't come. Perhaps it was already there. One of the cruelties of tuberculosis is its long latency. You can carry the bacteria for years without knowing, without symptoms. And then, triggered by stress, malnutrition, another illness, it activates. It blooms in your lungs like a terrible flower. By the standards of the time, what happened to the Brontes was not unusual. Families were decimated by tuberculosis. It was the single greatest killer of the 19th century, responsible for 1 in 4 deaths. But even by those standards, the Bronte toll was extraordinary. 5 of 6 children, all before the age of 40. All, almost certainly, from the same disease. Time just threes. This is not just a story about death, though. It's a story about what people create in the face of death. How genius and disease can exist in the same body, The same family, feeding on each other in ways we still don't fully understand. The Brontes wrote with an intensity that seemed to consume them. And perhaps it did. But what they left behind has outlasted the disease by nearly 2 centuries. There is a temptation when telling this story to make it romantic. To suggest that somehow tuberculosis was connected to genius. That the disease sharpened their minds, purified their art. The Victorians believed something like this. They called tuberculosis the romantic disease. They saw something beautiful in the pale skin, the bright eyes, the ethereal thinness of the consumptive. This is nonsense, of course. And dangerous nonsense at that. Tuberculosis was not romantic. It was slow suffocation, drowning in your own blood, fever and sweating and wasting away until there was nothing left. The Brontes did not write great novels because of tuberculosis. They wrote great novels despite it. The disease was not their muse, it was their executioner. Let's begin. Maria Bronte, the mother, began to feel unwell in January 1821. She was 38 years old. She had borne 6 children in 8 years. She was tired, she said. So tired. The tiredness deepened. She took to her bed. The doctor was called, an expense the family could barely afford, but Patrick was frightened. His wife was slipping away from him and he didn't understand why. The diagnosis, when it came, was internal cancer. There was nothing to be done. No surgery, no cure, no hope. Maria lingered through the spring and summer, in increasing pain, taking laudanum when it became unbearable. The children were kept away. They heard their mother crying at night. She died in September 1821. Maria was 7. Elizabeth was 6. Charlotte was 5. Branwell 4. Emily 3. Anne was just 20 months old. Patrick Bronte was devastated. By all accounts, he had loved his wife deeply. He shut himself in his room for days after the funeral. He wept. He prayed. And when he emerged, he was changed. More rigid. More distant. He ate his meals alone in his study. He saw his children in the mornings and evenings, but otherwise left their care to servants. His sister-in-law, Elizabeth Branwell, came from Cornwall to help with the children. She was a spinster, 50 years old, set in her ways. She took charge of the household with efficiency but little warmth. The children called her Aunt Branwell. They did not love her. So the 6 Bronte children grew up essentially alone. They had each other, and they had the moors, and they had books. Patrick, for all his distance, believed passionately in education. His children would read. They would learn. They would better themselves. He brought them newspapers, magazines, books from his own library. He discussed politics and current events with them over breakfast. He treated them, in this way, almost as adults. The 2 eldest girls, Maria and Elizabeth, were particularly precocious. Maria at 7 could read the newspapers and debate their contents. She was thoughtful, serious, deeply religious. Elizabeth was quieter but equally intelligent. Charlotte later remembered them both with a kind of awe. They seemed so much older than their years. So wise. Maria especially seemed marked for something great. She had a quality that Charlotte could only describe as saintliness. A patience beyond her years. A kindness that extended to everyone, even the servants who sometimes treated her roughly. Charlotte watched her elder sister and wondered what she would become. A teacher, perhaps. A writer. Something remarkable. But Maria would not grow up to be anything. Maria would die at 11, and all that potential would be snuffed out like a candle. Charlotte would spend the rest of her life imagining what Maria might have been. What she might have done. How different everything might have been if Maria had lived. In 1824, Patrick Bronte made a decision that would haunt him for the rest of his life. He enrolled Maria and Elizabeth in the clergy daughters' school at Cowan Bridge, about 40 miles from Hulworth. It was a charity school designed to educate the daughters of poor clergymen. The fees were low. The curriculum was serious. It seemed like an opportunity. In July 1824, Maria and Elizabeth were sent away. Maria was 10. Elizabeth was 9. In August, Charlotte joined them. She was 8 years old. In November, Emily arrived as well. She had just turned 6. 4 little girls, the eldest barely 10, sent away from home to a school run by strangers. Cowan Bridge was a nightmare. We know this not just from Charlotte's later fictionalisation of it in Jane Eyre, but from historical records and the testimony of other pupils. The school was underfunded, poorly heated, unsanitary. The food was often spoiled or badly cooked. Meals of burned porridge, rancid butter, meat gone off. The girls ate it because they were hungry and then they got sick. The building itself seemed designed to break the spirit. Long, cold corridors, bare stone walls, windows that let in more cold than light. The chapel was unheated, and the girls were required to sit through long services every Sunday, their breath visible in the frigid air. They developed coughs, fevers, chilblains that cracked and bled. The school infirmary was always full. The curriculum was rigorous but inconsistent. The girls studied arithmetic, grammar, history, geography. They sewed. They read the Bible. They were drilled in proper behaviour and deportment. But the teaching was often perfunctory, the books inadequate. The real purpose of the school, it seemed, was not education but reformation. These were the daughters of poor clergymen. They must learn humility. They must learn to endure. The dormitories were unheated. In winter, water in the wash basins froze overnight. The girls slept 2 to a bed for warmth, but it was never enough. They woke shivering, dressed in the dark, walked to the schoolroom with chilblains on their feet. Some mornings, ice had formed on the inside of the windows. The girls scraped patterns in it with their fingernails, trying to find something beautiful in their misery. The regime was harsh. The headmaster, Reverend Carus Wilson, believed that comfort was sinful. That suffering purified the soul. That these charity girls should be grateful for any education at all and not complain about cold or hunger. Punishments were frequent and public. Girls were made to stand on stools for hours. to wear signs around their necks proclaiming their faults, to go without food as penance. Maria Bronte, the eldest sister, bore the brunt of it. She was untidy, the teacher said. Her sewing was poor. She daydreamed. She was punished again and again for small infractions. Charlotte, 8 years old, watched her sister being humiliated and could do nothing. She never forgot it. And then, in the spring of 1825, Maria became ill. She had a cough, a fever. She was weak, so weak she could barely stand. But the school had a policy. If a girl was well enough to be out of bed, she was well enough for lessons. Maria was sent to class. She fainted at her desk. Finally, in February 1825, the school sent her home. She was in the advanced stages of tuberculosis. Her lungs were destroyed. There was nothing anyone could do. Maria died at home on 6 May 1825. He was 11 years old. Patrick brought Elizabeth home 2 weeks later, hoping the fresh air of Haworth might revive her. But she had the same cough, the same fever. The disease was already too advanced. Elizabeth died on 15 June 1825. She was 10 years old. Charlotte and Emily were pulled from the school immediately. They came home to a house of mourning. 4 children left of the original 6. Charlotte, 9 years old. Branwell, 7. Emily, 6. Anne, 5. 2 more small coffins went into the family vault beneath the church floor. Patrick stood over the graves of his wife and 2 eldest daughters. He was 48 years old. He had been in Haworth for 5 years. Half his family was already dead. The children who survived would carry those deaths with them always. Charlotte, especially. She had watched Maria suffer the cruelty of Cowan Bridge. Watched her waste away. Watched her die. 22 years later, when she wrote Jane Eyre, she put Maria in the book. Helen Burns, the saintly, patient girl who endures every punishment without complaint, who dies of consumption in the heroine's arms. Helen Burns is one of the most famous characters in Victorian literature. Millions of readers have wept over her death. But she was real. She was Charlotte's sister, and Charlotte couldn't save her. In the novel, Helen speaks of heaven with perfect faith. She tells Jane that death is not an end but a beginning, that they will meet again in a better world. Charlotte put these words in Helen's mouth, but they were Maria's words. Maria, at 11 years old, dying of tuberculosis, had comforted her younger sister with promises of paradise. She had faced death with a calm that Charlotte never forgot, that she could never quite believe. Charlotte was 9 when Maria died, old enough to understand, old enough to remember. For the rest of her life, she carried the memory of her eldest sister, the one who should have led them, the one who was taken first. When Charlotte became famous, when Jane Eyre was celebrated around the world, she must have thought of Maria, of what Maria might have become if she had lived, of the books Maria might have written. After Maria and Elizabeth died, Patrick Bronte made another decision. No more boarding schools. His children would stay home. He would educate them himself with help from Aunt Branwell and occasional tutors. the 4 remaining children would not be separated again. And so began one of the most extraordinary childhoods in literary history. The 4 Bronte children, Charlotte, Branwell, Emily and Anne, spent their days in almost complete isolation. They had no real friends outside the family. No school, no social calls, no parties. The village children were rough, Patrick said. Not suitable companions for his educated offspring. Aunt Branwell was strict about propriety. Young ladies did not wander the streets. They stayed home. So the children had each other, and they had the moors. Every afternoon they went walking, miles and miles across the open moorland. In sun and rain, and wind so strong it nearly knocked them over. They knew every hill, every stream, every outcropping of rock. The moor was their playground, their sanctuary, their whole world. And they had their imaginations. In June 1826, Patrick brought home a box of wooden soldiers for Branwell. The 4 children seized on them immediately. Each child claimed a soldier and gave it a name. Charlotte's was the Duke of Wellington. Emily's was a character called Gravy. And then they began to tell stories. This was the moment scholars believe when the Bronte creative universe was born. A box of toy soldiers and 4 lonely children with no one to play with but each other. From such small beginnings came worlds. Entire continents of imagination. It is hard to overstate how important this moment was. These children, grieving, isolated, half-orphaned, turned inward. And what they found there would eventually change literature. At first the stories were simple games, adventures for the wooden soldiers, but they grew, they deepened, they became entire worlds. The children invented a place called Glasstown, an imaginary African colony. They drew maps. They wrote constitutions, newspapers, histories. They created characters with complex lives and relationships. And they wrote it all down. The manuscripts they produced are extraordinary. Tiny books, some no bigger than a matchbox, written in microscopic handwriting. The children stitched them together from scraps of paper and sugar sacks. The writing is so small you need a magnifying glass to read it. They made them small, scholars think, to mimic real printed books, or perhaps to hide them from adults. These were private worlds, secret worlds. Today, these miniature manuscripts are among the most precious items in the Bronte Parsonage Museum. Scholars have spent years deciphering them. They contain entire novellas, poems, plays, maps of imaginary countries, family trees of fictional dynasties. The children created not just stories but entire civilizations, languages, religions, wars and treaties and romances spanning generations. The miniature scale was part of the magic, time twos. By making the books tiny, the children made them secret. They could slip them into pockets, hide them in drawers, carry their imaginary worlds with them wherever they went. These were not stories to be shared with adults. They were private conversations between siblings. A language only they could speak. Glasstown evolved over the years. Charlotte and Branwell developed it into an elaborate saga called Angria, full of passion, war, intrigue. The Duke of Zamorna became their central character. Dark, brooding, irresistible. He would reappear, transformed in Charlotte's later novels as Rochester. The siblings wrote endless stories of war, betrayal, and forbidden love. Angria was their apprenticeship. Every trope Charlotte later perfected, the mysterious man with a secret past, the passionate but doomed romance, the woman who loves unwisely, first appeared in the tiny pages of the Angrian Chronicles. Emily and Anne, meanwhile, created their own world. Gondal. A bleak northern island with feuding royal families. Where Angria was tropical and passionate, Gondal was cold and fierce. Its landscape was the landscape of Yorkshire, moors and mountains, wild weather, harsh beauty. Its characters were proud and violent, driven by honour and vengeance. Emily would write Gondal poetry for the rest of her short life. The intensity of Wuthering Heights, its wild passion, its cosmic scale, was born in the frozen wastes of Gondal. The split between the pairs is telling. Charlotte and Branwell, the two eldest survivors, wrote together. Emily and Anne, the two youngest, wrote together. The partnerships would last their whole lives. Even as adults, Emily and Anne continued the Gondal stories. They would be walking the moors and suddenly start talking about what Augusta Almeida was doing, or whether Julius Brenzida would survive the war. The imaginary world was as real to them as Holworth. This was their education in writing. Not formal instruction, but obsessive-compulsive practice. By the time Charlotte was 15, she had written more words than most people write in a lifetime. The same was true for the others. They lived half in the real world, half in worlds of their own creation. The line between the two was never quite clear. It was, in some ways, an idyllic childhood. Freedom, imagination, the wild beauty of the moors. But it was also profoundly strange. 4 children growing up in near-total isolation, living more in fantasy than reality. No mother. A distant father. An aunt who cared for them but didn't love them. And always, the memory of the 2 dead sisters. The knowledge that death had already visited their family and might come again. Branwell was the only son, the golden boy. Patrick had great hopes for him. Branwell would be a scholar, a painter, a poet. He would make the family name famous. The sisters were clever, yes, but they were only girls. Their futures were limited. But Branwell had no limits. This was the tragedy of Victorian expectations. The son, given every advantage, every encouragement, every opportunity, would destroy himself with drink and opium. The daughters, told their best hope was to marry or teach, would become some of the greatest novelists in the English language. Patrick invested everything in the wrong child. He could not see the genius under his own roof because it came in the wrong bodies. Female bodies. Bodies that were supposed to be vessels for children, not ideas. The boy himself seemed to believe it. He was brilliant, charming, full of energy. He talked about his future greatness constantly. He would be a painter, like Sir Joshua Reynolds. A poet like Byron, a writer whose name would echo through the ages. His sisters adored him, especially Charlotte, who was closest to him in age. They collaborated on the Angrian stories. They wrote poetry together. They walked the moors and talked about art and ambition. Charlotte believed in her brother. They all did. Emily was different from the others. Even as a child, she was solitary, fierce, independent. She loved the moors more than anyone. She would walk for hours alone, coming home windblown and silent. She was tall for a girl of her time, strong, athletic, uninterested in feminine accomplishments. She hated sewing, hated socializing, hated anything that confined her. There was something untouchable about Emily. A wildness that none of the others possessed. She seemed to belong not to the human world, but to the moors themselves. When she was away from Haworth, at school, at work, she literally could not survive. She would sicken, stop eating, pine away. Only on the moors was she fully alive. Only there was she herself. We have so few of Emily's own words outside her novel and poems. No letters survive. The diary fragments are brief and enigmatic. She remains a mystery. A presence felt, but never fully understood. Perhaps she preferred it that way. Perhaps her privacy was the one thing she would never surrender. Anne was the baby. Sweet-natured, gentle, often overlooked. She was Emily's special companion. The two of them created Gondel together and continued writing about it into their 20s. Where Emily was fierce, Anne was quiet. Where Emily was wild, Anne was careful. But they understood each other perfectly. Anne suffered from a respiratory condition even as a child, possibly asthma, possibly early signs of the tuberculosis that would kill her. She was delicate where Emily was robust. She required care and gentleness. Emily provided both, with a tenderness she showed no one else. When Anne was ill, Emily sat with her. When Anne was sad, Emily walked with her on the moors. They were inseparable. Charlotte was the leader. Small, barely 5 feet tall, but fierce and ambitious. She read voraciously. Novels, poetry, history, anything she could get her hands on. She drew and painted with meticulous care. She wrote endlessly, filling notebook after notebook with tiny cramped handwriting. She was plain, she knew, small and plain and poor. But she had her mind, her imagination, her will. Charlotte's eyes were weak. She was severely nearsighted. To write, she had to hold the paper inches from her face. Perhaps this is why her handwriting was so small. Perhaps this is why she saw the world so intensely. What she could not see clearly, she imagined vividly. Her inner world was more vivid than the blurred reality outside it. She was also painfully aware of her limitations. In a world where a woman's worth was measured by beauty and marriageability, Charlotte knew she had neither. She channeled that awareness into her writing. Jane Eyre is a manifesto for plain women everywhere. A declaration that beauty is not the measure of a soul. That to be small and plain and poor is not to be worthless. The children grew older. Charlotte attended a school called Roe Head for a brief period in the 1830s, a better experience than Cowan Bridge, but still marked by homesickness. Emily tried school as well, but lasted only 3 months before the homesickness became unbearable. She physically pined for Haworth. She stopped eating, stopped sleeping. Charlotte brought her home before she died of it. Anne managed school better than her sisters, but she too preferred home. All of them did. The parsonage, for all its coldness and grief, was where they belonged. It was the only place they could breathe. But they could not stay children forever. By the late 1830s, they were young adults. Charlotte was in her 20s. They needed to earn their livings. And for poor, unmarried women of the middle class, there were exactly 2 options: governess or teacher. All 3 sisters tried both. And all 3 hated it. Being a governess meant living in someone else's house, caring for someone else's children. You were neither servant nor family member. You ate alone. You had no privacy, no freedom, no respect. The children were often spoiled and resentful. The parents treated you as a necessary inconvenience. The pay was terrible. Charlotte took a position with a family called the Sidgwicks in 1839. She lasted less than 3 months. The children were undisciplined, the mother critical, the work exhausting. Charlotte was miserable. She wrote desperate letters home. She felt like a slave, she said. Worse than a slave. Anne fared somewhat better. She spent 5 years as a governess with 2 different families. She was conscientious, patient, determined to do well. But she was lonely and often ill. And she saw, up close, the casual cruelty of the wealthy toward those in their power. She would write about it later in The Tenant of Wildfell Hall, one of the first novels to deal honestly with alcoholism and domestic abuse. Emily tried being a teacher at a school near Halifax. She lasted 6 months. She was desperately homesick, barely able to function. She came home thin and silent and haunted. After that, no one tried to send her away again. Emily would stay at Haworth. She would keep house for her father and aunt. She would walk the moors. She would write her poetry and her gondel stories. That was enough. In 1842, Charlotte had an idea. What if she and Emily could study abroad? Learn French, German, music. They could open their own school when they returned. Be their own employers. Have some independence. Aunt Bramwell agreed to fund it. The girls would go to Brussels. In February 1842, Charlotte and Emily enrolled at the Pensionnat Heger, a girls' school in Brussels run by Monsieur and Madame Heger. It was Charlotte's first time leaving England. Emily's too. They were terrified and exhilarated in equal measure. The school was everything Cowan Bridge had not been. Warm, intellectually stimulating, cosmopolitan. Monsieur Heger was a gifted teacher. He recognised Charlotte's talent immediately and pushed her to develop it. He gave her books, discussed literature with her, critiqued her writing. Charlotte, starved for intellectual companionship, bloomed under his attention. She also fell in love with him. Constantine Heger was married, with children. He was not particularly handsome. But he was brilliant, passionate about ideas, and he took Charlotte seriously as an intellect. For Charlotte, 26 years old, plain, poor, convinced she would never marry, this was intoxicating. Nothing happened, of course. Hager was an honourable man. He was kind to Charlotte, but nothing more. Still, Charlotte's feelings deepened. She tried to hide them. She mostly succeeded. But the longing was there, burning beneath her quiet exterior. In November 1842, Aunt Branwell died suddenly. Charlotte and Emily returned to Haworth for the funeral. Emily stayed home after that. She had no desire to return to Brussels. But Charlotte went back. She told herself it was to finish her studies. Time? Ones? Really, it was to be near Hager. The second year in Brussels was miserable. Madame Hager, who had perhaps guessed Charlotte's feelings, grew cold. She kept Charlotte busy with menial tasks, kept her away from her husband. Charlotte was lonely, isolated, desperately unhappy. She stayed until January 1844, and then she came home for good. After she left, Charlotte wrote Hager letters. Passionate, desperate letters. She tried to make them sound casual, but the longing bled through every line. Hager did not respond. Or if he did, his responses were brief and discouraging. Eventually, Charlotte stopped writing. She had been rejected, and she knew it. She channeled the pain into her writing. Years later, in Villette, she would put Hager in her novel as Paul Emanuel, the difficult, brilliant teacher whom the heroine loves hopelessly. It's one of the most psychologically acute portraits of unrequited love in literature. And it's drawn directly from Charlotte's own heart. By 1845, all three sisters were back at Haworth. The school plan had failed. They had advertised for pupils but received no responses. No one wanted to send their daughters to a remote parsonage in Yorkshire run by unknown governesses. The dream was over before it began. Charlotte was 29. Emily was 27. Anne was 25. Unmarried, unemployed, living with their aging father and their increasingly dissolute brother. Branwell's grand dreams had all come to nothing. He had failed as a painter, as a tutor, as everything he tried. He was drinking heavily. The golden boy was tarnished. The sisters might have lived and died in obscurity. Might have become nothing more than footnotes in the history of their famous parsonage. Three spinsters caring for an aging father in a remote village. It was the fate of thousands of Victorian women. Quiet lives. Invisible lives. Lives that left no mark on the world. But these particular spinsters had spent their childhoods creating worlds. They had written millions of words before they turned 20. They had taught themselves narrative technique through endless practice. They had developed voices that were uniquely their own. The years of isolation had not been wasted. They had been training. Except for one thing. They could write. And they were about to prove it. In the autumn of 1845, Charlotte made a discovery. She found a notebook of Emily's poems. She read them. And she was stunned. Emily's poetry was unlike anything Charlotte had read. Dark, mystical, intensely powerful. Poems about freedom and death, about the moors and the soul, about a fierce inner life that had nothing to do with the quiet, austere woman who kept house for their father. These were the poems of a genius. One poem in particular stopped Charlotte cold. "No coward soul is mine," it began. Emily wrote of a faith beyond conventional religion, of a God that animated all living things, of her own soul, undaunted by death or doubt. The poem was defiant, almost arrogant in its certainty. This was not the voice of a timid Yorkshire spinster. This was the voice of a prophet. Another poem described a prisoner in a dungeon, visited by a wild vision of freedom. The imagery was ecstatic, almost hallucinatory. Scholars still debate whether Emily experienced genuine mystical states. What is certain is that she had access to something most people never touch. Some deep well of consciousness. Some doorway to the infinite. Charlotte showed them to Anne. Anne quietly revealed that she too had been writing poetry. Charlotte looked at her own work, years of poems tucked away in drawers, and suddenly she saw a possibility. Yes, they could publish. Together. A joint volume of poetry by three sisters. Emily was furious when Charlotte suggested it. Her poems were private, not meant for the world. She felt violated by Charlotte's discovery of them. But Charlotte was persuasive. Charlotte was always persuasive. And eventually Emily agreed. On one condition: they would publish under pseudonyms. Male pseudonyms. And so Currer, Ellis and Acton Bell were born. Currer for Charlotte, Ellis for Emily, Acton for Anne. Androgynous names. Names that could be male or female. The sisters used their own money, the small inheritance from Aunt Branwell, to pay for publication. The book came out in May 1846. It sold 2 copies. 2. In the entire first year of publication, exactly 2 people bought the poems by Currer, Ellis and Acton Bell. The reviews were few and lukewarm. The book disappeared without a trace. But the sisters were not discouraged. By the time the poems were published, they were already working on something else. Novels. All 3 of them, simultaneously, were writing novels. Charlotte was working on The Professor, based on her experiences in Brussels. Emily was writing Wuthering Heights, a dark tale of passion and revenge on the Yorkshire moors. Anne was writing Agnes Grey, a quiet, realistic portrait of a governess's life. They wrote at the dining room table, all together in the same room, late into the night. Walking in circles around the table, discussing plot points and character development. They critiqued each other's work. They read passages aloud. They encouraged each other when the work was hard. And upstairs they could hear Branwell, drunk, raving, sometimes weeping. Branwell Bronte's decline had been gradual and sudden. He had taken a position as a tutor with a wealthy family called the Robinsons. And there, he said, he'd fallen in love with his employer's wife. Mrs. Robinson, he claimed, loved him in return. They had an affair. They planned to marry after her husband died. How much of this was true is still debated. Branwell was discovered in some kind of inappropriate relationship with Mrs. Robinson and dismissed from his position in disgrace. That much is fact. Whether it was truly an affair, or whether Branwell had made unwanted advances, or whether he simply fantasized the whole thing, we will never know. What is certain is that Branwell believed it was real. And when Mr. Robinson died, and Mrs. Robinson married someone else, someone rich and age-appropriate, Branwell was shattered. He came home to Holworth in the summer of 845 and never left again. He drank. He took laudanum. He ran up debts at every public house in the village. He raved about his lost love. He threatened suicide. He had fits of delirium, tremens. Patrick was heartbroken. His son, his brilliant son, had fallen so far. The sisters were angry, frustrated, exhausted. They loved Branwell, but he was destroying himself and making their lives miserable in the process. Charlotte wrote bitterly in her letters about her brother. She could not forgive him for wasting his gifts, for choosing drink and self-pity over work. The sisters were writing great novels in the dining room while Branwell sobbed in his bedroom. The contrast was stark, but there was love too beneath the anger. Charlotte had adored Branwell once. They had been creative partners, co-creators of Angria. She remembered the boy he had been, brilliant, funny, full of promise. To see him destroy himself was a special kind of torture. It was like watching her own childhood die. Emily said little about Branwell's condition, but she cared for him dutifully. She brought him food he would not eat. She cleaned up after his episodes. She listened to his ravings with patience she showed no one else. Perhaps she understood something the others did not. Perhaps she saw in Branwell's despair a mirror of her own fierce inner life. They were both extreme people, in different ways. And yet, they must have known on some level what was coming. Branwell was not just drunk. He was sick. He had a cough. A persistent worsening cough. He was losing weight. He had night sweats. Tuberculosis. Family disease. It was back. But before the disease claimed anyone else, the sisters had a triumph. In the spring and summer of 1847, they sent their novels out to publishers. The professor was rejected repeatedly. Charlotte was disappointed but philosophical. She started work on a second novel. But Emily's Wuthering Heights and Anne's Agnes Grey were accepted by a small publisher named Thomas Courtly Newby. They would be published together as a 3-volume set. The books came out in December 1847. By that time, Charlotte's second novel was also out. She had written it in less than a year. A story of an orphan girl, plain and poor but fierce and passionate. A girl who becomes a governess and falls in love with her employer, the dark and difficult Mr. Rochester. The novel was called Jane Eyre. It was published on 19th October 1847. And it was an immediate sensation. The critics raved. Readers devoured it. Who was this Currer Bell? Where had he come from? The novel was passionate, unconventional, psychologically complex in a way Victorian novels rarely were. The heroine was no passive beauty. She was small and plain and angry. She demanded equality, respect, love on her own terms. It was revolutionary. Do you think Because I'm poor, obscure, plain and little. I am soulless and heartless. Jane cries to Rochester. You think wrong. I have as much soul as you and full as much heart. Readers had never encountered anything like it. Here was a woman who refused to be diminished, who demanded to be seen as an equal, who spoke truths that Victorian society preferred to keep silent. The novel touched something deep in its readers. Women especially. Women who had been told all their lives to be quiet, to be grateful, to accept their place. Here was Jane Eyre saying no. Saying I deserve more. Saying I will not be a possession or a convenience or a decoration. The book was a revelation. Jane Eyre became one of the best-selling novels of the decade. Charlotte Brontë at 31 was famous. Except no one knew Charlotte Brontë had written it. They thought Currer Bell was a man. Or possibly a woman. Or possibly multiple people. The speculation was intense. Emily's Wuthering Heights, published 2 months later, received a more mixed reception. Some critics were appalled. The book was violent, dark, morally ambiguous. The characters were cruel and obsessive. Heathcliff was barely human. Catherine was wild and selfish. The whole thing was too strange, too fierce, too much. But others recognised its power. This was not like other novels. This was something new, something almost mythic. The Moors themselves seemed to be a character, wild and indifferent to human suffering. The love story was not gentle or redemptive. It was destructive, all-consuming, eternal. Wuthering Heights would later be recognised as one of the greatest novels in the English language. But in 1847, most people didn't know what to make of it. It was too far ahead of its time. What critics missed was the novel's cosmic scope. This was not a love story in any conventional sense. Catherine and Heathcliff were not lovers who met and courted and married. They were something more primordial. Two halves of the same soul, split apart by class and circumstance. I am Heathcliff, Catherine cries. Not I love Heathcliff. I am Heathcliff. Their love was not romance. It was identity. Essence. Something beyond the material world. Emily took everything she had learned in Gondal, the fierce landscapes, the doomed dynasties, the passion that destroys everything it touches, and distilled it into one novel. She would never write another. She didn't need to. Everything she had to say was in those pages. And Agnes Grey was largely overlooked. It was published in the same volume as Wuthering Heights, but it was quieter, less dramatic. A realistic story of a governess's struggles. No passion, no violence, just careful observation of the small cruelties of everyday life. But Anne was already at work on her second novel. The Tenant of Wildfell Hall. A book about a woman who leaves her alcoholic, abusive husband to protect her son. It was based in part on Anne's observations of Branwell. It was unflinching in its portrayal of addiction and domestic violence. And it argued that women had the right to leave bad marriages. In 1848, this was radical. The Tenant of Wildfell Hall was published in June 1848. It sold well, though critics were shocked by its subject matter. Anne Bronte, the quietest and sweetest of the sisters, had written something genuinely subversive. In the preface to the second edition, Anne defended her choice of subject matter. "When we have to do with vice and vicious characters," she wrote, "I maintain it is better to depict them as they really are than as they would wish to appear." She was tired, she said, of novels that made villainy look attractive. That prettified sin. She wanted to show the truth. And the truth about alcoholism, about abusive marriage, was not pretty. Charlotte never fully appreciated the tenant of Wildfell Hall. After Anne's death, Charlotte prevented the novel from being republished. She thought it was a mistake, she said, that Anne had chosen an unsuitable subject. It took more than a century for Anne's reputation to recover from Charlotte's judgment. Today, The Tenant of Wildfell Hall is recognised as one of the first feminist novels. Anne was ahead of her time. Perhaps too far ahead for even her own sister to see. So, by the summer of 1848, all three sisters were published novelists. Charlotte was famous. Emily and Anne were known, if less celebrated. They had done it. They had broken through. Three poor, obscure women from a remote Yorkshire village had made their mark on literature. And upstairs, Branwell was dying. By September 1848, he was bedridden. The cough was constant now. Blood in the handkerchiefs. Fever that came and went. Delirium. He was 31 years old and wasting to nothing. His father sat with him. Patrick Bronte, who had once had such hopes for his only son. The sisters came in and out, bringing water, changing the bedclothes. What did they feel? Grief, certainly. Pity. Anger, maybe, at the waste of it all. Relief that the chaos would soon be over. All of these things at once. Bramwell died on 24th September 1848. His father was with him at the end. Patrick had now buried his wife and three children. He was 71 years old. The funeral was held at the church, just beyond the parsonage wall. The three sisters attended. Charlotte, Emily, Anne. They stood in the cold church and listened to their father perform the service. Another Bronte in the family vault. It was raining. The wind was fierce. Emily stood through the whole service without a shawl. She caught cold walking home. The cold turned into a cough. The cough worsened. Emily Bronte was 30 years old in the autumn of 1848. Tall, strong, capable. She had never been seriously ill in her life. She walked the moors in all weather. She was healthy. She would be fine. But the cough did not go away. And by October it was getting worse. Charlotte watched her sister with growing alarm. She knew that cough. She had heard it from Maria, from Elizabeth, from Branwell just weeks ago. She knew what it meant. Emily refused to admit anything was wrong. She got up every morning at 7. She fed the dogs. She kneaded the bread. She went about her household tasks with grim determination. When Charlotte suggested she rest, Emily snapped at her. When Charlotte suggested calling the doctor, Emily refused outright. Emily Bronte did not believe in doctors. She called medicine quackery. She had seen what doctors did. The bleeding, the purging, the useless remedies that only made people suffer more. She would not submit to that. She would not be prodded and examined and dosed with poisons. If she was going to die, she would die on her own terms. In this, Emily was not entirely wrong. Victorian medicine had almost nothing to offer tuberculosis patients. The common treatments, bloodletting, mercury compounds, opium, did more harm than good. Some doctors prescribed sea air or mountain air. Others recommended complete bed rest. Still others insisted on vigorous exercise. No one knew what caused the disease. No one knew how to cure it. The bacteria that caused tuberculosis would not be discovered until 1882, 34 years after Emily's death. So Emily's refusal of medical help was not simply stubbornness. It was a kind of clear-eyed realism. The doctors could not save her. Nothing could save her. She would spend her remaining time on her own terms, doing the things she loved. Walking the moors, feeding her dogs, living as she had always lived. Until she couldn't anymore. But she was not ready to die yet. So she simply pretended she was not ill. She forced herself through each day. She would not stay in bed. She would not complain. She would not acknowledge weakness. Charlotte and Anne watched helplessly. They could see Emily fading. Time? Wands. Losing weight. Growing pale. The cough was constant now, racking her whole frame. She could barely catch her breath. But still she refused all help. In November, Charlotte wrote to her publisher. She could not write, she said. She could not think about novels or revisions or anything except her sister. Emily was very ill and would not see a doctor. Charlotte was terrified. Anne was terrified too. But Anne was also beginning to feel unwell herself. She had a cough. Not as bad as Emily's yet. But it was there. She said nothing. What good would it do? Emily was dying in front of them. Charlotte was barely holding herself together. Anne would not add to their burdens. December came. Cold, dark December. Emily was still forcing herself to rise, to work. But she was so weak now that she could barely stand. She leaned on furniture to cross a room. She paused for breath every few steps. Her eyes were huge in her wasted face. Charlotte begged her to rest, to see a doctor, to take something for the pain. Emily refused. She was angry now, defensive. She snapped at her sisters when they tried to help. "Leave me alone," she said. "I'm fine." She was not fine. On the morning of 19th December 1848, Emily came downstairs as usual. She fed the dogs. She tried to pick up her sewing. And then she collapsed. Charlotte and Anne carried her to the sofa. For the first time, Emily did not fight them. She was too weak to fight. She lay on the sofa, struggling to breathe, and finally, she whispered that they could send for the doctor. It was too late. The doctor came that afternoon. He examined Emily and shook his head. There was nothing to be done. Her lungs were gone. She was drowning in her own body. It was a matter of hours now, not days. Emily died at 2 o'clock that afternoon. She was 30 years old. She had been ill for less than 3 months. Charlotte was with her at the end. So was Anne, Time, Hans, and their father. Emily died on the sofa in the dining room, the room where she had written Wuthering Heights. The dogs lay at her feet. She reached down to touch them one last time. And then she was gone. Charlotte wrote to a friend that night. Her letter to him was brief and stark. Emily was dead. She had suffered terribly. She had refused all comfort to the end. Charlotte's grief was beyond words. The funeral was held 3 days later. December 25th, 1848. Patrick performed the service again. Another daughter in the vault. Another coffin next to Maria, Elizabeth Branwell. Emily Bronte, who loved the moors more than anything, was buried beneath the stone floor of the church. She never saw the open sky again. Keeper Emily's dog, a fierce mastiff she had tamed with her bare hands, attended the funeral. Charlotte wrote later that he lay at Emily's bedroom door for weeks afterward, whimpering. He seemed to understand that his mistress was gone, that she would not come back. He grieved, as dogs grieve, silently, loyally, with a broken heart. The parsonage was so quiet after Emily died. She had been the one who kept the household running. She had done the cooking, the baking, the cleaning. She had been the centre of the house, even if she rarely spoke. Now there was just absence. An Emily-shaped hole in every room. Charlotte and Anne came home from the funeral and looked at each other. They were the only ones left. 2 sisters out of 6 children. And Anne was coughing. Anne had been coughing for weeks. She'd hidden it as well as she could. But now, with Emily dead, there was no hiding it anymore. Charlotte heard the cough and felt her heart break. Not again. Please, not again. But it was the same cough, the same fever, the same slow wasting. Tuberculosis. Anne did not fight it the way Emily had. She was different from Emily in every way. Where Emily had been fierce and defiant, Anne was gentle and resigned. She knew she was dying. She accepted it. But she was only 28 years old and she did not want to die yet. She saw a doctor. She took the medicines he prescribed. She rested. She tried to eat, even though she had no appetite. She did everything Charlotte asked of her. She wanted to live. She fought for life in her own quiet way. January passed. February. March. Anne grew weaker. Cough was constant. She could not sleep lying down anymore. She sat propped up in bed, struggling for breath. Charlotte sat with her through the long nights. They were alone now, the two of them. Branwell had died in September, Emily in December. It was now April, and Anne was dying. 6 months. 3 deaths in 6 months. Charlotte was 32 years old and felt ancient. She'd watched her mother die, the 2 elder sisters, her brother, Emily, and now Anna. How much grief could one person bear? Anne knew she was dying. She could feel it. But she had one wish. She wanted to see the sea. She had only seen the ocean once as a governess years ago. She had loved it. The vastness of it. The clean salt air. The sound of the waves. She wanted to see it one more time before she died. Charlotte thought this was madness. Anne was far too ill to travel. The journey would kill her. She should stay home, stay in bed, conserve her strength. But Anne was gentle, not weak. She insisted. She would go to the sea. She would breathe the sea air. She would die by the ocean if necessary. But she would not die in the parsonage. Not in that cold, dark house where everyone died. Not in Holworth. Charlotte gave in. She arranged for them to go to Scarborough, a seaside town on the east coast. Anne's former employer, the Robinson family, had a house there. It was May now. The sea air might help. Charlotte did not believe it. But she would give Anne this one thing. They left Haworth on 24th of May 1849. Anne, Charlotte and their friend Ellen Nussey, who came along to help. Time? Sir, the journey was difficult. Anne had to stop frequently to rest. She could barely walk. Charlotte and Ellen supported her between them. But Anne was determined. She wanted to see the sea. They arrived in Scarborough on 25th of May. Anne was exhausted, feverish, barely conscious. But the next morning Charlotte took her to the window. And there it was. The sea. Anne looked at it for a long time. The light on the water. The gulls. The sound of the waves. She smiled. She died 2 days later. On 28th of May 1849. 3 days after arriving in Scarborough. Charlotte was with her. So was Ellen Nussey. Anne's last moments were peaceful, unlike Emily's fierce struggle. She asked to be moved to a chair by the window so she could see the sea one last time. She said a prayer. She thanked Charlotte for bringing her. And then she closed her eyes. Anne Bronte was 29 years old. She had published 2 novels. She had seen the ocean. She was ready. Charlotte wrote to her father that night. The letter was brief and stark. Anne was dead. She had died peacefully. Charlotte could not come home yet. She needed time. She stayed in Scarborough for a few more days, walking on the beach, staring at the sea. Trying to understand how she was supposed to go on. Charlotte arranged for Anne to be buried in Scarborough. She could not bear the thought of bringing another coffin back to Holworth. Could not bear another funeral in that church. Anne would stay here, by the sea she loved. So Anne Bronte is the only one of the Bronte children not buried in the family vault. She lies in St Mary's Churchyard in Scarborough, overlooking the ocean. Alone. Charlotte came home to Holworth on 1st June 1849. She came home alone. The parsonage was silent. Her father was there, of course. 72 years old now. He had buried his wife and 5 children. Only Charlotte remained. She walked through the empty house. The dining room where they had all written their novels together, walking in circles around the table. The stairs where Emily had struggled up and down, refusing help. Branwell's room. Anne's room. All empty now. Charlotte was 33 years old. She was the last of her generation. The sole survivor. And she was utterly, completely alone. How do you go on when everyone you love is dead? Charlotte Bronte did not know. In the months after Anne's death, she barely functioned. She moved through the parsonage like a ghost. She could not write. She could not read. She could barely speak. Her father worried about her. Patrick Bronte, who had always been so distant, tried to comfort his last remaining child. But what comfort could he offer? He had lost 5 children. He understood grief. But understanding did not make it easier to bear. Charlotte's publisher wrote to her. Her friends wrote to her. They urged her to work. To write. Work, they said, would save her. It would give her something to live for. Charlotte did not want to be saved. She wanted her sisters back. She wanted to sit at the dining room table with Emily and Anne walking in circles, discussing their stories. She wanted to hear Emily's fierce opinions about plot structure, Anne's gentle suggestions about character. She wanted the life she had lost. But that life was gone. And slowly, painfully, Charlotte began to accept it. She had been working on a novel before the death began. Shirley. She'd started it when everyone was still alive, when there had been hope. Now she picked it up again. Writing Shirley nearly destroyed her. Every page was agony. She had based one of the characters on Emily. Shirley Keeldar, strong, independent, uncompromising. Emily in fiction. Writing her felt like bringing Emily back to life, and then having to let her go again every time she set down the pen. But Charlotte finished it. Shirley was published in October 1849, a year after Emily's death. The critics were lukewarm. It was not as passionate as Jane Eyre, not as immediate. But it sold well. Charlotte Bronte was an established novelist now. Currer Bell was famous. By this time, the secret of the Bell pseudonyms was out. Charlotte had been forced to reveal herself to her publisher in 1848, and word had gradually spread. People knew now that Currer Bell was Charlotte Bronte, that Ellis and Acton Bell had been her sisters, that all 3 were now dead except Charlotte. The revelation caused a sensation. 3 sisters from a remote Yorkshire parsonage had written Jane Eyre, Wuthering Heights, and The Tenant of Wildfell Hall. And 2 of them were already dead. It was romantic. Tragic. The public was fascinated. Charlotte hated the attention. She was shy, private, uncomfortable with fame. But she was also lonely. So when her publisher invited her to London, she went. The literary world embraced her. She met William Makepeace Thackeray, whom she admired enormously. She met Elizabeth Gaskell, who would become a friend and eventually her biographer. She went to dinner parties, galleries, the opera. She was treated as a literary celebrity. The meeting with Thackeray was particularly memorable. Charlotte had dedicated the 2nd edition of Jane Eyre to him. She considered him the greatest living novelist. When they finally met, Thackeray was charmed but somewhat overwhelmed. Charlotte was intense, serious, unwilling to engage in small talk. She wanted to discuss literature, truth, morality. Thackeray wanted to be witty and amusing. They talked past each other. Thackeray later wrote that Charlotte gave me the impression of being a very little and a very fierce woman. This was accurate. Charlotte was small and fierce, She had survived the death of almost everyone she loved. She had no patience for triviality. And she was miserable. Charlotte was small, plain, poorly dressed. She had a strong Irish accent from her father. She was painfully shy in company. She didn't know how to make small talk. At parties she sat silently in corners, overwhelmed and anxious. People stared at her. They whispered, "Is that really Curra Bell? She's so small. Time for ones and so plain." Charlotte went back to Holworth as soon as she could. London was exciting, but it was not home. Home was the parsonage, the moors, the quiet, the ghosts. Elizabeth Gaskell became a genuine friend. The two women corresponded frequently, and Gaskell visited Haworth several times. She was shocked by what she found there. The isolation, the coldness, the graves visible from every window. How had Charlotte survived this place? How had genius flourished in such barren soil? After Charlotte's death, Gaskell would write her biography. The Life of Charlotte Brontë, published in 1857, became one of the most influential literary biographies ever written. It shaped how generations would understand the Brontës. It created the myth of the tragic sisters on the moors. Some of it was accurate. Some of it was romanticised. All of it was written with genuine love for a woman who had died too young. She began work on another novel, Villette. Based on her experiences in Brussels, her unrequited love for Constantin Léger. It was the most psychologically complex thing she'd written. Dark, introspective, full of loneliness and longing. The heroine, Lucy Snow, was Charlotte herself. Isolated. Watching life happen to other people. Never quite belonging. Villette was published in January 1853. It was acclaimed as a masterpiece. Charlotte's reputation was secure. She was one of the great novelists of her generation. But she was still alone. Charlotte had never expected to marry. She was plain, poor, no longer young. She was famous now, yes. But fame did not make her beautiful. It did not erase her poverty or her shyness. She'd resigned herself to spinsterhood, to living with her aging father until he died, to being alone. And then Arthur Bell Nicholls proposed. Nicholls was her father's curate. He had been at Haworth for years. A quiet, serious man. Earnest, devout, utterly conventional. He had loved Charlotte for a long time. Silently. Hopelessly, he thought. He proposed in December 1852. Charlotte was stunned. She'd never thought of Nicholls that way. He was just there. Part of the furniture of her life. She said no. Patrick Brontë was furious that Nicholls had even asked. His curate marry his daughter? His famous daughter, the celebrated novelist? It was presumptuous. Insulting. Patrick forbade Charlotte from even speaking to Nicholls. Nicholls, heartbroken, left Haworth. He took a position in another parish. Charlotte thought that was the end of it. But Nicholls continued to write to her. And slowly Charlotte's feelings began to change. He was steady, kind. He genuinely cared for her. Not for Curra Bell, the famous author. For Charlotte. The small, plain woman who had lost everyone she loved. She began to think that perhaps she could marry him. Perhaps she did not have to be alone. It took more than a year to convince her father. Patrick railed against the match. He would lose his curate and his daughter. He would be left alone. But eventually he gave in. Charlotte would marry Nichols. Nichols would return to Holworth as curate. They would all live together in the parsonage. Charlotte Brontë married Arthur Bell Nichols on 29th June 1854. She was 38 years old. The marriage was, by all accounts, happy. Not passionate. Not the wild romance of her novels. But comfortable. Companionable. Nichols was devoted to her. He protected her from intrusions. He encouraged her writing. He made her feel safe. Charlotte began to hope that she might have a future after all. That there might be life after so much death. And then, in early 1855, she became pregnant. Charlotte was 38, which was considered old for a first pregnancy even by Victorian standards. She was also small and frail. The pregnancy was difficult from the start. She suffered from terrible nausea. Hyperemesis gravidarum, we would call it now. Constant, severe vomiting. She could not eat. She could not keep down water. She grew weaker and weaker. By March, she was bedridden. Doctors were called. They prescribed various treatments, none of which helped. Charlotte was wasting away. She also had a cough. Whether it was tuberculosis or simply the weakness brought on by starvation, we will never know for certain. But Charlotte was dying. She knew it. Nichols knew it. Her father knew it. Charlotte died on 30th March 1855. She was 38 years old. She'd been married for 9 months. Her last words, whispered to her husband, were, "Oh, I am not going to die, am I? He will not separate us. We have been so happy." But she did die. In the parsonage where she was born. In the bed where she had slept all her life. The last of the Brontë children. The death certificate listed the cause as phthisis, tuberculosis. Modern scholars have debated this. Some believe Charlotte died of severe dehydration from the pregnancy-related vomiting. Others suggest typhus or another infection. Perhaps it was a combination. Perhaps the tuberculosis bacteria, dormant in her body for decades, reactivated when her immune system was compromised by the pregnancy. We will never know for certain. What we know is that Charlotte Brontë, who had watched her mother, her sisters, her brother all die in this house, died in it too. The parsonage that had been the cradle of so much genius became, finally, its grave. Patrick Brontë buried his last child on 4th April 1858. Another service in the church. Another coffin in the family vault. Charlotte joined her mother Maria Elizabeth Branwell and Emily beneath the stone floor. Only Anne was missing. Anne, far away in Scarborough, alone by the sea. Patrick was 78 years old. He had outlived his wife and all 6 of his children. He would live another 6 years. Alone in the parsonage except for his son-in-law Nichols, who stayed with him out of duty. Patrick went blind, He grew frail, but he did not die. He lived in a house full of ghosts. The dining room where his daughters had written their masterpieces. The stairs where Emily had dragged herself up and down. The bedroom where Charlotte had died. He heard their voices in every room. Saw their shadows on the walls. Patrick Bronte died on 7th June 1861. He was 84 years old. He had lived in Holworth for 41 years. He'd come there with a wife and 6 children. He left it alone. After his death, Arthur Bell Nicholls returned to Ireland. He took with him the Bronte memorabilia, letters, manuscripts, personal effects. He remarried eventually. He lived to be 88. He rarely spoke of Charlotte in his later years. Some griefs are too deep for words. The parsonage passed to a new incumbent. For decades it was simply a working vicarage, home to successive clergy and their families. But pilgrims came. Readers who had been moved by Jane Eyre and Wuthering Heights. They wanted to see where the Brontes had lived, to walk the moors they had walked, to touch the stones they had touched. In 1928, the parsonage was purchased by the Bronte Society and turned into a museum. Today, it is one of the most visited literary sites in Britain. Hundreds of thousands of people come each year to stand in the dining room where the novels were written. To see Charlotte's wedding bonnet, Emily's writing desk, the tiny books they made as children. To pay homage to a family consumed by tuberculosis but immortalised by genius. The story of the Bronte family and tuberculosis is not just about death. It is about what people create in the face of death. All 3 sisters knew they were dying. They had seen it happen to Maria and Elizabeth, to Branwell, to each other. They knew the signs. Cough, the fever, the slow wasting. They knew there was no cure. That once the disease took hold, death was certain. And still they wrote. Emily wrote Wuthering Heights knowing she might not live to see it published. Anne wrote The Tenant of Wildfell Hall while caring for her dying brother and sister. Charlotte wrote Shirley in the months after watching Emily and Anne die. They wrote because they had to. Because the stories were in them and had to come out. Because writing was what they were born to do. Tuberculosis shaped their literature in profound ways. Illness and death are everywhere in their novels. Helen Burns dying of consumption in Jane Eyre. Catherine Earnshaw wasting away in Wuthering Heights. The sick children, the dying mothers, the characters who fade and vanish. Death is never far from the surface of these books. But there is also fierce life, passion, defiance, refusal to submit. Jane Eyre demanding equality and respect. Catherine Earnshaw declaring that she is Heathcliff. Helen Huntingdon leaving her husband to protect her son. These are not quiet, resigned heroines. They are fierce, angry, alive. The Brontes wrote as if their lives depended on it. Because in a sense they did. Writing was how they made sense of the world, how they processed grief, how they fought back against death. The tuberculosis bacteria might be destroying their bodies, but their minds were free. Their imaginations were infinite. No disease could touch that. And in the end, the books outlasted the disease. The bacteria that killed the Brontes are long gone. But Jane Eyre is still read. Wuthering Heights is still taught in schools. The Tenant of Wildfell Hall is still in print. The sisters created something that death could not destroy. This is, perhaps, the only victory over tuberculosis that was possible in the 19th century. Not a medical victory, not survival, but a kind of immortality. The Bronte sisters died young, but their work lives on. And as long as people read their books, they are not really gone. Let us pause now and consider what we have witnessed tonight. We have followed a family through 40 years of loss. From the mother's death in 1821 to the father's death in 1861. We have watched 6 children grow up in a cold parsonage on the edge of the moors. We have seen 2 of them die as children, taken by the disease they caught at a charity school. We have seen the survivors create imaginary worlds together, their only escape from isolation and grief. We have watched them try to make their way in the world. As governesses, as teachers, as students in Brussels. We have watched them fail and fail again. And then we have watched them succeed, spectacularly and possibly, as novelists. 3 sisters, writing together at the dining room table, producing masterpieces that would outlast them by centuries. And we have watched them die, one by one. Branwell first, destroyed by addiction and despair. Then Emily, fierce to the end, refusing all comfort. Then Anne, gentle Anne, who only wanted to see the sea one last time. And finally Charlotte, who survived the longest and grieved the hardest. Who found love at the end, only to have it taken from her. The Bronte family has become, in our cultural imagination, the quintessential consumptive literary family. When we think of tuberculosis and genius, we think of them. The remote parsonage on the moors, the brilliant doomed children, the books written in the shadow of death. It has become a kind of myth. Like all myths, it contains truth and distortion in equal measure. The truth is that the Bronte children did die young. That tuberculosis devastated their family in a way that is almost unimaginable today. That they lived with the constant presence of death and still created extraordinary art. This is real. This happened. But the myth obscures as much as it reveals. It makes the Bronte seem passive, victims of fate, beautiful martyrs to disease and genius. And they were not that. They were fighters. Emily fighting until her body literally gave out beneath her. Anne fighting for the chance to see the sea one last time. Charlotte fighting to finish her novels even as grief threatened to overwhelm her. These were not passive, ethereal creatures. They were tough, practical, determined women. They had to be. Survival in 19th century Yorkshire required it. Consider what it meant to be a woman writer in the 1840s. There were successful female novelists, certainly, but they were often looked down upon. Women cannot write, the critics said. Their minds were too small, their emotions too weak. They could manage sentimental romances, perhaps, but real literature, that was for men. The Brontes proved them wrong. Jane Eyre was more psychologically complex than most novels by men. Wuthering Heights was more daring. The tenant of Wildfell Hall was more morally courageous. These were not women's novels in the diminishing sense the critics meant. They were simply great novels. And they were written by women who had been told they could not write. The myth also suggests that their genius was somehow a product of their illness. That tuberculosis made them creative. That suffering was necessary for art. This is nonsense, of course. Dangerous, romantic nonsense. The Brontes were geniuses despite tuberculosis, not because of it. Imagine what they might have written if they had lived. If Charlotte had survived to 60. If Emily had had 20 more years. If Anne had been able to write more than 2 novels. We lost whole libraries when they died. Tuberculosis did not create their genius. It destroyed it before its time. And yet, there is something about the Bronte story that continues to haunt us. Something that speaks to our deepest fears and desires. We are afraid of death. All of us. Always. And we want to believe that death can be defeated. Not literally. We know we all die eventually. But symbolically. We want to believe that what we create can outlast us. That we can leave something behind. That our lives will have meant something. The Brontes did that. They died. All of them. Young and in pain and too soon. But their books remain. And in those books, they are still alive. Still fierce. Still brilliant. Still themselves. This is why we make pilgrimages to Haworth. Why thousands of people every year visit the parsonage, walk the moors, stand at the graves. We are not just paying tribute to dead writers. We are participating in their victory over death. We are proof that they succeeded, that they made something that lasts. The parsonage is a museum now. You can walk through the rooms where the Brontes lived, the dining room where they wrote, Charlotte's tiny dresses in glass cases, the miniature books on display. It is carefully preserved, meticulously maintained. A shrine to literary genius. But if you go early in the morning before the tourists arrive, you can almost feel them there. The ghost of the family. Charlotte walking in circles around the dining room table. Emily coming in from the moors, windblown and silent. Anne sitting in the corner with her sewing, thinking about Gondel. Branwell upstairs, young and hopeful still. The 2 eldest girls, Maria and Elizabeth, just shadows now. Barely remembered except in Charlotte's writing. The church is still there, of course. St. Michael and All Angels, where Patrick preached for 41 years. Where he buried his entire family. The family vault is beneath the floor, near the altar. A simple brass plaque marks the spot. Maria Branwell Bronte and her 5 children. Not Anne. Anne is still in Scarborough, by the sea. The graveyard is full. Crowded with Victorian tombstones, many of them for young people. Tuberculosis victims, most of them. Haworth was a place where people died young. The Brontes were not exceptional in that. They were only exceptional in what they left behind. If you walk out behind the parsonage, you can take the path to the moors. The Brontes walk this path every day. it is not much changed. The same hills, the same stone walls, the same wind. In summer, the heather blooms purple. In winter, the landscape is brown and bare and beautiful in its bleakness. You can walk for miles and see no one. Just the sky and the moor and the wind. This is what Emily loved. This wild, empty space. She put it in Wuthering Heights, not as setting, but as character. The moors in that novel are alive, indifferent, eternal. They were there before the Brontes. They are there still. They will be there when we are all gone. There is something comforting in that. The idea that some things endure. The moors, the books, the stories we tell about the people who wrote them. Tuberculosis could destroy the body. It could end a life. But it could not destroy the imagination. It could not silence the voice. It could not erase what had been written. We live in a time when tuberculosis is curable. When antibiotics can stop the disease in its tracks. When people who contract TB can expect to survive. This is an extraordinary gift of modern medicine. We should never take it for granted. The antibiotics that cure tuberculosis were not developed until the 1940s. If they had existed in the 1840s, the Brontes might have lived. Maria and Elizabeth might have survived Cowan Bridge. Branwell might have recovered from his illness. Emily, diagnosed early, might have been cured. Anne might have seen many more summers by the sea. Charlotte might have raised the child she was carrying when she died. A century separated the Brontes from a cure. 100 years. So close, and yet impossibly far. They lived and died in the gap between the disease and its remedy. Millions did. The tuberculosis epidemic of the 19th century was a tragedy on an unimaginable scale. The Brontes are famous, but they were not unique. They were just 6 people among the tens of millions who died. But we have lost something too. Or perhaps not lost, but forgotten. The Victorians lived with death in a way we do not. It was immediate, constant, unavoidable. Everyone knew someone who had died of tuberculosis. Every family had buried children. Death was not abstract. It was not something that happened to other people in hospitals, out of sight. It happened at home, in the bedroom, in the family. This intimacy with death shaped how people lived. It made them conscious of time in a way we are not. They knew that life was short, that opportunities might not come again, that there was no time to waste. The Brontes knew this. They had seen their sisters die young. They knew their own lives might be short. And so they wrote. Not someday. Not when they had more time or more money or more encouragement. But now. Immediately. Urgently. As if their lives depended on it. And perhaps they did. Perhaps writing was what kept them alive as long as they lived. The thing that gave their lives meaning and purpose. The thing that made the suffering bearable. Charlotte wrote about this in Villette. Lucy Snow, the narrator, speaks of the creative impulse as a kind of possession. Something that seizes you and will not let go. Something you have to express or die. This was Charlotte's own experience. She wrote because she had to, because not writing would have been a kind of death in itself. Emily seems to have felt the same way. We have so little of her personal writing, no letters, no diary except brief fragments. She was intensely private, but her poetry reveals a fierce inner life, a mystical sense of connection to something larger than herself. The moors, nature, the infinite. She wrote to capture that feeling, to make it permanent, to hold on to something that was always slipping away. Anne wrote with a different purpose. Moral purpose. She wanted to tell the truth about things people did not talk about. Alcoholism, domestic abuse, the exploitation of governesses. She wrote to expose injustice, to make people see, to change things. 3 sisters, 3 different motivations, but all of them writing with the same urgency. The same sense that this work mattered, that it had to be done, that there might not be time to do it later. They were right about that. There was not time. Emily died at 30, having published 1 novel. Anne died at 29, having published 2. Charlotte lived the longest, 38, and published 4 novels. 4. In a writing life of about 10 years. What would they have written if they had lived? If Emily had survived to Charlotte's age or beyond? If Anne had been able to develop her talent over decades instead of years? If Charlotte had lived to be an old woman writing into her 60s and 70s? Consider what Charlotte accomplished in just 10 years of serious writing. Jane Eyre, Shirley, Villette, The Professor. 4 novels plus a fragment of a 5th. If she had lived another 30 years, she might have written 20 novels. She might have become one of the greatest novelists in English history, rather than merely one of the greatest. And Emily. Emily, who wrote 1 novel and a handful of poems that changed literature forever. What would a second Wuthering Heights have looked like? A third? Where would her mystical vision have taken her if she had lived another decade? We can only imagine. The disease that killed her killed possibilities as well as flesh. Anne too deserves more than she has received from history. She is often overlooked, the quiet sister, the youngest. But the tenant of Wildfell Hall was revolutionary. It dealt with subjects, alcoholism, domestic abuse, a woman's right to leave a bad marriage, that Victorian society preferred to ignore. Anne was braver than her sisters in some ways. More willing to confront uncomfortable truths. If she had lived, she might have become a voice for the voiceless, a champion of those who suffered in silence. We will never know. Tuberculosis took that future from them. From us. But what they did leave us is extraordinary. 3 of the most important novels in English literature. Jane Eyre, which revolutionised the way novels portrayed women's inner lives. Wuthering Heights, which pushed the boundaries of what a novel could be. The Tenant of Wildfell Hall, which dared to address subjects no one else would touch. These books changed literature. They changed how we think about women, about passion, about morality, about the self. And and they did it all in the shadow of death. Knowing that time was short, that the cough they heard in the next room might soon be their own, that the disease was in their blood, in their lungs, waiting. This is what makes the Bronte story so powerful. Not the death itself. Death comes to everyone eventually. But what they did in the face of death. They did not give up. They did not surrender to despair. They did not decide that since life was short, nothing mattered. Instead, they decided that since life was short, everything mattered. Every word, every page, every story. They wrote as if their lives depended on it. And in a very real sense they did. Not their physical lives. Tuberculosis was going to take those regardless. But their legacy, their meaning, their immortality. There is a photograph of the Bronte sisters. Or rather, there is a painting made by Branwell that is often reproduced. It shows 3 young women, Charlotte, Emily, Anne. They are dressed plainly, sitting close together. Their faces are serious, intelligent, watchful. Originally, Branwell had painted himself in the centre, but he was unsatisfied with the result, so he painted himself out. Now there is just a ghostly pillar where his figure used to be. The 3 sisters grouped around an absence. It is an eerily prophetic image. Branwell, who was supposed to be the genius of the family, reduced to a ghost. The sisters, who were supposed to be secondary, taking centre stage. And all of them gone now. All of them dead before their time. But the painting remains, and the books remain, and the story remains. We tell this story because it matters. Not as a romantic tragedy, not as a cautionary tale, but as evidence. Evidence that even in the face of death, even when everything is taken from you, you can create something that lasts. Something that matters. Something that death cannot touch. Every year, scholars discover new connections between the Brontes and their work. New ways that their lives shaped their art. The pain of Cowan Bridge became Lowood School. The loneliness of Brussels became Villette. The wild freedom of the moors became Wuthering Heights. Their lives were short, but they lived every moment with an intensity that most people never achieve. And that intensity pours off every page they wrote. The Bronte sisters were not special because they died young. They were special because they lived fully. Because they took their small lives in a remote parsonage and made them infinite. Because they turned their pain and isolation and grief into art. Because they refused to be silenced. Tuberculosis killed them. But it did not defeat them. If you go to Haworth today, you can stand in the parsonage, dining room, the room where the Bronte sisters walked in circles discussing their novels. The table is still there, the chairs, the window overlooking the graveyard. It is a small room, plain, cold, even in summer. Nothing about it suggests genius or immortality. It is just a room in a house in a small Yorkshire village. And yet, in this room, Charlotte Bronte wrote Jane Eyre. Emily Bronte wrote Wuthering Heights. Anne Bronte wrote The Tenant of Wildfell Hall. In this small, cold room, 3 women created works of art that would outlast them by centuries. That would change literature. That would change the world in small but permanent ways. They knew they were dying. All of them. They had seen it happen to their sister, to their brother. They knew the signs. They knew there was no cure. And still they wrote. Not someday. Not when things were easier. But now, today, in this moment. This is what we can learn from them. Not that suffering creates art. It does not. Not that death is romantic. It is not. But that time is precious. That we do not know how much of it we have. That if there is something we need to say, something we need to create, something that matters to us, we should do it now. Not when we have more time, more resources, more courage, but now. While we can. The Bronte sisters died. Tuberculosis took them one by one until the parsonage was silent. But their books endure. And in those books they are still alive. Still fierce. Still brilliant. Still themselves. Death is not the end. Not when you leave something behind. Not when your words still speak to people 200 years later. Not when your story still matters. If you visit Anne's grave in Scarborough today, you will find it marked by a simple headstone. The original inscription contained an error. It listed her age as 28 instead of 29. Charlotte, in her grief, had made a mistake. She could not bring herself to return to correct it. The Bronte Society eventually added a new memorial, but the original stone still stands. A testament to grief. To human error in the face of a loss. To the impossibility of getting everything right when your heart is breaking. Tonight, we have spent time with the Bronte family. With Maria and Elizabeth, who died as children. With Branwell, who wasted his gifts. With Emily, who refused to surrender even at the end. With Anne, who wanted only to see the sea one last time. With Charlotte, who survived the longest and mourned the hardest. And with Patrick, who buried them all. Their story is sad. Of course it is. How could it be anything else? 6 children, 5 dead before the age of 40. A father left alone. So much talent, so much life cut short. But it is also a story of triumph. Of creativity in the face of death. Of meaning snatched from meaninglessness. Of 3 women who took their small constrained lives and made them infinite. We remember them. We read their books. We visit their home. We tell their story. And in doing so, we participate in their victory. We prove that they were right. That the work mattered. That they mattered. That they still matter all these years later. If you have found this episode meaningful, please consider sharing it. The stories we tell about tuberculosis are important. They help us understand our past. They help us appreciate what we have now. They remind us that we are not the first people to face death, and we will not be the last. But we can face it with courage, with creativity, with the determination to leave something behind that matters. The Brontes faced their deaths as they had faced their lives, together, supporting each other, creating beauty even in the darkest moments. Emily died with her dogs at her feet and her family around her. Anne died looking at the sea she had travelled so far to see. Charlotte died in the arms of a husband who truly loved her. They were not alone. In the end, that may be what matters most. Thank you for spending this time with me. Thank you for listening to these stories. There are more to come, more episodes, more histories, more forgotten voices. I hope you will join me for them. For now, rest well. Think of the Brontes walking the moors. Think of them gathered around the dining room table, writing by candlelight. Think of them young and alive and full of stories. Think of them not as victims, but as victors. People who lived fully, loved deeply, and created work that death could not destroy. The wind still blows across the Yorkshire moors. The heather still blooms purple in the summer. The parsonage still stands at the top of the village, looking out over the graveyard where 5 of the Bronte children lie. The church bells still toll, as they tolled for Maria and Elizabeth, for Branwell and Emily and Charlotte. But the stories live on. Jane Eyre still demands to be treated as an equal. Heathcliff still haunts the moors, searching for Catherine. Helen Burns still faces death with impossible courage. And somewhere right now, someone is opening one of these books for the first time. Falling into the world the Brontes created. Being changed by it, as millions have been changed before. This is the only immortality we can hope for. Not the preservation of our bodies, which will all fail eventually, but the preservation of our words, our stories, our truths. The Bronte sisters are gone, but they're also still here, still speaking to us across nearly 2 centuries, still alive in the only way that matters. Good night. They called them lungers. 20,000 a year, packed into train cars heading west, coughing blood into handkerchiefs, racing the disease that was killing them. By 1900, 1 in 3 people living in Colorado had come there to die. Not for gold, not for land, not for the frontier. They came because their doctors had told them the truth. Go west, or go to your grave. Denver became the largest tuberculosis camp in the world, and it changed everything. The city, the state, the very idea of what the American West was for. Welcome to the Sanatorium. Tonight we're travelling to the American West, to a mile-high city built on hope and desperation, where the dying came by the trainload seeking a cure that no medicine could provide. A city whose very identity was shaped by tuberculosis. If you're new here, this channel explores how tuberculosis, the disease that killed 1 in 4 people in the 19th century, shaped everything from architecture to art, from fashion to the American West. If that sounds like your kind of history, consider subscribing. Now, settle in, find a comfortable position, let your breathing slow. We have a long journey ahead, through frontier towns and tent colonies, through luxury sanatoria and sleeping porches, through the story of how disease built a state. Let's begin. Imagine, if you will, a train car rolling westward across the Great Plains. It is the summer of 1892, and this particular car is different from the others. The windows are thrown open despite the dust. The passengers sit apart from one another when they can, and every few minutes someone coughs, a deep, rattling cough that seems to come from somewhere far beneath the lungs. Many of these passengers carry one-way tickets. They have sold their homes back east, said goodbye to families they may never see again, and put everything they own into the hope that the air of Colorado will save their lives. Some have money, enough for the luxury sanatoria that advertise in the eastern newspapers, promising sun-drenched terraces and fresh mountain air. Others have almost nothing, just enough for the train ticket and perhaps a week's lodging, after which they will figure something out somehow, or die trying. The mountains appear on the horizon, rising blue and distant above the brown plain. Snow gleams on the highest peaks even in summer. And somewhere ahead, still hours away, lies Denver, the mile-high city, the world's sanatorium, the last best hope for thousands of the dying. They have heard the promises. The air is pure, the sunshine is constant, the altitude itself has healing properties. Eastern doctors have told them to go west or die. And so they come, 20,000 a year by some estimates, filling entire train cars with their coughs and their hopes. This is their story. To understand why so many desperate people converged on Colorado, we must first understand what tuberculosis meant in 19th century America. In the crowded cities of the eastern seaboard, tuberculosis was everywhere. It was the leading cause of death in the United States, killing more people than any other disease. Entire tenement buildings were infected. Families watched helplessly as one member after another fell ill, wasted away, and died. The disease was called consumption because of the way it seemed to consume its victims from within. The cough, the fever, the blood in the handkerchief, the slow wasting away of flesh until the patient was little more than bones and skin. And always, always, the cough. Persistent, unstoppable, a constant reminder that the lungs were filling with disease. In the tenements of New York, families lived 6 or 8 to a room, breathing the same stale air, sharing beds, unable to isolate the sick from the healthy. The disease spread through families like fire through dry timber. A mother would catch it from her husband, then pass it to her children. By the time one generation was buried, the next was already coughing. The numbers were staggering. In 1850, tuberculosis killed more than 400 people per 100,000 in the United States. In the crowded immigrant neighborhoods of the eastern cities, the rate was even higher. Some tenements became so infected that landlords could not rent the rooms, not because tenants feared the disease, but because they had already seen what happened to the previous occupants. There was no cure, no effective treatment. Doctors could offer rest, good food, perhaps some morphine to ease the coughing, but they knew, and their patients knew, that these were palliative measures at best. The best they could hope for was to make the patient comfortable as the disease ran its inexorable course. Some physicians experimented with radical treatments. Bloodletting was still practiced, though it was beginning to fall out of favour. Cod liver oil was prescribed, as were tonics containing various combinations of alcohol and herbs. Some doctors punctured the chest cavity to collapse the lung, hoping that rest would allow the damaged tissue to heal. None of these treatments worked consistently. Most did more harm than good. The wealthy could flee to the countryside, to the mountains, to any place where the air was cleaner and the disease less prevalent. They could afford sanatoria in the Swiss Alps, where patients lounged on balconies wrapped in blankets, breathing the thin mountain air. But the poor had no such option. They stayed in the tenements, coughing into the darkness, waiting for the end that they knew was coming. And yet some doctors had noticed something peculiar. Patients who moved from the humid, crowded cities to drier, higher climates sometimes improved. The cough lessened. The fever subsided. Some patients who had been given weeks to live survived for years. A theory emerged. Perhaps the problem was not just the disease itself, but the environment in which the disease flourished. Perhaps the humid air of the cities, thick with coal smoke and factory fumes, and the exhalations of thousands of crowded inhabitants was the real enemy. Perhaps what the consumptive needed was fresh air, dry air, pure air. And where in America was the air purest? Where was it driest? Where did the sun shine more than 300 days a year? Where could patients escape the coal smoke and the humidity and the crowded conditions that seemed to make the disease spread so quickly? Colorado. The answer seemed obvious. Colorado's altitude, a mile above sea level in Denver, even higher in the mountain towns, meant thin, dry air. The lack of humidity meant fewer of the damp conditions in which disease seemed to flourish. The endless sunshine meant patients could spend hours outdoors, breathing the clean mountain air, soaking up the healing rays of the sun. The Colorado Chamber of Commerce was not slow to recognize the opportunity. Advertisements appeared in eastern newspapers proclaiming the state's miraculous climate. The air was 100% aseptic, the boosters claimed. The altitude, more than a mile above sea level, was itself therapeutic. The constant sunshine bathed patients in healing light. For families watching loved ones die, these promises were irresistible. What did they have to lose? If they stayed in the east, death was certain. But if they went west, if they reached Colorado, perhaps there was a chance. And so the migration began. By 1880, Denver had earned the nickname the World's Sanatorium. By 1900, 1/3 of Colorado's entire population had moved there because of tuberculosis. It was, in a sense, the largest health-related migration in American history. The story of Colorado as a tuberculosis destination begins with the Civil War hero and railroad tycoon named William Jackson Palmer. Palmer was born in Delaware in 1836 to a Quaker family. During the Civil War, he distinguished himself as a cavalry officer, rising to the rank of Brevet Brigadier General and receiving the Medal of Honor for his actions. He was, by any measure, a man of exceptional ability and ambition. After the war, Palmer turned his attention to railroads, the great engine of American expansion. He came to the Colorado Territory in the late 1860s as a surveyor for the Kansas Pacific Railway, seeking possible routes through the mountains. He was accompanied by an English physician named William Abraham Bell. Together they saw something in this rugged territory that others had missed. It was not just the mineral wealth, though there was plenty of that. It was not just the scenic beauty, though the mountains were spectacular. It was the air itself, thin, dry, crystal clear. The kind of air that doctors back east were beginning to prescribe for their consumptive patients. On July 31st, 1871, Palmer and Bell founded a new town at the base of Pikes Peak. They called it Fountain Colony, later renamed Colorado Springs. And from the beginning, Palmer envisioned it as something more than an ordinary frontier settlement. He wanted to build a health resort, a place where the sick could come to heal, a destination that would attract not just settlers and miners, but invalids with money to spend. Palmer understood that the railroad could carry more than freight and settlers. It could carry the sick, the wealthy sick in particular, who would pay handsomely for the chance to recover in the mountain air. His Denver and Rio Grande Railway would be the artery through which this new industry would flow. The first section of the railway opened in 1871, running south from Denver across the Palmer Divide to Colorado Springs. It was the first narrow-gauge railroad in the West, an engineering achievement that opened the mountains to commerce and, crucially, to patients. The plan worked beyond his dreams. By 1880, tuberculosis patients were arriving in Colorado Springs by the hundreds. By 1900, the town was known as the City of Sunshine and America's Playground. one of the most popular health destinations in the United States. More than 15 sanatoria operated in the region. Palmer poured millions of his own money into the community. He donated over 1,600 acres for parks, hospitals and schools. He gave land for Colorado College, for the Colorado School for the Deaf and Blind, for several churches in the downtown area. He funded the Cragmore Sanatorium, a facility for tuberculosis treatment that would become one of the most famous in the nation. The houses along North Nevada Avenue were converted into boarding houses for consumptives. The large homes on the old North End built sleeping porches for their consumptive boarders. The area became known locally as Lunger's Row. Palmer shaped the very landscape of the city around, the needs of the health-seeking population. When he died in 1909, from injuries sustained in a horse-riding accident, not from disease, William Jackson Palmer left behind not just a railroad empire, but a city whose identity had been forged by tuberculosis. His legacy endures. The narrow-gauge railway he built still runs through the mountains. The college he founded still educates students, and the sanatorium he funded, Cragmore, eventually became the University of Colorado Springs. The man who saw health in the mountain air built a city to prove it. The term was not kind, but it was widely used. Lungers. That's what the locals called the tuberculosis patients, who poured off the trains by the thousands. They came from everywhere, from the tenements of New York and the row houses of Philadelphia, from the mill towns of New England and the crowded neighborhoods of Chicago. They came with letters of recommendation from their Eastern doctors. They came with newspaper clippings promising miracle cures. They came with everything they owned packed into a single trunk. And they came in all conditions. Some arrived in the early stages of the disease when the prognosis was still uncertain. These patients had the best chance of benefiting from the mountain air. With rest and good food and years of careful living, some of them would recover, or at least survive far longer than they would have in the East. But others arrived in the final stages of consumption. They came on stretchers too weak to walk. They came with hollow eyes and skeletal frames, coughing blood into stained handkerchiefs. For these patients, Colorado was not really a cure. It was a place to die in sunshine rather than in shadow. The quality of care depended entirely on one's ability to pay. The wealthy could afford the luxury sanatoria that charged $50 a week, enormous sums at the time. These institutions offered private rooms, special diets, live orchestras, and the attentive care of trained nurses. The middle class might find placement in more modest facilities at $7 per week, adequate care if not luxurious. But the poor, and many of the Lungers were poor, having spent their last savings on the train ticket west, had few options. Some ended up in tent colonies, rows of canvas shelters erected on wooden platforms at the edges of towns. They lived exposed to the elements, wrapped in blankets, hoping that the open air would heal what medicine could not. Others had nothing at all. They slept in parks, they begged on street corners, they filled the jails of Denver, not because they had committed crimes, but because the authorities had nowhere else to put them. At the opposite end of the spectrum stood places like Cragmore. Founded in 1906 by Dr. Edwin S. Solly, Cragmore Sanatorium was designed from the ground up to cater to the wealthy consumptive. Located in the Austin Bluffs north of Colorado Springs, an area that came to be called Cragmore, it offered spectacular views of the Rocky Mountains and an atmosphere of refined luxury. Dr. Solly's dream was ambitious, to build a first-rate sanatorium for wealthy Lungers. He designed wide windows for every room, a sunroof to allow patients maximum time in fresh air and sunlight, and excellent food prepared by skilled cooks. General William Jackson Palmer donated funds toward the initial construction. The sanatorium's director, Dr. Alexius Forster, articulated the philosophy to create an atmosphere of happiness and cheerfulness. At Cragmore, the emphasis was not merely on physical treatment, but on maintaining the patient's spirits through a pleasant social environment. And pleasant it was. Cragmore became known as the most luxurious palace for well-to-do consumptives in the United States. Millionaires, musicians, artists, dancers and poets came to take the cure. The patients came from the main line of Philadelphia, from Boston, from New York, from the great centers of American culture and wealth. Constance Pulitzer, daughter of the newspaper magnate Joseph Pulitzer, spent time there. Broadway performers convalesced in its sun-drenched rooms. The sanatorium attracted a gregarious, cultured clientele who refused to let their illness dampen their spirits. The patients even published their own journal, which they called 98.6, a reference to the ideal body temperature to which they all aspired. The journal contained poems, essays, and humour, all produced by people who knew they might be dead within the year. It was in its way a monument to human resilience, or perhaps to human denial. The architecture itself was designed around the cure. Wide windows flooded every room with light. Sun porches allowed patients to recline for hours, breathing the mountain air while gazing at the peaks. The social calendar included parties, dances, and entertainments, though the patients were encouraged to rest between engagements. The atmosphere was, by all accounts, more like a resort than a hospital. There were romances between patients, affairs conducted in the shadow of death. People who might have only months to live found themselves attending dinner parties and afternoon teas, dancing with partners who were as sick as themselves. It was, in its way, a kind of denial, a refusal to surrender to the disease that was consuming them. If one was going to die, one might as well die in pleasant surroundings, surrounded by good company with champagne in one's glass. Cragmore thrived for 2 decades. The money flowed in, the patients kept coming. And then came October 1929. The stock market crash devastated Cragmore's clientele. The wealthy patients who had filled its rooms found themselves suddenly impoverished. Fortunes built over generations vanished in weeks, and the sanatorium, which depended on those fortunes, found its revenue collapsing. Some patients were forcibly removed when they could no longer pay their bills. Imagine it. Men and women who had come to Colorado expecting either to recover or to die in comfort, suddenly expelled from the sanatorium because their money had evaporated in the crash. They had nothing. No health, no wealth, no home. A few, devastated by their financial losses and their failing health, took their own lives. The sanatorium that had promised happiness and cheerfulness became, for some, a scene of despair. Cragmore struggled on through the Great Depression. It began accepting middle-class and working-class patients at reduced rates, $7 a week instead of $50. The parties grew quieter, the champagne disappeared, the atmosphere of refined luxury gave way to something more modest, more desperate. By the late 1940s, the sanatorium was bankrupt. It seemed destined to close, another casualty of the antibiotics that were making such institutions obsolete. Then came an unexpected reprieve. The federal government made an offer. It would financially support the sanatorium if Cragmore would accept tuberculosis-infected Navajo tribal members from Arizona and New Mexico. The director signed the contract, and in the early 1950s, Navajo patients were transported to Cragmore for care. It was a strange final chapter. The sanatorium that had catered to the wealthiest Americans now served some of the poorest, Native Americans whose communities had been ravaged by tuberculosis, often spread by contact with white settlers. In 1964, Cragmore was sold to the University of Colorado system. The sanatorium became a campus. Today, Two of its former buildings, Cragmore Hall and Main Hall, house students at the University of Colorado Springs. The sun porches where dying millionaires once reclined are now classrooms. The dining room where champagne toasts were raised to uncertain futures now hosts academic conferences. Archaeologists from the university have recently begun excavating the grounds, finding artifacts from the Sanatorium era, medicine bottles, patient belongings, fragments of a vanished world. They are digging up history in the shadow of Pikes Peak. But what of those lungers who arrived in Colorado with nothing? What of the thousands who spent their last dollars on train tickets, only to find themselves homeless and dying in a strange city? One woman saw their suffering and refused to accept it. Frances Weisbart Jacobs was born in Kentucky in 1843 and moved to Denver with her husband in 1863, when the city was barely 4 years old. She became known as Denver's Mother of Charities, a title she earned through decades of tireless work on behalf of the poor. As part of her charitable work, Jacobs regularly visited impoverished homes to bring food, coal, clothing, and soap. She was not afraid to touch an emaciated body. She did not flinch at the sight of blood. She often stopped to give aid to someone who had fallen on the street from a hemorrhage, a common occurrence in a city filled with consumptives. She watched as tuberculosis patients flooded into Denver, overwhelming its resources. By 1890, some 30,000 people were arriving in Colorado each year seeking the cure. Many had nothing. They had sold everything to buy their train tickets, and when they arrived, they found that no institution in Denver would admit penniless consumptives. They slept in the streets. They begged for food. They coughed in the public parks. Many of them ended up in jail, not because they had committed crimes, but because the authorities had nowhere else to put them. They lived and died on the city's streets, and Jacobs saw it all. She determined to do something about it. Jacobs launched a relentless campaign to arouse public awareness on behalf of the indigent consumptives. She sought the support of business people and political leaders. She found an ally in a young rabbi named William Stern Friedman, who shared her vision of a hospital that would serve the poor regardless of their religion. On April 8, 1890, articles of incorporation for the Jewish Hospital Association of Colorado were filed. The association bought land east of the city, and on October 9, 1892, the cornerstone of the hospital was laid. Just a month after construction began, tragedy struck. Frances Weisbart Jacobs fell ill with pneumonia. In November of 1892, she died. She was 49 years old. The hospital was named in her honour, but she never saw it open. The building sat completed but vacant for 6 years. First because of the devastating silver crisis of 1893, which collapsed Colorado's economy, and then because of continued fundraising difficulties. Finally, with assistance from the International Order of B'nai B'rith, a Jewish-led service organisation, the hospital found the funds it needed. On December 10th, 1899, the National Jewish Hospital for Treatment of Consumptives admitted its first patients. The hospital adopted a remarkable motto: "None may enter who can pay, none can pay who enter." Think about that. It was the first facility in Colorado, perhaps in the country, to treat impoverished tuberculosis patients completely free of charge. If you had money, you were turned away. If you had insurance, you were sent elsewhere. Only the truly destitute could enter. The hospital was funded entirely by donations from across the country. Jewish communities in particular supported it, though the institution served patients of all religions and ethnicities. It was a monument to the principle that medical care should not depend on ability to pay. The treatment was similar to other sanatoria of the era. fresh air, plenty of food, moderate exercise, and close supervision of every aspect of patients' lives. But what made National Jewish unique was its mission: to serve those whom society had abandoned, the dying poor who had come west with nothing but hope. For nearly 70 years, until 1968, the institution admitted only patients who could not afford to pay. All care was provided free of charge. The policy ended only when Medicare and Medicaid created new funding mechanisms for the poor. Today, more than 125 years later, the institution continues to operate as National Jewish Health. It is now a leading research and treatment centre for respiratory diseases, heart disease, and immune disorders. It has been ranked the #1 respiratory hospital in the United States for many years running. The free treatment policy has long since ended, but the hospital's commitment to respiratory care, born in the tuberculosis era, born from the vision of a woman who would not accept that the poor should die in the streets, remains. Frances Weisbart Jacobs never saw her dream realised, but her dream saved thousands of lives. Among the thousands of lungers who came to Colorado, one stands out in American legend. John Henry Holliday was born in Griffin, Georgia, on August 14, 1851, into a prosperous Southern family. His father was a druggist and sometime soldier. His mother, Alice Jane, was by all accounts a refined woman who instilled in her son a love of literature and music. When Holliday was 15 years old, his mother died of tuberculosis. He watched her waste away, watched the disease consume her from within. He could not have known then that the same fate awaited him. Holliday was educated, cultured, and ambitious. At 20 years old, he graduated from the Pennsylvania College of Dental Surgery in Philadelphia, one of the finest dental schools in the country. He returned to the South to establish a practice, first in Atlanta, then in Griffin. He was, by all appearances, destined for a respectable life as a Southern professional. But shortly after opening his practice, Holliday developed a persistent cough. He knew what that cough meant. He had heard it before in his mother's bedroom in the months before she died. The doctors confirmed his fears: tuberculosis. The same disease that had killed his mother had found him. He was given, at most, a few months to live, perhaps longer if he sought a drier climate. The prescription was familiar to anyone who had studied medicine in those years. Go west, seek the dry air of the desert, the thin atmosphere of the mountains. Perhaps, just perhaps, the change of climate might slow the disease. And so John Henry Holliday, D.S., packed his bags and headed west. He was 22 years old and he expected to die. Holliday moved his practice to Dallas, Texas, hoping the drier climate might help. It didn't. The cough followed him, and so did the customers, or rather, the lack of them. Patients in Frontier, Texas were reluctant to sit in a dentist's chair while the dentist coughed blood onto their open mouths. His practice failed. He needed income. And on the frontier there was one profession that didn't mind if you coughed: gambling. Somewhere in those years, in the saloons of Dallas and Denison, in the cattle towns of Kansas, John Henry Holliday transformed. The cultured Southern dentist became something else entirely: a gambler, a drinker, and increasingly a man with a reputation for violence. He drifted through the frontier towns: Cheyenne, Denver, Dodge City, Las Vegas, in the New Mexico territory. He played faro and poker in smoke-filled saloons. He got into fights. He was arrested repeatedly for gambling and for violence. The disease was killing him slowly, and he seemed determined to live as recklessly as possible in whatever time remained. The whiskey helped with the cough, or at least dulled the awareness of it. Holliday drank heavily, a practice that surely hastened the progress of the disease, but he was dying anyway. What did it matter if he died a few months sooner, so long as those months were lived on his own terms? It was in this period that he acquired the nickname that would follow him into legend. Doc, not for his dental training, but because even hardened frontier gamblers could see that this thin, coughing man was a sick man, a dying man. In 1879, in Dodge City, Kansas, Doc Holliday met a lawman named Wyatt Earp. The two men formed an unlikely friendship, the dying gambler and the austere peace officer. It was a friendship that would lead them both to Tombstone, Arizona, and to immortality. By the time he arrived in Tombstone, Arizona in 1880, Doc Holliday was infamous. His reputation preceded him, a dangerous man, quick with a gun, unpredictable when drinking, and always coughing. Tombstone was a boom town, built on silver mining and populated by the usual frontier mix of miners, merchants, prostitutes, and outlaws. Wyatt Earp had come there to enforce the law, along with his brothers Virgil and Morgan. Doc Holliday followed his friend. The events that followed have been told and retold so many times that it's difficult to separate fact from legend. What we know is this. On October 26, 1881, the Earp brothers and Doc Holliday confronted a group of cowboys near the OK Corral. The gunfight lasted approximately 30 seconds. When it was over, 3 men were dead: Tom McClory, Frank McClory, and Billy Clanton. Virgil and Morgan Earp were wounded. Doc Holliday had been grazed by a bullet. It was, in terms of actual deaths, a minor incident. Frontier towns saw far worse. But the gunfight at the OK Corral would become the most famous shootout in American history, and Doc Holliday would become a legend. The irony was not lost on those who knew him. Here was a man who should have been dead years ago, a man whose lungs were slowly filling with the bacilli of tuberculosis, a man who coughed blood into handkerchiefs every day of his life. And he had walked into a gunfight and walked out alive. But the tuberculosis that had driven him west in the first place was a more persistent enemy than any outlaw. Through all his adventures, the gambling, the gunfights, the long nights in frontier saloons, the cough remained. The fever came and went. The disease that had already taken his mother was slowly, inexorably, claiming him as well. After the gunfight at the OK Corral, violence followed the Earps and Holliday. Virgil Earp was ambushed and crippled. Morgan Earp was assassinated while playing billiards. Wyatt launched a vendetta ride that left several men dead. Through it all, Doc Holliday rode alongside his friend, coughing between gunfights. Eventually the violence subsided. Wyatt Earp moved on to California, to Alaska, to the various ventures that would occupy his remaining decades. Doc Holliday drifted through the mining towns of Colorado, Leadville, high in the mountains, Denver, with its growing population of health seekers. He moved restlessly, perhaps hoping that one more change of scenery would give him relief. But there was no relief to be found. The disease had progressed too far. The 15 years since his diagnosis had been a gift. Most consumptives died within months, but the gift was running out. By the spring of 1887, the situation was dire. The long winters and high altitude of Leadville, over 10,000 feet above sea level, had taken their toll on his already emaciated body. The thin air that was supposed to heal consumptives was now too thin for his damaged lungs to process. He needed something more. Holliday had heard of the hot springs at Glenwood Springs, a small town in western Colorado nestled in a valley at the confluence of the Colorado and Roaring Fork rivers. The waters were said to have healing properties. Native Americans had bathed in them for generations. The Ute people considered the springs sacred, imbued with the power to cure. Perhaps one more desperate hope. The springs might provide some relief. Perhaps the vapor caves, filled with the steam rising from the hot mineral waters, might ease his tortured lungs. He arrived in Glenwood Springs in the spring of 1887. He checked into the Hotel Glenwood, a modest establishment near the springs. Kate Horney, the woman known as Big Nose Kate, who had been his companion on and off for years, later claimed that she attended to him in his final days. He was 36 years old and he knew he was dying. Holliday spent the last 57 days of his life in that Colorado town. He visited the springs when he could walk. He soaked in the warm mineral waters. He breathed the steam of the vapor caves, hoping that the Indian medicine might accomplish what Western medicine could not. He played cards when he had the strength. Old habits die hard, even when the gambler is dying. He drank whiskey, which at least dulled the pain and the cough that never stopped. As the weeks passed, his condition deteriorated. He grew weaker. The cough became more constant. He spent more and more time in bed, too exhausted to make the walk to the springs. On November the 8th, 1887, the end came. According to the stories that have come down to us, Holliday was lying in bed at the Hotel Glenwood when he asked for a glass of whiskey. Someone, perhaps Kate, perhaps a hotel employee, brought it to him. He drank it, apparently with satisfaction. It may have been his last drink. It was certainly one of thousands he had consumed in his short, violent, remarkable life. Then he looked down at his bare feet sticking out from under the blankets. "This is funny," he said. And he died. The meaning of those last words has been debated ever since. Most historians believe that Doc Holliday, the gunfighter who had faced down outlaws and lawmen, who had walked into the OK Corral expecting death, who had lived for 15 years with a disease that should have killed him in months, had always assumed he would die with his boots on. In a gunfight, probably, or in some violent confrontation at a gambling table, or perhaps on the run from the law, shot down by a deputy in some dusty frontier town. That was how men like Doc Holliday died. To die in bed, of consumption, with bare feet, after all the violence, after all the near misses, after all the times he had cheated death at the hands of men, to be killed not by a bullet, but by a bacillus. It must have seemed absurd, funny even. The Glenwood Springs Ute Chief newspaper wrote in its obituary that Holliday had been baptized in the Catholic Church shortly before his death. This was based on correspondence between Holliday and his cousin, Sister Mary Melanie, a Catholic nun. No baptismal record has ever been found, but the story persists, the idea that the notorious gunfighter found religion at the end. Doc Holliday was buried in Linwood Cemetery, on a hillside overlooking the town of Glenwood Springs. The exact location of his grave is unknown. The records were lost or never kept. Somewhere on that hillside, unmarked, lies one more consumptive who came west hoping for a cure. An obelisk now marks the general area. A plaque reads, "This memorial is dedicated to Doc Holliday, who is buried someplace in this cemetery." It is a fittingly uncertain monument to a man whose life was full of legends and whose death was oddly peaceful. Tourists hike up the trail to see where the famous gunfighter rests. They take photographs by the obelisk. They imagine the thin, coughing man looking down at his bare feet and finding it funny. Wyatt Earp did not learn of his friend's death until 2 months after it happened. The news reached him eventually, as news did in those days before telephones. The man who had saved his life in Dodge City, who had stood beside him at the OK Corral, who had ridden with him on the Vendetta ride, that man was gone. Wyatt Earp would live until 1929, dying in his bed in Los Angeles at age 80. He spent his final years consulting on Hollywood westerns, trying to set the record straight about what had really happened in Tombstone. Doc Holliday had no such opportunity. The disease that had chased him across the West, that had transformed him from a dentist into a legend, had finally caught up with him. He was 36 years old, which was, for a consumptive in the 1880s, a remarkably long life. Not all of Colorado's famous longers died of the disease. Some not only survived but thrived, and left their mark on the very landscape of the state. Robert Walter Speer was born in Pennsylvania in 1855, the son of a farmer. Like so many families of the era, the Speers were touched by tuberculosis, the disease that seemed to spare no household, no social class, no corner of America. In 1877, Robert's sister Margaret fell severely ill with consumption. The family, desperate, made the difficult decision to send her to Colorado for treatment. She was following a path that thousands had already taken, hoping that the mountain air might accomplish what Eastern doctors could not. It soon became clear that Robert himself had also contracted tuberculosis. He was 22 years old when he suffered a severe lung hemorrhage, the terrifying moment when the cough produces not just blood-streaked sputum, but actual blood, bright arterial red, filling the handkerchief, filling the mouth. In 1878, Robert Speer followed his sister westward. But rather than checking into a sanatorium, rather than taking the rest cure that most physicians prescribed, Speer did something different. He went into the mountains, high into the mountains, and found work on a ranch, hard physical labour in the open air at altitude. It was unconventional. Most consumptives were told to rest, to conserve their strength, to avoid exertion. The sanatoria prescribed carefully regulated activity, gentle walks, never too strenuous, always with periods of rest. The idea of a tuberculosis patient doing ranch work, hauling hay, mending fences, riding horses, would have struck most physicians as dangerous. But it worked. Slowly, Robert Speer's health improved. The cough lessened. The hemorrhages stopped. The weight he had lost began to return. Whether it was the altitude, the exercise, the outdoor air, or simply the luck of a constitution strong enough to fight off the disease, he never knew. What he knew was that the mountains had saved his life. Speer always credited that mountain ranch with his survival. For the rest of his life, he advocated for fresh air, outdoor activity, and the healing power of the Colorado climate. He had experienced it himself. He was living proof. With his health restored, Speer moved to Denver. He took a job at the Daniels and Fisher department store, a prestigious position for a young man on the rise. From there, he launched a career in real estate, then in Democratic Party politics. The former invalid was becoming a power broker. In 1904, Robert Speer was elected mayor of Denver. He would serve 2 terms, from 1904 to 1912, and then win election to a 3rd term in 1916. The former longer, the man who had come to Colorado expecting to die, became one of the most consequential mayors in the city's history. Robert Speer had seen the future of American cities, and it looked like Chicago. In 1893, Speer had attended the World's Columbian Exposition in Chicago, the great World's Fair that introduced millions of Americans to the possibilities of urban planning. The fair's centerpiece was the White City, a collection of neoclassical buildings arranged around grand plazas and reflecting pools. It was elegant, orderly, beautiful, everything that the crowded industrial cities of the era were not. Speer was entranced. He saw in the White City a vision of what Denver might become. Not a dusty frontier town, not a mining camp grown large, but a Paris on the Platte. A city of parks and boulevards, of monuments and fountains, of civic grandeur. When he became mayor, Speer set about making that vision real. The movement he championed was called City Beautiful, a nationwide effort to transform American cities through comprehensive urban planning. City Beautiful advocates believed that beautiful surroundings would produce better citizens, that parks and monuments would inspire civic pride and moral improvement. For Speer, there was also a personal dimension. He knew what fresh air and open spaces had done for his own health. The parks he built were not merely decorative, they were therapeutic. They were the city's lungs, bringing clean air into neighbourhoods that might otherwise have been as congested as the tenements of New York. Under Speer's leadership, Denver doubled its park acreage in just 8 years. He built Civic Center Park, the green heart of downtown Denver, surrounded by the state capitol, the city and county building, and the Denver Art Museum. He cleaned up Cherry Creek, which had become virtually an open sewer, channeling it and creating parkland along its banks. He built the city auditorium. He planted trees along the major streets. He created the boulevard that today bears his name, Speer Boulevard, running along Cherry Creek through the center of the city. Speer was not without his critics. He was accused of corruption, of awarding contracts to his friends, of running a political machine. Some of the accusations were probably true. He was a product of his era, and urban politics in the early 20th century was rarely clean. But his impact on Denver was undeniable. The city he left behind was fundamentally different from the city he had found. Greener, grander, more beautiful. Robert Speer died on May 14, 1918. During the global influenza pandemic that would kill more people than the recently concluded World War. The cause was double pneumonia, an ironic echo of the tuberculosis that had almost killed him 4 decades earlier. At least 10,000 people attended his funeral. He was the first mayor of Denver to die while serving in office. The city he had helped build mourned the Lunger who had stayed, who had survived, who had transformed a frontier town into a metropolis. Today, if you walk through Civic Center Park, past the fountains and the monuments, you're walking through Robert Speer's vision. The former consumptive who came to Colorado expecting to die left behind a city that will long outlive him. The impact of tuberculosis on Colorado went far beyond the hospitals and sanatoria. It shaped the very architecture of the state, the design of ordinary homes that still stand today. If you walk through certain Denver neighborhoods, Montclair for instance, you will notice something distinctive about the older houses. Many have dual porches on the side, open or only lightly enclosed. The floor plans are unusually open, with good airflow between rooms. The windows are large, designed to let in maximum light and air. These are TB houses. Designed specifically for families with tuberculosis patients, these homes reflected the medical wisdom of the era. Fresh air and sunshine were essential for treatment. A consumptive needed to sleep outdoors, or as close to outdoors as possible. The theory behind this was straightforward. Doctors believed that the tuberculosis bacillus thrived in stagnant humid air, the kind found in the cramped tenements of eastern cities. Fresh, dry air, constantly circulating, would dilute the concentration of bacteria. Cold air in particular was thought to invigorate the lungs and strengthen the body's natural defences. And so the sleeping porch was born. These were not the decorative porches found on southern mansions, designed for afternoon lemonade and social visits. Colorado sleeping porches were utilitarian, screened enclosures, usually on the second floor, equipped with beds and heavy blankets. Patients would sleep there year-round in all weather. In summer, the experience was pleasant enough. Cool mountain breezes, the scent of pine, the stars visible through the screens. But in winter, sleeping outdoors in Colorado took a peculiar kind of courage. The temperatures could drop well below zero. Patients would pile on blankets, 4, 5, 6 layers deep. They would wear woolen caps and mittens to bed. Their breath would freeze in the air above them, and yet they slept there, night after night, because their doctors had told them it was the only way. Some sanatoria took this principle to an extreme. At Glockner Sanatorium in Colorado Springs, patients were wheeled onto open-air porches even during snowstorms. The theory was that if fresh air was good, more fresh air was better, and the freshest air of all was cold winter air laden with snow. The patients wrapped themselves in blankets until only their faces were visible. Snow would accumulate on their blankets while they slept. In the morning, they would brush off the snow and, if they were still able, walk inside for breakfast. It sounds torturous, and yet many patients reported feeling better after sleeping in the cold. Whether this was the effect of the fresh air or simply the psychological benefit of doing something, of taking action against a disease that otherwise left them helpless, is impossible to say. The sleeping porch became a distinctive feature of Colorado architecture. While homes across America had porches for sitting, Colorado homes had porches for sleeping, screened enclosures where patients could spend the night breathing mountain air even in winter. Builders adapted their designs to accommodate the needs of the tuberculosis patients who comprise so much of their clientele. Houses were oriented to maximize southern exposure, ensuring that sleeping porches received the maximum amount of sunshine. Windows were designed to open wide, allowing cross-ventilation. Floor plans were made more open, reducing the number of small enclosed spaces where air might become stagnant. One remarkable structure from this era was the Molkery, built in 1888 by a German immigrant named Baron Walter von Richthofen, a distant relative of the famous Red Baron of World War I. Located in the Montclair neighbourhood, the Molkery served as a dairy barn, restaurant, hotel and tuberculosis treatment facility. The Baron was a remarkable character in his own right. He had served as an officer in the Prussian army before emigrating to America, where he made his fortune in real estate development. He saw in Colorado's tuberculosis trade an opportunity, and he designed the Molkery to capitalize on it. The treatment offered was the traditional German milk cure. Patients, called chasers by the locals because they were chasing the cure, would lounge on sun porches, drink mugs of fresh milk from the Baron's dairy cows, and breathe the supposedly health-restoring air. The idea was that the rich nutrients in fresh milk would help patients regain the weight they had lost to consumption. Combined with the fresh air and sunshine, the milk cure was believed to offer the best chance of recovery. Whether it actually worked is debatable, but the Molkery thrived for several years, attracting patients from across the country. The Baron had created not just a treatment facility but an experience, a taste of old-world elegance in the shadow of the Rockies. The Molkery operated until 1893. Today it houses a civic organisation, but its distinctive architecture, designed around the needs of tuberculosis patients, remains visible. The sleeping porch faded from popularity in the mid-20th century, replaced by air conditioning and antibiotics. But many of the old porches remain, enclosed now for year-round use, their original purpose forgotten. If you look carefully at older homes in Denver's historic neighbourhoods, you can still spot them. Those second-floor additions with their distinctive banks of windows, their odd proportions, their suggestion of outdoor living, they are the architectural fingerprints of an epidemic. Perhaps the most distinctive architectural legacy of the tuberculosis era can be found in Colorado Springs, where strange octagonal structures dot the landscape, in backyards, at hospitals, in parks. These are Gardner huts, named for their designer, Dr. Charles Fox Gardner, and they represent one of the most innovative and poignant approaches to tuberculosis treatment. Dr. Gardner was himself a health seeker. Born in the East, he had contracted tuberculosis and come to Colorado Springs in search of relief. The mountain air served him well. He recovered sufficiently to attend medical school and eventually became a practicing physician in the very city that had saved his life. He understood from personal experience what tuberculosis patients needed. They needed air, they needed isolation, and they needed dignity. Some sense of having their own space, their own home, even as they fought a disease that might well kill them. Dr. Gardner developed his design in the early 1900s, inspired by the shelters used by the Ute tribe, who had lived in the region for centuries. The Utes had survived Colorado winters in shelters that were open to the elements yet surprisingly livable. Gardner adapted their wisdom for a medical purpose. His huts were deceptively simple: an octagonal wooden floor, a canvas tent stretched over a wooden frame, with a conical roof that came to a point at the top. The octagonal shape was not merely decorative, it allowed for efficient airflow from all directions and made the structure more resistant to the high winds that swept down from the mountains. What made the design effective was the ventilation. The canvas walls were fastened 1 inch away from the floor, allowing a constant flow of fresh air at ground level. An opening at the apex let stale air escape. The patient inside was essentially living outdoors, exposed to the elements, breathing the cold mountain air day and night. Each hut was designed for a single patient. They were small, perhaps 10 feet across, but surprisingly well equipped. Many had electric lights, a luxury in the early 20th century. Small wood stoves provided heat for the coldest nights, though patients were encouraged to keep them low. The goal was cold air, not warmth. The huts contained a bed, chairs, a small dresser, and a system for calling nurses, often a bell or a flag that could be raised to signal distress. Patients decorated their huts with photographs, books, letters from home. These tiny shelters became their world. The idea was isolation. The patient was separated from other patients, reducing the risk of spreading the disease. Each cough, each expectoration, each exhaled breath remained within that patient's own space, and the constant exposure to fresh air was believed to be the best treatment available. There was also a psychological element. In the crowded sanatorium wards, patients were constantly reminded of their illness, by the coughs of their neighbours, by the empty beds of those who had died, by the pervasive sense of disease. In a Gardner hut, alone with the wind and the sky, a patient might almost forget that they were sick. Almost. Sanatoria across Colorado adopted the Gardner hut design. The modern woodmen of America Sanatorium, located northwest of Colorado Springs in Woodman Valley, had nearly 250 of these octagonal structures arranged in neat rows, a small city of the dying, each patient in their own canvas shelter. The Modern Woodmen of America was a fraternal organization, a kind of mutual aid society that provided insurance and benefits to its members. When tuberculosis struck the families of woodmen, the organization established its own sanatorium to care for them. At its peak, the facility could accommodate 400 patients. From above, the rows of huts must have looked like a military encampment, or perhaps a village from some strange fairy tale. Each hut had its own small porch, its own patch of ground. Patients might wave to their neighbours across the way, exchange books or newspapers, compare symptoms and treatments. But at night, each patient was alone with the wind and the cold and the stars and the disease that was slowly claiming them. Patients might live in these huts for months or years. Some recovered, others died. The hut was home and hospital, and for many a final resting place. When a patient died, the hut would be cleaned, the bedding burned, and a new patient would move in, hoping for a different outcome. The turnover was constant. New patients arriving, old patients departing. some to resume their lives, most to be buried in the Sanatorium cemetery. When the sanatoria closed in the 1940s and 50s, made obsolete by antibiotics that could actually cure tuberculosis, they faced a practical problem: what to do with hundreds of octagonal huts. The sanatorium buildings themselves could be repurposed. They became hospitals, schools, office buildings. But the huts, those strange little canvas shelters that had housed the dying, seemed to have no obvious use. The answer, in the end, was simple: sell them. Residents and businesses across Colorado Springs purchased the former tuberculosis huts. They were sturdy structures after all. The wooden floors and frames had been built to last, and the octagonal design was charming in its way. People converted them to storage sheds, garden houses, art studios, playhouses for children. The canvas walls, of course, were gone, replaced with more durable materials, but the distinctive octagonal shape remained, unmistakable to anyone who knew what to look for. Today, if you know where to look, you can find these huts scattered across the city. They appear in the most unexpected places, in backyards, in parking lots, alongside hiking trails. They have been painted, decorated, modified beyond recognition, but their bones remain the same. That octagonal floor, that peaked roof, that peculiar geometry of survival. One is on permanent display at the Colorado Springs Pioneers Museum, preserved in something close to its original state. Visitors can step inside and see how patients lived. The small bed, the sparse furnishings, the canvas walls that offered so little protection from the elements. It is a sobering experience, standing in that tiny space and imagining months or years of confinement. Another has been converted into a small visitor centre at Rockledge Ranch, a living history farm on the outskirts of town. Two in Manitou Springs have become storage sheds, their medical history forgotten by their current owners. One, remarkably, has been transformed into a small cafe, serving coffee and pastries in a space that once housed the dying. At Penrose Hospital, itself the successor to the Glockner Tuberculosis Sanatorium, a hut stands in Marjorie Reed Memorial Park, preserved as a memorial to the era. A plaque explains its history to visitors who might otherwise walk past without a second glance. Some huts have been lost entirely, demolished, burned, left to decay. Others survive in such altered form that their origins are unrecognizable. But enough remain that a dedicated explorer can still map the tuberculosis era across the Colorado Springs landscape. It is a strange afterlife for these structures. Built to house the dying, they now hold gardening tools and lawn furniture. The disease that created them has been conquered, but the huts remain, quaint, elfin, oddly cheerful reminders of a time when architecture itself was pressed into service against an invisible enemy. If walls could speak, these octagonal walls would have stories to tell. Stories of hope and despair, of recovery and death, of human beings fighting for life in tiny canvas shelters under the Colorado sky. The architectural innovations developed for tuberculosis treatment did not remain confined to sanatoria. They spread into mainstream design, influencing the way Americans thought about homes and health. The sleeping porch, developed for consumptives, became a standard feature of American homes in the 1910s and 20s. Real estate advertisements touted sleeping porches as signs of modern, healthful living. Sleep in the open air, the advertisements urged. Your body craves fresh air. Families who had no connection to tuberculosis found themselves sleeping outdoors on screened porches, breathing the night air. The practice was particularly popular in the summer months, when the alternative was suffocating in bedrooms without air conditioning. But some enthusiasts slept outdoors year-round, bundled in blankets, convinced that the fresh air would keep them healthy. This was the tuberculosis treatment, democratized. The same regimen that doctors prescribed for consumptives, fresh air, plenty of rest, exposure to the elements, became a lifestyle choice for the healthy. It was preventive medicine, the logic went. If fresh air could help the sick, surely it could keep the well from becoming sick in the first place. The emphasis on sunlight and ventilation also shaped early modernist architecture. The flat roofs and large windows that became hallmarks of 20th century design had their origins, in part, in the sanatorium, buildings designed to maximize patients' exposure to sun and air. Architects like Le Corbusier explicitly drew on sanatorium design in developing their modernist visions. The Villa Savoy, one of the most famous houses of the 20th century, features a solarium on the roof, a direct descendant of the cure porches where tuberculosis patients had once reclined. The ribbon windows, the open floor plans, the emphasis on light and air, all of these can be traced back to the architectural experiments of the tuberculosis era. The connection was not accidental. Many early modernist architects had personal experience with tuberculosis. Some had been patients themselves. Others had designed sanatoria before moving on to other commissions. The lessons they learned about ventilation, about sunlight, about the relationship between architecture and health informed everything they built afterward. Even the hospital design of today owes something to the tuberculosis era. The spacious patient rooms, the large windows, the attention to air quality, all of these features were pioneered in sanatoria where fresh air was believed to be the only cure. Before the tuberculosis era, hospitals were dark, cramped, poorly ventilated places. The very word hospital carried connotations of death and suffering. Patients avoided them when possible, preferring to be treated and to die at home. The sanatorium changed that. These were light-filled, airy, even beautiful buildings. They were designed not merely to treat disease but to promote healing, to create an environment in which recovery seemed possible. When the antibiotic era arrived and tuberculosis could actually be cured, the lessons of the sanatorium were applied to general hospital design. Walk through any modern hospital. Notice the large windows, the natural light, the attention to airflow. Notice the private or semi-private rooms designed to give patients some sense of personal space. Notice the gardens and courtyards, the outdoor spaces where patients can sit in the sun. All of this traces back, directly or indirectly, to the tuberculosis sanatoria of the late 19th and early 20th centuries. The mountain air of Colorado may not have cured tuberculosis, but the architecture that sprang from that desperate hope has shaped the way we design healing spaces to this day. When we walk through a modern hospital surrounded by glass and light, we are walking through a space shaped by the tuberculosis epidemic. The ghosts of the lungers walk with us. At first, Colorado welcomed the lungers. They were, after all, paying customers. They filled the hotels, they patronized the shops, they brought money from the east and spent it in the west. The economics was straightforward. A tuberculosis patient who came to Colorado for treatment might spend months or years in the state, paying for lodging, food, medical care and entertainment. They were, in a sense, the ideal tourist, one who stayed indefinitely and spent continuously. Early tuberculosis sufferers were among the state's champions. They praised the climate to anyone who would listen. They wrote letters home encouraging others to make the journey. Some, like Robert Speer, recovered and became prominent citizens. Others, even those who did not recover, contributed to the economy until their final days. The boosters were enthusiastic. Colorado had something that no other state could offer: the combination of altitude, dryness and sunshine that Eastern doctors prescribed for their consumptive patients. This was a natural resource like silver or gold waiting to be exploited. And so the advertisements went out. Colorado, the health paradise. Breathe the pure mountain air, nature's cure for consumption. The state marketed itself as a destination for the dying, a place where the hopeless might find hope. The lungers came by the thousands. They filled the hotels, they rented rooms in private homes, they set up tents on the outskirts of town, and Colorado welcomed them, their coughs, their fevers, their money. But by the late 1890s, attitudes were beginning to shift. The turning point was germ theory. Throughout most of the 19th century, tuberculosis was believed to be hereditary, a constitutional weakness that ran in families. This theory, however wrong, at least had the virtue of making patients seem unthreatening. If tuberculosis was inherited, it could not be caught. Then came Robert Koch's discovery in 1882. Tuberculosis was caused by a bacterium. It was contagious. It could be spread from person to person through coughing, through sputum, through the very breath of the infected. Koch demonstrated his findings in Berlin, presenting slides of the rod-shaped bacteria he had isolated from the lungs of tuberculosis patients. Within a year, his discovery was confirmed by laboratories around the world. The truth was undeniable. Tuberculosis was infectious. The news spread slowly at first. Many physicians resisted the new theory, preferring the older explanations they had learned in medical school. But by the 1890s, the implications were becoming clear to both doctors and laypeople. Every cough from a lunger might contain millions of bacteria. Every handkerchief might be a source of infection. Every spittoon, every piece of shared crockery, every common space where consumptives gathered, all of these could be transmission vectors. The health seekers who had seemed harmless, even admirable in their courage, now seemed dangerous. They were not merely sick, they were contagious. They were walking, coughing carriers of a deadly disease. Colorado officials began to worry. What if the state's healthy residents became infected? What if the cure for some became the death sentence for others? The very policy that had built the state's economy, welcoming tuberculosis patients, now seemed like a terrible mistake. By the first decade of the 20th century, the welcome had turned cold. State officials began discouraging tuberculosis patients from coming to Colorado, at least certain kinds of tuberculosis patients. Those with early-stage disease, who had money for treatment and a reasonable chance of recovery, were still tolerated. The wealthy consumptive, the kind who could afford Cragmore or a private sanatorium, remained welcome. Their money still spent the same, regardless of their disease. But those with advanced or incurable forms of tuberculosis were told to stay away. State health officials issued warnings. Do not come to Colorado unless you have sufficient funds for at least 1 year of treatment. Do not come unless you have a letter from an Eastern physician confirming that you are in the early stages of the disease. Do not come if you are already dying. The message was clear. We want your money, but not your corpses. The change was not subtle. Innkeepers who had once competed for the lucrative tuberculosis trade now refused to rent rooms to obviously sick visitors. The cough that had once signalled a paying customer now signalled a dangerous infection. Shop owners asked coughing customers to leave. Landlords included clauses in leases prohibiting consumptive tenants. The hotels were particularly zealous. A tuberculosis patient who died in a hotel room was bad for business. Other guests would hear of it. They would refuse to stay in that room, perhaps refuse to stay in the hotel at all. The value of the property would decline. Better to refuse the consumptive at the door than to deal with the consequences of their death. The stigma extended to the newspapers. "Two brothers are insane," screamed one 1906 headline in the Denver Post, describing two victims of the White Plague who had come from Cincinnati, lived in a tent and grown increasingly ill. The story treated them not as patients deserving sympathy, but as problems to be solved. Other headlines were equally harsh. Dying consumptive found in park. Lunger arrested for begging. Health seekers become public burden. The newspapers that had once celebrated Colorado's healing climate now wrote of tuberculosis patients as if they were criminals. In the Colorado legislature, some representatives proposed a remarkable measure, requiring tuberculosis patients to wear bells around their necks, like lepers in medieval Europe, so that healthy citizens could avoid them. The image is almost medieval, patients shuffling through the streets of Denver, bells tinkling with every step, warning the healthy to keep their distance. It was public humiliation dressed up as public health. The proposal did not pass, but the fact that it was seriously debated, that elected officials stood before their colleagues and argued for this measure, tells us something about how dramatically attitudes had changed. Other proposals were more successful. Spitting in public places was outlawed in many Colorado cities. This was, in fact, a sensible public health measure. The tuberculosis bacillus could survive for weeks in dried sputum, but the laws were enforced selectively. A healthy businessman who spat on the sidewalk might receive a warning. A consumptive who did the same might be arrested. During the Great Depression, the hostility intensified. The legislature passed a law prohibiting non-residents from receiving public assistance for tuberculosis treatment. If you came to Colorado sick and poor, the state would not help you. You could die in the streets, but you could not claim a dime from the state treasury. The sanatoria themselves were increasingly built on the outskirts of town. Cities wanted the economic benefits of the tuberculosis industry, the jobs for nurses and orderlies and cooks, the money spent on supplies and services, the business generated by visiting family members, but they wanted the actual patients kept at a safe distance, out of sight, out of cough. The modern Woodman of America Sanatorium, with its hundreds of gardener huts, was located miles from downtown Colorado Springs. Cragmore was built on a bluff north of the city, separated from the main population by geography. The message was unmistakable. We will treat you, but we do not want to see you. For the poor Lungers, those who had come west with nothing but hope, the discrimination was devastating. They had sold everything to buy their train tickets. They had liquidated their savings, mortgaged their homes, borrowed from relatives who expected never to see them again. They had said goodbye to families they might never see again, and when they arrived in the promised land, they found that no one wanted them. The advertisements had promised healing, the doctors had promised hope, but no one had mentioned what would happen if they arrived without money. Some ended up in the tent colonies that dotted the outskirts of Denver and Colorado Springs. These were not the orderly rows of gardener huts at the proper sanatoria. They were makeshift camps, canvas tents on wooden platforms, exposed to the elements, with little in the way of medical care or sanitation. The locals called these areas Lunger's Row. They were not hard to find. Just follow the sound of coughing, the sight of emaciated figures wrapped in blankets, the smell of illness. These were the people that the sanatoria would not take, that the hotels would not admit, that the boarding houses would not tolerate. Life in the tent colonies was harsh. The tents leaked in the rain. They provided little protection from the cold. Food was scarce. Medical care was virtually non-existent. Patients who were too weak to care for themselves simply lay in their cots, waiting for someone to bring them water, waiting for death. Some of the tent colonies were organised by charitable organisations which provided at least minimal oversight. Others were entirely informal, just groups of desperate people who had pitched their tents in the same location because there was nowhere else to go. The mortality rate in these camps was high. Without proper nutrition, without medical attention, without even basic sanitation, the consumptives weakened quickly. Some died within weeks of arriving in Colorado. Others lingered for months, their condition worsening steadily, their hopes fading. Others had not even the resources for a tent. They slept in the streets. They slept in parks and under bridges. They begged for money on street corners, their coughs punctuating their pleas. They coughed in public spaces, spreading the disease they had come to cure. The city authorities, unsure what to do with these homeless invalids, often resorted to the only solution they could think of. They put them in jail. Not for crimes, simply for existing. Simply for being sick and poor and having nowhere else to go. The jails were not equipped to handle tuberculosis patients. There was no isolation, no fresh air, no treatment. The consumptives simply coughed in their cells, infecting other prisoners, infecting the guards, spreading the disease through the incarcerated population. It was, in a sense, the worst possible outcome for public health. Instead of treating the sick, Colorado was concentrating them in closed spaces where the disease could spread freely. The jails became incubators for tuberculosis. Some of the jailed lungers died in their cells. Others were released when the authorities realized they were dying, sent back onto the streets to spend their final days wherever they could find shelter. A few were given train tickets back east, a cruel irony for people who had come west to escape death. It was this crisis, the spectacle of dying men and women jailed for the crime of poverty, that had motivated Francis Weisbart Jacobs to found National Jewish Hospital. Someone had to care for those whom everyone else had abandoned. None may enter who can pay, none can pay who enter. That motto was a direct response to the discrimination that the poor lungers faced. It was an acknowledgement that the tuberculosis industry had failed the most vulnerable, that the healing climate had become a death trap for those without means. The pattern established in Colorado would repeat itself across the American West. As germ theory spread, so did discrimination against tuberculosis patients. Cities that had once advertised themselves as health destinations began closing their doors. Phoenix, Arizona, which had marketed itself as aggressively as any Colorado town, began requiring tuberculosis patients to register with the health department. Pasadena, California, banned consumptives from certain public spaces. El Paso, Texas, established zones where tuberculosis patients were forbidden to live. Hotels posted signs refusing to accept consumptive guests. The language was often blunt. No, consumptives. Health seekers not welcome. TB patients must apply elsewhere. These signs hung in the lobbies of establishments that had once profited handsomely from the tuberculosis trade. Towns passed ordinances restricting where tuberculosis patients could live. They could not reside within a certain distance of schools. They could not rent rooms in certain neighborhoods. They could not, in some cases, walk on certain streets. The sick were being zoned out of public life. The irony was profound. The sick, who had been told that their only hope was to go west, found that the west did not want them. Some lungers fought back. They formed patient advocacy groups. They wrote letters to newspapers protesting their treatment. They pointed out that many of Colorado's most prominent citizens, including Mayor Robert Speer, had themselves been health seekers. If tuberculosis patients were good enough to build the state, why were they now being cast out? But the fear was too strong. The healthy majority, convinced that every cough might bring death, were not interested in the rights of the sick. They wanted protection. And if protection meant treating the ill as pariahs, so be it. It is a bitter irony. The states that had been built by tuberculosis patients, that had welcomed them when they brought money and boosted local economies, turned on them when they became too numerous, too visible, too threatening. The disease had not changed. The treatment had not changed. The climate had not changed. What had changed was the understanding that tuberculosis was contagious, and the fear that followed from that understanding. We should not be too quick to judge. Fear of contagion is a natural human response, rooted deep in our evolutionary history. The people of Colorado in 1900 had no way to protect themselves from tuberculosis except through avoidance. There were no antibiotics. There was no vaccine. Masks, if used at all, were primitive and of uncertain effectiveness. Isolation was the only tool they had. And yet we can acknowledge the tragedy of what occurred. We can recognize that the discrimination, however understandable, inflicted real suffering on real people. We can mourn for those who came seeking hope and found only rejection. But we can still mourn for the lungers who came west seeking a cure and found instead rejection, who had given up everything for the hope of another few years of life, only to discover that their disease made them pariahs, who had sold their homes and said goodbye to their families, only to die in tent colonies or jails far from anyone who loved them. They are buried in cemeteries across Colorado. Many of their graves are unmarked, their names forgotten. The stone markers, if there were any, have weathered away. The families who might have tended the graves were 2,000 miles away, unable to visit. They came by the tens of thousands, and many of them never went home. Their bones lie beneath Colorado soil, in plots that no one visits anymore, their stories lost to history. The mountains they came to see still rise on the western horizon. The air they came to breathe still flows down from the peaks, but they are gone. The lingers, the health seekers, the desperate and the hopeful, leaving behind only unmarked graves and the faint echo of a million coughs. Let us pause now and consider what we have witnessed tonight. We have travelled to a place built on hope and desperation, a place where the dying came by the thousands, seeking in the mountain air the cure that no medicine could provide, a place that welcomed them when they had money and rejected them when they became too numerous, too sick, too visible. We have met remarkable individuals. William Jackson Palmer, the railroad man who saw in the clear mountain air an opportunity to build an empire. Frances Weisbart Jacobs, the woman who refused to let the poor die in the streets. Doc Holliday, the gunfighter whose legend began with a cough. Robert Speer, the lunger who became a mayor and transformed a city. We have seen remarkable places. Cragmore, the palace for the dying rich, where champagne flowed and consumptives danced. The tent colonies, where the poor coughed their lives away on wooden platforms. The gardener huts, those strange octagonal shelters that now hold garden tools where patients once lay dying. The sleeping porches, still visible on old houses, their original purpose forgotten. Colorado in the tuberculosis era was many things at once. It was a place of genuine healing. Some patients did improve in the high, dry air, their symptoms easing, their lives extending beyond what anyone expected. It was a place of compassion. Frances Weisbart Jacobs and her hospital, treating those who had nothing, asking nothing in return. It was a place of luxury, Cragmore with its orchestras and dinner parties for the dying rich, where patients refused to surrender their dignity, even as the disease consumed them. But it was also a place of exploitation. The boosters who advertised 100% aseptic air knew they were exaggerating, knew that the mountain air could not actually cure tuberculosis, that most patients would die regardless. The sanatoria that charged $50 a week knew that most patients could not afford their services, that the poor would be left to suffer while the wealthy lounged on sun porches. The cities that built their economies on the tuberculosis trade knew that many of their customers would die, that the cemeteries would fill with the bodies of those who had come seeking life. And when the fear of contagion finally overcame the desire for profit, Colorado showed another face entirely. The Lungers who had built the state, who had filled its hotels and restaurants, who had funded its hospitals and schools, who had become its mayors and businessmen, were suddenly unwelcome. The sick were stigmatized, marginalized, jailed. This is not a simple story of heroes and villains. The people of Colorado were responding to a disease they did not fully understand using the limited tools available to them. They were capable of both compassion and cruelty, sometimes simultaneously. The same city that founded National Jewish Hospital debated making patients wear bells. History rarely offers us pure heroes or pure villains. What it offers instead is the full complexity of human nature, our capacity for both grace and fear, our ability to care deeply and to exclude ruthlessly. We know now what the doctors of the 1890s did not know. The mountain air could not cure tuberculosis. This is not to say that the climate was entirely without benefit. The dry air of Colorado was genuinely healthier than the humid, polluted air of the eastern cities. Patients who left the crowded tenements for the open spaces of the West were removing themselves from constant exposure to the bacillus. They were breathing cleaner air, eating better food, getting more rest. All of these factors could in some cases give the immune system a better chance to fight the infection. And the sunshine, that constant Colorado sunshine, may have had some modest therapeutic effect. We know now that sunlight helps the body produce vitamin D, which plays a role in immune function. We know that ultraviolet light can kill bacteria on surfaces. The doctors of the era did not understand these mechanisms, but they observed that patients seemed to do better in sunny climates. But none of this could cure tuberculosis. The bacillus, once established in the lungs, continued its slow destruction regardless of altitude or climate. A patient might feel better in Colorado, a patient might live longer in Colorado, but the disease remained, biding its time, waiting for the moment when the body's defences would finally fail. The true cure came not from geography, but from science. In 1943, at Rutgers University in New Jersey, a microbiologist named Selman Waxman and his graduate student Albert Schatz isolated a compound from soil bacteria. They called it streptomycin, and when they tested it against tuberculosis, the disease that had killed millions, that had built and destroyed towns, that had sent 20,000 people a year to Colorado, the bacteria died. For the first time in human history, there was an effective treatment for tuberculosis, a drug that could actually kill the bacillus, that could save patients who would otherwise have died, that could end the scourge that had haunted humanity since the dawn of civilization. Streptomycin was not perfect. It had side effects. It did not work for all patients, but it worked often enough and well enough that the sanatorium industry collapsed almost overnight. The patients who had filled the hotels and tent colonies simply stopped coming. Why travel 2,000 miles to breathe mountain air when a pill could actually kill the disease? Why spend years lying on a cure porch when a course of antibiotics could accomplish the same thing in months? By the 1950s, other antibiotics had joined streptomycin in the fight against tuberculosis. Isoniazid, rifampicin, pyrazinamide, a whole arsenal of drugs that could attack the bacillus from multiple angles. The cure rate climbed, the death rate fell, and the sanatoria emptied. By the 1960s, most of the sanatoria had closed. Some were converted to other purposes. Cragmore became a university, Glockner became a hospital, others became resorts or office buildings. Others were simply abandoned, their cure porches empty, their patient registries closed forever. The gardener huts were sold off to become garden sheds and playhouses. The sleeping porches were enclosed and converted to bedrooms. The TB houses of Montclair became ordinary family homes, their original purpose forgotten by the new owners. Tuberculosis, which had shaped the very identity of Colorado, became a historical curiosity, a strange chapter in the state's past, interesting to historians and few others. The disease had not been defeated by the mountain air. It had been defeated by science, by the patient work of researchers in laboratories far from the Rockies. The cure that Colorado had promised for decades was finally delivered, but by Rutgers University, not by Pikes Peak. And yet, the legacy remains. Denver today is a thriving metropolis, one of the fastest growing cities in America, attracting hundreds of thousands of new residents every year. They come for the job opportunities, for the outdoor recreation, for the quality of life. They come, in their way, for the same things that drew the Lungers a century ago: the sunshine, the mountain air, the sense of possibility. The parks and boulevards that a former Lunger named Robert Speer built continue to define the urban landscape. Walk along Speer Boulevard, past Civic Center Park, through the green spaces that wind through the city, and you are walking through the vision of a man who came to Colorado expecting to die, and stayed to transform it. The medical industry that was born in the tuberculosis era remains a major economic driver. Denver is home to some of the nation's leading hospitals and research institutions. The doctors and nurses who work in these modern facilities are the professional descendants of the physicians who once prescribed fresh air and rest. Colorado Springs, the city that William Jackson Palmer founded as a health resort, is now known for other things. Military installations like the Air Force Academy and NORAD technology companies, tourism to Pikes Peak and Garden of the Gods. But the Sanatorium buildings still stand, converted now to other purposes but still recognizable to those who know what to look for. The tuberculosis huts still dot the neighborhoods, octagonal reminders of a vanished era, housing garden tools and holiday decorations where patients once lay dying. They are strange little monuments, these huts. Most people who pass them have no idea what they are. And National Jewish Health, the hospital that Francis Weisbart Jacobs dreamed of, continues to operate on its original campus in East Denver. It is consistently ranked among the best respiratory hospitals in the nation. Its mission has expanded beyond tuberculosis to include asthma, allergies, immune disorders, and heart conditions. But its origins, as a refuge for the dying poor, funded by donations, caring for those who could not pay, remain part of its identity. The hospital's current motto is Breathing Science, but the old motto still resonates: none may enter who can pay, none can pay who enter. The 1/3 of Colorado's population that came seeking the cure left their mark on the state, in ways that persist to this day. They shaped its architecture, the sleeping porches, the open floor plans, the orientation toward the sun. They shaped its economy, the hospitals and research institutions, the tourism industry, the real estate market. They shaped its culture, the outdoor lifestyle, the emphasis on health and wellness, the very identity of Colorado as a place of renewal. They brought their money and their desperate hope, and in exchange they received, sometimes, a few more years of life. Some recovered and became pillars of their new communities. Others died quickly, barely unpacking their trunks before the disease claimed them. Most fell somewhere in between, living out their remaining days in the thin mountain air, watching the peaks change colour with the seasons. Many of them never went home. They are buried in Colorado cemeteries, in Denver and Colorado Springs, in Glenwood Springs and Leadville, in small towns throughout the state. Their names are carved on headstones that weather a little more each year. Their stories are mostly forgotten. They came from everywhere, from the tenements of New York and the row houses of Philadelphia, from the mansions of Boston and the farms of Ohio. Rich and poor, young and old, desperate and hopeful, they ended their journeys here in the shadow of the mountains, and here they remain. What does the tuberculosis migration teach us about ourselves? Perhaps this, that human beings, faced with death, will try almost anything. They will sell their homes, they will leave their families, they will travel thousands of miles into an uncertain future. They will breathe cold mountain air through damaged lungs, hoping that geography might accomplish what medicine cannot. This is not foolish. It is profoundly human. The will to live is the most basic of instincts rooted deep in our biology, and it drives us to extraordinary efforts. We will grasp at straws. We will chase rumours of cures. We will try anything at all, if there's even the smallest chance it might work. The lungers who came to Colorado were not naive. Many of them understood that their chances were slim. They had seen friends and family die of the same disease. They knew that the mountain air was no sure cure, that many who made the journey never returned. But slim chances are still chances, and in the face of certain death, even a small hope is better than none. We should also remember the capacity for both generosity and cruelty that the tuberculosis era revealed. Francis Weisbart Jacobs, walking through the streets of Denver, bringing food and comfort to the dying, refusing to accept that the poor should be abandoned simply because they had no money. The Colorado legislature, seriously debating whether to make patients wear bells around their necks, treating the sick as if they were lepers in medieval Europe. National Jewish Hospital, with its motto of unconditional care, refusing to charge the patients who needed help most. The hotels and boarding houses, posting signs that read, "No consumptives allowed," turning away the desperate because they feared infection. Robert Speer, the lunger who became a mayor dedicating his life to building a more beautiful city. The tent colonies, where the poor coughed their lives away because no institution would take them in. Both impulses, the generous and the fearful, live within us still. They are not separate tendencies but intertwined aspects of our nature. The same person might show compassion in one moment and cruelty in the next. The same society might build hospitals for the dying poor while debating whether to make them wear bells. When the next epidemic comes, as epidemics always do, we will face the same choices that Coloradans faced in the 1890s. How do we balance compassion with self-protection? How do we care for the sick without fearing them? How do we respond to a threat that we cannot see, cannot understand, cannot control? We have already faced these questions in our own lifetimes. The HIV epidemic of the 1980s, the SARS outbreak of 2003, the COVID-19 pandemic of 2020. Each time we saw the same mix of compassion and cruelty, generosity and fear. Each time we discovered that our ancestors were not so different from ourselves. The lungers of Colorado are distant now, a century and more removed from our own lives. But they were people like us, facing choices like ours, responding with the same complex mix of courage and fear that we bring to our own challenges. There are no easy answers. There never were. But perhaps there is wisdom in remembering, wisdom in honouring those who came before, who faced impossible choices with such limited tools, who tried to do their best even when their best was not enough. Let us return one final time to that train rolling westward across the Great Plains. The passengers sit with their one-way tickets, their coughs, their desperate hopes. The sun is setting ahead of them, painting the sky in shades of gold and rose. The mountains appear on the horizon, blue and distant and somehow holy. Somewhere ahead lies Denver, the world sanatorium, the place where the air will heal them. Or so they have been told. We know now what they did not know. The mountain air cannot cure tuberculosis. Some of them will improve, Perhaps many more than would have survived in the crowded tenements they left behind. Some will linger for years, perhaps decades, in the thin, clear atmosphere, finding in Colorado, if not a cure, then at least a reprieve. But most of them will die, if not in weeks, then in months, if not in months, then in years. They are the lingers, 1/3 of a state's population, 20,000 a year, rolling westward with the desperate faith that geography might save them. The train chugs onward through the gathering dusk. The mountains grow closer, their peaks catching the last light of day. And somewhere in those crowded cars someone is coughing. That deep, rattling cough that speaks of lungs filling with disease. But there is hope in that car as well. There is the hope of the young man from Philadelphia who has read the advertisements and believes that the clear mountain air will restore him. There is the hope of the mother from Chicago who has brought her daughter west, praying that this new land will give her child the years that the doctors back home said she would never have. There is the hope of the businessman who has sold everything he owns to make this journey, betting his entire fortune on the chance that he might live long enough to rebuild it. There is the hope of the elderly woman who has come to Colorado not expecting to survive, but hoping that she might die in a beautiful place, surrounded by mountains and sunshine, rather than in the cramped darkness of her city apartment. Hope. That is what the Lungers carried with them, more precious than any luggage, more sustaining than any medicine. Hope that the air would heal them, hope that tomorrow would be better than today, hope that death, if it came, would be gentle. They came seeking life. They found in the end what we all find, the limited span of years that fortune allows us, spent in whatever place seems kindest. Some found peace in Colorado, some found suffering, most found something in between, a mixture of good days and bad, of sunrises over the mountains and long nights of coughing, of friendships formed in sanatorium wards and losses that could never be replaced. They were, in the end, simply human. They faced their mortality with whatever courage they could muster. They lived their remaining days as fully as they were able, and when the end came, they went gently into whatever lies beyond, their last breaths drawn in the thin, clear air that had drawn them west. And so, as the night deepens and the mountain wind fades into memory, we leave Colorado behind for now. But its legacy remains, in the parks that a Lunger built, in the hospital that compassion created, in the octagonal huts that now hold garden tools where the dying once lay, in the sleeping porches of old houses, in the cemeteries that dot the landscape, in the very soil of this mountain state. The mountains still rise as they have risen for millennia. The air is still thin and clear. The sun still shines 300 days a year. Colorado remains a place of healing, even if the disease it once promised to cure has been conquered by other means. Next time on the Sanatorium, we'll explore another dimension of tuberculosis history, but that journey is for another night. For now, rest well. Let the ghost of mountain air carry you gently into sleep. Imagine yourself on one of those old cure porches, wrapped in blankets, gazing up at the stars that seem so close at this altitude. Feel the cold air on your face. Hear the distant wind in the pines. The peaks stand eternal, their snows unchanged, their promise of healing as old as the hills themselves. They watch the Lungers come, they watch the Lungers die, and they will remain long after we, too, have passed. If you found some measure of peace in tonight's journey, perhaps leave a like or share it with someone who might need it. Thank you for being here. Thank you for remembering the Lungers with us, those thousands upon thousands of desperate, hopeful souls who came, west seeking life. Good night. Every year through the 1920s, American doctors wrote 11 million prescriptions for whiskey during Prohibition. The Treasury Department printed special forms. Pharmacists kept the bottles behind the counter. And the disease for which whiskey was most often prescribed was tuberculosis, the same disease that killed 1 in 4 people in the 19th century. Today, we know that alcohol triples your risk of tuberculosis, that it weakens the immune system, that it feeds the very bacillus it was meant to destroy. But for more than a century, doctors handed dying patients a glass of brandy and called it medicine. In the sanatoriums of Europe, tuberculosis patients were given Hungarian wine with dinner and French cognac at bedtime. In America, physicians debated whether whiskey was a stimulant or a poison, often prescribing it either way. And in the patent medicine bottles that lined every pharmacy shelf, alcohol content reached 25%, hidden behind labels promising a cure for consumption. Tonight, we trace this strange and troubling history. From the first sanatoriums to the last Prohibition prescriptions, from the doctors who believed alcohol could save lives, to the science that proved it was taking them. This is the story of the TB whiskey prescription. Welcome to the Sanatorium. Tonight we're exploring one of the strangest chapters in medical history, the century-long practice of treating the world's deadliest disease with a substance that made it worse. It is a story of good intentions and fatal mistakes, of scientific debate and commercial exploitation, of doctors who genuinely believed they were helping, and patients who had no choice but to trust them. If you're new here, this channel explores how tuberculosis, the disease that killed 1 in 4 people in the 19th century, shaped everything from architecture to art, from fashion to the American West. We follow the White Plague through history, tracing the ways it transformed not just medicine, but culture, society, and the very fabric of human life. If that sounds like your kind of history, consider subscribing. This episode takes us through the grand sanatoriums of the Swiss Alps and the German Highlands, through American pharmacies during Prohibition, and into the laboratories where scientists finally understood what alcohol does to the human body fighting tuberculosis. We'll meet the pioneering doctors who prescribed wine and brandy with absolute conviction, and the reformers who fought to stop them. We'll follow the trail of prescriptions and patent medicines, of medical debates and desperate patients. Now, settle in, find a comfortable position, let your breathing slow. We have a long journey ahead, through candlelit sick rooms and gaslit pharmacies, through sanatorium dining halls and temperance meeting halls, through a world where medicine and poison came in the same bottle. Let's begin. Imagine, if you will, a dining hall in the mountains of Silesia, 1875. Through tall windows, the last light of a winter afternoon illuminates snow-covered peaks. The sun has dropped behind the western ridgeline, leaving the sky streaked with amber and rose. Inside, the air is warm, scented with roasted meat and fresh bread. Gas lamps have been lit along the walls, their soft light reflecting off polished wood and white linen. At long tables covered in starched tablecloths, men and women in evening dress lift crystal glasses filled with deep red wine. The men wear dark suits, high collars, carefully trimmed beards. The women wear silk and velvet, their hair pinned up in elaborate arrangements, their faces powdered to conceal their pallor. They are laughing, some of them, making conversation about politics and art and the gossip of distant cities. Others sit quietly, their faces pale, their portions untouched, their eyes fixed on some middle distance that no one else can see. A waiter moves silently between the tables, refilling glasses from bottles of Hungarian Tokay. He is practiced in his work, attentive but unobtrusive, bending close to each glass with the formal precision of a servant in a grand hotel. But this is not a hotel. And these are not ordinary guests. These are patients. Every person in this room has tuberculosis. The cough that they suppress behind silk handkerchiefs, the fever that rises in the night, the weight that slips away no matter how much they eat. These are the common bonds that unite them. And every glass of wine they drink has been prescribed by their physician. This is Gerbersdorf, the world's first tuberculosis sanatorium. Its founder, Dr. Hermann Bremer, has developed a treatment regime unlike anything the medical world has seen. Fresh mountain air, breathed deeply on long walks through pine forests. Gentle exercise on carefully maintained trails. Abundant food at every meal, meat and butter and cream and eggs, all the rich nourishment that the wasting body craves. And alcohol, Hungarian wine with dinner, French cognac at bedtime. Bremer believes in what he calls the dietetic hygienic treatment. The consumptive body is weak, he reasons, and must be strengthened. Wine stimulates the appetite, ensuring that patients can consume the enormous meals his regime requires. Cognac warms the blood and promotes restful sleep. Together with fresh air and rest, they give the body the strength to fight the disease that is destroying it from within. His patients trust him. Many of them have been told by other doctors that there is nothing to be done, that they should go home and put their affairs in order. Some have travelled across Europe to reach this remote valley, leaving behind families and careers and everything familiar in the desperate hope that the mountains might save them. Here, surrounded by others who share their fate, they find something they had lost. Hope. And so they drink. Wine at 7, cognac at 10. The ritual becomes as much a part of the cure as the mountain air itself. Some will leave Gerbersdorf believing themselves cured. Others will never leave at all. What none of them know, what Bremer himself does not know, is that the alcohol he prescribes with such conviction is doing something to their bodies that no one in 1875 can see. It is weakening the very defences they need most. It is feeding the bacillus that feeds on them. But that knowledge is still decades away. For now, there is only the wine, the cognac, the mountain air, and the desperate hope that somehow it will be enough. This is where our story begins. To understand why doctors prescribed alcohol for tuberculosis, we must first understand what they believed about both. And to understand that, we must enter a world very different from our own. A world before germ theory, before antibiotics, before the microscope revealed the invisible enemies that destroy us from within. In the 19th century, tuberculosis was not merely a disease. It was the disease, the captain of the men of death, as one writer called it. In 1850, consumption was responsible for approximately 1/4 of all deaths in Europe and North America. 1 in 4. Think of that number. In every family of reasonable size, someone was likely dying of it. In every street, in every village, in every city, the cough and the fever and the slow wasting were familiar presences. It killed slowly, painfully, and with terrible certainty. The early stages might last for years. A persistent cough, a low fever in the evenings, a gradual loss of weight that no amount of eating could reverse. Then came the blood, coughed up in handkerchiefs that were quickly hidden. The night sweats that left patients drenched and exhausted by morning. The cavities forming in the lungs, visible on autopsy as great empty spaces where healthy tissue had once been. And no one knew what caused it. This is the most important thing to understand about 19th century tuberculosis. The disease was everywhere, killing millions, and the finest medical minds of the age had no idea why. The prevailing theory held that consumption was hereditary, a weakness of constitution passed from parent to child. If your mother died of it, you would likely die of it too. This seemed obvious. The disease clearly ran in families. What we now understand as transmission within households looked to 19th century eyes like inherited doom. Some physicians believe tuberculosis arose from an imbalance of the humours, that ancient Greek system of medicine that still lingered in the corners of European thought. Others blamed cold air, damp climates, or excessive mental exertion. Artists and poets were thought particularly susceptible. The creative temperament, it was believed, wore down the body's defences. Women were considered more vulnerable than men. The poor were thought to bring it on themselves through dissolute living. The one thing almost all physicians agreed upon was that the consumptive body was fundamentally weakened, and that treatment must focus on building it back up. This is where alcohol entered the picture. In 19th century medicine, alcohol was not primarily understood as a depressant. That understanding would come later, with more sophisticated knowledge of neurology and pharmacology. Instead, alcohol was classified as a stimulant, a substance that quickened the pulse, warmed the blood, and gave strength to the failing body. The evidence seemed clear enough. Drink a glass of brandy and you feel warm. Your cheeks flush with colour. Your heart beats faster. Your appetite awakens. These immediate observable effects were taken as proof that alcohol invigorated the system, that it provided fuel for the body's vital fires. The word cordial itself comes from the Latin word cor, meaning heart. The cordials prescribed by Victorian physicians were almost always alcoholic, and they were meant to strengthen the heart and the entire circulatory system. Brandy, whiskey, port wine, champagne, each had its particular medical application. Brandy for shock and collapse, port for convalescence and exhaustion, champagne for nausea and fever, whiskey for general debility. Dr. Francis Anstey, one of the most respected physicians of Victorian England, wrote an entire book in 1877 titled On the Uses of Wines in Health and Disease. He was no quack, no peddler of patent medicines. He was the founder and first editor of The Practitioner, one of Britain's leading medical journals. He had studied the effects of alcohol carefully, experimentally, scientifically, at least by the standards of his day. Anstey recommended that healthy adults drink up to a bottle of light wine every day. This was not indulgence, this was medical advice, published in respected venues followed by respectable people. For the sick, he prescribed even more. Port wine for exhaustion, champagne for fevers, brandy for shock. The Duke of Northumberland donated large quantities of fine sherry to the Westminster Hospital, and Anstey and his colleagues dispensed it to patients with the same confidence they might have given to any other medicine. And for tuberculosis, for the wasting disease that left patients pale and thin, with racing hearts and night sweats and that terrible cough, alcohol seemed almost logically necessary. If the body was wasting away, it needed building up. If the appetite was failing, it needed stimulating. If the patient was cold, they needed warming. If the vital forces were flagging, they needed quickening. Alcohol did all of these things. Or at least, it seemed to. In 1882, everything changed, and nothing changed. Robert Koch, the German physician, stood before the Physiological Society of Berlin and announced to the world that he had found the cause of tuberculosis. It was not hereditary weakness, it was not bad air or damp climate, it was not moral failing or artistic temperament. It was a bacillus, a tiny rod-shaped bacterium invisible to the naked eye that invaded the lungs and slowly destroyed them. The announcement was sensational. Koch had not merely identified the bacillus, he had proven the connection through rigorous experimental work. He had isolated the organism, grown it in pure culture, used it to infect healthy animals, and recovered it from their diseased tissues. This was germ theory in action, proof that a specific microorganism caused a specific disease. This discovery should have transformed treatment. If tuberculosis was caused by a specific organism, then treatment should target that organism. The old approaches, fresh air, good food, stimulants, seemed suddenly inadequate. The enemy had been identified. Surely new weapons would follow. But Koch's discovery came without a cure. He had identified the enemy, but he had given doctors no new weapons to fight it. In 1890, Koch would announce the discovery of tuberculin, a substance he believed could cure the disease. The announcement sparked a frenzy. Patients flooded into Berlin from across Europe, desperate for the new treatment. But tuberculin failed. It could not cure tuberculosis. Some patients died from the treatment itself. And so the old treatments continued. Fresh air, rest, good food, and alcohol. Some physicians began to question whether stimulants truly helped the consumptive patient. If the disease was caused by a living organism, they reasoned, perhaps treatment should focus on fighting that organism rather than simply strengthening the body. Perhaps alcohol was doing more harm than good. Perhaps it was weakening the very defences the body needed to fight off the invader. But others disagreed vehemently. The body needed strength to fight any invader, they argued. Alcohol provided that strength. The discovery of the bacillus changed nothing about the fundamental logic of treatment. Build up the body, give it the resources it needs, and it will fight off the disease on its own. The debate would continue for decades, in medical journals, at international conferences, in sanatoriums and hospital wards across the world. Meanwhile, the bottles kept coming. Wine at dinner, brandy at bedtime, 1 ounce of whiskey every few hours for acute cases. The prescription pads filled with orders for alcohol, written in the confident hands of physicians who believed they were saving lives. Some of their patients recovered. Many did not. And in the absence of any treatment that actually worked, the argument over alcohol remained unsettled, a question that would haunt medical practice well into the 20th century. The story of alcohol as tuberculosis medicine begins in many ways with a single man and a single conviction. Hermann Bremer was born in Silesia in 1826, into a world where tuberculosis was simply a fact of life. It lurked in every shadow, claimed victims from every family, seemed as inevitable as the changing of seasons. He watched it claim his neighbours, his acquaintances, perhaps his own family members. The records of his early life are incomplete. What we know is that by the time he reached young manhood, Bremer had decided to study botany, and that his studies would take him far from the damp lowlands of Silesia. Before his journey east, Bremer had been diagnosed with consumption. The doctors had given him the usual prognosis, uncertain but not hopeful. He knew the disease. He knew what it did. He knew that most who had it did not survive. Yet as he climbed higher into the Himalayan mountains pursuing his botanical studies, something remarkable happened. His cough began to fade. His strength returned. The thin, cold air that should have strained his damaged lungs seemed instead to heal them. By the time he came down from the mountains, months later, Bremer believed himself cured. This experience would shape everything that followed. Bremer became convinced that altitude was the key, that the low atmospheric pressure of the mountains, the dry, clean air, the absence of the miasmas that were thought to breed disease in lowland cities, all combined to create conditions in which tuberculosis could not survive. He had been dying. The mountains had saved him. Could they save others? He returned to Germany and enrolled in medical school, driven by this single question. His botanical studies were set aside. His life would now be devoted to understanding the disease that had nearly killed him, and to finding a way to defeat it. His doctoral dissertation, submitted in 1854, bore a revolutionary title: Tuberculosis is a curable disease. At a time when most physicians considered consumption a death sentence, Bremer argued that it could be defeated, not through medicines or surgery, but through what he called the dietetic hygienic approach. The elements of his treatment were simple: clean mountain air, regulated exercise, abundant nutrition, and alcohol. Why alcohol? Bremer's reasoning followed the medical logic of his time, but it also drew on his personal experience. In the high mountain villages of the Himalayas, he had observed that the inhabitants drank freely. Fermented beverages were part of their daily diet. He had done the same during his recovery. The alcohol, he believed, had stimulated his appetite, warming him against the mountain cold, helping his body take in the nourishment it needed to fight the disease. Wine and spirits would be central to his treatment, not incidental to it. In 1854, Bremer opened his sanatorium in Gerbersdorf, a small town in the mountains of what is now southwestern Poland. It began modestly: a few cottages, a handful of patients, a regime that his medical colleagues viewed with skepticism at best and derision at worst. The established medical profession did not take kindly to an unknown country doctor, claiming he could cure the incurable. The early years were difficult. Bremer had little money and few supporters. When he published his theories, the respected medical journal The Lancet dismissed them as very crude ideas and unsupported assertions. Other physicians were equally harsh. Mountains and fresh air and good food. This was not medicine. This was wishful thinking dressed up in scientific language. But Bremer persisted. By 1859, he had built a proper kurhaus, a spa house or health resort, with 40 rooms, entertainment facilities, and kitchens capable of producing the enormous meals his treatment required. Patients began arriving from across Europe, drawn by word of mouth, by desperation, by the slim hope that this strange mountain cure might work where everything else had failed. The daily routine was strict and comprehensive. Patients rose early and walked on mountain trails, accompanied by staff who monitored their exertion carefully. Too much exercise could be as dangerous as too little. The balance had to be maintained precisely. They submitted to the Walddusche, the forest shower, standing beneath waterfalls of icy mountain water while Bremer himself supervised. The shock of the cold water, he believed, stimulated the body's vital forces. And they ate. My God, how they ate! Breakfast, lunch, dinner. Each meal was enormous, designed to restore the weight that consumption had stolen from them. Meat and butter and cream and eggs. Rich sauces and heavy pastries. The goal was to overwhelm the wasting process with sheer abundance of nourishment. At dinner, they drank. Hungarian Tokay was Bremer's wine of choice, a rich sweet wine from the volcanic hills of Hungary, believed to have particular restorative properties. Tokay was expensive, prestigious, associated with the courts of European royalty. For patients who had been given up for dead, drinking it felt like a return to civilized life, a statement that they were still people of refinement and taste. At bedtime, French cognac. The cognac warmed them against the mountain cold, promoted sleep, and, Bremer believed, continued the work of stimulation through the night. The alcohol was not incidental to the treatment, it was central to it. Bremer prescribed it as deliberately as he prescribed the mountain walks or the cold showers. Wine stimulated the appetite, ensuring patients could consume the massive amounts of food his treatment required. Cognac warmed the blood and promoted restful sleep. Together, they provided what he called stimulation, a quickening of the vital forces that he believed necessary to fight the disease. And the results seemed to vindicate him. By 1869, Bremer had compiled statistics that seemed remarkable. He had treated 958 patients. Only 4.8% had died, a mortality rate far below what other physicians were reporting. In an era when tuberculosis was considered a death sentence, Bremer appeared to be saving nearly 95% of his patients. Word spread through the medical world. Something remarkable was happening in the mountains of Silesia. Physicians who had dismissed Bremer's ideas began to reconsider. Patients who had been given no hope began making the journey to Gerbersdorf. By the 1870s, the sanatorium had grown to 300 beds, and similar institutions were beginning to appear across Europe. But there were problems with Bremer's statistics that he either did not see or chose not to acknowledge. First, his patients were not representative of all tuberculosis sufferers. They were, for the most part, people of means, wealthy enough to afford months of treatment at a private sanatorium, healthy enough to make the journey to the mountains in the first place. The desperately ill, the very poor, those in the advanced stages of the disease, these patients never arrived at Gerbersdorf. Bremer was treating a selected population, and his results reflected that selection. Second, his definition of success was generous. A patient who left the sanatorium feeling better, who had gained weight and stopped coughing, was counted as improved, or even cured. But tuberculosis is a disease of remissions and relapses. Patients who seem to recover might fall ill again months or years later. Bremer did not systematically track his patients after they left. He did not know how many of his cures eventually died of the disease elsewhere. Third, and most fundamentally, he had no control group. In modern medical research, we compare treatments to placebos or to alternative treatments to isolate the effect of what we're studying. Bremer compared his results to the general mortality of tuberculosis patients, but those patients were different in countless ways from his own. The mountain air, the rest, the food, the alcohol. Which of these was helping? Were any of them helping? Or were his patients simply those who would have recovered anyway? These questions were not seriously asked at the time. The science of clinical trials, of controlled experiments, of statistical analysis in medicine, these were all in their infancy. Bramer had numbers that looked impressive, and that was enough. What Bramer did not know, what no one knew, was that his statistics were incomplete in another way entirely. Many of the patients who left Gerbersdorf improved would relapse within months. The disease had not been cured, it had merely paused. The bacillus remained in their lungs, dormant perhaps, but not defeated. And when it awakened, they died, far from the mountains, uncounted in Bramer's triumphant statistics. And the alcohol that Bramer prescribed so confidently was doing something to their immune systems that would not be understood for another century. Among Bramer's patients in the early 1870s was a young physician named Peter Detweiler. Detweiler had come to Gerbersdorf not as a doctor, but as a dying man. Tuberculosis had taken hold of him, and he sought the mountain cure that was beginning to gain fame across Europe. Under Bramer's care he recovered, or seemed to recover, and in his gratitude and fascination he stayed on as Bramer's assistant. But Detweiler was not content to simply replicate his mentor's methods. He observed, he questioned, he modified. Where Bramer emphasized exercise, the long walks, the cold showers, the active building up of the body, Detweiler came to believe that rest was more important. The consumptive body was exhausted, he reasoned. It needed to conserve its energy for the fight against the disease. Exercise might feel invigorating, but it depleted resources that were desperately needed elsewhere. Where Bramer sent patients on long walks through the forest, Detweiler had them lie still on specially designed reclining chairs, wrapped in blankets, breathing the mountain air without exertion. In 1876, Detweiler left Gerbersdorf to found his own sanatorium at Falkenstein, in the Taunus Mountains near Frankfurt. Here, he developed what would become known as the Liegekur, the lying cure. Patients spent their days on balconies and in specially built Lieghallen, lying halls, reclining on chaise longues from morning to night. The image became iconic. Rows of patients wrapped in blankets, arranged on cure porches, their faces turned to the sun or the cold mountain air. This was the sanatorium cure as the world would come to know it. This was the template that Thomas Mann would immortalize in The Magic Mountain. Detweiler's contribution to tuberculosis treatment was significant. He invented the portable sputum bottle, the Blauheinrich or Blue Henry, a glass container that patients could carry with them, preventing the spread of infected sputum. He coined the term Chefarzt, chief physician, to describe the medical director of a sanatorium, a title still used in German medicine today. By 1886, he could report that 132 of his 1,022 patients had been completely cured. But on the question of alcohol, Detweiler remained his mentor's disciple. The sanatorium at Falkenstein, like the one at Gerbersdorf, maintained well-stocked wine cellars. Patients received their prescribed portions of wine and spirits as part of the cure. The tradition had been established, and Detweiler saw no reason to break from it. As the sanatorium movement spread across Europe, alcohol came with it. In Switzerland, where Thomas Mann would later set his great novel, Sanatoriums, rose in the Alps around Davos. Their dining halls were described as resembling grand hotels, with ceremonial dinners supplied from well-stocked cellars. Wine with meals was simply part of the routine, as expected as the mountain air and the afternoon rest. The logic remained the same across all these institutions. Wine aided digestion and stimulated appetite. Brandy promoted sleep and warmed the body against mountain cold. For patients who had been given no hope, who had been sent to the mountains as a last resort, the ritual of the evening glass offered something beyond its supposed medical benefits. It offered normalcy, a sense that life continued, that civilized pleasures remained available, that death had not yet arrived. But not everyone agreed. In 1873, a young American physician named Edward Livingston Trudeau received devastating news. He had tuberculosis, the same disease that had killed his brother Francis 3 years earlier had now taken hold of his own lungs. Trudeau knew what this meant. He had watched Francis die, had sat at his bedside through the final months, had seen the coughing and the blood and the slow wasting that consumption brought. Now it was his turn. He was 25 years old. In 1876, too weak to continue his medical practice in New York, Trudeau travelled to the Adirondack Mountains of upstate New York. He had visited the region before for hunting and fishing, and he loved it. If he was going to die, he wanted to die in a place that meant something to him. He did not expect to recover. He expected to find a peaceful place to end his life. Instead, something unexpected happened. In the cold, clear air of Saranac Lake, Trudeau's health improved. He did not die. He grew stronger. Month by month, the symptoms that had seemed to seal his fate began to recede. The cough faded. The fever subsided. His weight stabilized, then began to increase. Like Bremer before him, Trudeau began to wonder if what had saved him might save others. In 1885, Trudeau opened the Adirondack Cottage Sanatorium, the first tuberculosis sanatorium in America. He had studied the European model carefully, reading the works of Bremer and Detweiler, corresponding with physicians across the Atlantic. His treatment would follow their principles: fresh air, rest, abundant food. But on one point Trudeau departed dramatically from his European predecessors. At Saranac Lake there would be no wine cellars, no brandy at bedtime, no Hungarian Tokay with dinner. Trudeau maintained what one historian described as a strict code of personal behaviour that prohibited drinking, smoking and cursing. His patients ate several large meals a day, drank at least 3 glasses of milk, and followed a rigorous schedule of rest and graduated exercise. But alcohol was forbidden. Why did Trudeau reject what his European colleagues accepted? The historical record does not give us a definitive answer. Perhaps he was influenced by the temperance movement that was gaining strength in America during this period. Perhaps he observed something in his patients that made him doubt alcohol's benefits. Perhaps it was simply a matter of personal conviction. Trudeau was known to be a man of strong moral principles. What we know is that Trudeau's approach worked, or at least worked as well as any treatment of the era. The Adirondack Cottage Sanatorium became famous, attracting patients from across America and beyond. By the 1890s, the medical profession was at war with itself over alcohol. The battleground was not just tuberculosis. It was the entire question of whether alcohol had any legitimate place in medical treatment at all. But tuberculosis, as the deadliest disease of the age, became one of the most contested territories. On one side stood physicians like James Barr, who in 1905 addressed the British Medical Association with specific recommendations for alcoholic treatments. Champagne for bilious patients who had vomited. Port wine for long convalescence. Brandy for cases of shock. These were not folk remedies. They were the considered opinions of respected medical men, published in the most prestigious journals of the day. The evidence they cited was clinical experience. At Belvedere Hospital in Glasgow during the typhus epidemic of 1861 and 62, physicians had administered over 62,000 ounces of wine, 8,000 ounces of whiskey, and 2,000 ounces of brandy. Patients had recovered. The alcohol, they believed, had helped. On the other side stood a growing coalition of skeptics, reformers, and temperance advocates. The British Medical Temperance Association, founded in 1876, was composed entirely of physicians who had sworn off alcohol entirely. By 1898, its membership had reached nearly 900 practitioners. These doctors argued that alcohol's apparent benefits were illusory. Yes, it warmed the skin, but only by drawing blood away from the vital organs. Yes, it seemed to stimulate appetite, but it also disrupted digestion. Yes, it promoted sleep, but the sleep it produced was not truly restorative. And increasingly, they argued that alcohol might actually weaken the body's defences against disease. The international congresses against alcoholism, held throughout Europe in the late 19th century, made tuberculosis a central topic. Delegates presented research suggesting that heavy drinkers were more susceptible to consumption than abstainers. They pointed to the high rates of tuberculosis in professions associated with alcohol: brewery workers, bartenders, winemakers. Was this coincidence, or was there a causal relationship? What neither side had was definitive proof. The science of immunology was still in its infancy. No one yet understood how the body fought infection at the cellular level. No one could explain exactly what alcohol did to the alveolar macrophages, the immune cells in the lungs that served as the first line of defense against tuberculosis. That knowledge would not come for another century. And so the debate continued, unresolved. In some sanatoriums, patients drank wine with their meals. In others, alcohol was strictly forbidden. Individual physicians made their own choices based on their own convictions. And patients, desperate, dying, hoping for any cure, took whatever their doctors prescribed. The question would not be settled by the medical profession. It would be settled, in the strangest way imaginable, by the United States Congress. By a constitutional amendment that banned alcohol entirely, and created a loophole that would make medicinal whiskey more common than ever. On January 17, 1920, the 18th Amendment to the United States Constitution took effect. The manufacture, sale, and transportation of alcoholic beverages became illegal across the entire nation. Saloons closed their doors. Breweries shuttered their operations. Distilleries went dark. An entire industry, as billions of dollars, hundreds of thousands of jobs, disappeared overnight. Legally, at least. The temperance movement had won. After decades of campaigning, after marches and protests and sermons and political organising, after the tireless work of the Women's Christian Temperance Union and the Anti-Saloon League and countless other organisations, the reformers had achieved their ultimate goal. America would be a dry nation. The arguments for prohibition had been powerful. Alcohol destroyed families. It impoverished workers. It fueled violence and crime. It corrupted politics and degraded public morals. The saloon was an institution of vice, a place where men squandered their wages while their wives and children went hungry. Eliminating alcohol, the reformers believed, would eliminate these evils. But the Volstead Act, the legislation that enforced the 18th Amendment, contained exceptions. Alcohol could still be produced and consumed for religious sacraments. Wine for communion, brandy for certain Jewish ceremonies. Churches across America applied for permits to acquire sacramental wine, and some congregations grew suspiciously large during Prohibition. And alcohol could still be prescribed by physicians for medical purposes. This loophole had been controversial from the beginning. The American Medical Association, which had voted in 1917 to support Prohibition, declaring that alcohol had no scientific value as a tonic or stimulant, now found itself in an awkward position. Its official stance was that alcohol was medically useless, but the law still permitted doctors to prescribe it. The irony was staggering. In 1916, just 1 year before the AMA vote, whiskey and brandy had been removed from the Pharmacopoeia of the United States of America, the official list of scientifically approved medicines. The medical establishment had declared in essence that alcohol had no legitimate therapeutic use. And yet here it was, written into federal law. Physicians could prescribe alcohol for medical purposes. The question was not whether they would use this authority. The question was how many of them would use it, and for what. Within months of Prohibition's start, a system emerged. The Treasury Department, which was responsible for enforcing the Volstead Act, issued special numbered and watermarked prescription pads to licensed physicians. Each form allowed a patient to obtain up to 1 pint of liquor, usually whiskey, every 10 days. The prescription had to specify the ailment being treated. The pharmacist had to record each transaction in a bound register. In the first 6 months of Prohibition alone, 15,000 doctors applied for permits to prescribe medicinal alcohol. The Treasury Department had not anticipated such demand. They printed more forms. They registered more pharmacies. They tried to monitor the flood of prescriptions pouring out of doctors' offices across the country. By the mid-1920s, the numbers had become astronomical. Physicians were writing an estimated 11 million prescriptions for whiskey every year. 11 million in a country with a population of just over 100 million. The process was straightforward, if expensive. A patient would visit their doctor, complaining of whatever ailment seemed most likely to justify a whiskey prescription. The doctor would examine them, or perhaps merely listen to their complaint, and write out the official Treasury form. The patient would then take this form to a licensed pharmacy, where they would receive their pint of medicinal liquor. The cost was significant. Approximately $3 for the doctor's consultation. Another $3 at the pharmacy. In 1920 dollars, this was not cheap, equivalent to perhaps $75 today. But for those who wanted legal alcohol, it was the only option. And the ailments for which whiskey was most commonly prescribed: cancer, heart disease, depression, high blood pressure, pneumonia, and tuberculosis. The same disease that had filled the wine cellars of European sanatoriums was now generating prescription slips in doctors' offices across America. The rationale had not changed. Alcohol was a stimulant. It strengthened the failing body. It helped fight off disease. The fact that the AMA had officially declared this rationale invalid did not seem to matter. Doctors kept prescribing. Patients kept drinking. In 1922, the AMA conducted a survey of its members. The results were revealing and embarrassing. Despite having voted just 5 years earlier that alcohol had no scientific value as a stimulant or tonic, 51% of responding physicians now said they believed in the therapeutic efficacy of whiskey. The official position and the actual practice had diverged dramatically. How did this happen? How did thousands of physicians reverse themselves on a question they had supposedly settled? Some of the change may have been genuine reconsideration. The 1917 vote had been contentious. Not all physicians had agreed. Perhaps the dissenters were simply making their voices heard now that the question had practical consequences. Some may have been rationalization, doctors justifying a profitable practice by rediscovering alcohol's supposed benefits. A physician who wrote 50 whiskey prescriptions a week could earn an additional $150 in consultation fees. In an era when a typical doctor's income was perhaps $5,000 a year, this was significant money. It would be natural to find reasons to believe in the treatment you were prescribing. And some was undoubtedly cynical exploitation. The Prohibition era was rife with physicians who ran what amounted to prescription mills, writing whiskey scripts for anyone who walked through the door with $3 in their pocket. They did not examine their patients. They did not believe in the treatment. They simply wrote prescriptions and collected fees. The Treasury Department tried to crack down. They limited the number of prescriptions a physician could write. They investigated doctors who seemed to be running mills. They revoked permits from the most egregious offenders. But the demand was too great, and the loophole too large to be effectively controlled. Note: from here forward, no more visual cues. Video switches to ambient loop for sleep optimization. The drugstore chain, Walgreens, expanded from 20 stores to 525 during the 1920s. Company legend attributed this growth to the introduction of malted milkshakes at its soda fountains. Historians have suggested that medicinal alcohol sales may have played a more significant role. Whether the doctors who prescribed whiskey for tuberculosis genuinely believed in its efficacy, or whether they were simply taking advantage of a profitable loophole, is a question that cannot be definitively answered. Probably the answer varied from physician to physician, patient to patient, prescription to prescription. Time was ambiguous. The line between medicine and commerce is never as clear as we might wish. For American tuberculosis sanatoriums, Prohibition created a peculiar situation. Unlike the grand European establishments with their wine cellars and ceremonial dinners, most American sanatoriums had already moved away from alcohol as part of treatment. Trudeau's example at Saranac Lake had been influential. The emphasis on rest, fresh air, and abundant food, without stimulants, had become the American standard. Milk, not wine, was the beverage of choice. But some institutions still provided alcohol to patients who requested it. Some physicians still believed in its therapeutic value. And now, under Prohibition, these practices became legally complicated. Sanatoriums that wished to provide alcohol to patients needed special permits. Their physicians needed to write individual prescriptions for each patient who received it. The paperwork multiplied. The scrutiny increased. Federal agents might inspect the records at any time. For many institutions, the solution was simple: eliminate alcohol entirely. The therapeutic benefits, if any, were not worth the administrative burden. By the 1920s, most American sanatoriums had adopted strict rules prohibiting alcohol on the premises. This represented a significant shift from European practice. While patients at Davos still received wine with their meals, while the sanatoriums of the Black Forest and the Alps maintained their well-stocked cellars, patients at Saranac Lake and its imitators lived under something closer to the temperance ideal. The sanatorium, which had begun as a place where alcohol was prescribed, became a place where it was forbidden. Whether this made any difference to patient outcomes is difficult to say. Tuberculosis remained stubbornly incurable. With or without alcohol, patients either recovered spontaneously or they didn't. The disease followed its own logic, indifferent to the debates that raged around it. Some patients resented the restriction. They had been drinking all their lives. Why should they stop now, when they were sick and miserable and might be dying? The evening glass of wine had been one of the few pleasures remaining to them. Now even that was taken away. If physician-prescribed whiskey was the respectable face of alcohol as tuberculosis treatment, patent medicines were its disreputable shadow. Throughout the 19th century and into the 20th, American pharmacies were lined with bottles promising cures for consumption. Ayer's Cherry Pectoral, Lane's Emulsion, Dr. King's new discovery for consumption. Dozens of others with impressive names and bold claims. Most of them contained significant amounts of alcohol, sometimes as much as 25%, equivalent to a fortified wine. The manufacturers were not required to list their ingredients. The word alcohol rarely appeared on the label. Instead, patients found vague references to natural stimulants or restorative tonics. They drank the medicines faithfully, believing they were taking something medicinal, not realizing they were consuming what amounted to sweetened whiskey. The testimonials were compelling. "I was given up to die of consumption," one advertisement might read. "Then I tried Dr. Smith's miraculous lung tonic. Now I am completely cured." Faces of smiling, healthy-looking people gazed out from newspaper pages and handbills. These people had been saved. You could be saved too. The truth, of course, was different. The cured patients in the testimonials had either recovered spontaneously, as some tuberculosis patients did, or had never had tuberculosis at all. Self-diagnosis was common in an era when medical care was expensive and doctors were scarce. A persistent cough might be consumption, or it might be bronchitis, or a cold that wouldn't go away, or simply the effect of living in a dusty city. The patent medicine worked equally well on all of these because it didn't really work on any of them. What it did do was make people feel better, temporarily. The alcohol warmed them, relaxed them, eased their anxiety about the cough that wouldn't go away. It might even suppress the cough reflex for a while. These effects were real if fleeting. And for people who were desperate, who had no money for doctors, who were looking for any hope at all, they were enough. In 1906, the Pure Food and Drug Act began to change things. Manufacturers were now required to list alcohol and narcotic content on their labels. The most extravagant claims had to be toned down. You could no longer advertise that your product cured tuberculosis if it didn't actually cure tuberculosis. But the medicines themselves remained available, and patients kept buying them. The labels now said contains 18% alcohol, but many patients did not read the labels or did not understand them or did not care. They wanted to believe. And belief, even misplaced belief, was sometimes all they had. As the 1920s gave way to the 1930s, something was changing in how scientists thought about tuberculosis, immunity, and alcohol. The connection between heavy drinking and tuberculosis had been observed for decades. Alcoholics seemed to contract the disease more often than moderate drinkers or abstainers. Brewery workers, bartenders, and others in alcohol-related professions had elevated rates of consumption. The temperance advocates had been pointing this out for years. But observation was not explanation. It was possible that the correlation was coincidental, that alcoholics lived in poorer conditions, ate less nutritious food, or had other risk factors that explained their vulnerability. Without understanding the mechanism by which alcohol might weaken the body's defences, the connection remained circumstantial. In the early 20th century, researchers began to investigate more systematically. Animal studies suggested that alcohol consumption impaired the immune response. Mice given alcohol showed less resistance to infections than mice kept sober. Rabbits exposed to tuberculosis bacilli were more likely to develop active disease if they had been given alcohol. These findings were preliminary, and they did not immediately transform medical practice. The studies were small. The mechanisms were unclear, and the medical profession, having prescribed alcohol for generations, was not quick to abandon the practice. But the seeds of doubt had been planted. The confident certainty with which Bremer had prescribed Hungarian wine and French cognac was no longer quite so certain. The question that had divided doctors for decades, whether alcohol helped or harmed the tuberculosis patient, was beginning to have an answer. It would take the discovery of effective antibiotics to finally end the debate. When streptomycin arrived in the 1940s, followed by isoniazid and other anti-tubercular drugs, the question of whether alcohol was a good or bad treatment became irrelevant. There was now a treatment that actually worked. The era of stimulants and rescuers was over. But the legacy of the whiskey prescription would linger, time one's, in the attitudes of physicians toward alcohol, in the regulations that still govern prescription drugs, and in the ongoing relationship between alcohol and tuberculosis, a relationship that modern science has finally begun to understand. We now know something that Hermann Bremer and his contemporaries could not have known, something that would have horrified them if they had. The alcohol they prescribed so confidently was systematically destroying their patients' first line of defense against the very disease they were trying to cure. To understand this, we need to understand something about the human lung that 19th century medicine did not know. The lung is not merely a passive organ for breathing. It is not simply a set of bellows that draws in air and pushes it out again. It is an immunological fortress, guarded by specialized cells that stand watch against any invaders that make it past the nose and throat. These guardian cells are called alveolar macrophages. They patrol the tiny air sacs, the alveoli, where oxygen enters the bloodstream and carbon dioxide exits. These are microscopic spaces, invisible to the naked eye, where the barrier between the air we breathe and the blood that sustains us is only a single cell thick. It is a vulnerable place, and the macrophages are its defenders. When a bacterium enters the lungs, when a tuberculosis bacillus rides in on a droplet of infected sputum, expelled by a coughing patient and inhaled by someone nearby, it is the alveolar macrophages that mount the first counterattack. They engulf the invader. They try to destroy it. They send out chemical signals to summon reinforcements from elsewhere in the immune system. This first response is critical. If the macrophages can contain and destroy the bacillus before it establishes a foothold, the infection is defeated. If they cannot, if the bacillus survives, multiplies, spreads, then tuberculosis takes hold. Alcohol impairs these cells. Not subtly, not slightly, profoundly. Studies conducted in the late 20th and early 21st centuries have revealed the mechanism in devastating detail. Chronic alcohol consumption reduces the number of alveolar macrophages in the lungs. It weakens the ones that remain, making them less efficient at engulfing and destroying bacteria. It disrupts the complex signaling pathways by which these cells communicate with the rest of the immune system. It increases oxidative stress in the alveolar space, creating conditions that favour bacterial growth. In essence, alcohol opens the door and invites the enemy in. The sanatorium patients who raised their glasses of Hungarian wine were, without knowing it, toasting to their own destruction. The research is unambiguous. A systematic review of 43 studies published in the early 2000s found that alcohol use disorder is associated with a relative risk of tuberculosis more than 3 times higher than in the general population. This is not a modest increase. This is not a statistical artifact. This is a tripling of risk. And the relationship appears to be dose-dependent. The more alcohol consumed, the greater the vulnerability. Light drinking may have little effect. Heavy drinking dramatically increases the likelihood of infection and disease. The mechanism works at multiple levels. At the cellular level, as we have seen, alcohol impairs the alveolar macrophages. But there are other effects as well. Alcohol disrupts the integrity of the epithelium, the layer of cells that lines the airways. It impairs the ciliary function that helps clear particles and pathogens from the respiratory tract. It affects the production of surfactant, the substance that keeps the alveoli from collapsing. At the systemic level, chronic alcohol use suppresses the production and function of lymphocytes, the white blood cells that coordinate the adaptive immune response. It impairs the function of neutrophils, another type of immune cell important in fighting bacterial infections. It disrupts the production of cytokines, the chemical messengers that orchestrate the immune response. The tuberculosis bacillus, in other words, faces a weakened and disorganized defense. It is more likely to survive the initial encounter with the immune system. It is more likely to establish a foothold. It is more likely to progress from latent infection to active disease. What makes this especially cruel is that the 19th century physicians were not entirely wrong about alcohol's immediate effects. It did warm the skin. It did stimulate appetite in the short term. It did produce a feeling of well-being, a sense that the body was responding positively. These effects are real. They are observable. Time. Ones, they were what physicians saw when they gave their patients brandy and watched for results. But they are also irrelevant to the disease process. The tuberculosis bacillus is patient. Unlike many bacteria that multiply rapidly, causing acute illness within days, Mycobacterium tuberculosis grows slowly. Its generation time, the time it takes to divide into 2 daughter cells, is approximately 20 hours. Compare this to E. coli, which can divide every 20 minutes. The tuberculosis bacillus multiplies at a fraction of that pace. This means that the battle against tuberculosis is not won or lost in an evening, or even in a week. It is fought over months and years. The bacillus establishes itself slowly, gradually colonizing the lung tissue, gradually destroying it. The immune system responds, containing the infection in some cases, failing to contain it in others. The outcome depends on a long war of attrition. And in that long war, the cumulative effects of alcohol prove devastating. A glass of wine at dinner, a cognac at bedtime, these might seem like small things. The immediate effects fade within hours, but the damage to the immune system accumulates. Day after day, week after week, the macrophages are a little less numerous, a little less effective. The signals between immune cells are a little more garbled. The defense against the bacillus is a little weaker. The sanatorium patients who drank their prescribed alcohol were not doing something that might harm them in a single moment. They were doing something that weakened them gradually over the course of their treatment. Each glass was another small defeat in the invisible war being waged within their lungs. And they had no idea. How could they? The immune system works in silence, beneath the threshold of consciousness. We cannot feel our macrophages working. We cannot sense the battle between our white blood cells and invading bacteria. All we can feel is the warmth of the wine, the relaxation of the cognac, the gentle drowsiness that precedes sleep. The doctors who prescribed alcohol were not villains. They were working within the knowledge of their time, following the best available evidence as they understood it. They watched some of their patients improve, and they attributed that improvement to their treatment. They could not see the invisible damage being done at the cellular level. They could not know what we know now. The individual cellular mechanisms tell only part of the story. The broader picture, the population-level relationship between alcohol and tuberculosis, is equally stark. Modern epidemiologists estimate that more than 8% of global tuberculosis cases are attributable to alcohol use disorder. 8% may not sound dramatic until you consider the scale. Tuberculosis still kills more than 1 million people every year worldwide. 8% of that number represents tens of thousands of deaths. Deaths that might not have occurred if alcohol had not weakened the victim's defences. The relationship works in multiple ways. Heavy drinkers are more likely to be infected with tuberculosis in the first place, perhaps because alcohol-related socialising brings them into contact with infected individuals, perhaps because their weakened immunity makes them more susceptible to initial infection. Once infected, they are more likely to progress from latent infection to active disease. And once sick, they are more likely to have poor outcomes, more complications, more severe symptoms, higher mortality. There is also the question of treatment adherence. Tuberculosis treatment today requires taking multiple medications for several months without interruption. Missing doses allows the bacteria to develop resistance. People with alcohol use disorder are less likely to complete their treatment regimens. They are more likely to develop drug-resistant tuberculosis. They are more likely to spread the disease to others. Looking back at the 19th century through this lens, a troubling picture emerges. The patients at Gerbersdorf and Falkenstein and the sanatoriums of Davos were not randomly selected. They were, for the most part, people of means, wealthy enough to afford months of treatment, educated enough to understand that something might be done. Many of them had probably consumed alcohol regularly before their diagnosis. And at the sanatoriums they consumed more. How many of them would have recovered if the wine and cognac had been replaced with milk and water? We can never know for certain. The controlled studies that would answer this question were never conducted, could not have been conducted in an era before randomized trials became standard medical practice. But the biological evidence suggests that at least some of those who died might have lived. But the story of alcohol and tuberculosis is not simply a story of medical error. It is also a story of the disease itself, of the desperate search for any remedy, any relief, any hope. Consider what it meant to have tuberculosis in the 19th century. There was no cure. There was no treatment that reliably worked. You coughed blood into handkerchiefs that you learned to hide from others. You lost weight no matter how much you ate, your body consuming itself from within. You suffered night sweats that drenched your bedclothes and left you shivering by morning. Fever rose in the evenings and broke before dawn. Exhaustion settled into your bones like lead. And you knew, everyone knew, that most people who had what you had did not survive. The statistics were not secret. 1 in 4. That was the number. 1/4 of all deaths in the cities of Europe and America. You had seen it claim neighbours and friends and family members. Now it was claiming you. In that context, alcohol offered something that pure medical logic cannot capture. It offered comfort. A glass of wine at dinner restored a sense of normalcy, a feeling that civilized life continued even as the body failed. The warmth spreading through the chest felt like health, felt like life, felt like perhaps things might not be as bad as they seemed. A glass of cognac at bedtime brought sleep, or at least a gentler transition into the night. It softened the sharp edges of fear, dulled the awareness of what was happening within. In an era before palliative care as we know it, before morphine drips and hospice philosophy, before the modern understanding that comfort care is itself a form of medicine, alcohol was one of the few tools available to ease the dying. Laudanum was available, certainly, opium mixed with alcohol, but it was expensive and carried its own risks of dependency. Wine and brandy were familiar, socially acceptable, prescribed by physicians with complete confidence. We should not underestimate this. The quality of the remaining life matters as much as its quantity. For patients who were going to die regardless of treatment, and many tuberculosis patients in the pre-antibiotic era fell into this category, the comfort provided by a glass of wine may have been worth more than any marginal change in immune function. There is something cruel about judging the dying for seeking comfort. These were people who had been given no hope, who knew that the most likely outcome of their illness was death, who faced months or years of slow decline. If wine made those months more bearable, who are we to condemn them for drinking it? The problem was that doctors did not prescribe alcohol as palliation. They prescribed it as treatment. They told their patients it would help them recover, not merely help them die more peacefully. They raised hopes that could not be fulfilled. They offered false certainty in place of honest uncertainty. And for patients who might have recovered, for those whose disease was not yet too advanced, whose immune system still had the strength to fight, who might have beaten the odds if given the best possible chance, this false hope may have been fatal. The alcohol weakened them at precisely the moment they needed strength. It opened doors that should have remained closed. We have spoken much of doctors and their prescriptions, of debates among physicians and the evolution of medical knowledge. But we have spoken less of the patients, the men and women who actually drank the wine and whiskey, who trusted their physicians and hoped for recovery. What was it like to be a tuberculosis patient in an era when alcohol was medicine? The accounts that survive suggest a complex experience. For some patients, the prescribed alcohol was a welcome indulgence, a reminder of life before illness, of dinners with friends and celebrations and ordinary pleasures. The glass of wine at dinner tasted like the world they had left behind, the world of health and possibility. It brought back memories of better times, and in bringing them back it made the present more bearable. For others, particularly those who had never been drinkers, the prescribed alcohol was an uncomfortable obligation, something they forced down because the doctor ordered it, not because they wanted it. The taste was unfamiliar, the effects disorienting. They drank it as they might have drunk any other medicine, grimacing perhaps, but trusting that it would help. At the grand sanatoriums, the evening meal with its accompanying wine took on an almost ritualistic quality. Patients dressed for dinner in their finest clothes, those who could still fit into them. They gathered in elegant dining rooms with crystal chandeliers and white tablecloths. They made conversation about art and politics and the news from distant cities. They maintained the forms of civilized society even as their bodies failed them. The wine was part of this performance, a way of insisting that they were still people, not merely patients, not merely the dying. To drink wine at dinner was to participate in ordinary life, to refuse to be defined entirely by disease. It was an act of dignity, of defiance, of hope. Some found genuine comfort in it. The warmth of the alcohol, the softening of anxiety, the easier sleep that followed, these were real benefits, even if they did nothing to cure the underlying disease. The night was less frightening after a glass of cognac. The darkness seemed less absolute. Sleep came more easily, and when it came, it brought respite from the constant awareness of illness. In an era without effective pain management, without the sophisticated palliative care we know today, alcohol served a function that pure medical logic cannot dismiss. It eased suffering. It provided moments of peace. It made the unbearable a little more bearable. Others became dependent. The line between medical prescription and addiction is not always clear, and 19th century medicine did not police it carefully. Patients who arrived at sanatoriums as moderate drinkers sometimes left, if they left at all, thus as heavy ones. The disease gave them permission. The doctors gave them prescriptions. The bottles kept coming, day after day, week after week. The progression from medical treatment to dependency was subtle and insidious. First, the wine at dinner, then perhaps a glass in the afternoon when the anxiety became too much. Then the cognac at bedtime extended from one glass to two. By the time a patient realized what was happening, the habit was established. And who would tell a dying person to stop drinking when drinking had been prescribed by their physician? How many tuberculosis patients developed alcohol problems as a result of medical treatment? The records do not permit a precise answer. This was not a question that 19th century physicians thought to ask, and even if they had asked it, they might not have recognized the problem. The concept of alcoholism as a disease was still developing. The line between acceptable medical use and problematic dependency was blurred. But the question itself reveals something about the era, about the unintended consequences that flow from even well-intentioned medical practice. The doctors who prescribed alcohol believed they were helping their patients. In some ways, perhaps they were. In other ways, they were creating new problems even as they failed to solve the original one. Among the tuberculosis patients of the 19th and early 20th centuries were many of the era's most celebrated writers and artists. And among these, alcohol often played a complex role, sometimes prescribed, sometimes self-administered, always intertwined with the creative work that made them famous. Consider Edgar Allan Poe, who watched his young wife Virginia cough blood while singing in 1842, and who spent the next 5 years watching her die. Virginia was only 20 years old when the hemorrhage began, and she would die at 24. Poe's drinking intensified dramatically during this period. By his own admission, he was often insensible with alcohol, disappearing for days at a time, reappearing dishevelled and disoriented. Was this self-medication for his grief? Was it a response to his own suspected tuberculosis? Some historians believe Poe showed symptoms of the disease himself. Was it simply the continuation of earlier patterns, exacerbated by unbearable circumstances? The historical record allows no certain answer. What we know is that the years of Virginia's illness and death were the darkest of Poe's life, and that alcohol was deeply involved. Robert Louis Stevenson, at Saranac Lake and throughout his short life, maintained his habits despite medical advice to the contrary. He smoked, reportedly 4 packs of cigarettes a day, and drank freely. He pushed himself physically, travelling to the South Seas when doctors advised against it, living as though the disease might be outrun rather than accommodated. He befriended his physician Trudeau, engaging in long conversations about literature and medicine, but he never fully submitted to the discipline the sanatorium required. He died at 44, far from the Adirondack Mountains that had offered temporary respite. He was in Samoa, in the house he had built on a mountain, in the place he had chosen to make his final stand against the illness that had pursued him all his life. He was opening a bottle of wine when the stroke that killed him struck. It was cerebral hemorrhage, not tuberculosis, that took him in the end, though the years of illness had surely weakened him. Time. Turcus. The Bronte sisters, Charlotte, Emily and Anne, lived their short lives in the shadow of consumption. Their brother Branwell died of tuberculosis in 1848, probably exacerbated by his heavy drinking and opium use. Emily died 3 months later, at 30, having refused all medical attention. Anne died 5 months after that. Charlotte alone survived past 30, only to die in pregnancy at 38, likely of tuberculosis complicated by hyperemesis gravidarum. What role did alcohol play in these deaths? The evidence is fragmentary. Branwell certainly drank heavily. The sisters themselves were more temperate, though patent medicines containing alcohol were commonly used. The disease would have taken them regardless. But the mythology that grew around them, the romantic image of the consumptive artist, often included the glass of wine, the evening cordial, the prescribed stimulant. The romantic image of the consumptive artist, pale, inspired, burning with creative fire, often included a glass in hand. Keats writing his odes by candlelight, Byron at the height of his scandalous fame, Chopin at the piano coughing into his handkerchief. The mythology surrounding these figures blurs the line between their art and their illness, between their creativity and their destruction. We should be careful not to romanticize this. The tubercular artist drinking wine by candlelight makes for a compelling image, but the reality was suffering, was fear, was slow suffocation, as the lungs filled with disease. The alcohol did not make them better writers. It did not make their deaths more beautiful. It may have hastened those deaths, or it may simply have made them more bearable. The line between medicine and escape was never clear. When the sanatoriums closed and the antibiotics arrived, something was lost along with the wine cellars and the cure porches. It was not medical efficacy. The antibiotics were unquestionably better at treating tuberculosis than anything that came before. Streptomycin, discovered in 1943, could actually kill the tuberculosis bacillus. Isoniazid, introduced in 1952, was even more effective. For the first time in human history, tuberculosis was curable, not through rest and diet and wishful thinking, but through chemical compounds that attack the disease at its source. The sanatoriums emptied. Time thus speeds. Patients who had expected to spend months or years in the mountains went home after weeks. The grand buildings that had been filled with the dying became hotels, or were converted into schools, or simply stood empty, their cure porches vacant, their wine cellars silent. It was something harder to name that was lost. A sense of ritual, perhaps. A philosophy of care that attended to the whole person, not merely the disease. The sanatorium had been a place where patients lived for months or years, where their daily routines were structured around healing, where the doctors knew them by name and monitored their progress week by week. The dining room, with its wine and formal dinners, had been part of that comprehensive care. The new treatment was different. Take these pills. Take them for 6 months. Do not miss a dose. Come back for follow-up appointments. The cure was faster, more effective, more scientific. It was also less personal. The patient was not a resident of a healing community. They were a case number, a prescription, a follow-up file. The alcohol had been part of the older model, part of the evening meal, part of the bedtime ritual, part of the comprehensive care that the sanatorium provided. Removing it was medically correct. We know now that the alcohol was doing harm, not good. But something about the experience of being cared for changed when the glass of wine disappeared from the table. Something about feeling attended to, about being part of a healing ritual, about the ceremony of recovery. Perhaps this is sentimentality. The sanatorium regime with its wine and cognac was killing people, or at least failing to save them while giving the impression of treatment. The antibiotics actually worked. No amount of ritual and atmosphere can substitute for effective medicine. A cure porch and a glass of Tokay cannot compete with streptomycin. And yet, the modern study of medicine has begun to rediscover some of what the sanatoriums knew. The importance of the healing environment. The value of attention to the whole patient. Their fears, their hopes, their daily experience of illness. The recognition that care involves more than medication. That human beings need more than pills to heal. These insights, stripped of the alcohol and the pseudoscience, remain valid. Modern hospice care, modern palliative medicine, modern attention to quality of life alongside quantity. These owe something to the sanatorium tradition, even as they reject its specific methods. The wine is gone. But the recognition that dying people deserve comfort, that healing involves more than chemistry, that care must attend to the person as well as the disease, these remain. Today, no physician prescribes whiskey for tuberculosis. The practice has passed so completely into history that it seems almost unbelievable, a curiosity from another age, like bloodletting or trepanning. If you told a modern pulmonologist that doctors once prescribed alcohol for lung disease, they might laugh, or shake their head in disbelief, or simply stare at you wondering if you were joking. And yet the echoes persist. The relationship between alcohol and tuberculosis has not gone away. It has simply reversed, no longer prescribed as treatment, but recognised as a major risk factor for the disease. In Eastern Europe and Central Asia, where tuberculosis remains a significant public health challenge, alcohol use disorder is one of the major barriers to effective treatment. Russia in particular faces a dual epidemic, rates of both tuberculosis and alcohol use disorder that rank among the highest in the world. The two problems feed on each other, creating cycles of infection and reinfection that public health officials struggle to break. Patients who drink heavily are less likely to complete their medication regimens. Tuberculosis treatment requires months of daily pill taking, and alcohol makes adherence difficult. Missed doses lead to incomplete treatment. Incomplete treatment leads to drug resistance. Drug-resistant tuberculosis spreads to others, creating new cases that are harder to cure than the original. They are more likely to develop drug-resistant strains. Multi-drug-resistant tuberculosis, MDR-TB, is one of the most frightening public health challenges of our time. It requires longer, more toxic treatment regimens, and it kills more often than ordinary tuberculosis. Alcohol use disorder is one of the factors that helps create it. The intersection of alcohol and tuberculosis that the 19th century physicians observed, however much they misunderstood it, remains a deadly reality. They saw the connection. They drew the wrong conclusions. But the connection itself was real. There is also the broader question of medicine and certainty. The doctors who prescribed alcohol for tuberculosis were not charlatans. They were trained professionals, working within respected institutions, following the best available evidence as they understood it. They attended medical schools, read medical journals, discussed cases with colleagues. They were wrong, but their wrongness was not obvious at the time. It took decades of research and the arrival of truly effective treatments to reveal the error. What errors are we making now? What treatments that seem sensible today will future generations regard with the same mixture of pity and bewilderment that we feel toward the whiskey prescription? What confident certainties of our own time will dissolve under future scrutiny? We cannot know. That is the humbling truth. We can only proceed with humility, testing our assumptions, remaining open to evidence that contradicts what we believe. The story of alcohol and tuberculosis is ultimately a story about the limits of knowledge and the consequences of those limits. It is a story about hope, the hope of patients who drank their prescribed wine believing it would save them, the hope of doctors who poured it, believing they were helping. That hope was misplaced. But it was human, and it was real. And it reminds us that our own hopes, our own certainties, our own confident treatments may one day look equally misguided. Let us pause now and consider what we have witnessed tonight. Let the weight of this history settle as the snow settles on the mountains where so many came seeking cures. We began in the mountains of Silesia in 1875, in a sanatorium where tuberculosis patients raised glasses of Hungarian wine and believed they were being healed. We met Hermann Bremer, the young man who came down from the Himalayas convinced that he had found the cure for consumption. We saw him build his sanatorium, establish his reputation, publish his statistics. Those statistics that seemed so impressive at the time, that convinced physicians across Europe that something miraculous was happening in the mountains. We followed his disciple Peter Detweiler, who refined the cure, rest instead of exercise, the lying cure instead of the walking cure, but kept the wine. The tradition was established, and Detweiler saw no reason to question it. We travelled to Davos, where the sanatoriums rose in the Swiss Alps with their wine cellars and their ceremonial dinners. We crossed the Atlantic to Saranac Lake watching. Edward Trudeau chart a different course, fresh air and rest and discipline, but no alcohol. We passed through the strange interlude of prohibition, when 11 million prescriptions for whiskey were written each year in a nation that had banned alcohol entirely. We saw the doctors who wrote those prescriptions, some believing in what they prescribed, others simply profiting from a profitable loophole. We saw the pharmacists who filled them, the patients who drank them believing they were medicine, the system that evolved around a practice that the medical establishment had officially declared useless. We traced the slow accumulation of evidence, the animal studies, the epidemiological data, the cellular research, that finally answered the question the 19th century could not resolve. We learned what alcohol does to the alveolar macrophages, those silent guardians of the lung, and how that damage translates into a tripling of tuberculosis risk. We understood at last what the patients at Gerbersdorf could never have understood, what each glass of prescribed wine was doing to their chances of survival. And we arrived at our own time, when the relationship between alcohol and tuberculosis is understood as it never was before, when no reputable physician would dream of prescribing whiskey for consumption, when the practice has passed so completely into history that it seems almost unbelievable. This is not a simple story of heroes and villains. The doctors who prescribed alcohol were not evil. They were working within the knowledge of their time. The reformers who opposed them were not always right for the right reasons. Science advanced not through moments of revelation, but through the slow, painful accumulation of evidence over decades. What does this story tell us about medicine, about science, about ourselves? It tells us first that good intentions are not sufficient. The physicians who prescribed alcohol genuinely wanted to help their patients. They observed, they reasoned, they drew what seemed like logical conclusions. And they were wrong. Wanting to help is not the same as helping. This is a lesson that medicine learns and relearns across the centuries. The history of our profession is littered with treatments that seemed logical, seemed helpful, seemed obviously correct, and turned out to cause harm. Bloodletting weakened patients who needed their strength. Mercury damaged the very bodies it was meant to heal. Thalidomide caused birth defects that haunt us still. And alcohol weakened the immunity of patients fighting for their lives. It tells us that the appearance of benefit is not the same as benefit itself. Alcohol warmed the skin, stimulated appetite, promoted sleep. These effects were real and observable. But they were not the effects that mattered. The effects that mattered, the weakening of immunity, the increased vulnerability to infection, were invisible to 19th century observation. We see what we can see. We measure what we can measure. And we draw conclusions from that limited evidence, believing we have understood the whole when we have only glimpsed a part. The warm flush of the patient's cheeks seemed like health returning. The increased appetite seemed like the body gathering strength. These visible signs obscured the invisible destruction happening within. It tells us that tradition can be wrong. The prescription of alcohol for tuberculosis was not the invention of a single eccentric physician. It was a widespread practice, endorsed by medical authorities, taught in medical schools, followed in the most prestigious institutions. The weight of tradition is not proof of correctness. Generations of physicians prescribed alcohol because their teachers had prescribed alcohol, and their teachers before them. The practice seemed to work, or at least it did not seem to fail in any obvious way. Some patients improved, others died. The same was true without alcohol. In the absence of controlled trials, in the absence of the statistical methods we now take for granted, it was impossible to know which treatments helped and which harmed. Tradition filled the void where evidence should have been. And it tells us something about hope, about the desperate need to do something, anything, when faced with a disease that seemed otherwise unstoppable. In the absence of effective treatment, doctors prescribed what they had. Patients took what they were given. Hope sustained them, even when the object of that hope was misplaced. Hope is not nothing. Even misplaced hope has value. It keeps the dying from despair. It motivates them to continue fighting. It makes the unbearable slightly more bearable. The patients who believed they were being healed by their wine and cognac found comfort in that belief. The comfort was real, even if the healing was not. What do we carry forward from this story? We carry the recognition that medicine is a process, not a destination. The answers of today may be the errors of tomorrow. This is not an argument for rejecting medical advice, but for understanding it in context, as the best available approximation of truth, not as truth itself. Every generation of physicians believes, with varying degrees of confidence, that it has finally understood what previous generations got wrong. The doctors of the 1950s believed they had solved the tuberculosis problem with antibiotics. Then came drug resistance. The doctors of the 1980s believed they understood infectious disease. Then came HIV. Each solution reveals new problems. Each answer generates new questions. This is not failure. It is the nature of scientific progress. But it should teach us humility. We carry the memory of patients who trusted their doctors and drank what they were prescribed. They deserve to be remembered, not with condescension, but with compassion. They were doing their best, just as we do our best, navigating uncertainty with the tools available. These were not gullible fools. They were people facing a terrible disease with no good options, who followed the advice of the most educated professionals their society could produce. Their trust was reasonable. Their hope was human. That the trust was misplaced and the hope ultimately futile does not diminish them. It reminds us that we too place our trust in experts. We too hope that our treatments will work, and we too may one day be pitied by future generations who know what we cannot. We carry an awareness that the intersection of alcohol and disease remains medically significant. The tuberculosis bacillus has not disappeared from the world. It still kills more than 1 million people every year. And alcohol use disorder remains one of the factors that enables it, weakening immunity, disrupting treatment, feeding the cycles of infection that public health officials struggle to break. The pattern we have traced tonight, of alcohol making tuberculosis worse, continues to this day. In Russia and Eastern Europe, in homeless shelters and prisons, in marginalized communities around the world, the old combination persists. The whiskey prescription has ended, but the relationship between alcohol and tuberculosis has not. Perhaps, most importantly, we carry a sense of humility. The doctors of the 19th century were educated, thoughtful people who believed they were doing the right thing. History has not been kind to their beliefs. We have no guarantee that history will be kinder to ours. Somewhere in our current medical practice, in our current confident certainties, there may be errors as profound as the whiskey prescription. We cannot know which beliefs will fall. We can only proceed with care, test our assumptions honestly, and remain open to evidence that contradicts what we think we know. There are no easy answers. There never were. And perhaps that is the most important thing to carry forward. The recognition that certainty is often illusion, that knowledge is always provisional, and that the best we can do is try our hardest with whatever tools and understanding we have. The sanatoriums are gone now. The wine cellars have been emptied or converted to other uses. The prescription pads that once demanded whiskey now carry the names of antibiotics and antivirals. But somewhere, in the mountains where patients once lay on cure porches, breathing the thin cold air, the memory persists. In the converted hotels that were once places of healing and dying. In the medical archives that preserve the records of another age. In the human hope that any remedy, however unlikely, might offer salvation. If you were to visit Davos today, you would find a ski resort and conference centre. The cure porches have been enclosed to make hotel rooms. The dining halls where patients raise their glasses of wine now host business executives and winter tourists. The magic mountain that Thomas Mann immortalised has been transformed into something ordinary, something commercial, something that remembers its past only in plaques and museum exhibits. At Saranac Lake, some of the old cure cottages still stand. They are protected now as historical buildings, testaments to an era when tuberculosis shaped an entire town. Trudeau's original sanatorium has been converted into other uses. His laboratory became the Trudeau Institute, still conducting medical research, though now into immunology rather than tuberculosis specifically. His legacy survives, stripped of the whiskey debate that he largely won. The glass of wine at dinner, the cognac at bedtime, these were not merely medical treatments. They were rituals of hope, performed by the dying and those who cared for them, in an age when hope was often all that medicine could offer. Think of what it meant to drink that prescribed wine. To lift the glass, knowing that your physician believed it would help you. To feel the warmth spreading through your chest and believe, truly believe, that it was the warmth of healing. To maintain the forms of civilized dining even as disease ravaged your body. To participate in a communal ritual with others who shared your fate. There was meaning in that glass, beyond whatever physical effects the alcohol produced. That hope was misplaced, but it was real. And perhaps that is the most human part of this story. Not the science that eventually corrected the error, but the hope that sustained it for so long. We are creatures who need to believe in something, who cannot endure hopelessness, who will grasp at any treatment that promises relief from suffering. The whiskey prescription endured not because doctors were foolish, but because patients needed hope and alcohol provided the illusion of it. The glass remains. Not the physical glass. That has long since been broken or recycled or lost. But the memory of what it represented. The desperate search for healing. The trust between patient and physician. The hope that any remedy, however improbable, might be the one that saves us. That hope is with us still. It lives in every patient who asks their doctor for something, anything that might help. In every physician who wishes they had better treatments to offer. In the ongoing human struggle against disease and death, and the terrible uncertainty that surrounds both. Let us return, one final time, to that dining hall in the mountains of Silesia. It is evening. The snow has begun to fall again, visible through the tall windows as white flakes against the darkening sky. The patients have gathered for dinner, dressed in their finest clothes, maintaining the forms of civilization even as disease works within them. A waiter moves between the tables, pouring wine from bottles of Hungarian Tokay. The crystal catches the gaslight, and for a moment the wine glows like amber, like honey, like something precious. The patients lift their glasses. Some of them are laughing, sharing stories of distant homes and distant lives. Others are quiet, their thoughts turned inward. A young woman near the window gazes at the falling snow. An elderly gentleman studies his wine, as if reading something in its depths. They drink. They believe, most of them, that what they are drinking will help them. That the warmth spreading through their chests is the warmth of healing. That the doctors who prescribe this wine know what they are doing. We know now that they were wrong. We know what the wine was doing to their immune systems, to their chances of survival, to the invisible battle being waged within their lungs. We know what they could not know. But we cannot save them. They are beyond our reach, separated by more than a century of time and knowledge. All we can do is remember them. Remember their hope, remember their trust, remember that they were people doing their best in an impossible situation. The wine was not the cure they sought, but perhaps in its way it offered them something else. A moment of normalcy, a sense of civilization persisting, a ritual that connected them to the world they were losing. Outside, the mountains stand as they have always stood, indifferent to human suffering, indifferent to human hope, indifferent to the debates of physicians and the fears of patients. The same peaks that Hermann Bremer saw when he built his sanatorium. The same forests that patients walked through, breathing deeply, believing the air would save them. The mountains have outlasted the sanatoriums, outlasted the patients, outlasted the entire era when tuberculosis ruled and alcohol was prescribed as its cure. And so, as the night deepens and the sanatorium dining hall fades into memory, we leave behind the doctors and their prescriptions, the debates and the doubts, the science that came too late to save those who needed it most. But their legacy remains in our understanding of immunity and infection, in our humility about medical certainty, in the ongoing relationship between alcohol and disease that still claims lives today. The story we have traced tonight is not merely history. It is a reminder of how medicine works, of how knowledge grows, of how well-meaning people can do harm while trying to help. It is a reminder to question certainties, to test assumptions, to remain humble in the face of what we do not yet understand. Next time on the Sanatorium, we'll explore another corner of tuberculosis history, but that journey is for another night. For now, rest well. Let the memory of mountain air carry you gently into sleep. Let the distant sound of crystal glasses raised in hope echo into quietness. The wine has been poured and drunk. The patients have retired to their rooms. The snow continues to fall on the mountains where so many came seeking cures they would not find. If you found some measure of peace in tonight's journey, perhaps leave a like or share it with someone who might need it. Thank you for being here. Thank you for remembering with us those who drank in hope and died in ignorance of what they were drinking. Good night. In 2014, a secret group of scientists gathered in a Warsaw church under cover of night. They came to examine a human heart, one that had been preserved in cognac for 165 years, the heart of Frédéric Chopin. When they finally opened the crystal urn, they found what medical science had suspected for more than a century and a half, the lesions of tuberculosis. The disease that silenced the most poetic piano ever played. Welcome to the Sanatorium. Tonight we trace the journey of Frédéric Chopin, the Polish exile who revolutionized the piano, who composed music of such intimate beauty that it was never meant for concert halls, and who spent the last 11 years of his life slowly suffocating from tuberculosis. If you're new here, this channel explores how tuberculosis, the disease that killed 1 in 4 people in the 19th century, shaped everything from literature to music, from fashion to the architecture of cities. If that sounds like your kind of history, consider subscribing. Now, settle in. Find a comfortable position. Let your breathing slow. We have a long journey ahead, through Warsaw drawing rooms and Parisian salons, through a disastrous winter in Majorca, and finally to a quiet apartment on the Place Vendôme, where Europe's greatest pianist drew his final breath. Let's begin. Paris, a winter evening in 1842. The salon is small by aristocratic standards, perhaps 30 guests arranged on silk-upholstered chairs. The women wear their hair parted in the centre, swept back, their gowns high-waisted in the Empire style, now giving way to fuller sleeves and tighter bodices. The men stand at the edges, their evening coats dark against the cream walls. At the centre of the room, barely visible behind the curved lid of a Pleyel piano, sits a man so slight, so pale, that he might be mistaken for a consumptive's ghost. He's 32 years old, though he appears older, worn somehow, as if life has been slowly erasing him. His fingers touch the keys, and the room holds its breath. This is Frédéric Chopin, and what he plays is unlike anything else in the musical world of his time. The great virtuosos of the era, Franz Liszt, Sigismund Thalberg, they perform in concert halls. They dazzle crowds of thousands with cascading arpeggios and thundering chords. They are athletes of the keyboard. Chopin is something else entirely. He plays as if the music were breathing. The melody rises and falls like the chest of someone dreaming, the notes suspended in candlelight, intimate as a whispered confession. There are no pyrotechnics here, no displays of superhuman dexterity, only poetry. And poetry is what Chopin needs, because his body cannot sustain anything more. In his entire life, Frédéric Chopin will give only about 30 public concerts, 30 performances for a career spanning 20 years. In an era when professional pianists might perform 100 concerts in a single year, this is an almost incomprehensible restraint. But Chopin does not restrain himself by choice. His lungs cannot endure the demands of concert performance, the travel, the exertion, the sheer physical toll of projecting music across a vast hall, the intimate salon where he can play softly, where he can breathe between phrases, where the audience comes close enough to see his hands. This is not aesthetic preference, it is medical necessity. The disease that makes him too weak for concert halls will also make him immortal, because music written for intimate spaces, for quiet evenings, for the edge of sleep, that music will outlive the thundering virtuosos by centuries. Tonight we explore how tuberculosis shaped the sound of the piano itself. To understand Chopin, we must first understand the Poland that made him, and the Poland that he could never return to. Friedrich Franciszek Chopin was born on the 1st of March 1810 in the village of Żelazowa Wola, about 50 kilometers west of Warsaw. His mother, Justyna Krzyżanowska, was Polish. His father, Nicholas, was French, an emigrant from Lorraine, who had arrived in Poland in 1787, at the age of 16, and never left. The Poland of Chopin's birth was not truly Poland at all. It was the Duchy of Warsaw, a puppet state created by Napoleon, and even this fiction would dissolve within a few years. By 1815, when Chopin was 5 years old, Poland had been carved up between Russia, Prussia and Austria. The country existed only in memory and in music. 6 months after Chopin's birth, the family moved to Warsaw, where his father had secured a position teaching French at the Warsaw Lyceum, housed in the Saxon Palace. The boy grew up in rooms within the palace grounds, surrounded by the children of the Polish aristocracy, speaking French at home and Polish in the streets. He was a prodigy in the truest sense. By the age of 4, he was playing the piano. By 7, he had composed 2 polonaises. By 8, he was giving private concerts for Warsaw's elite, a child in a velvet suit, seated at a piano far too large for him, producing sounds that made grown men weep. His first formal music tutor was Wojciech Żywny, a Czech-born pianist who recognised immediately that the boy was extraordinary. Żywny trained him in the classical tradition, Bach, Mozart, but there was something in the child's playing that could not be taught, a quality of intimacy, of inner listening, as if the music existed first inside him, and the piano was merely the instrument of revelation. Żywny was an old-fashioned musician, trained in the 18th century style. He believed in the supremacy of Bach, in the importance of counterpoint, in the discipline of correct technique. He instilled in young Frederick a foundation that would serve him throughout his life, even as the student quickly surpassed the teacher. By the time Chopin was 11, Żywny admitted that he had nothing more to teach the boy. The child had absorbed everything his teacher knew, and had begun to develop in directions that Żywny could not follow, but the foundation remained. Throughout his career, Chopin revered Bach above all other composers. He warmed up by playing the well-tempered clavier. He recommended Bach to his students as the ultimate teacher. At the Warsaw Lyceum, Chopin was a good student, popular among his classmates. He had a gift for mimicry and caricature, a sharp wit and an easy charm. But music consumed him. By the time he entered the Warsaw Conservatory in 1826, at 16, he was already one of the finest pianists in Eastern Europe. During summer holidays, the teenage Chopin visited the countryside, attending peasant weddings and harvest festivals. He listened to the village musicians with their fiddles and bagpipes. He noted down the texts of folk songs. He absorbed the rhythms of the mazurka and the polonaise, the dances that would later become his signature. The mazurka, a folk dance from the Mazovia region where Chopin was born, had a distinctive triple meter with an accent on the second or third beat. It was rough, vital music, played on instruments that would never be welcome in a Warsaw salon. But Chopin heard something in it that sophisticated musicians had missed. He heard poetry. The polonaise was more ceremonial, a processional dance associated with the Polish nobility, with national pride, with the grandeur of a Poland that no longer existed as an independent nation. To play a polonaise was to make a political statement, however indirect. It was to assert that Poland still lived, if only in music. These folk influences shaped everything Chopin later composed: the rhythms of the village, the harmonies of the bagpipe, the ceremonial pride of the polonaise. They seeped into his nocturnes, his ballads, his preludes. Even his most sophisticated Parisian works carry traces of the Polish countryside. Polish folk music entered his bloodstream and never left. Even in Paris, even at the height of sophistication, his mazurkas would carry the unmistakable accent of the Polish village. In November of 1830, Chopin left Warsaw. He was 20 years old, carrying a small container of Polish soil given to him by friends. He did not know it, but he would never return. Within weeks of his departure, the November uprising began, Poland's desperate attempt to throw off Russian rule. The uprising was born of hope and desperation in equal measure. Polish nationalists believed that the moment had come, that Europe was ready to support their cause, that the Russian Empire could be challenged, that independence was within reach. They were wrong, but they could not have known that at the time. Young men took up arms, students left their studies. The streets of Warsaw became battlefields. For nearly a year, the Poles fought with courage and determination. They won early victories. They established a provisional government. They believed for a brief moment that freedom was possible. Chopin, in Vienna, and then in Munich and Stuttgart, followed the news with anguish. He wanted to return to fight, but friends persuaded him that his health would not survive a military campaign. His contribution to Poland would have to be his music, not his blood. Within a year, the uprising had been crushed. Warsaw was occupied. Many of Chopin's friends were imprisoned, exiled, or dead. In Stuttgart, waiting to hear whether his family had survived, Chopin received the news that Warsaw had fallen. He wrote in his journal, "The suburbs are destroyed, burned. Jas Willisch probably dead on the ramparts. I see Marcel a prisoner, Sawinski, that kind soul, in the hands of those brutes. Oh God, do you exist?" The Poland he loved existed now only in his music, and in the soil he carried with him, which would one day be scattered on his grave. The container of Polish soil became one of Chopin's most treasured possessions. It was a tangible connection to a homeland he could not visit, a piece of the earth that had nurtured him. Throughout his years in Paris, through all his travels, he kept it with him, a talisman, a reminder, a promise. Friends who knew of the soil understood what it meant. It was not merely sentiment, it was identity, carried in a small container across borders that Chopin could not cross himself. When he asked for it to be scattered on his grave, he was asking to be reunited with Poland in the only way left to him. But that reunion was years away. First came Paris, the city that would become his second home, the stage for his greatest triumphs and his most profound suffering. Chopin arrived in Paris in September of 1831, at the age of 21. He came as one of thousands of Polish refugees fleeing the failed uprising, but unlike most, he came with letters of introduction to the most important musicians in Europe. Paris, in the 1830s, was the undisputed capital of the musical world. The city throbbed with talent. Berlioz was writing his Symphonie Fantastique. Liszt was dazzling audiences with his demonic virtuosity. Rossini held court at the Théâtre Italien. Into this world stepped the pale young Pole with his quiet manners and his revolutionary fingers. His debut concert in February of 1832 was a sensation. The Revue Musicale wrote, "Here is a young man who, surrendering himself to his natural impressions and taking no model, has found, if not a complete renewal of pianoforte music, at least a part of what has been sought in vain for a long time, namely, an abundance of original ideas." Another critic wrote that Chopin had an entirely new character in his playing, something that could not be classified according to the prevailing schools of pianism. He was neither the thundering virtuoso in the Liszt mode nor the elegant sentimentalist. He was something unprecedented. The concert took place at the Salle Pleyel, named for the piano manufacturer Camille Pleyel, who had become one of Chopin's most important supporters. The hall was intimate by concert standards, seating perhaps 400. Even so, it was larger than Chopin preferred. But Chopin quickly realized that public concerts were not for him. The physical demands were enormous. A concert pianist in the 1830s needed to project across halls seating 1,000 or more. The playing had to be loud, emphatic, theatrical, and Chopin's style was the opposite, refined, nuanced, dependent on subtleties that would be lost in a vast space. More than that, his body was beginning to fail. The symptoms had started earlier, perhaps as early as his adolescence. Chronic coughs, fatigue, susceptibility to every passing cold. In Paris, the symptoms worsened. The damp winters, the coal smoke, the endless social demands. They wore him down. So Chopin made a strategic choice that would define his career. He would perform primarily in salons. This was not a retreat from musical life. It was a redefinition of what musical life could be. Chopin recognized that the intimate salon offered something the concert hall could not, a space where his particular genius could flourish. He did not compete with Liszt for the crowds. He created his own audience, his own context, his own world. The strategy was brilliant. Within a few years, Chopin became the most sought-after pianist in Paris, not because he filled concert halls, but because he filled salons with people desperate to hear him. An invitation to a soirée where Chopin would play became one of the most coveted social prizes in the city. And the fees he could command for private performances matched or exceeded what concert artists earned. The wealthy aristocrats who hosted him were willing to pay handsomely for the privilege of his presence. Chopin never suffered from want of money, despite playing so few public concerts. The Parisian salon of the 1830s was not merely a party, it was an institution, the crucible of French cultural life. In the drawing rooms of aristocratic hostesses, poets met painters, politicians met philosophers, and musicians performed for audiences who listened with an attention that the concert hall could not match. For Chopin, the salon was ideal. 30 guests, 40 at most. Candles rather than gas lamps. A Pleyel piano, lighter in touch than the English instruments, positioned so that he could play softly and still be heard. The audience close enough to see his hands to catch every nuance. Contemporary accounts describe his playing as extraordinary. One had to come close to him to catch the pianissimo, wrote one listener. His fortissimo was still a mezzo forte. Another described a quality of tone that seemed to float above the keyboard, never quite striking the keys but caressing them. His rubato, the elastic stretching and contracting of tempo, was unlike anything else in the repertoire. Rubato, from the Italian for stolen, refers to the practice of slightly accelerating or slowing the tempo for expressive purposes. All romantic pianists employed rubato, but Chopin's approach was distinctive. He would often keep the left hand strictly in time while allowing the right hand to float freely, creating a sense of melody that hovers above the accompaniment like a voice above its backing. The left hand, Chopin told his students, is the conductor. It must never waver. The right hand, meanwhile, could sing and sigh and breathe. This independence between the hands, this sense of two voices in conversation rather than one mechanism operating, was central to Chopin's sound. The great German poet Heinrich Heine, who knew Chopin personally, wrote, "Chopin is the Raphael of the piano. He is a poet, the most profound of any living musician. He gives you countries that exist only in our dreams." The salon also provided Chopin with his primary income, teaching. He became the most sought-after piano teacher in Paris, charging what would be several $100s per lesson in today's money. His students were the daughters of counts and bankers, young aristocrats seeking the polish that a Chopin education could provide. He was, by all accounts, a meticulous and patient teacher. He insisted on technique, on fingering, on the correct posture of the hand, but above all he insisted on singing, on making the piano breathe as a human voice breathes, on phrasing as an Italian opera singer. Phrases. "You must sing if you wish to play," he told his students, and they understood what he meant only when they heard him play. The music seemed to come from somewhere beyond technique, beyond the black and white keys. It came from the same place that poetry comes from, some depth of feeling that ordinary language cannot reach. His teaching schedule was punishing, sometimes 5 or 6 lessons a day, walking or taking carriages across Paris from one aristocratic household to another. The income was excellent, but the toll on his fragile health was considerable. By afternoon he was often exhausted, and yet the lessons continued. His students remembered specific details of his instruction. He demanded a particular position of the hand, curved but relaxed, the fingers striking the keys at a slight angle. He insisted on suppleness of the wrist. He abhorred unnecessary movement, theatrical gestures, anything that interfered with the pure transmission of sound. Simplicity is the final achievement, Chopin told one student. After one has played a vast quantity of notes and more notes, it is simplicity that emerges as the crowning reward of art. This philosophy, that complexity should serve expression, not display, ran counter to the prevailing virtuoso culture. The great performers of the day competed to play faster, louder, more astonishingly. Chopin taught his students to play more beautifully. Among his students were some of the finest pianists of the next generation. Karol Mikuli, who would later publish an important edition of Chopin's works, studied with him for years. Princess Marcelina Czartoryska became one of the most celebrated performers of Chopin's music. They carried his teachings forward, creating a chain of transmission that extended into the 20th century. In Paris, Chopin found himself at the centre of the greatest concentration of artistic genius in 19th century Europe. He knew Franz Liszt, his temperamental opposite, Liszt the showman, Liszt the theatrical virtuoso, Liszt who played to thousands where Chopin played to dozens. They admired each other, though their friendship was complicated. Liszt sometimes performed Chopin's music in concert, but he added his own embellishments, his own theatrical touches which Chopin found vulgar. The contrast between the two men was striking. Liszt was tall, handsome, commanding, a born performer who thrived on the energy of crowds. Chopin was slight, delicate, reserved, a born artist who preferred the intimacy of small gatherings. Liszt conquered audiences, Chopin seduced them. They respected each other's gifts, but they understood music differently. For Liszt, music was a public act, a form of communication with the masses. For Chopin, music was private, personal, almost secret. Liszt sought glory. Chopin sought perfection. In later years, their friendship cooled. There were rumours of jealousy, of competition, of slights real or imagined. After Chopin's death, Liszt wrote a biography that was more hagiography than scholarship, a tribute to a genius he had admired but perhaps never fully understood. He knew Hector Berlioz, the visionary orchestrator who was remaking what the symphony could be. He knew Felix Mendelssohn, the German prodigy who combined classical form with romantic expression. He knew Vincenzo Bellini, the Italian opera composer whose melodic lines influenced Chopin's own sense of vocal phrase. Bellini's influence on Chopin was profound. The Italian composer wrote operas, Norma, La Sonnambula, I Puritani, with melodies of such purity and expressiveness that they seemed to transcend the voice itself. Chopin studied these operas obsessively. He attended performances whenever he could. He analysed how Bellini constructed his melodic lines, how he phrased, how he allowed the voice to breathe. Play as Bellini would sing, Chopin told his students. It was the highest praise he could offer. When Bellini died in 1835, at the age of 33, Chopin was devastated. He had lost not just a friend, but a teacher, someone who had shown him what the piano might become if it could only learn to sing. And he knew the painters, Eugène Delacroix above all. Delacroix, the leading painter of French Romanticism, became one of Chopin's closest friends. They met through George Sand in 1838, and the connection was immediate. Delacroix, like Chopin, was an artist of intensity who concealed his fire beneath a reserved manner. He understood what Chopin was trying to do with the piano in the same way that a fellow painter might understand. In 1838, Delacroix painted a double portrait, Chopin at the piano, George Sand behind him, listening. It was never finished. Later, after some unknown dispute or simply through the chaos of artistic estate sales, the painting was cut in two. Today, Chopin and Sand hang in separate museums, forever separated, a metaphor more apt than anyone could have planned. The portrait shows a younger Chopin than the daguerreotype taken the year of his death. His face is softer, less haunted, but there is already something in the eyes, a distance, a melancholy, as if he is listening to music that the viewer cannot hear. Delacroix wrote in his journal, "Chopin is the truest artist I have ever known. The rest of us labour to create our work. Chopin simply opens a door and the music flows through." The friendship between Chopin and Delacroix was a meeting of kindred spirits. Both men were obsessed with craft, with the technical means by which emotion could be conveyed through art. They spent hours discussing the parallels between painting and music, the ways that colour in a painting might correspond to harmony in a composition, the ways that brushwork might parallel phrasing. Delacroix was fascinated by Chopin's creative process. Unlike many composers who worked systematically, Chopin composed in bursts of inspiration, followed by painstaking revision. He would improvise at the piano for hours, searching for a melody, a harmonic progression, a rhythmic pattern. When something emerged that satisfied him, he would begin the agonizing work of writing it down. Chopin suffers over his compositions, Delacroix observed. He shuts himself in his room for days, weeping, walking, breaking his pens. He changes and destroys and starts again 100 times. This perfectionism was both a blessing and a curse. It meant that every note Chopin published was exactly as he intended it. But it also meant that composition was torment, a process of endless revision that exhausted him physically and emotionally. A single page of music might take weeks to complete. A single phrase might be rewritten dozens of times. And all the while his lungs were failing, his energy was declining, and he knew that time was running out. During his Paris years, Chopin produced an astonishing body of work. Unlike many Romantic composers who wrote symphonies, operas, and grand orchestral pieces, Chopin wrote almost exclusively for solo piano. It was a limitation that became a universe. The Nocturnes, Opus 9, published in 1832, established the form that would become his signature. The Nocturne was not Chopin's invention. The Irish composer John Field had coined the term for his own dreamy piano pieces, but Chopin transformed it into something deeper. A Chopin nocturne is not simply night music. It is the sound of consciousness at the edge of sleep, when thoughts dissolve into feeling, and feeling dissolves into pure sensation. The right hand sings a melody, ornamented, floating, never quite predictable, while the left hand moves through gentle harmonies that seem to support the melody as water supports a boat. The effect is hypnotic. Contemporary listeners described falling into a kind of trance, a suspension of ordinary awareness. The music seemed to speak directly to some part of the mind that existed below language. John Field, the Irish composer who invented the nocturne as a genre, wrote pieces of considerable charm, but Chopin transformed the form entirely. Where Field's nocturnes were pleasant, Chopin's were profound. Where Field offered decoration, Chopin offered depth. The difference lay in harmony, in structure, in the quality of melodic invention. Chopin's nocturnes could move from tenderness to passion to despair within a few pages. They could explore emotional territories that Field never imagined. They could break your heart. The Nocturne in C-sharp minor, Tayet 27 No. 1, begins with a melody of almost unbearable sadness. A lament, a confession, a cry in the night. It builds to a passionate middle section, then returns to the opening material transformed. the listener who follows this journey arrives somewhere different from where they began. This is what Chopin added to the nocturne: narrative, drama, emotional development. He took a pleasant salon form and made it capable of tragedy. The nocturnes were meant for the night hours, for that liminal time when the mind relaxes, when defences drop, when we are most open to emotion. They were written for candlelight, for quiet rooms, for intimate company. They were written, in a sense, for the very experience you may be having now, listening in the dark, letting the music wash over you, drifting towards sleep. It is no accident that Chopin's nocturnes remain among the most popular pieces for relaxation and sleep. They were designed for that purpose, not literally perhaps, but in their essence. They meet you where you are in the quiet hours, and they ask nothing except your attention. The Etudes, published in 1833 and 1837, were ostensibly teaching pieces, exercises in piano technique, but they were exercises that no one had imagined before. Each etude isolates a particular technical problem, octaves, thirds, legato playing, but frames it within a complete musical statement. The revolutionary etude, written in response to the fall of Warsaw, is a fury of passionate running notes, anguish made audible. The ballades, there would eventually be 4, were something entirely new. Chopin essentially invented the piano ballade as a form. These were large-scale narrative works, each telling a story that the listener could almost but not quite follow. The first ballad, in G minor, is one of the most performed pieces in the piano repertoire. Schumann said of it, "I have a new ballad by Chopin. It seems to me his most inspired, though not his most perfect work." The ballades may have been inspired by the poetry of Adam Mickiewicz, the great Polish romantic poet who was also living in exile in Paris. Chopin never confirmed this connection, but the parallels are suggestive. Mickiewicz wrote epic poems about Polish history and legend. Chopin wrote ballades that seemed to tell stories without words. The fourth ballad, in Fa minor, composed in 1842 during the happy years at Nohant, is perhaps Chopin's greatest single work. It is a piece of extraordinary complexity and emotional depth, a narrative that seems to encompass an entire life. It begins quietly, almost tentatively, and builds through variations and developments to a conclusion of shattering power. Pianists speak of the fourth ballad with reverence. It is technically demanding, of course. All of Chopin's major works are. But the technical demands are not the point. The point is the emotional journey, the sense of having lived through something profound in the space of 12 minutes. When Chopin performed the fourth ballad in private, listeners wept. They could not have said exactly what the music meant, but they felt its meaning in their bones. The mazurkas, 61 in total over his lifetime, brought the Polish village into the Parisian salon. These were not authentic folk dances, but transformations of folk material. The rough country music refined and deepened until it became art music of the highest order. To play a Chopin mazurka was to hear Poland, to remember what had been lost. And the polonaises, grander, more ceremonial than the mazurkas, were statements of Polish national pride disguised as salon music. The revolutionary polonaise, the heroic polonaise, these were declarations of identity by a man who would never see his homeland again. The waltzes, more than 20 of them, were perhaps the most immediately popular of Chopin's works. They were dance music nominally, but dances that no one could actually dance to. The tempos were too flexible, the harmonies too complex, the structures too free. They were the idea of the waltz, the essence of the waltz, distilled into something that existed only for listening. The Grande Valse Brillante, Opus 18, became a favourite of the salons. It was dazzling but accessible, technically demanding but melodically memorable. Chopin himself performed it frequently, and it helped establish his reputation among audiences who might not have appreciated the more searching depths of the nocturnes. The scherzos, 4 of them, were larger, more dramatic works. The word scherzo means joke in Italian, but there's nothing humorous about Chopin's scherzos. They're intense, driven, sometimes violent. The second scherzo in B-flat minor was among the most frequently performed of his works during his lifetime. It opens with a question, 2 urgent chords, a silence, a response, and builds through cascading arpeggios to a triumphant conclusion. These diverse genres, nocturnes, etudes, ballads, mazurkas, polonaises, waltzes, scherzos, together formed a complete world. Chopin wrote almost nothing outside the piano, but within the piano he explored every possibility. He found, in this single instrument, enough range to express everything he needed to say. Through all this creativity, Chopin's health was deteriorating. The coughs came more frequently, the fatigue deepened. Friends noticed that he tired easily, that he needed to rest after any exertion. The vigorous young man who had arrived in Paris in 1831 was becoming visibly fragile. In 1835, a doctor examined him and delivered an alarming verdict. Chopin showed signs of consumption. Tuberculosis in the 1830s was not simply a disease. It was a cultural phenomenon, almost an identity. Consumptive, pale, feverish, creative had become a romantic archetype. Byron wished to die of consumption because he said the ladies would find it interesting. Keats had died of it in Rome in 1821. In the popular imagination, consumption was the artist's disease, the price of genius. But for those who actually suffered from it, there was nothing romantic. The disease attacked the lungs, causing bloody coughs, chronic fatigue, night sweats, and progressive wasting. In the era before antibiotics, there was no cure. Treatment consisted of rest, fresh air, and the hope that the body's own defences might arrest the disease. For many, this hope was futile. The physicians of Chopin's era were not entirely ignorant about tuberculosis. They understood that it was contagious, that it ran in families, that certain climates seemed to help or hinder its progress. What they lacked was any effective treatment. They could observe the disease, document its progress, offer palliative care, but they could not stop it. The standard advice for consumptives was to seek out warmer, drier climates. Italy was popular, as was the south of France. Majorca, with its Mediterranean sun and mild winters, seemed ideal. Physicians assured their patients that a change of air might make all the difference. Sometimes it did. Some patients recovered, or at least stabilized, in more favorable environments. But tuberculosis was unpredictable. What helped one patient might do nothing for another, and the journey itself, the stress of travel, the disruption of routine, the exposure to new pathogens, could sometimes accelerate the disease rather than slow it. Chopin's doctors prescribed what doctors of the era prescribed: tonics, rest, and change of climate. They suggested that he leave Paris in winter, seek warmer, drier air. It was this advice that would lead to the most difficult episode of his life, and some of his greatest music. In the autumn of 1838, Chopin departed for Majorca with George Sand and her 2 children. He had been in love with her for over a year. She believed the warm Mediterranean air would heal him. Neither of them understood what they were walking into. The decision to travel to Majorca was made quickly, perhaps too quickly. Sand was eager to escape Paris, where her relationship with Chopin was causing scandal. She was also concerned about her son Maurice's rheumatism. Majorca seemed to offer solutions to multiple problems: a warm climate, a retreat from gossip, a chance to work in peace. For Chopin, the appeal was simpler. He wanted to be with Sand, and his doctors had recommended a change of air. He did not particularly want to leave Paris with its salons and its concerts and its familiar routines. but love made him willing to try. They gathered their belongings, made their arrangements, and set off into the unknown. It was a journey that would test everything: their love, their patience, their faith in each other. And it would produce some of the most extraordinary music ever written. Amantine Lucille Aurore Dupin, who wrote under the pen name George Sand, was one of the most famous women in Europe. She was a novelist of extraordinary productivity and influence, the author of dozens of works that sold in the tens of thousands. She was notorious for wearing men's clothes, for smoking cigars, for taking lovers of both sexes. In an era that confined women to domestic roles, she had made herself a public figure, a working writer who supported herself and her children by her pen. Chopin and Sand met on October 24, 1836, in the salon of the Countess Marie de Gouges, who was herself the mistress of Franz Liszt. According to some accounts, Chopin was initially repulsed. He reportedly asked Liszt, "Is she really a woman?" Sand, for her part, was intrigued. She wrote to a mutual friend asking if Chopin was still engaged to his former pupil, Maria Wodzinska. If so, she would back off. But the engagement had already dissolved, and within 2 years, Chopin and Sand had become lovers. It was an unlikely match: the reserved, fastidious Polish aristocrat and the bold, unconventional Frenchwoman. But something in each of them answered something in the other. Sand saw in Chopin a genius who needed nurturing. Chopin saw in Sand a force of nature, a protector, someone who could manage the practical world while he devoted himself to music. To celebrate their union, Sand proposed a winter in the Mediterranean. Her son Maurice was recovering from rheumatism. Chopin's lungs were struggling. The warm air of Mallorca, she believed, would heal them all. It was a catastrophic miscalculation. Sand would later describe the Mallorca journey in her book Un hivern a Majorque, A Winter in Mallorca. It is a remarkable document, part travelogue, part polemic, part love letter to the landscape and bitter denunciation of its inhabitants. Sand's gift for prose served her well in capturing both the beauty of the island and the horror of what she and Chopin endured there: time and wands. But at the moment of departure all was optimism. They were escaping Paris, escaping winter, escaping the constraints of conventional society. They were beginning an adventure. The journey itself was arduous. They travelled by stagecoach to Lyon, then down the Rhône River by steamboat to Avignon. From there, they continued to the Mediterranean port of Perpignan, then crossed into Spain and made their way to Barcelona. From Barcelona, they took a small packet boat across the Mediterranean to Mallorca. The crossing was rough. Chopin was seasick, weakened, miserable. Sand did her best to care for him and keep the children calm. By the time they arrived in Palma, Chopin was exhausted. But the sun was shining, the air was warm, and they allowed themselves to hope. The party arrived on November 8, 1838. Chopin, Sand, her son Maurice, age 15, and her daughter Solange, age 10. They had brought a servant, a mountain of luggage, and optimistic expectations. At first, everything seemed promising. They rented a villa called Son Vent, the Wind House, at the foot of the mountains outside Palma. The weather was warm. Chopin explored the island and wrote enthusiastic letters to friends in Paris. "The sky is like turquoise," he wrote, "the sea like lapis lazuli, the mountains like emeralds, the air is just what I need." He wandered through olive groves and almond orchards, marvelling at the landscape. He felt stronger than he had in months. Perhaps the doctors had been right. Perhaps this was what he needed. Sand was equally enchanted. She explored the local villages, observed the customs of the Majorcan peasants, began gathering material for the book she would later write. The children played in the gardens. For a few brief weeks it seemed that they had found paradise. Then the rains began. By early December, the sunny Mallorca of travel brochures had become a cold, damp nightmare. The rains were incessant. The villa, charming in good weather, had no heating and poor drainage. Moisture seeped through the walls. On December 3rd, Chopin wrote to a friend, "I have been ill for the last 2 days like a dog." Word of Chopin's condition spread through the local community. The residents of Parma understood what his coughing meant: consumption. In an era before antibiotics, tuberculosis was both deadly and contagious. The people who had been happy to rent lodgings to Parisian tourists wanted nothing to do with a dying man. The landlord of Sonvent demanded that they leave immediately. Worse, he demanded payment for everything Chopin had touched: furniture, bedding, dishes, which would need to be burned. Sand was furious. She wrote blistering accounts of Majorcan, cruelty and ignorance. But the family had no choice. In the midst of winter, with Chopin increasingly ill, they needed somewhere to go. The situation was desperate. They had come to Mallorca seeking health and peace. Instead, they found themselves outcasts, rejected by the local population, stranded without shelter. Chopin was growing weaker by the day. The children were frightened and miserable. Sand was at the end of her rope. It was at this moment of crisis that they learned of a possibility. The former Carthusian monastery at Valdemossa, high in the mountains above Parma, had cells available for rent. The monastery had been secularized in 1835 when the Spanish government dissolved the monastic orders. The former monks' quarters were now used as summer residences by local families, but in winter they stood empty. They found shelter in the Real Cartuja de Valdemossa, a Carthusian monastery that had been secularized 3 years earlier. The former monks' cells were available for rent, and the authorities were less particular about their tenants' health. The cells were cold, damp, and largely unfurnished. The village of Valdemossa was remote, accessible only by rough mountain roads. Supplies were difficult to obtain, and Chopin's condition was worsening by the day. The monastery itself was beautiful. There is no denying that. The cloisters, the gardens, the views over the valley below, all were magnificent. Sand, who had an artist's eye for landscape, described the setting in rapturous terms, but beauty cannot heat a room, and the cold was relentless. They occupied cells 2 and 4 of the former monastery, connected by a small garden. The rooms had thick stone walls, once a blessing for monks seeking contemplative silence, now a curse for a consumptive trying to stay warm. There was no glass in the windows, only wooden shutters that let in draughts and rain. Sand set about making the cells habitable. She hung curtains, arranged furniture, created a semblance of domestic order. But the fundamental problems remained: cold, damp, isolation. Chopin huddled in his cell, coughing, composing when he could, suffering always. Sand later described the months at Valdemossa as a nightmare. The rain fell in torrents, she wrote. The monks' cells were open to all the winds of heaven. The only heating was a small iron stove that made us cough more than it warmed us. Chopin was confined to his cell, too weak to venture out, his coughs echoing off the stone walls. The locals avoided them. They believed that my companion was a consumptive, Sand wrote, which in their primitive minds was equivalent to being a plague victim. No one would transport them, no one would serve them. They were pariahs. The isolation was complete. The local peasants would not sell them food directly. Transactions had to be conducted through intermediaries. The local doctors would not treat Chopin. They feared contamination. Even the donkeys that might have carried supplies up the mountain were withheld, their owners afraid that the animals might be infected. Sand, who had travelled the world, who had known the salons of Paris and the courts of Europe, found herself reduced to the most primitive conditions. She cooked on a makeshift stove, she nursed Chopin through fevers and hemorrhages, she kept the children occupied and educated despite the chaos. She maintained somehow the discipline to continue her own writing. Her accounts of this period are remarkable documents. They reveal a woman of extraordinary resilience, but also of considerable anger. She never forgave the Majorcans for their cruelty. Her book about the experience is a mixture of travel writing and invective, lyrical descriptions of the landscape interspersed with bitter denunciations of the people who inhabited it. Whether her criticisms were fair is debatable. The Majorcans had legitimate fears about tuberculosis, a disease that was indeed contagious and for which there was no cure. Their caution, however excessive, was not irrational. But Sand, watching the man she loved suffer and be rejected, was in no mood for understanding. And yet, despite everything, or perhaps because of it, Chopin composed. He had brought no piano from Paris. For weeks he worked on a small rented instrument of poor quality. Then, in January, his own Pleyel piano finally arrived, having spent weeks in customs while officials debated import duties. On that piano, in that cold stone cell, with the rain falling and his lungs failing, Chopin completed the 24 preludes. The preludes are among the most extraordinary works in the piano literature. Brief, some only a minute long, they cycle through all 24 major and minor keys. Each is a complete world. The fourth prelude, in E minor, is often called the suffocation prelude, a slowly descending melody over obsessively repeated chords, like the last breaths of a dying man. The 15th prelude, the raindrop, is said to have been composed during a storm while Sand was travelling. The repeated A-flat note suggests water dripping endlessly. Whether or not these programmatic interpretations are accurate, the preludes undeniably carry the weight of that terrible winter. They are dark, introspective, at times despairing. They are the sound of a man confronting his own mortality. But they are also the sound of defiance. To compose at all under those circumstances was an act of will. To compose works of such concentrated beauty was something approaching heroism. The stone walls of Valdemossa, the hostility of the locals, the rattling cough that would not stop. None of it silenced him. The music continued. Chopin's letters from this period reveal his state of mind. "I dream of music," he wrote, "but I cannot write anything because here there are no pianos." And then, when the piano finally arrived, "Now I have music. At last I have music." The instrument was his lifeline, his connection to everything that mattered. Sand later wrote that watching Chopin compose was like watching a man possessed. He would play the same passage over and over, varying it slightly each time until something clicked. Then he would rush to the manuscript paper, afraid of losing what he had found. His handwriting on the Majorca manuscripts is cramped and hurried, the writing of someone racing against time. The preludes were not the only works completed during the Majorca winter. He also worked on the second ballade and the third scherzo, but the preludes remain the most complete expression of that period. A cycle of miniatures that range from the achingly beautiful to the almost unbearably bleak. On February 11th, 1839, the party finally left Majorca. The departure was as miserable as the stay. No one in Valdemossa would agree to transport them. They had to hire a cart from a distant village. The journey to Palma took hours over terrible roads. Chopin hemorrhaged blood during the trip, a terrifying sign of how far the disease had advanced. When they reached Barcelona, they burned or threw away nearly everything they had brought. The locals insisted, and Sand no longer had the energy to fight. Chopin's bed, his linens, his clothes from the island, all were destroyed for fear of contagion. They returned to France by ship. Chopin was so weak he could barely stand. A French naval physician who happened to be on board took charge of his care. "One more hemorrhage," the doctor reportedly said, "and he would have died on the crossing." The ship stopped at Barcelona, where Chopin was examined by a doctor who specialized in lung diseases. The diagnosis was blunt. Chopin's lungs were severely compromised. He might live for years, or he might die within months. There was no way to predict the course of the disease. From Barcelona, they sailed along the coast to Marseille. The sea was rough, and Chopin suffered terribly, but he survived. He arrived in Marseille weak, wasted, but alive. In Marseille, they rested for several months. The climate was gentler than Mallorca, the accommodations were comfortable, and slowly, very slowly, Chopin began to recover. He never regained full strength. The Mallorca winter had permanently damaged his lungs, but he stabilized, enough to travel, to return to Paris to resume his life. But he did not die. Not yet. And ahead of him lay nearly a decade more of music. In May of 1839, Chopin and Sand arrived at Nohant, Sand's country estate in the Berry region of central France. It was here, in the following years, that Chopin would find something approaching peace. The contrast with Majorca could not have been greater. Nohant was comfortable, familiar, safe. Sand had grown up here. She knew every corner of the house, every path through the gardens. For Chopin, it became a second home, the only stable domestic life he had known since leaving Warsaw. The house itself was substantial but not grand. A country manor with thick walls and tall windows surrounded by gardens that gave way to farmland and woods. There was a music room with a good piano where Chopin could work undisturbed. There was a routine, meals at regular hours, walks in the afternoon, quiet evenings by the fire. Sand had inherited Nohant from her grandmother, and it was the one place where she felt truly at home. Each summer, from 1839 to 1846, Chopin would join her there, composing, teaching her children, recovering what strength he could. He missed only the summer of 1840, when illness kept him in Paris. The years at Nohant were Chopin's most productive. He composed the second and third ballads. He wrote some of his greatest nocturnes, the Polonaise Fantaisie, the Berceuse, the Barcarolle, works that pushed the boundaries of what the piano could express, all came from these summer months in the French countryside. The Berceuse, a lullaby, is built on a single hypnotic bass pattern that repeats throughout the entire piece, while the right hand spins increasingly elaborate variations. It is music of extraordinary delicacy, music that seems to float above the ground, music that could indeed lull a child to sleep, or an adult for that matter. Chopin composed it at Nohant in 1844, during one of his most productive summers. The Barcarolle from 1846 evokes the songs of Venetian gondoliers, the gentle rocking motion of a boat on water, the play of light on waves, the sense of drifting through a dream. It is one of Chopin's most sensuous works, full of rich harmonies and yearning melodies. Some have heard in it the warmth of his relationship with Sand at its best. Two people moving together through life, in harmony, at peace. The Polonaise Fantaisie, also from 1846, is a more complex work. Part Polonaise, part fantasy, part meditation on what it means to be Polish in exile. It wanders through keys and moods, never quite settling, always searching. Some pianists consider it Chopin's most forward-looking work, anticipating developments in harmony and form that would not become common until decades later. Sand managed his life with maternal efficiency. She arranged his schedule, protected him from unwanted visitors, made sure he rested. She called him her third child, a description that reveals both the tenderness and the imbalance of their relationship. For his part, Chopin taught Sand's children piano, played cards with the household and worked. Always he worked. The music poured out of him even as his body failed. The household at Nohant was lively. Sand's children, Maurice and Solange, were growing up. Friends came to visit for weeks at a time. There were theatrical performances, amateur dramatics in which the household participated. Chopin sometimes played the piano for these entertainments, providing incidental music for the plays they staged. But his days followed a pattern. He rose late, his health did not permit early rising, and spent the mornings at the piano. He would work until lunch, then rest, then perhaps walk in the gardens if he felt strong enough. In the evenings he might play for the assembled company, improvising on themes suggested by the guests, demonstrating his latest compositions. Visitors to Nohant left accounts of these musical evenings. They described Chopin playing in the candlelight, his face pale, his hands moving with uncanny precision over the keys. They described the silence that fell over the room, the sense that something sacred was happening. Even casual listeners understood that they were in the presence of genius. One visitor wrote, "Chopin played for us after dinner. I cannot describe what I felt. It was as if he were not playing the piano at all, but speaking directly to my soul in a language I had never heard before, but somehow understood perfectly." These summers at Nohant were an island of stability, in a life increasingly marked by illness. Here, Chopin could work without the exhausting demands of Paris, the teaching, the social obligations, the endless carriage rides across the city. Here, he could breathe. But all things end. The relationship between Chopin and Sand did not end with a single dramatic rupture. It frayed slowly over years as illness, family conflicts, and fundamental incompatibilities took their toll. Sand was a restless spirit. She needed activity, engagement, conflict. Chopin was increasingly fragile, both physically and emotionally. He needed quiet, routine, protection from disturbance. As the years passed, these needs became harder to reconcile. Sand's children complicated matters. Maurice, her son, had never liked Chopin. He resented the presence of this frail foreigner who claimed so much of his mother's attention. Solange, her daughter, was more sympathetic to Chopin, which created its own problems as mother and daughter had a difficult relationship. In 1847, the tensions exploded. The catalyst was Solange's marriage. Now 17, she had grown into a beautiful and willful young woman, much like her mother in fact. She attracted the attention of Auguste Clezinger, a sculptor who was handsome, charming, and deeply untrustworthy. Sand saw through Clezinger immediately. She recognized him as a fortune hunter, a man of volatile temperament who would make her daughter miserable. She forbade the match. But Solange, perhaps precisely because her mother opposed it, was determined to proceed. Chopin found himself caught in the middle. He liked Solange, had always liked her better than the hostile Maurice, and he was reluctant to interfere in what he saw as a private family matter. When Sand demanded that he condemn Clezinger, he declined. It was a fateful decision. Solange announced her engagement to Auguste Clezinger, a sculptor of talent and terrible character. Sand opposed the match. Chopin quietly supported Solange's choice. When the marriage happened anyway and quickly descended into scandal, Clezinger demanded money. There were physical altercations at Nohant. The newlyweds were essentially exiled. Sand blamed Chopin for having sided with her daughter. She believed that Chopin was in love with Solange. There is no evidence that this was true, but Sand's jealousy was ferocious. She wrote to Chopin demanding that if he wished to remain in her life, he must never mention Solange's name again. Chopin could not accept this condition. He had watched Solange grow from a child into a young woman. He had taught her piano, played games with her, been a quiet presence in her life for nearly a decade. Whatever Sand believed about his feelings, he could not simply pretend that Solange did not exist. The demand was impossible. The final exchange of letters was painful. Sand accused Chopin of betrayal, of disloyalty, of putting her daughter before her. Chopin responded with wounded dignity, insisting that he had done nothing wrong. Neither would yield. The relationship that had sustained him for 9 years was over. On July 28, 1847, Sand wrote her final letter to him. "Goodbye, my friend." The brevity of the farewell was devastating. After everything they had shared, the years at Nohant, the terrible winter in Mallorca, the music he had composed in her presence, it came down to 3 words. "Goodbye, my friend." Not lover, not beloved, friend. They had been together for 9 years. They would see each other only once more, a chance encounter in March of 1848 in the stairway of a friend's house. They exchanged a few words. Sand asked about his health. Chopin replied that he was well. He was not well. He was dying. The break with Sand left Chopin devastated. She had been more than a lover. She had been a caretaker, a protector, a manager of his fragile existence. Without her, he was adrift. Friends noticed the change immediately. He became withdrawn, melancholy. He composed almost nothing in the months following the separation. The creative energy that had sustained him through years of illness seemed to have deserted him. His health, already precarious, deteriorated further. The coughs came more frequently. The fevers returned. He lost weight he could not afford to lose. By the autumn of 1847 he was visibly wasting away. And yet, even in this state, he continued to maintain his social position. He dressed impeccably. He attended salons when his health permitted. He kept up appearances with a determination that bordered on the heroic. The romantic ideal of the dying artist was something he embodied without quite believing in it. In February of 1848, revolution swept across Europe. In Paris, King Louis-Philippe abdicated and fled. The Second Republic was proclaimed. The political world that Chopin had known was collapsing. The revolutions of 1848, what historians would later call the springtime of the peoples, touched nearly every country in Europe. In France, the July monarchy gave way to the Second Republic. In the German states, in the Italian states, in the Habsburg Empire, citizens rose up demanding constitutional government, national unity, liberal reforms. For Polish exiles like Chopin, the revolutions offered a tantalizing hope. Perhaps, finally, Poland would be restored. Perhaps the European powers would recognize Polish independence. Perhaps the long exile would come to an end. But the hope was short-lived. The revolutions were crushed one by one. By 1849, the old order had been restored across Europe. Poland remained partitioned. The exiles remained exiles. With Paris in turmoil and his health in decline, Chopin made an unlikely decision. He would undertake a concert tour of Britain. The tour was organised by his devoted Scottish student Jane Stirling, who hoped that success abroad might restore both his spirits and his finances. Chopin's expenses had always been high, and with the disruption of the revolution, his teaching income had collapsed. He arrived in London in April of 1848. Over the following months he performed in London, Manchester, Glasgow and Edinburgh. He played for Queen Victoria at Buckingham Palace. He was celebrated, feted, exhausted. The British tour was a series of triumphs and agonies. The English aristocracy welcomed Chopin with open arms. He gave recitals in the finest houses, met the leading figures of British society, was presented at court. By the standards of the day, he was an enormous success. But behind the scenes, he was falling apart. The British climate, wet, cold, foggy, was devastating to his lungs. He caught cold after cold, each one weakening him further. He could not sleep. He could not eat. He was consuming himself, burning through whatever reserves of strength remained. His letters from this period are heartbreaking. To his family in Warsaw, he tried to maintain an optimistic tone, but to close friends, he was honest about his condition. "I am nearer the coffin than the altar," he wrote to one correspondent. "I feel weaker day by day." The performances continued despite everything. Chopin was a professional. He honoured his commitments. But those who attended his concerts noted the change. Where once he had played with fire and passion, now there was only a fragile beauty, a whisper of what had been. "I can scarcely breathe," he wrote in a letter. "I am ready to give up the ghost." The damp British climate was devastating to his lungs. The travel drained what little strength remained. Between concerts he was barely able to stand. He would arrive at the piano, pale and trembling, play his program and collapse backstage. The reviews were warm, but Chopin himself knew the truth. His playing had lost its power. The fingers that had once floated effortlessly over the keys now struggled. The tone was thin, the phrasing uncertain. He was a ghost performing the memory of music. He returned to Paris in November of 1848, weighing less than 90 pounds. The British tour had been, in one sense, a success. He had been celebrated, admired, received in the highest circles. But it had cost him dearly. The small reserve of strength he had brought with him was exhausted. He returned to Paris knowing that he would never perform publicly again. His final public concert had been in London on November 16, 1848, a benefit for Polish refugees at the Guildhall. He was so weak that he had to be carried to the piano. He played for the last time before an audience, and then he was done. Jane Stirling, his devoted student and the organiser of the British tour, remained hopeful. She believed, or wanted to believe, that Chopin might recover, that he might return to Scotland and make a new life there. Some have speculated that she hoped to marry him. But Chopin had no such illusions. He knew what was happening to his body. In a letter to a friend, he wrote, "I have never cursed anyone, but now I am so weary of life that I am near to cursing. I feel that I am useless to anyone and to myself." The year 1849 began with Chopin confined largely to his apartment. He could no longer teach. The effort of speaking was too great. He could no longer compose. The concentration required was beyond him. He could barely play. Friends visited constantly, bringing flowers, books, gossip from the outside world. The pianist and composer Delfina Potocka, one of his oldest friends and perhaps a former lover, came to sing for him when he was too weak to leave his bed. The visitors who saw him in these final months were shocked by his appearance. The elegant, fastidious Chopin, who had always dressed impeccably, who had always maintained an air of refinement, was now a shadow. His clothes hung loose on his wasted frame. His eyes, always large, seemed enormous in his hollowed face. He looked, as one visitor put it, like a beautiful ghost. And yet his mind remained sharp. He could no longer play, but he could listen. He asked visitors to bring him music, to describe concerts they had attended, to keep him connected to the world he could no longer participate in. He maintained his interest in everything: politics, literature, the gossip of the salons. The disease had claimed his body but not yet his spirit. His apartment became a kind of salon in itself, a gathering place where friends came to pay their respects, to share news, to simply sit in his presence. The dying Chopin, confined to his bed, presided over these gatherings with the same quiet grace he had always shown. In June, Chopin's sister Ludwika arrived from Poland. She had not seen her brother in years. The change in him must have been shocking. The brilliant young man she remembered reduced to a skeletal figure, barely able to speak above a whisper. She stayed with him for the remaining months of his life, providing the family presence he had lacked since leaving Warsaw 19 years earlier. Ludwika's presence was a comfort that words could not express. She spoke Polish to him, his first language, the language of his childhood, the language he had not heard daily since leaving Warsaw. She reminded him of home, of family, of the world he had left behind. In her presence, he was not a dying celebrity in a foreign city. He was Frederick, her little brother. She brought news from Poland, from their mother, from friends and relatives he had not seen in decades. She described how Warsaw had changed, how their old neighbourhood had been transformed, how their mother was managing despite her own advancing age. For Chopin, confined to his apartment, these reports were windows into a world he would never see again. They talked about their childhood, about their father, about the summers in the countryside. They talked about music, about Poland, about the future he would not live to see. Ludwika kept vigil, bearing witness, providing comfort. It was the most important thing anyone could do. In September, Chopin moved to a new apartment, a sunny suite at his 12 Place Vendôme, in one of the finest buildings in Paris. Friends paid for it, knowing that he would never be able to repay them, knowing that what they were providing was a dignified place to die. The apartment had large windows looking out over the Place Vendôme, with its famous column commemorating Napoleon's victories. Chopin could see the monument from his bed. He could hear the sounds of the city he had loved for 18 years. By October, he could no longer leave the bed at all. The doctors came and went. There was nothing they could do. Tuberculosis in 1849 was a death sentence. The treatments of the era, rest, fresh air, tonics, laudanum for the pain, could ease suffering, but could not cure. Chopin knew this. Everyone knew this. Friends came in shifts to sit with him. They read to him, talked to him, simply sat in silence when he was too weak for conversation. The apartment on the Place Vendôme became a kind of shrine, a gathering place for those who loved him and wanted to say goodbye. The Countess Potocka came again and sang Polish songs, the music of his childhood. He asked his friend Auguste Franchomme to play cello. He asked for Beethoven, for Mozart. On October 15th, his condition sharply worsened. A priest was called to administer last rites. Chopin received the sacrament calmly, confessing his sins, accepting the blessing. He lingered 2 more days. On the night of October 16th, the Countess Potocka visited him. Chopin asked if she would sing. With what? She asked. There was no piano in the sick room. A piano was brought from the salon. Potocka sang an aria by Bellini, Chopin's beloved composer of operatic melody. Then she sang a hymn to the Virgin Mary. Tears ran down Chopin's face. It was the last music he ever heard. The scene has been described many times, by many witnesses, each adding their own details, their own interpretations. Some accounts are surely embellished. Memory is imperfect, and the death of a genius invites myth-making. But the essential facts are not in doubt. On the night before he died, Chopin asked for music, and music was brought to him. It was fitting. Music had been his life, his identity, his reason for being. From the age of 4 when he first touched a piano, to this final night at 39, music had been the constant. Everything else, love, health, country, had been taken from him, but the music remained. And now, as the music filled the room, as Potocka's voice rose above the gentle piano, accompaniment, Chopin wept, not from sadness necessarily, perhaps from gratitude, perhaps from the simple, overwhelming beauty of sound, perhaps from the knowledge that this was goodbye, not just to life, but to the art that had given his life meaning. In the early hours of October 17, 1849, Chopin's physician, Dr. Jean Cruveilhier, was summoned to the apartment. The end was clearly near. According to those present, Chopin was peaceful in his final hours. He had suffered terribly, but the suffering was nearly over. His sister Ludwika held his hand. Friends gathered in the adjoining rooms, speaking in whispers. At some point in the night, Chopin spoke his last recorded words. "The earth is suffocating," he whispered. "Swear that you will make them cut me open, so that I will not be buried alive." The fear of premature burial was common in the 19th century, not unreasonably given the limits of medical technology. But Chopin's words also carried a deeper resonance. The earth is suffocating. For 11 years his lungs had been suffocating, unable to draw enough breath to sustain life. Now that suffocation was nearly complete. At 2 o'clock in the morning of October 17, 1849, Frédéric Chopin died. He was 39 years old. Dr. Cruveilhier confirmed the death in the traditional manner, by holding a mirror to the patient's lips to check for breath, and by illuminating the pupils with a candle to check for response. There was neither. The death certificate listed the cause as tuberculosis of the lungs and larynx. The news of Chopin's death spread quickly through Paris and then across Europe. Newspapers printed obituaries, friends wrote letters of condolence. The musical world mourned one of its brightest lights. Franz Liszt, who had been Chopin's friend and rival for nearly 2 decades, was devastated. He would later write a biography of Chopin, a florid, romantic account that captured the legend, if not always the facts. But the grief was genuine. They had disagreed about music, about performance, about almost everything. But Liszt had recognized Chopin's genius from the beginning. Hector Berlioz wrote, "Chopin was dying all his life, but while he lived, what sounds he drew from the piano." Delacroix, who had been closer to Chopin than perhaps any other artist, wrote in his journal, "What a loss! What miserable rogues fill the marketplace while that beautiful soul is extinguished." Per Chopin's last wish, Cruveilhier performed an autopsy. What he found confirmed what everyone had known for years. Chopin's lungs were devastated by tuberculosis. The left lung was nearly destroyed, the right was severely compromised. It was remarkable that he had survived as long as he had. But the autopsy had another purpose, one that Chopin had specifically requested. "I want my heart to go home," Chopin had told his sister. His body would be buried in Paris, the city that had been his home for 18 years, but his heart would return to Poland. Cruveilhier carefully removed the heart and placed it in a crystal urn. The urn was then filled with alcohol, probably cognac, to preserve the tissue. The container was sealed with wax. 2 months later, in January of 1850, Ludwika Jędrzejewicz departed Paris to return to her family in Poland. Hidden beneath her travelling cloak was the small oak casket containing her brother's heart. The journey was not simple. Poland was partitioned between Russia, Prussia and Austria. Border crossings were complicated, suspicious. The Russian authorities in particular were vigilant against anything that might arouse Polish national sentiment, and the heart of a famous Polish exile was precisely such a symbol. But Ludwika succeeded. Past Austrian customs, past Russian border agents, she smuggled her brother's heart into Poland. For the next 3 decades, the heart was kept privately, its location known only to the family. Finally, in 1882, it was immured in a pillar of the Holy Cross Church in Warsaw, the church where Chopin had attended Mass as a child, where his father had served on the parish council. For decades under Russian rule, the heart was the only public monument to Chopin that the authorities would allow. It became a focus of covert nationalist devotion, a symbol of the Poland that survived only in memory and music. Chopin's funeral took place on October 30th, 1849, at the Church of the Madeleine in Paris. 3,000 people attended. The Church of the Madeleine was one of the grandest in Paris, a neoclassical temple with Corinthian columns, modelled on ancient Roman architecture. It was the church of high society, the place where the elite came to worship. For Chopin, who had spent his life among the aristocracy, it was the fitting final venue. The wait for the funeral, 13 days after his death, was not unusual for the era. Time was needed to organise a service of this scale, to assemble the musicians, to notify friends and acquaintances across Europe. But there was another reason for the delay. The Madeleine initially refused to allow women to sing in the choir, and Chopin had specifically requested female voices for the Mozart Requiem. After much negotiation, the church relented. Women would sing hidden behind a black curtain so that they could not be seen by the congregation. It was a compromise that satisfied no one fully, but it allowed the service to proceed. Per his explicit request, Mozart's Requiem was performed, the same Requiem that Mozart himself had left unfinished at his death. The Madeleine's organ was not powerful enough for the occasion, so a curtain was erected across the entrance to reduce the acoustic space. Behind that curtain, the great singers of the Paris Opera performed the solos. Chopin had specifically requested the Mozart Requiem because of its significance. Mozart too had died young, leaving a legacy of extraordinary music. Mozart too had been taken before his time. In choosing the Requiem, Chopin was placing himself in a lineage of genius cut short, not out of vanity, but out of a deep identification with his predecessor. The orchestra included some of the finest musicians in Paris. The soloists were stars of the opera. The mourners included the most distinguished figures in French cultural life. It was a funeral befitting a man who had transformed the piano into a vehicle for poetry. Also performed were 2 of Chopin's own preludes, the 4th and 6th from Opus 28, orchestrated for the occasion. His music would be heard at his own funeral. The poetry of the piano would speak one last time on his behalf. At the graveside in Père Lachaise Cemetery, Chopin's own funeral march, the 3rd movement of his Piano Sonata No. 2 in B-flat minor, was played on wind instruments. It was the music he had written himself for such moments, and it accompanied him into the earth. The Polish soil that friends had given him when he left Warsaw 19 years earlier was scattered on the coffin. His body rested in French earth, but Polish earth covered it. The grave was marked with a statue of Euterpe, the muse of music, weeping over a broken lyre. It was designed by August Clesinger, the very man whose marriage to Solange had precipitated Chopin's break with George Sand. The irony was not lost on those who knew the history, but Clesinger was a talented sculptor, and the monument is beautiful. The grave in Père Lachaise became, and remains, a place of pilgrimage. Visitors come from around the world to leave flowers, to pay their respects, to stand in the presence of genius. The cemetery itself is a city of the dead, with elaborate tombs and monuments lining its winding paths. Chopin's grave is among the most visited. George Sand did not attend the funeral. She had not been invited, and it is unclear whether she would have come if she had been. In her later writings, she rarely mentioned Chopin, and then only in passing. The great love of her middle years had become a silence. Some have speculated about her feelings in those days after Chopin's death. Did she regret the harshness of their parting? Did she grieve privately for the man she had once called her third child? We cannot know. Sand was a prolific writer who documented much of her life, but on this subject she was largely silent. What we do know is that she lived another 27 years, continuing to write, continuing to hold court at Nohant, continuing to be one of the most famous women in France. She died in 1876, having outlived Chopin by more than a quarter century. By then, his reputation had grown to proportions he could never have imagined during his lifetime. Within years of his death, Chopin's music had become a central pillar of the piano repertoire. His students spread his teachings across Europe. His works were published and republished in increasingly elaborate editions. Pianists competed to perform his nocturnes, his waltzes, his etudes. The Romantic generation that had known him in person gave way to new generations that knew him only through his notes on the page. The teaching lineage proved especially important. Chopin's students became teachers themselves, passing along his methods, his insights, his particular approach to the instrument. Karol Mikuli taught in Lviv. His students included several who would become important pedagogues in their own right. Princess Czartoryska performed and taught in Paris, maintaining the Chopin tradition in the city where he had made his name. Through these chains of transmission, something of Chopin's actual sound, not just his notes but his style of playing, survived into the 20th century. Early recordings by pianists who had studied with Chopin's students give us some sense of how the music might have sounded in the composer's own hands. The tempos are often freer than we might expect. The rubato is more pronounced. There is a quality of spontaneity, of improvisation, that later generations of pianists would sometimes lose. The published editions of Chopin's music present their own challenges. Chopin was meticulous about his scores, but he often made changes when teaching, suggesting different fingerings, altering dynamics, adding ornaments. His students' copies preserve some of these variations, but reconciling them into a single authoritative text is nearly impossible. Every modern edition is, to some extent, an interpretation. The music proved remarkably durable. Where other Romantic composers faded from fashion, Chopin remained. The intimacy that had limited his constant appearances during his lifetime became, in the age of recordings, a strength. His music worked in small spaces, living rooms, bedrooms, headphones. It did not need a concert hall to breathe. And there was something else. Chopin's music seemed to speak to fundamental human experiences in a way that transcended its historical moment. The nocturnes, written for Parisian salons of the 1830s, became the soundtrack for Love is a Century and a Half Later. The preludes, composed in a cold monastery on Majorca, became touchstones for anyone confronting mortality. The music carried grief, tenderness, longing, resolution. It carried them without words, without explanation. You did not need to know that Chopin was dying when he wrote a particular piece to feel what the piece contained. This universality is perhaps Chopin's greatest achievement. He wrote from a specific place, a specific time, a specific set of experiences: Polish exile, Parisian sophistication, romantic love, terminal illness. But the music he created speaks to experiences that are universal: loss, love, the passage of time, the beauty of the world, the approach of death. We listen to the nocturnes and we hear our own losses, our own loves, our own mortality. The music becomes a mirror, reflecting back to us what we bring to it. This is why Chopin's music remains powerful nearly 2 centuries after his death. It is not museum music, preserved but lifeless. It is living music, speaking to each generation in terms that generation can understand. Consider how the music has been used in the 2 centuries since Chopin's death. It has been played at weddings and funerals, in concert halls and living rooms, in films and television shows. It has been used to sell products and to accompany meditation. It has been arranged for orchestra, for guitar, for synthesizer. It has been sampled and remixed and reimagined. Through all these transformations, the essential quality of the music remains. The melodies are still haunting. The harmonies are still moving. The emotional content, whatever we choose to call it, still speaks to listeners. Chopin's music has proved remarkably adaptable, remarkably resilient, remarkably alive. The specific circumstances of Chopin's life, the exile, the illness, the love affair with George Sand, these provide context, depth, understanding. But they are not necessary. The music works even for listeners who know nothing of the biography. It works because it speaks to something deeper than biography, something more fundamental than history. The heart in the Holy Cross Church became, over time, a shrine. When Poland finally regained independence in 1918, the heart became a symbol of national continuity, proof that Poland had survived partition, that its culture had endured, that its greatest composer had never truly left. The newly independent Poland embraced Chopin as a national hero. His music was played at official ceremonies. His image appeared on currency and postage stamps. The anniversary of his birth became a national holiday. The Chopin competition, the International Chopin Piano Competition, was established in 1927, bringing pianists from around the world to Warsaw to compete in performing his music. The competition became one of the most prestigious events in the classical music world. Winners included Martha Argerich, Maurizio Pollini, Christian Zimmermann, some of the greatest pianists of the 20th century. To win the Chopin competition was to join an elite company, to be recognized as one of the finest interpreters of the composer's music. And at the center of all this activity, the competitions, the concerts, the pilgrimages, was the heart in the Holy Cross Church. The physical Chopin, or what remained of him, anchored the cultural Chopin. The heart was proof that he was real, that he had lived and suffered and died, that he was not merely a legend but a man. Then came the Second World War. In August of 1944, the Warsaw Uprising began. Polish resistance fighters attempted to liberate the city from Nazi occupation. The fighting was brutal. Building by building, street by street, the Germans destroyed the city. The Holy Cross Church was caught in the combat. It was damaged, then occupied by Nazi forces, who used its tower as a defensive position. A German priest serving with the occupying forces, his name was Schulze, understood what was at stake. He requested permission from his superiors to remove Chopin's heart for safekeeping. Remarkably, permission was granted. The story of the heart's rescue is itself remarkable. In the midst of one of the most brutal urban battles of the war, with Warsaw being systematically destroyed, a German chaplain took the time to protect the heart of a Polish composer. It was an act of cultural preservation that transcended the terrible logic of the war. Schulze took the heart and kept it safe through the final months of the conflict. When the war ended and Warsaw lay in ruins, 80% of the city had been destroyed. The heart was one of the few treasures that had survived intact. The reconstruction of Warsaw after the war was itself a massive undertaking. The old town was rebuilt stone by stone, using historical paintings and photographs as guides. The Holy Cross Church was restored to its pre-war appearance, and in 1951, in a ceremony attended by government officials and cultural leaders, Chopin's heart was returned to its pillar. The heart had survived partition, world war and communist rule. It had witnessed the destruction of the city and its rebirth. It remained, as it had always been, a symbol of Polish cultural resilience, proof that some things cannot be destroyed by bombs or bullets. The inscription on the pillar comes from the Gospel of Matthew. For where your treasure is, there will your heart be also. The heart became more than a relic. It became a symbol of Polish identity, of cultural survival, of the nation's refusal to be extinguished by partition and occupation. When Poland was not allowed to exist as a country, Chopin's heart kept the idea of Poland alive. Pilgrims came to the Holy Cross Church to pay their respects. Polish exiles around the world knew that a piece of their greatest composer had returned home. The heart was a promise that Poland would endure, that its culture would survive, that one day the nation would be reborn. Through decades of foreign rule, through the upheavals of the 20th century, the heart remained. It was a fixed point, a constant, a reminder that some things cannot be destroyed. For more than a century and a half, Chopin's heart rested undisturbed in its crystal urn. But there were concerns. The seal might have degraded, the cognac might have evaporated, the heart might be decaying, turning to dust in its hidden chamber. Some historians and scientists urged that the urn be opened and examined. Others argued that Chopin's remains should be left in peace. In 2014, the decision was made to conduct a secret examination. Late at night, when the church was closed to the public, a small group gathered. Church officials, scientists, medical experts. They removed the pillar's covering. They extracted the sealed casket. They opened it. What they found was remarkable. The heart was still submerged in liquid, cognac, or something similar. After 165 years, it was still largely preserved. The tissue had darkened but remained intact. The scientists were able to conduct a visual examination without disturbing the specimen. They found lesions on the pericardium, the sac surrounding the heart. These lesions were consistent with pericarditis, an inflammation typically caused by tuberculosis. The pattern of damage matched what would be expected from long-term TB infection, spreading from the lungs to the heart. In 2017, the findings were published in the American Journal of Medicine. The conclusion was clear. With a high degree of certainty, Chopin died from tuberculosis. The death certificate had been accurate. The romantic legend of the consumptive artist was also the clinical truth. Some researchers have speculated that Chopin might also have suffered from cystic fibrosis, which could explain his lifelong respiratory problems and some other symptoms. But the 2014 examination could not confirm or rule out this possibility. What it could confirm was the presence of TB. The heart was resealed in its urn, returned to its pillar and covered once more. It rests there still. The examination answered questions that had lingered for more than a century and a half. It confirmed what the death certificate had stated, what the doctors of 1849 had believed, but it also raised new questions about the nature of Chopin's illness, about whether he might have suffered from additional conditions, about the exact mechanisms by which tuberculosis had destroyed his lungs and finally stopped his heart. Some researchers have suggested that Chopin might also have had cystic fibrosis, a genetic condition that causes chronic lung infections and digestive problems. His lifelong respiratory issues, his thin frame, his difficulty gaining weight, all could be consistent with CF, but the 2014 examination could neither confirm nor rule out this possibility. The heart, however well preserved, could not answer every question. What we know for certain is that tuberculosis was present. The lesions on the pericardium tell that story clearly. Whatever else might have contributed to Chopin's suffering, TB was undeniably part of it. The heart, having given up its secrets, was sealed once more. The scientists photographed their findings, wrote their reports, and returned the relic to its resting place. The ceremony was quiet, respectful, brief. By dawn, the heart was back in its pillar, waiting for the next century of pilgrims. The examination had lasted only a few hours, but it had bridged nearly 2 centuries. Modern science had reached across time to touch the heart of a romantic composer, and what it found was exactly what the doctors of 1849 had believed. Chopin died of tuberculosis. It would be too simple to say that tuberculosis made Chopin the composer he became. He was a genius before the disease struck, and he would have been a genius regardless. The early works, composed before he knew he was ill, or before the illness had made itself impossible to ignore, were already masterpieces. The Piano Concerto No. 1 in E minor, written when he was 20, is brilliant and assured. The Etudes of Opera 10, composed around the same time, are revolutionary. The genius was there from the beginning. What tuberculosis provided was context. It gave him a reason to turn inward, to reject the spectacular virtuosity of the concert hall, to seek an intimacy that his lungs would have demanded anyway. It gave him a deadline, a sense of urgency, a knowledge that every composition might be his last. But illness shaped how that genius expressed itself. The preference for salons over concert halls was not merely aesthetic, it was physical necessity. Chopin could not sustain the demands of large-scale public performance. His lungs could not support the projection required, so he developed a style suited to intimate spaces, subtle, nuanced, dependent on details that would be lost in a vast hall. The pianos of Chopin's era were lighter, more delicate instruments than the modern concert grand. The Pleyel pianos that Chopin preferred had a singing tone in the upper registers, a responsive action that allowed for the most subtle gradations of touch. They were ideally suited to the intimate salon, where their relatively modest volume was not a limitation but a virtue. Chopin's relationship with the Pleyel company was more than commercial. Camille Pleyel became a friend, a patron, a provider. The company gave Chopin pianos to use, arranged for instruments to be shipped to wherever he was travelling, supported his career in countless ways. In return, Chopin's endorsement helped make Pleyel the most prestigious piano manufacturer in France. This style, born of limitation, became the foundation of a new kind of piano music. Before Chopin, the piano was an instrument of power and display. Virtuosos like Liszt played to overwhelm, to dazzle, to demonstrate superhuman technical ability. Chopin showed that the piano could also whisper, suggest, imply. He showed that the softest passages could carry the deepest emotions. The nocturnes, in particular, embodied this approach. They were music for the edge of sleep, for the quiet hours when the mind turns inward. They asked the listener to come close, to lean in, to meet the music on its own terms. This is music that does not demand attention. It invites attention. And this invitation, this gentle, persistent offer of beauty, has kept listeners coming back for nearly 2 centuries. Some listeners have tried to hear tuberculosis directly in Chopin's music. They point to the breathing quality of his melodies, the way phrases rise and fall like the chest of someone struggling for air. They point to the repeated notes in pieces like the Raindrop Prelude. Obsessive, insistent, like a pulse or a dripping cough. They point to the long sighing descents in the late nocturnes, the sound, perhaps, of someone accepting the inevitable. The Raindrop Prelude, the 15th of the 24. Prelude is perhaps the most famous example. The repeated A-flat that sounds throughout the piece has been interpreted as the sound of rain falling on the roof of the monastery, or as the drip of water in the cloister, or as the beating of a heart. George Sand claimed that Chopin composed the piece during a storm while she was away, and that when she returned she found him in a kind of trance. Whether this story is accurate is uncertain. Sand was a novelist and she understood the power of a good narrative, but the music itself is undeniably evocative. The repeated note creates a sense of obsession, of something that cannot be escaped. The melody that floats above it is peaceful, resigned, beautiful. It is music of acceptance, of rain, of time, of mortality. These interpretations are speculative. We cannot know what Chopin consciously intended. We cannot know whether the patterns we perceive in his music correspond to patterns he experienced in his body. But it is undeniable that his music carries an extraordinary weight of feeling, and it is at least plausible that living with a fatal disease, knowing, for 11 years, that each composition might be his last, intensified the emotional depth of what he created. The certainty of death focuses the mind wonderfully, as Samuel Johnson observed, and Chopin had that certainty from at least his mid-20s until his death at 39. Every nocturne he composed as a dying man. Every prelude, every ballade, every mazurka, all of them are the work of someone who knew that time was running out. Perhaps this is why the music feels so urgent, so necessary, so deeply felt. It is not the idle entertainment of someone with endless years ahead. It is the testimony of a man racing against his own mortality. Consider the late nocturnes, particularly the nocturne in E major, Tone 62 number 2, one of his final works. It is music of extraordinary serenity, of acceptance, of peace. The melody floats above gently moving harmonies, unhurried, contemplative. There is no struggle here, no protest against fate, only beauty. The late works have a quality that the earlier works lack, not because they are better, necessarily, but because they are different. There is a wisdom in them, a patience, a willingness to let the music breathe. The young Chopin composed with brilliance and passion. The dying Chopin composed with depth and resignation. Both are beautiful, but there is something in the late works that only time and suffering could have taught him. The nocturne in E major opens with a simple melody that seems almost to float above the piano, unsupported by the usual accompaniment patterns. It breathes, it sighs, it meanders without hurrying. There is nothing to prove here, nothing to demonstrate, only the pure expression of feeling. Some pianists say that the late nocturnes are the hardest to play, not technically but emotionally. They require a maturity, a stillness that cannot be faked. A young pianist can play the notes, but the music eludes them. It takes a lifetime to understand what Chopin was saying in those final works. To compose such music while dying, to find tranquility in the midst of suffering, requires something more than talent. It requires a particular kind of wisdom, a particular relationship with mortality. Chopin had 11 years to make his peace with death. Perhaps, by the end, he had done so. What Chopin created was an art of intimacy. Time were ones. In an age that celebrated the grand, the spectacular, the overwhelming, vast symphonies, enormous operas, virtuoso display, Chopin insisted on the small, the quiet, the personal. His music was for the parlour, not the concert hall. It was for the friend, not the crowd. This intimacy has proved remarkably durable. Symphonies require orchestras, operas require stage machinery, but a Chopin nocturne requires only a piano and a listener. The music scales to any space. It works in a concert hall, certainly, but it works equally well in a bedroom, through headphones in the small hours of the night when you cannot sleep. It is music that meets you where you are. This adaptability is part of Chopin's genius. He composed for a specific audience, the sophisticated listeners of Parisian salons, but the music he created transcends that original context. It works in contexts he could never have imagined, in concert halls with modern amplification, through recordings played on gramophones and later on digital devices, through headphones on airplanes and in hospitals and in the bedrooms of people who have never heard the name Pleyel. The salon for which Chopin composed no longer exists. The aristocratic world that supported him is gone, but the music remains, finding new audiences in each generation, adapting to new technologies, new listening environments, new cultural contexts. The technology of music reproduction has changed dramatically since Chopin's death. He composed for live performance, for a single listener or small group, for a specific moment in time. He could never have imagined recordings, radio, streaming, headphones. He could never have imagined his music reaching millions of listeners simultaneously, or being available at the touch of a button. And yet the music has adapted remarkably well to these new technologies. The intimacy that was a feature of salon performance translates beautifully to headphones. The subtlety that would be lost in a large concert hall is preserved in high-quality recordings. The breathing quality of his melodies seems almost designed for private listening, for the experience of having music speak directly to you, without mediation. Perhaps Chopin, who valued intimacy above all, would have appreciated this. Perhaps he would have been delighted to know that his music could reach listeners in their bedrooms, in their headphones, in the quiet hours of the night. Perhaps he would have seen in streaming technology the ultimate realization of his artistic vision, music for the individual, for the solitary listener, for the person seeking beauty and solace in the dark. And this, perhaps, is why Chopin's music has become so central to the experience of relaxation, of contemplation, of sleep. The nocturnes in particular, those night pieces, with their floating melodies and gentle harmonies, seem designed for the threshold of consciousness. They do not demand active listening. They invite you to drift, to let go, to sink into a state between waking and dreaming. This was not, of course, what Chopin intended. He composed for alert listeners in candlelit salons, not for sleepy listeners with wireless earbuds. But the qualities that made his music work in the salon, the subtlety, the intimacy, the absence of bombast, also make it work at bedtime. Beauty, it seems, is adaptable. Chopin lived his entire adult life in exile. He left Poland at 20 and never returned. The country he loved existed during his lifetime only as an idea, a memory, a hope, a political aspiration that would not be realized until nearly 70 years after his death. And yet his music is saturated with Poland. The mazurkas carry the rhythms of the Polish village. The polonaises carry the ceremonial pride of the Polish court. Even the nocturnes and preludes, which have no obvious national content, are shaped by a sensibility formed in Warsaw, by a childhood spent listening to folk musicians at country weddings. Chopin could not go home, so he made home portable. He carried Poland with him in his music, in the container of Polish soil that he kept throughout his life, in the heart that his sister smuggled back across hostile borders. There is something universal in this exile experience. We all carry places within us, childhood homes, beloved cities, landscapes that shaped our sense of beauty, and we all experience in some form the impossibility of return. Time exiles us from our own pasts. The places we remember no longer exist. We no longer exist as the people who knew them. Chopin's music speaks to this universal exile. The nostalgia in his melodies is not only for Poland, it is for everything we cannot go back to, everything we carry forward only in memory. This is why the music resonates so powerfully across cultures. A Japanese pianist playing a mazurka is not pretending to be Polish. She's connecting to something in the music that speaks to her own experience of longing, her own sense of distance from things she has lost. A Brazilian teenager listening to a nocturne through headphones is not thinking about 19th century Paris. He is feeling something in the music that mirrors his own inner landscape. The mazurkas, in particular, are saturated with this longing. They carry the rhythms of the Polish village, the accented second beat, the modal harmonies, the drone bass that evokes the folk musicians of the countryside. But they are not folk music. They are the memory of folk music, filtered through the consciousness of an exile who can never return. Each mazurka is a small world complete in itself. Some are bright and danceable, others are dark and introspective. Some seem to celebrate the joy of the village festival, others mourn what has been lost. Together they form a portrait of a homeland that exists only in imagination, a Poland of the mind preserved in sound. When we listen to the mazurkas, we hear Chopin remembering. We hear the ache of distance, the impossibility of return. And something in us recognizes this ache, because we have felt it too, for places, for people, for versions of ourselves that no longer exist. Tuberculosis was the defining disease of the Romantic era. It killed Keats at 25, Shelley's wife Mary at 53, Emily Bronte at 30. It shaped the imagination of an entire culture. The consumptive, pale, feverish, creative, dying young became an archetype of artistic genius. The association between tuberculosis and creativity was so strong that some romantic writers actually envied the disease. Lord Byron reportedly said that he would like to die of consumption, because then the ladies would say, "See that poor Byron, how interesting he looks in dying." The comment was meant as a joke, but it captured something real about the cultural moment. Consumption seemed to refine its victims, to burn away the gross physical body and reveal the spirit within. The pallor, the flushed cheeks, the brightness of the eyes. These symptoms of disease became markers of sensitivity, of artistic temperament, of genius. The consumptive artist was not merely sick. He was touched by something transcendent. This was, of course, nonsense. Tuberculosis did not make anyone more creative. It did not confer genius. It was a terrible disease that caused suffering and death. The romantic myth of consumption was a fantasy, a way of making sense of something senseless. Chopin embodied this archetype. He was pale, fragile, brilliant. He coughed blood in Mallorca while composing some of the most beautiful music ever written. He died at 39, leaving behind a body of work that seemed almost impossibly refined. The legend of the consumptive artist, that suffering produces genius, that early death is the price of beauty, is, of course, a dangerous fantasy. Tuberculosis was a brutal disease that killed millions of people who were not artists, whose deaths produced nothing but grief. The romantic glorification of consumption was, at best, a coping mechanism for an era that had no effective treatment. The discovery of effective antibiotics in the 20th century revealed the myth for what it was. Tuberculosis could be cured. The pale, ethereal consumptive could become a healthy, ordinary person. And when the disease no longer carried its aura of doom, the romantic associations faded. Tuberculosis became just another illness. Serious, certainly, but no longer touched by transcendence. For Chopin, of course, there was no cure. He lived and died in an era when tuberculosis meant a slow, inevitable decline. He watched his body waste away. He experienced the exhaustion, the hemorrhages, the progressive loss of function. He knew for more than a decade that he was going to die. And yet, There is something in the experience of living with a fatal diagnosis that concentrates the mind. There is something in the certainty of limited time that clarifies priorities. Chopin knew, from at least his mid-20s, that he would not live long. He knew that every composition might be his last. Did this knowledge make his music better? We cannot know, but we can observe that his music has a quality of urgency, of compressed meaning, that seems to come from someone who has no time to waste. The romantic myth of the consumptive artist is false, but it is false in the way that a metaphor is false, pointing toward a truth that it cannot quite capture. What we can say with certainty is that Chopin did not waste his illness. He did not surrender to it, did not allow it to define him entirely, did not let it silence him before his time. For 11 years he composed and taught and performed, even as the disease progressively destroyed his lungs. He worked until he could work no more. This is not to romanticize his suffering. The suffering was real, and it was terrible. But so was the art that emerged from it, and the art outlasted the suffering, as art tends to do. We listen to the nocturnes today without thinking about tuberculosis. We hear the beauty, the tenderness, the melancholy, and these qualities speak to us directly, without requiring knowledge of their origin. The music has freed itself from biography. It belongs to anyone who listens. This liberation from biography is itself a kind of triumph. Chopin's music is not merely about tuberculosis or exile or unrequited love. It is about being human. It speaks to experiences that we all share, regardless of our circumstances. The specifics of his life gave him something to say, but what he said transcends those specifics. A listener who knows nothing of Chopin's biography can be moved by a nocturne. A listener who knows everything about his biography can be moved in a different way. Both responses are valid. Both are what Chopin would have wanted. He composed not for scholars or biographers, but for listeners, for anyone willing to sit quietly and let the music speak. And yet knowing the context can deepen our appreciation. When we understand that these sounds came from a man whose lungs were failing, whose every breath was precious, whose creative time was running out, we hear something more. We hear courage, we hear defiance, we hear the human spirit refusing to be silenced. Here is one way to understand Chopin's music, as the sound of breathing. The melodies rise and fall like the chest of someone drawing breath. The phrases have the length of human exhalation. The rubato, that elastic stretching and contracting of tempo that was Chopin's signature, mimics the irregular rhythms of respiration. This breathing quality was partially a matter of influence. Chopin learned from the Italian opera singers of his time, particularly Bellini, whose melodic lines were designed for the human voice. He translated this vocal quality to the piano, making the instruments sing as voices sing. But it was also perhaps a matter of necessity. A man whose lungs are failing is acutely aware of breath. He knows what it feels like when the air will not come, when the chest tightens, when each respiration requires conscious effort. This awareness might naturally shape the music he creates. When we listen to Chopin, we are listening to music that breathes, and in following that breath, and letting our own respiration synchronize with the rise and fall of his phrases, we enter a kind of meditation. We become aware of our own lungs, our own rhythm, our own fragile hold on life. This is one reason the music works so well for relaxation and sleep. It slows us down. It brings us into our bodies. It reminds us that we, too, are breathing, and that this breathing, which we take for granted, is itself a kind of miracle. There is a meditation practice that involves focusing on the breath, simply observing the inhale and exhale, without trying to control it, without judging it, simply being present to this fundamental rhythm of life. Chopin's music invites a similar kind of attention. It asks us to be present to the rise and fall of melody, to the pulse of harmony, to the gentle breathing of musical phrase. For Chopin, breathing was never to be taken for granted. Every breath was a struggle, a reminder of the disease that was slowly destroying him. Perhaps this is why breath is so present in his music, not as a technical device, but as a fundamental element, as essential as the notes themselves. When Chopin instructed his students to play as one breathes, he was not speaking metaphorically. He was describing his own experience of music, music that rose and fell with the chest, that paused when the lungs needed rest, that flowed with the rhythm of respiration. He was teaching them to embody the music, to make it physical, to connect it to the most fundamental process of being alive. The music breathes because he could not take breathing for granted, and when we listen, we are reminded of what he knew so intimately, that breath is life, and life is fragile, and every moment of breathing is a gift. Of Frédéric Chopin, what remains? The music, obviously, more than 200 compositions, almost all for solo piano, that form a central pillar of the repertoire. Every pianist learns Chopin, every concert hall performs him. The nocturnes, the preludes, the etudes, the ballads. These are not historical curiosities. They are living presences, performed and recorded and streamed constantly around the world. The influence remains too, the countless composers and pianists who have been shaped by his example. Debussy, who continued Chopin's exploration of piano sonority. Rachmaninoff, who shared his gift for melody. Scriabin, who pushed Chopin's harmonic innovations into new territory. The entire tradition of piano music since the mid-19th century bears his stamp. The recordings remain, thousands of them by hundreds of pianists, each offering a different interpretation of his scores. Rubinstein's aristocratic elegance, Horowitz's volcanic intensity, Pollini's crystalline clarity, Zimmermann's searching introspection. Each generation produces new interpreters, new readings, new ways of hearing music that is nearly 2 centuries old. The manuscripts remain, his handwritten scores, preserved in archives and libraries, bearing the evidence of his creative struggle. The crossed-out passages, the revisions, the second thoughts, the physical artifacts of a genius at work. The body, buried in Père Lachaise cemetery in Paris, in a grave marked by a statue of Euterpe, the muse of music. Pilgrims come to leave flowers, to pay respects, to stand in the presence of what remains of the physical man. And the heart. The heart in its crystal urn, in its pillar in the Holy Cross Church in Warsaw. The journey of the heart is itself a story of love and devotion. Ludwika carried it across borders, through checkpoints, past customs officials. She risked her own safety to fulfill her brother's last wish. She understood that this was not merely a piece of tissue in a jar. It was Poland's claim on Chopin, the piece of him that would finally come home. When she delivered the heart to the Holy Cross Church, she was completing a promise made in a Parisian apartment as her brother lay dying. She was reuniting Chopin with the homeland he had loved and lost. She was giving him back to Poland in the only way she could. Chopin wanted his heart to go home. Poland was not free in his lifetime, but his heart has been there for more than 170 years, through partitions and world wars, through occupation and liberation, through communism and its collapse. His heart has witnessed the nation being reborn. There is something almost unbearably moving in this, the exile who could never return, returning after death. The heart that kept beating for Poland long after it stopped beating in his chest. And there is something moving too in the 2014 examination, the scientist opening the urn in the middle of the night, confirming what the death certificate had said 165 years earlier: tuberculosis, the disease that shaped his music, that limited his performances, that killed him at 39. The heart remembers. Even preserved in cognac, it bears the marks of what the body endured. Every year, thousands of visitors come to the Holy Cross Church in Warsaw. They stand before the pillar, read the inscription, pay their respects. Many are pianists who have spent years learning Chopin's music. Many are Poles for whom Chopin represents something essential about their national identity. Many are simply lovers of beauty who have been moved by the nocturnes and want to connect somehow with the man who made them. They come from every country, every culture. They come speaking dozens of languages, but they share this. They have heard Chopin's music, and they have been changed by it. They have experienced something that words cannot quite capture, and they want to stand in the presence of the heart that made that music possible. The pillar is modest, not a grand monument but a simple marker. The inscription is brief, and yet this is one of the most visited sites in Warsaw, a place of pilgrimage for music lovers around the world. They stand before the pillar and think about what is inside. A heart preserved in cognac, bearing the marks of tuberculosis, carrying the memory of a genius who died too young. They think about the music that Hart helped to create. They think about the exile who wanted so desperately to come home. Chopin wanted his heart to go home, and home has welcomed it. After nearly 2 centuries, he rests where he belongs, not in body, but in the part of himself that mattered most. And so we return to where we began. A heart in a crystal urn, scientists gathering in the night, the confirmation of what everyone had suspected, that the poet of the piano died as romantic poets were supposed to die, consumed by the disease that gave consumption its name. But Chopin's story is not finally about disease. It is about what can be created within limitation. It is about making intimate art in an age of spectacle. It is about carrying home within you when you cannot go home. It is about loving something, music, country, another person, even when that love offers no guarantees. The music he left behind is not music of despair. It is melancholy, yes, it is touched by loss, but it is also beautiful, and beauty is always an affirmation. To make something beautiful is to say, this matters, this deserves to exist, this is worth the effort of creation. There is a kind of hope in Chopin's music, not hope for recovery, not hope for a miracle, but hope that beauty endures, hope that what we create outlasts us, hope that our suffering is not wasted if it can be transformed into something that brings consolation to others. Every nocturne is an act of hope. Every prelude is an assertion that art matters. Every mazurka is a refusal to surrender to despair. The music says, I am dying, but I am still here. I am suffering, but I am still creating. I am in exile, but my heart knows where it belongs. Chopin spent 11 years dying of tuberculosis. He spent those same 11 years creating some of the most beautiful music ever written for the piano. The two facts are inseparable. The dying and the creating were the same life. We cannot know what Chopin would have composed if he had lived longer. We cannot know whether the late style, the increasing complexity of the Polonaise Fantaisie, the searching harmonies of the final mazurkas, would have continued to develop. We cannot know what masterpieces were lost when his hands could no longer play. But perhaps that is not the right question. Perhaps the question is not what we lost, but what we have. And what we have is extraordinary. A body of work that has brought joy and solace to countless millions, that continues to be played and loved nearly 2 centuries after its creation, that speaks to something deep and universal in the human experience. The nocturnes, the preludes, the etudes, the ballades, the mazurkas, the polonaises, these are not museum pieces, they are living presences. They are played tonight somewhere in the world. They will be played tomorrow night, and the night after, and the night after that. They have become part of the fabric of human culture. At this moment, as you listen to these words, someone somewhere is playing a Chopin nocturne. A student in a practice room, working through the fingering. A professional preparing for a concert. An amateur at home, playing for the pleasure of it. A child learning what the piano can do. Somewhere in the world, at every moment, Chopin's music is being made. This is a kind of immortality, not the preservation of a body or a heart, but the endless recreation of sounds he imagined nearly 2 centuries ago. Every time someone plays a nocturne, Chopin lives again. Every time someone listens, he speaks again. The music is not a memorial, it is a presence. This is Chopin's true legacy. Not the heart in the church, however moving. Not the myths and legends that have grown up around him, but the music itself, the sounds he left behind, the beauty he created, the gift he gave to the future. And so, as the night deepens and the nocturnes fade into memory, we leave behind the salons of Paris, the cold monastery in Majorca, the quiet apartment on the Place Vendôme. We leave behind the heart in its church, the body in its grave, the music that lives on. But the music does not truly leave us. It enters us and stays. It becomes part of how we hear, how we feel, how we breathe. When we listen to Chopin, we are not merely consuming entertainment. We are participating in something that a dying man offered to the future, a gift made more precious by the knowledge of its cost. There is a word in Polish, żal, that is often translated as sorrow or regret, but carries meanings that have no exact English equivalent. It suggests a longing for what is lost, a bittersweet acceptance of impermanence, a tenderness toward the past that can never be recovered. Chopin's music is saturated with żal. Every nocturne carries it. Every mazurka embodies it. It is the emotional texture of exile, of loss, of love that cannot last. When you hear Chopin's music, tonight or any night, you're hearing żal. You're hearing the sorrow of a man who could not go home, who could not stop the disease that was killing him, who could only pour his feelings into music and hope that someone somewhere would understand. Someone does understand. Millions of people over nearly 2 centuries have understood. They have listened to the nocturnes and felt the joie. They have recognized in Chopin's music something of their own experience, their own losses, their own longings, their own mortality. This is the miracle of art, that one person's suffering can become another person's consolation, that music written in 19th century Paris can speak to a 21st century listener in Tokyo, or Sao Paulo, or Lagos. That sounds made by fingers on ivory keys can travel through time and space to touch hearts that Chopin could never have imagined. Next time on the Sanatorium, we'll explore another chapter in the history of tuberculosis. But that journey is for another night. For now, rest well. Let the memory of those nocturnes carry you gently into sleep. Let the melodies you have heard, even if only in imagination, continue to play in your mind. Let them take you where they took the listeners in those Parisian salons nearly 2 centuries ago, to a place beyond words, beyond thought, to the quiet centre where music lives. Chopin composed for people like you, people who are ready to listen, ready to feel, ready to be moved. He composed for the night hours, for the threshold of sleep, for the moments when the day's noise fades and something deeper becomes audible. He composed for now. And if you found some measure of peace in tonight's journey, perhaps leave a like, or share it with someone who might need it. The channel depends on your support, and every subscriber helps bring more stories like this one to listeners around the world. But even if you do nothing at all except rest, that is enough. That is what Chopin would have wanted. The music was always meant to give comfort, to bring peace, to ease the burden of being human. If it has done that for you tonight, then it has done its work. The earth is suffocating, Chopin said in his final hours, but the music breathes on. It breathes in concert halls and bedrooms, in headphones and speakers, in the fingers of pianists and the ears of listeners. It breathes wherever someone takes the time to listen. It breathes because we keep it breathing, because we return to it again and again, seeking what it offers. It breathes because we need it to breathe. Thank you for being here. Thank you for listening. Thank you for keeping the music alive. Thank you for allowing Chopin to speak to you across nearly 2 centuries of silence. Good night. Sleep well. In the 19th century, women swallowed arsenic. Not by accident, not in desperation. They ate it on purpose. Little white wafers sold openly, advertised as perfectly harmless, because arsenic gave them the look they craved. The look of someone dying of tuberculosis. Because in Victorian England, dying was beautiful. Welcome to the Sanatorium. Tonight we explore one of the strangest chapters in the history of beauty, a time when the symptoms of a deadly disease became the height of fashion, a time when pale skin, flushed cheeks and an impossibly thin waist weren't just desirable, they were aspirational, a time when looking like you were dying was the best way to look alive. If you're new here, this channel explores how tuberculosis, the disease that killed 1 in 4 people in the 19th century, shaped everything from literature to architecture, from music to the clothes we wear. If that sounds like your kind of history, consider subscribing. Now, settle in, find a comfortable position, let your breathing slow. We have a long journey ahead, through ballrooms and dressing rooms, through fashion plates and poison cabinets, through an era that dressed for death. Let's begin. London, an evening in 1845. The ballroom of a great house blazes with candlelight, hundreds of flames reflected in mirrors, in crystal, in the polished floor. The orchestra plays a waltz, and across the room, arranged on gilded chairs, wait the debutantes. Look at them. Their skin is impossibly pale. Not the healthy glow of exercise, but the translucent pallor of a hothouse flower. Their waists are impossibly narrow, 18 inches, perhaps less, compressed by corsets so tight that breathing comes in shallow gasps. Their cheeks carry a delicate flush of pink, their lips a hint of rose, their eyes shine with an almost feverish brightness. They are beautiful. Every man in the room agrees. Every dowager mother approves. This is the ideal, the template of femininity that a generation of young women aspires to match. And the template is killing them. Not metaphorically, not slowly, over decades. The corsets damage their internal organs. The cosmetics they use contain lead and arsenic. And the look they're trying to achieve, that perfect consumptive pallor, is in many cases a sign of actual consumption. Tuberculosis in the 1840s kills 1 of every 7 Europeans. It kills the poor in cramped tenements and the rich in country estates. It kills slowly, over months or years, wasting the body until the victim becomes a pale, ethereal shadow of themselves. And somewhere along the way that wasting became beautiful. The pallor caused by anemia, the flushed cheeks caused by fever, the bright shining eyes caused by chronic illness, the thin, fragile frame caused by the body consuming itself. All of these symptoms, all of these signs of a fatal disease, became the markers of feminine beauty. Tonight, we trace how a plague became a fashion, how the look of death became the look of desire, how tuberculosis shaped not just bodies but beauty itself. This is consumptive chic. To understand consumptive chic, we must first understand consumption. Tuberculosis, known throughout most of history as consumption, or the White Plague or phthisis, is one of humanity's oldest companions. Archaeological evidence suggests it has been killing us for at least 9,000 years. In the 19th century, it reached what may have been its historical peak. The Industrial Revolution had packed millions of people into cramped, poorly ventilated cities. Factories, tenements, workhouses, anywhere that people breathed each other's air became a breeding ground for the bacteria. By the 1880s, tuberculosis was responsible for 1 of every 7 deaths in Europe and America. In some cities, the rate was even higher. But consumption did not strike at random, or so it seemed. It appeared to choose its victims, and its choices fascinated the romantic imagination. The disease killed poets and musicians, novelists and artists. John Keats, dead at 25, Percy Bysshe Shelley's first wife Harriet, and later his own son, Emily Bronte, dead at 30, Anne Bronte, dead at 29, Chopin, dead at 39, Elizabeth Barrett Browning, fragile and bedridden for years, Edgar Allan Poe's young wife Virginia, dead at 24. The list went on and on. The disease seemed to prefer the creative, the sensitive, the spiritually refined. This was, of course, an illusion. Tuberculosis killed labourers and servants in far greater numbers than it killed poets. But the labourers died anonymously, while the poets left behind immortal works. And so a mythology grew up around consumption, a mythology that saw the disease not as random bacterial infection, but as a kind of spiritual ordeal. The consumptive was dying, yes, but they were dying beautifully. The ancient Greeks had a term for this, spes tisica, the hope of the consumptive. They observed that tuberculosis patients often experienced an unusual optimism, an earnest hope of recovery even as the disease ravaged their bodies. This hope, the Greeks believed, drove heightened sensitivity and great creativity despite overwhelming illness. The Romantics embraced this idea wholeheartedly. They saw in consumption not merely a disease but a kind of divine selection, a mark of artistic destiny. The symptoms of tuberculosis, in their advanced stages, created a striking appearance. The victim grew thin as the body wasted away, but this thinness was ethereal rather than starved, suggesting spiritual refinement rather than material want. The skin grew pale as anemia set in, but this pallor was translucent, almost luminous, like fine porcelain. The chronic low-grade fever of the disease produced a persistent flush in the cheeks, a rosy glow that mimicked the blush of emotion. The same fever caused the eyes to shine with unusual brightness. The lips too remained red even as the rest of the face grew pale. And then there was the temperament. Contemporary observers believed that consumption produced a heightened state of consciousness. The dying were said to become more creative, more passionate, more spiritually aware. This was probably a combination of confirmation bias and the stimulating effect of fever, but it became part of the mythology. Lord Byron, the most famous poet of his age, the definition of romantic celebrity, captured the attitude perfectly. "I should like, I think, to die of consumption," he said, "because then the women would all say, 'See that poor Byron, how interesting he looks in dying.'" Byron was joking, probably, but he wasn't wrong about the cultural moment. In early 19th century Europe, consumption was interesting. It was romantic. It was, in its terrible way, beautiful. No death better illustrated the romantic mythology of consumption than that of John Keats. In September 1820, Keats left England for Rome. He was 24 years old, and he knew he was dying. His brother Tom had died of tuberculosis 2 years earlier, and Keats, trained as a surgeon, had recognised his own symptoms immediately when he first coughed blood onto his pillow in February 1820. "I know the colour of that blood," he told his friend Charles Brown. "It is arterial blood. That drop of blood is my death warrant." He travelled with his friend Joseph Seven, a young painter who had volunteered to accompany him to a warmer climate in hopes of recovery. They took lodgings at 26 Piazza di Spagna in Rome, in a small room overlooking the Spanish Steps. There, over the next 3 months, Seven watched his friend die. Seven's letters from that period are devastating documents. By January 1821, Keats's condition was hopeless. His stomach and lungs were compromised. He could no longer digest food. He coughed constantly, bringing up what Seven described as clay-like expectoration, blood-streaked fluids that built up in his throat until Seven had to lift him to prevent choking. Keats wanted to die. He had brought laudanum, opium dissolved in alcohol, and hoped to end his suffering quickly, but Seven refused to give it to him. The doctor took it away, and so Keats endured what Seven called dreadful agonies with nothing to ease the pain at all. Dr. James Clark, the English physician who treated Keats in Rome, placed him on a starvation diet, an anchovy and a piece of bread a day, intended to reduce blood flow to his stomach. He also bled the poet, a standard treatment of the day that almost certainly hastened his death. On the day before Keats passed away, Seven wrote that his intellects and health are breaking down, and that Keats had sunk in the last 3 days to a most ghastly look. On February 23rd, 1821, at about 2 in the afternoon, John Keats died. He was 25 years old. An hour before midnight, Seven wrote, "His eyes looked upon me with extreme sensibility but without pain." Keats was buried in the Protestant cemetery in Rome. His tombstone, at his own request, bears no name, only the words, "Here lies one whose name was writ in water." He believed his work would be forgotten, that he had failed as a poet. He was wrong about that. The point of this story is not merely the tragedy of a young poet's death. It is the way that death was received, the way it became part of the mythology of genius. Percy Bysshe Shelley, devastated by the news, wrote Adonais, one of the great elegies in English literature, in which Keats's death is transformed into something transcendent, almost beautiful. "He has outsoared the shadow of our night," Shelley wrote, "envy and calumny and hate and pain, and that unrest which men miscall delight, can touch him not and torture not again." The reality, the starvation diet, the bleeding, the agonizing cough, the friend begging for opium that was denied him, disappeared into mythology. What remained was the image of the dying poet, pale and beautiful, consumed by genius as much as by disease. This was the template. This was what consumptive death was supposed to look like. And if dying was beautiful, then looking like you were dying must be beautiful too. This is where fashion enters the story. The beauty standards of any era reflect that era's anxieties and aspirations. In a time when death was everywhere, when consumption could claim anyone, at any time, regardless of wealth or status, the culture developed a strange relationship with mortality. It aestheticized it. It made it beautiful. And in doing so, it transformed the symptoms of a plague into the markers of ideal femininity. The women in the fashion plates of the 1840s do not look healthy. They look wasted. They look fragile. They look to a modern eye like they might collapse at any moment. Their waists are impossibly narrow, their skin is impossibly pale, their expressions carry a melancholy that borders on morbidity. This was not an accident. This was the consumptive ideal translated into commercial imagery. And women, particularly upper-class women, who had the time and resources to pursue fashion, did everything in their power to achieve it. The consumptive body became the ideal body. This was not entirely new. European beauty standards had long favoured pale skin and delicate frames over tanned skin and muscular builds. Pallor was the mark of the aristocrat who didn't labour in the fields. Thinness was the mark of the lady who didn't perform manual work. But consumption intensified and refined these preferences. The ideal woman was no longer merely pale, she was translucent. She was no longer merely thin, she was waifish, fragile, seemingly weightless. She was no longer merely delicate, she was visibly, almost ostentatiously, weak. Contemporary fashion plates, the magazine illustrations that showed women how to dress, depicted figures that would be impossible for a healthy person to achieve. Waists measured 18 inches or less. Arms were thin as reeds. The chest was hollow, the collarbones prominent. These were not merely idealized bodies. They were bodies in the grip of disease. And the fashion industry rose to meet the demand. The corset was the engine of consumptive fashion. Corsets, in some form, had been worn for centuries, but the corsets of the mid-19th century were something new. Precision instruments of bodily control, engineered to compress the female form into the consumptive ideal. In 1793, the German physician Samuel Thomas von Soemmerring had published a treatise called On the Effects of the Corset, warning that these garments constituted a serious health hazard by compressing the ribs and internal organs. His warnings went largely unheeded. Fashion, it seemed, was more powerful than medicine. By the 1840s and 1850s, tight lacing had become both an art and a cult. These were not the relatively flexible stays of earlier eras. They were heavily boned, with whalebone, later with steel, and designed to be pulled tighter and tighter over time. A properly fashionable woman might have her waist compressed by 6, 8, even 10 inches from its natural circumference. The effect was dramatic, a tiny waist emphasizing the relative width of skirts and shoulders, creating the appearance of fragile, almost insect-like proportion. The health consequences were severe. Tight lacing compressed the ribcage, limiting lung capacity. Medical journals of the era documented cases of collapsed lungs, bruised and fractured ribs. It displaced internal organs, the stomach, the liver, the intestines, pushing them down and distorting their function. It weakened core muscles by doing their work for them. It restricted blood flow to the lower body. The medical establishment recognized these dangers. The Lancet published numerous articles on the subject. Death from tight lacing in 1890, effects of tight lacing in 1892, civilization and the corset in 1909. Doctors identified a condition they called chlorosis, a complex of symptoms including fatigue, shortness of breath, digestive problems, and a distinctive greenish pallor, and attributed it directly to corset wearing. Chlorosis was sometimes called the green sickness. It primarily affected young women. It almost entirely disappeared in the 1920s, when women stopped wearing tightly laced corsets. Chlorosis deserves a closer look because it reveals how deeply consumptive beauty had penetrated Victorian medicine itself. The disease was first described in 1554 by German physician Johannes Langer, who called it the disease of virgins. By the 19th century, it had become one of the most commonly diagnosed conditions affecting young women. Doctors described patients with bodily weakness, dietary disorders, heart palpitations, fainting spells, pallor, and an absence of menstruation. The skin, they claimed, took on a greenish hue, hence the name green sickness. The treatment was curious. Physicians prescribed iron tonics, cod liver oil, and, yes, arsenic. They also prescribed marriage, because chlorosis was believed to be a disease of virgins, cured by the consummation of matrimony and the bearing of children. Modern historians have examined chlorosis with considerable scepticism. Some scholars argue that the disease was largely a cultural construction, a medicalised version of the consumptive ideal. Young women learned to have the disease from family, friends, the popular press, and their doctors themselves. Physicians expected to see chlorosis in adolescent girls, and so they did. The symptoms of chlorosis overlapped remarkably with the effects of tight lacing, malnutrition, and iron deficiency anemia. The standard treatment, iron tonics, inadvertently addressed the anemia, which masked the underlying misdiagnosis. Women who were effectively starving themselves to achieve the consumptive ideal were diagnosed with a mysterious disease and given treatments that partially counteracted the damage they were doing to themselves. In 1898, Catherine van Tussenbroek, the first female Dutch gynecologist, pointed to the social factors at the root of the disease. She argued that chlorosis reflected the lack of perspective for young girls in Victorian society. The disease, she suggested, was not really about blood or iron. It was about the impossible position of young women, trapped between the demands of fashion and the demands of survival. The disappearance of chlorosis in the 1920s was not merely due to improved diagnostics. It coincided with changes in the social position of women. The right to vote, increased access to education, greater independence. As women's horizons expanded, the green sickness simply vanished. The disease had been real, in a sense. Young women really did faint and lose their appetites and turn pale, but the framework that made sense of those symptoms, the narrative that said, this is chlorosis, a disease of virgins cured by marriage, that framework was cultural. It was a story the Victorians told themselves about young women's bodies, and it was a story built on the consumptive ideal. And yet women kept wearing them, not because they were unaware of the dangers, but because the alternative, appearing unfashionable, appearing healthy, appearing robust, was socially unacceptable. Some women became so dependent on their corsets that they could not hold themselves upright without them. Their back muscles had atrophied from lack of use. Others reported that removing their corset caused dizziness and faintness as blood rushed through vessels that had been constricted for hours. Some women even slept in their corsets, unable to endure the sensation of their own unsupported body. But here is the strange truth. The suffering itself became part of the appeal. A woman who could barely breathe, who felt faint from lack of oxygen, who moved slowly and carefully to avoid losing consciousness, she embodied the consumptive ideal. Her laboured breathing mimicked the shallow respiration of the tubercular patient. Her pallor, induced by restricted blood flow, matched the anemic pallor of disease. The corset was not just shaping bodies to look consumptive, it was making bodies feel consumptive, creating a kind of artificial illness in the service of beauty. Not everyone accepted the corset's dominion. In 1881, a group of women in London founded the Rational Dress Society. Their motto was uncompromising. The Rational Dress Society protests against the introduction of any fashion in dress that either deforms the figure, impedes the movements of the body, or in any way tends to injure the health. The society specifically targeted tight lacing. They also objected to high-heeled shoes, heavily weighted skirts that made walking difficult, and any garment that restricted movement of the arms. Their alternative proposals included divided skirts, looser bodices, and clothing that allowed women to breathe, walk, and even, scandalously, ride bicycles. One of the Society's founding members was Viscountess Florence Wallace Pomeroy, known as Lady Harberton. She championed what she called reformed dress, baggy pantaloons worn beneath knee-length skirts. She invented the divided skirt, and she was widely ridiculed for it. The dress reform movement had its greatest success in the reform of women's undergarments, which could be modified without exposing the wearer to public mockery. Reformers also influenced athletic clothing, the specialised garments women wore for bicycling, swimming and gymnastics, activities that would be impossible in a tightly laced corset. But everyday fashion proved resistant to change. The consumptive ideal was too deeply embedded in the culture. To reject it was to reject beauty itself, and few women were willing to make that sacrifice. Florence Nightingale, herself treated for what may have been tuberculosis, and famous for her practical approach to health, wrote extensively about the damage that fashionable dress did to women, yet even she, when photographed for official portraits, wore conventional dress with a corseted waist. The pressure to conform was overwhelming. If the corset shaped the body, cosmetics shaped the face. The consumptive complexion was very specific. Pale skin with flushed cheeks and red lips. This combination, pallor plus flush, was the distinctive signature of tuberculosis fever, and women who didn't have tuberculosis wanted it anyway. The challenge was that respectable women weren't supposed to use obvious cosmetics. Makeup was associated with actresses and prostitutes, women of dubious morality who needed to attract attention. A proper lady was supposed to be naturally beautiful. So Victorian cosmetics were designed to be invisible. They weren't meant to look like makeup. They were meant to look like disease. Women whitened their skin using a variety of methods, many of them dangerous. The most traditional was ceruse, white lead paint, the same substance that Queen Elizabeth I had famously worn in the 16th century. Ceruse gave the skin a smooth, porcelain appearance. It also caused lead poisoning, with symptoms including hair loss, rotting teeth, skin lesions, and eventually death. Others used zinc oxide or rice powder, which were less toxic but also less effective. Some washed their faces with ammonia solutions, which bleached the skin over time but caused chemical burns. Some drank vinegar, believing it would lighten their complexion from within. And then there was arsenic. Rose's arsenic complexion wafers and similar products like Dr. James P. Campbell's safe arsenic complexion wafers were sold openly throughout the Victorian era. They were little white tablets containing small amounts of arsenic trioxide, small enough not to kill immediately, but enough to produce visible effects on the skin. The advertisements promised a deliciously clear complexion. They claimed the wafers were absolutely harmless, perfectly safe, used by thousands. This was, of course, a lie. But the lie had a kernel of truth that made it believable. In 1851, a Swiss physician named Johann Jakob von Tschudi published a remarkable account of the peasants of Styria, a mountainous region of what is now Austria. These peasants, he reported, regularly ate arsenic, and not only survived but thrived. The Styrian arsenic eaters, known as toxicophagi, had been consuming the poison for centuries. They obtained it from local mines and springs. They began with tiny amounts, a piece the size of a lentil, and gradually increased their doses over time. Some reportedly consumed what would normally be lethal quantities with no apparent ill effects. The reasons they gave were twofold. First, they believed arsenic improved their appearance, giving them clear skin and robust figures. Second, they claimed it helped them breathe more easily in the thin mountain air. The medical world was fascinated. Scottish physician Craig MacLagan travelled to Styria in 1864 to investigate. He watched 2 arsenic eaters consume doses that should have killed them. Neither showed any ill effects the following day. How was this possible? The answer seems to be a combination of factors. The arsenic the Styrians consumed was in a relatively coarse form that was poorly absorbed by the digestive system. Their bodies developed some degree of tolerance through gradual exposure, and their gut microbiomes may have evolved mechanisms to detoxify the poison. But the cosmetics industry didn't care about the science. They cared about the marketing. Reports of the clear and blooming complexions of Styrian peasant women became selling points for arsenic beauty products across Europe and America. If Austrian peasants could eat arsenic and glow with health, surely refined English ladies could do the same. They couldn't. The arsenic wafers sold in pharmacies were not the same as the arsenic consumed in Styria. The doses were different, the delivery method was different, and the consumers had none of the gradual tolerance that the Styrians had built up over generations. Long-term arsenic consumption caused hair loss, it caused kidney damage, it caused nerve damage, producing numbness and tingling in the extremities. It caused distinctive skin growths called arsenical keratoses. Users developed a tolerance, requiring ever-increasing doses to achieve the same effect. Those who survived long enough developed a greenish pallor, not the translucent white they sought, but the unmistakable colour of arsenic poisoning. And yet women kept buying them. The desire for consumptive beauty was strong enough to justify the risk. Some women died. We don't know how many. Victorian death certificates rarely listed arsenic poisoning from cosmetics as a cause of death. The shame would have been too great. But the medical literature of the era contains enough case studies to suggest that arsenic wafer deaths were not uncommon. The consumptive look required more than pale skin and flushed cheeks. It required bright, luminous eyes, the feverish shine that marked the tubercular patient. For this, Victorian women turned to belladonna. Belladonna, from the Italian for beautiful lady, is another name for deadly nightshade, one of the most poisonous plants in the Western world. Its berries can kill a child who eats them. Its name, according to legend, comes from its use by Italian women to dilate their pupils, making their eyes appear larger and more alluring. Victorian women continued this tradition. Belladonna drops, applied directly to the eyes, caused the pupils to expand dramatically. The effect mimicked the wide-eyed look of fever, or of emotional arousal. It made the eyes seem darker, deeper, more mysterious. It also caused blurred vision. It caused increased heart rate and blood pressure. It caused sensitivity to light so severe that many users could not go outdoors during the day. With prolonged use, it caused permanent damage to the iris muscles. Some users went blind. And still they used it, because bright eyes were beautiful, because consumption was beautiful, because the look of dying was the look of life. The clothing of the era completed the consumptive picture. Dresses were designed to emphasize the fragility of the wearer. Necklines dropped off the shoulders, exposing the collarbones and the pale expanse of the chest, areas where the wasting of consumption was most visible. Sleeves were wide and drooping, suggesting weakness rather than strength. Fabrics were thin and light, muslin, silk, fine cotton, even in cold weather. The effect was ethereal. A fashionable woman looked as if a strong wind might carry her away, and this was precisely the point. She was supposed to look too delicate for the rough business of life. She was supposed to look like she might faint at any moment, like she needed constant care and protection. The fainting couch became a standard piece of Victorian furniture, or rather, what we now call a fainting couch did. The Victorians themselves called them daybeds, but whatever the name, they served a practical purpose, providing a place for corseted, malnourished, arsenic-poisoned women to collapse when their bodies could no longer sustain the demands placed upon them. Some critics of the era made the connection between fashion and illness explicit. The woman of fashion displays her skeleton at her assemblies and crushes herself to death in the ballroom, wrote one observer. Another noted that fashionable woman and consumptive woman have become almost synonymous terms. The irony was not lost on everyone, but knowing that fashion was killing women did not stop women from following fashion. The social costs of nonconformity were simply too high. Perhaps no one embodied the consumptive ideal more completely than Marie Duplessis. She was born Alphonsine Rose Plessis in 1824 in a small village in Normandy. Her childhood was brutal. Her father was violent, her mother fled, and at the age of 14 her father sold her to a 70-year-old man who took her to Paris. There, in the capital, she remade herself. She changed her name to Marie Duplessis. She learned to read, to write, to dress, to carry herself with the elegance of a noble woman. By the time she was 16, she had discovered that wealthy men would pay handsomely for her company. She became a courtesan, one of the most celebrated in Paris. Marie Duplessis was, by all accounts, extraordinarily beautiful. Contemporary descriptions emphasize her pale, delicate features, her slender figure, her dark hair and her remarkable eyes. She dressed always in white, and she carried white camellias, partly because their lack of scent would not aggravate her condition. For Marie Duplessis had tuberculosis. She knew it, everyone knew it, and somehow it only added to her allure. Among her many admirers was a young writer named Alexandre Dumas Fils, the son of the author of The Three Musketeers. He was 20 years old when they met in September 1844. Their affair lasted less than a year, but it would make them both immortal. Marie Duplessis grew increasingly ill. She knew she was dying, and she seemed determined to outrace death. She gambled excessively. She spent more money than ever. She took new lovers, including, reportedly, the composer Franz Liszt, who wished to live with her. She died on February 3rd, 1847. She was 23 years old. Alexandre Dumas Fils was devastated. Within months of her death, he sat down to write. In 8 days, he completed a novel. He called it La Dame aux Camélias, the Lady of the Camellias. The heroine, Marguerite Gautier, was Marie Duplessis in all but name, a beautiful courtesan dying of consumption who sacrifices everything for love. The novel was published in 1848 and became an immediate sensation. Dumas adapted it into a play in 1852. The play inspired Giuseppe Verdi's opera La Traviata in 1853. Later, it would inspire countless films, including the famous 1936 production starring Greta Garbo as Camille. One woman's death from tuberculosis became one of the most retold stories in Western culture. And the story always made the same point. The consumptive woman was not merely pitiable, she was beautiful, she was romantic. She was, in her dying, somehow elevated above ordinary mortality. Marie Duplessis was buried in Montmartre Cemetery. Alexandre Dumas Fils is buried there too, about 100 meters away. They remain together in death, as they briefly were in life. In 1850, a young woman named Elizabeth Eleanor Siddall was discovered working in a millinery shop in London. The artist Walter Deverell described her as magnificently tall, with a lovely figure and a face of the most delicate and finished modelling. She has grey eyes, and her hair is like dazzling copper and shimmers with lustre. She became a model for the Pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood. a group of English artists who sought to revive the detail and intensity of early Renaissance painting. She was Ophelia drowning in the famous Millet painting, floating in a river with flowers scattered around her. She was the Virgin Mary, Beatrice, countless romantic heroines. She was also, by most accounts, consumptive. Whether Elizabeth Seidel actually had tuberculosis has been debated by historians. Some suggest she had an intestinal disorder. Others point to her addiction to laudanum, opium dissolved in alcohol, which she took to relieve chronic pain. The author Bill Bryson has suggested she may have suffered from arsenic poisoning, noting that she was a devoted swallower of Fowler's solution, an arsenic-based complexion improver. Whatever the precise cause, she was perpetually ill, and this illness became central to her appeal. Dante Gabriel Rossetti, the leader of the Pre-Raphaelites, made her his muse and then his wife. He painted her obsessively, as Beatrice, as various saints and angels, as the embodiment of ethereal beauty. Her pale skin, her thin frame, her perpetually melancholy expression were exactly what the consumptive ideal demanded. In 1862, Elizabeth Siddal died of a laudanum overdose. She was 32 years old. Her husband found her unconscious in their bed. 4 doctors could not save her. The coroner ruled it accidental. But there are suggestions that Rossetti found a suicide note, which his friend Ford Maddox Brown told him to burn. Overcome with grief and guilt, Rossetti placed a handwritten book of his unpublished poems in her coffin. 7 years later, he had her exhumed to retrieve them. His most famous painting of her, Beata Beatrix, was completed after her death. It shows her in a trance-like state, her head tilted back, her eyes closed, her face otherworldly in its pallor. A dove carries an opium poppy in its beak, a reference to the drug that killed her. The painting is usually described as beautiful. It is also a monument to the consumptive ideal, to the belief that there is something transcendent, something artistic, in the death of a beautiful woman. The consumptive ideal did not merely shape fashion and art, it shaped the stories the Victorians told themselves. Literature of the era is filled with consumptive heroines, pale, fragile women who die beautifully while those around them weep. These characters served multiple purposes. They allowed authors to explore mortality, they provided opportunities for pathos and sentiment, and they embodied the feminine ideal of the age. Charlotte Bronte knew consumption intimately. She had lost her older sisters, Maria and Elizabeth, to the disease in childhood. Her brother Branwell would die of it in 1848, and within months of Branwell's death, tuberculosis would claim both Emily and Anne. This family tragedy runs through Charlotte's fiction. In Jane Eyre, published in 1847, the character of Helen Burns, the saintly schoolgirl who befriends Jane at Lowood, dies of consumption. Helen faces death with perfect serenity, her faith unshaken, her character unblemished. She is too good for the world, and consumption carries her gently away. What Charlotte never told her readers was that Helen Burns was real. She was based on Maria Bronte, Charlotte's own sister, who died of tuberculosis at the age of 11. The fictional death that moved so many Victorian readers was a memorial to an actual child, actually dead, her suffering transformed into something that could be admired on the page. Emily Bronte, in Wuthering Heights, takes a darker approach. Tuberculosis stalks the novel, claiming Frances Hindley and threatening others. The disease is not romanticised in Wuthering Heights. It is present as a grim reality, part of the harsh world Emily depicts. But even Emily could not escape the consumptive aesthetic entirely. Catherine Earnshaw, in her final illness, becomes increasingly pale and ethereal, her beauty intensified by her suffering. Emily herself would die of consumption just a year after Wuthering Heights was published. She refused to see a doctor. She refused to take medicine. Charlotte watched helplessly as her sister declined, writing anguished letters about Emily's hard, short conflict with the disease. On the morning of December 19th, 1848, Emily's condition worsened. With her last audible words, she said to Charlotte, "If you will send for a doctor, I will see him now." But it was too late. She died that same afternoon. She was 30 years old. Anne Bronte died of tuberculosis 5 months later in Scarborough, where she had travelled hoping that sea air might save her. She was 29. The Bronte sisters, all 3 of them, wrote about consumption because consumption was their family attendant, as historians have called it. The disease that killed them also shaped their art, and their art in turn shaped how generations of readers thought about dying young. The cult of consumptive beauty was in the end a cult of suffering. The Victorians were not unique in finding meaning in suffering. Most cultures do in one way or another, but they developed a particularly elaborate aesthetic around female suffering. The beautiful woman was the suffering woman. The admirable woman was the woman who bore her suffering gracefully. Consumption fit this template perfectly. The consumptive woman suffered beautifully. She wasted away without complaint. She maintained her sweetness and her grace even as her body failed. She was patient, uncomplaining, spiritually prepared for death. She was, in short, the ideal Victorian woman, taken to its logical extreme. The imagery of the era reflected this. Paintings showed consumptive women as almost angelic figures, their illness visible but somehow ennobling. Literature celebrated the consumptive heroine who died young, her beauty preserved in memory forever. The message was clear. Women were most beautiful when they were dying. Female beauty was inseparable from female vulnerability, from female suffering, from the female body in decline. This was not a healthy ideal, but it was, for several generations, the dominant one. The consumptive ideal was fundamentally a matter of class. The physical markers of tuberculosis, thinness, pallor, fragility, happened to align perfectly with the physical markers of upper-class status. A thin woman didn't work in the fields or the factories. A pale woman didn't labour in the sun. A fragile woman had servants to do the heavy lifting. Working-class women, by contrast, displayed the opposite characteristics. They were strong from physical labour. They were tanned from outdoor work. They had the calloused hands and muscular arms of people who earned their living with their bodies. These characteristics, strength, tan, visible musculature, were considered ugly, not because they were inherently unattractive, but because they marked their possessor as common. Beauty, in Victorian terms, was inseparable from class. And so the consumptive ideal served a double purpose. It defined beauty in terms that excluded the working class, and it encouraged upper-class women to embrace their own fragility, to see their weakness as a virtue rather than a problem. The iconography of the era is striking. The fashionable woman reclines on her couch, too weak to stand. The fashionable woman is carried in her sedan chair, too delicate to walk. The fashionable woman swoons in her lover's arms, overcome by emotion that her frail body cannot contain. These images were romantic. They were also images of incapacity, of women who could not function independently, who required constant male support. The consumptive ideal was, in this sense, an ideal of dependence. Before we speak of how the Victorians died beautifully, we must understand how they mourned. The 19th century has been called the cult of death, and not without reason. Queen Victoria herself set the tone. After Prince Albert died in 861, she wore black for the remaining 40 years of her life. She surrounded herself with his possessions, his photographs, locks of his hair. She made mourning into an art form, and her subjects followed her example. Victorians bought and sold clothing specifically for mourning: black crepe dresses, jet jewellery, mourning stationery with thick black borders. There were rules about how long to mourn, what to wear in each stage of grief, when colours could gradually return. The commercialisation of death became a major industry. And then there were the photographs. Post-mortem photography, the practice of photographing the dead, became widespread in the Victorian era. When the daguerreotype made portraiture affordable in the 1840s, families who had never been able to commission painted portraits could suddenly preserve the images of their loved ones, including their dead loved ones. The practice was especially common for children. Infant mortality was devastating. Perhaps 1 in 3 children died before their 5th birthday. For many families, a post-mortem photograph was the only image they would ever have of their child. The photographers went to great lengths to make the dead appear alive. They posed corpses in lifelike positions, seated in chairs, propped up with hidden supports, surrounded by living family members. They painted rosy colour onto pale cheeks. Some even painted open eyes onto the finished photograph, or opened the eyes of the deceased and held them in place. The goal was not to document death, but to deny it, to create an image that captured the person as they had been, or as they were imagined to have been. The consumptive, with their pale skin and peaceful expressions, were particularly well suited to this kind of memorialization. They looked, in death, very much as they had looked in their final days. This intimacy with death, this willingness to sit with the dead, to photograph them, to keep locks of their hair in jewellery, to surround oneself with memento mori, shaped how the Victorians thought about dying. Death was not hidden away in hospitals and funeral homes. It happened at home, surrounded by family. It was witnessed, mourned, and commemorated in elaborate rituals. And consumption, more than any other disease, fit the Victorian ideal of the good death. The appeal of consumption went beyond appearance. It extended to death itself. Tuberculosis was, in the romantic imagination, the good death. Not quick and violent like accident or murder, not ugly and degrading like cholera or typhus. Consumption was slow, gradual, almost gentle, a fading rather than an ending. The consumptive patient had time to prepare, time to say goodbye to loved ones, to put affairs in order, to make peace with God. The disease typically ran its course over months or years, allowing for an extended period of invalid existence, a kind of living death during which the patient became increasingly ethereal, increasingly detached from worldly concerns. Contemporary accounts of consumptive deaths emphasized their beauty. The dying were said to become more spiritually aware, more creative, more loving in their final months. They experienced moments of unusual clarity and insight. Their appearance, though marked by illness, remained attractive, pale and wasted, but somehow pure, as if the flesh were burning away to reveal the soul beneath. The moment of death itself was described in almost ecstatic terms. "She looked beautiful beyond anything I had ever seen," wrote one observer of a consumptive death. "There was a brightness about her that I cannot describe, as if her spirit was already shining through her skin." Another described a look of perfect peace that came over the dying face. These accounts were probably exaggerated or invented. The reality of tuberculosis death, the hemorrhages, the fevers, the agonizing cough, was far uglier than the romantic imagination wanted to admit. but the myth was powerful enough to reshape how people thought about dying. Consumption became the death that everyone wanted, if they had to die at all. It was respectable, even glamorous. It carried none of the shame associated with venereal disease, none of the horror associated with cancer. To die of consumption was to die. Interestingly, Byron's quip about wanting to die of consumption because the ladies would find it interesting was more than a joke. It reflected a genuine cultural attitude that certain kinds of death were desirable, that certain kinds of suffering were romantic. On March 24, 1882, Robert Koch addressed the Berlin Physiological Society with news that would change how humanity understood tuberculosis, and eventually, how it understood beauty. Koch was a country doctor turned bacteriologist, obsessed with proving that infectious diseases were caused by specific microorganisms. He had already identified the bacteria that caused anthrax. Now he announced that he had isolated Mycobacterium tuberculosis, the bacterium responsible for consumption. The implications were revolutionary. If tuberculosis was caused by a bacterium, then it was not inherited, not constitutional, not a sign of spiritual refinement or artistic temperament. It was an infection. You caught it from other people. The romantic mythology that had surrounded the disease for a century was, in scientific terms, nonsense. And crucially, if tuberculosis was contagious, then consumptives were not ethereal spirits touched by beauty. They were sources of infection. They were dangerous. Koch would go on to win the Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine in 1905 for his tuberculosis research. March 24th is still commemorated as World Tuberculosis Day, but the immediate effect of his discovery was to begin dismantling the romantic mythology that had made consumption beautiful. The cultural shift did not happen overnight. Mythologies die hard, especially when they serve powerful social functions. But gradually, over the decades following Koch's discovery, the romantic attitude toward consumption gave way to something more fearful. The consumptive was no longer admired. They were avoided. The consumptive sick room was no longer a sacred space. It was a site of contagion that needed to be sanitized. Public health campaigns emphasized the dangers of tuberculosis. Spitting, a major vector of transmission, as was banned in public spaces. Cities installed spittoons and posted signs warning of the dangers of expectorating on sidewalks. Consumptives were increasingly isolated in sanatoriums, away from the general population. The intimate deathbed scenes celebrated by romantic literature became medical hazards. And the beauty standards began to shift. If pallor was the mark of disease, then health required colour. If thinness was the mark of wasting, then health required flesh. If the corseted, fragile, fainting woman was the tuberculosis ideal, then the new ideal would be different. Not immediately, not completely. Beauty standards don't change overnight, but the seeds were planted in the 1880s and 1890s. By the early 20th century, the consumptive look had lost much of its appeal. Koch's discovery led to the rise of a new institution, the sanatorium. If tuberculosis was contagious, then consumptives needed to be isolated. If fresh air and rest helped recovery, then special facilities were needed to provide them. Beginning in the 1850s, sanatoriums began appearing across Europe and America, medical retreats where tuberculosis patients could take the cure. The first was established in 1854 by Hermann Bremer, a German doctor who believed he had cured himself of tuberculosis during an expedition to the Himalayas. He founded a treatment facility at Gerbersdorf in the mountains of Silesia. where patients breathed cold mountain air and rested for months at a time. But it was in Switzerland, in a small Alpine town called Davos, that the sanatorium culture reached its fullest expression. Davos sits high in the Swiss Alps, at nearly 5,000 feet. In the 1860s, a physician named Alexander Spengler began promoting it as a treatment destination for tuberculosis. The theory was that the thin mountain air, the sunshine and the cold would somehow heal damaged lungs. Within decades, Davos had transformed from a remote farming village into an international health resort. By 1940, Davos had around 40 medical institutions. The town's architecture was distinctive. Hotels and sanatoriums with long, wide balconies covering their fronts. On these balconies, patients lay for hours, wrapped in blankets, breathing the alpine air, watching the mountains, waiting to heal or waiting to die. The daily routine was rigorous. Patients followed strict schedules, prescribed mealtimes, prescribed rest periods, prescribed moderate exercise. The diet was rich: milk, eggs, butter, designed to counteract the wasting effects of the disease. Some patients stayed for months, some stayed for years, some never left. The sanatorium became its own kind of world, with its own social hierarchy, its own rituals, its own strange beauty. In 1912, the German writer Thomas Mann visited his wife Katja at a sanatorium in Davos. She was there being treated for a lung infection. Mann spent 3 weeks at her bedside, breathing the alpine air, observing the peculiar atmosphere of the place. He caught a cold during his visit. A local doctor examined him and discovered what he called a moist spot on Mann's lung. The doctor suggested he stay for 3 months to take the cure as a precaution. Mann declined, but he remembered. Over the next 12 years, he transformed his experience into one of the great novels of the 20th century, Der Zauberberg, The Magic Mountain. The novel follows Hans Castorp, a young German engineer who visits his cousin at a sanatorium in the Swiss Alps. He plans to stay for 3 weeks. He stays for 7 years. The sanatorium in Mann's novel is a place where time moves differently, where the outside world fades into irrelevance, where patients become absorbed in the seductions of disease, introspection, and death. The tuberculosis patients form a self-described half-lung club, united by their illness, defined by their proximity to death. Mann described the atmosphere as a mixture of death and amusement. The sanatorium was elegant, luxurious even. Patients dressed for dinner, they had love affairs. They debated philosophy and politics, all while the disease slowly consumed them. The Magic Mountain is not a celebration of consumptive chic. It is a critique of it, a diagnosis of European society as morally decadent. Davos becomes a symbol, Mann said, of concentrated physical decay. But the novel also captures something true about the sanatorium era, the strange beauty that people found in their own illness, the way that proximity to death intensified experience, the seductiveness of a world where nothing was expected of you except to rest and, perhaps, to recover. The sanatorium was the last gasp of consumptive chic, romantic mythology, adapted for the age of scientific medicine. One of the curious consequences of Koch's discovery was a revolution in attitudes towards sunlight. Victorian beauty standards had prized pallor above almost everything else. Pale skin was the mark of the lady who didn't labour outdoors. It was also, as we've seen, one of the markers of tuberculosis. To be pale was to be both wealthy and romantically consumptive. But in the late 19th century, doctors began prescribing sunlight as a treatment for tuberculosis. In 1893, Danish physician Niels Ryberg Finsen discovered that light had therapeutic properties. He noticed that his own chronic illness improved with sun exposure. He developed an ultraviolet treatment for lupus vulgaris, a form of skin tuberculosis, that met with remarkable success. In 1903, he won the Nobel Prize for his work. The treatment had two branches: heliotherapy, using natural sunlight, and phototherapy, using artificial light. In 1903, Swiss physician Auguste Rollier opened a tuberculosis clinic at Liesen in the Swiss Alps that used sunbathing as a primary treatment. Patients lay on terraces for hours, building up their sun exposure gradually, turning brown under the mountain sun. And it worked, to some extent. Sunlight does have antibacterial properties. More importantly, sun exposure increases vitamin D production, which supports immune function. Tuberculosis patients who lay in the sun often improved. The implications for beauty were significant. If sunlight cured tuberculosis, then tanned skin was healthy skin. If pale skin was the mark of the consumptive, then perhaps it should be avoided. The equation between pallor and beauty, which had held for centuries, began to weaken. The transformation of tanning from mark of labour to mark of leisure was not instant, but it was thorough. Part of the change was economic. The Industrial Revolution had moved the working class indoors. Factory workers, not field workers, now formed the majority of the labour force. They were pale from lack of sunlight, exhausted from long hours in poorly ventilated spaces. The association between pallor and labour had weakened. Meanwhile, the wealthy were discovering leisure. They had time and money to travel, to the French Riviera, to Mediterranean beaches, to places where the sun shone and the air was clean. A tan became a sign that you could afford a vacation. By the 1920s, the shift was complete. The transformation is often credited to Coco Chanel. In 1923, the story goes, she returned from a Mediterranean cruise on the Duke of Westminster's yacht with an accidental suntan. Photographs of her disembarking at Cannes, her skin glowing brown, circulated widely. If Chanel, the most fashionable woman in the world, was tanned, then surely tanning was fashionable. How much Chanel actually influenced the trend is debatable. But by 1928, the tide had clearly turned. Magazines that had once urged women to protect their skin from the sun now featured articles on how to get the best tan. In 1927, French designer Jean Patou launched the first commercial suntan oil. In 1929, Chanel herself declared, "The 1929 girl must be tanned." The consumptive ideal of pallor had lasted for over a century. It ended in less than a decade. If the preference for pallor faded in the 20th century, the preference for thinness proved more durable. The consumptive ideal had celebrated extreme thinness. The wasted body of the dying patient translated into the corseted waist of the fashionable woman. And while corsets eventually gave way to other garments, the ideal of the thin female body persisted. The flappers of the 1920s were thin, deliberately boyish, with flattened chests and narrow hips. Some women bound their breasts with bandages to achieve the flat-chested silhouette that fashion demanded. The curves of the Victorian era were suddenly unfashionable. Thinness was modern. The models of the 1960s were thin. Twiggy, the most famous model of the decade, was famously underweight, her angular frame the opposite of the curves that had briefly been fashionable in the 1950s. Born Leslie Hornby, she adopted the nickname Twiggy because of her stick-thin limbs. At the height of her fame, she weighed 91 pounds. She was 16 years old. Twiggy's look was described as childlike, waif-like, ethereal. The language was almost identical to the language used to describe consumptive beauty a century earlier. The template had barely changed. The models of the 1980s were taller but still thin. The supermodels of the early 1990s were athletic but lean, and beneath the surface, eating disorders reached epidemic proportions. The clinical diagnoses, anorexia nervosa, bulimia nervosa, became household terms. Karen Carpenter, one of the most successful pop stars of the 1970s, died in 1983 from heart failure caused by anorexia. She was 32 years old. Her death brought eating disorders into public conversation for the first time. Studies conducted in the 1990s found that eating disorders had increased tenfold since the 1950s. Young women were starving themselves, purging, exercising compulsively, all in pursuit of an ideal that had its roots in the consumptive aesthetic of the 19th century. The mechanisms had changed. Women no longer ate arsenic wafers or wore corsets so tight they damaged their organs, but the underlying message was the same. The natural female body was too large, too fleshy, too alive. It needed to be diminished, wasted, made to look like something dying. And then, in the mid-1990s, something shifted again. The sanatorium era ended not with a cultural shift, but with a scientific breakthrough. In 1944, researchers at Rutgers University, led by Selman Waxman, discovered streptomycin, the first antibiotic effective against tuberculosis. For the first time in human history, the disease could be cured. Not managed, not slowed, but actually cured. The impact was revolutionary. Within a decade, tuberculosis mortality in wealthy countries plummeted. Sanatoriums that had been filled for decades began to empty. By the 1960s, most had closed. The great sanatoria of Davos were converted into luxury hotels or conference centres. Today, Davos is known not for tuberculosis, but for the World Economic Forum. Every January, the most powerful people on Earth gather in those same buildings where, a century ago, patients lay dying on open-air porches. The balconies are still there. The views are still beautiful, but the dying has moved elsewhere. Tuberculosis still kills over 1 million people each year, but almost entirely in the developing world, where antibiotics remain inaccessible and public health infrastructure is weak. In wealthy countries, consumption has become a historical curiosity, a disease of the past. But the beauty standards it shaped have proved far more durable than the disease itself. In the early 1990s, a new fashion aesthetic emerged. It was called heroin chic. The characteristics were familiar: pale skin, extremely thin bodies, dark circles under the eyes, an overall appearance of physical decline. The look was popularised by photographers like Corinne Day and David Sorrenti, and by models like Kate Moss, who rose to fame through her collaboration with Calvin Klein. The name heroin chic was not metaphorical. The look was explicitly associated with heroin use. The wan pallor, the sunken eyes, the emaciated frame, these were the physical markers of addiction, and for a few years in the mid-1990s they were the height of fashion. Kate Moss was discovered at age 14 at JFK Airport in New York. Within a few years she had become one of the most photographed women in the world. Her look, thin to the point of emaciation, with prominent cheekbones and a hollow, waifish appearance, defined the decade. She was called the anti-supermodel, a rebuke to the athletic glamour of Cindy Crawford and Naomi Campbell. The 1993 Calvin Klein campaign that made Moss famous featured her looking pale, vulnerable, and almost childlike. The photographs were stark, unglamorous, in a way that was itself a new kind of glamour. Critics called them porno chic and heroin chic. Both labels stuck. The aesthetic spread through fashion magazines, through advertising, through the grunge music scene of Seattle. Kurt Cobain and Courtney Love, both struggling with heroin addiction, became icons of the look. Glamour and self-destruction merged into a single aesthetic. The parallel to consumptive chic was obvious, and commentators drew it immediately. Once again, a deadly condition was being aestheticized. Once again, the physical markers of decline and death were being presented as beautiful. Once again, women were being encouraged to see their own wasting as desirable. The backlash, when it came, was fierce. In 1997, photographer David Sorrenti, one of the architects of the heroin chic aesthetic, died of a heroin overdose at age 20. President Bill Clinton condemned the fashion industry for glorifying death. He said, "This is not about art, it's about life and death, and glorifying death is not good for any society." The industry retreated, at least publicly. Heroin chic as an explicit aesthetic faded, but the underlying preference for extreme thinness persisted. What does it mean that we keep returning to the aesthetics of death? Consumptive chic and heroin chic are the most explicit examples, but they are not the only ones. Throughout history, beauty standards have repeatedly incorporated elements of illness, vulnerability, and decline. In the Renaissance, belladonna drops were used to create the wide-eyed look that we now associate with consumptive fever. In 18th century France, elaborate powdering gave aristocrats the ghostly pallor of the dying. In the 2010s, corpse bride makeup became a trend on social media. There seems to be something in us that finds beauty in suffering, or at least something in our culture that teaches us to find it there. The reasons are complex and probably not fully knowable. Part of it may be biological. The features associated with illness, thinness, pallor, large eyes, sometimes overlap with features associated with youth or femininity. Part of it may be cultural. In societies where women are valued primarily for their vulnerability and dependence, signs of weakness become signs of desirability. And part of it may be a kind of memento mori, a reminder of death that makes beauty more poignant. The beautiful consumptive was beautiful, partly because she was dying. Her beauty would not last. It could be appreciated now in this fleeting moment, but it was destined for the grave. There is something in human psychology that finds transience poignant, that values things more when they're passing away. The consumptive ideal was specifically a female ideal. Men died of tuberculosis too, in enormous numbers. Keats, Chopin, Branwell Bronte, Robert Louis Stevenson, Anton Chekhov. But male consumptives were romanticized differently. The male consumptive was interesting rather than beautiful. He was tragic rather than fragile. His wasting was the destruction of potential, not the perfection of form. When Byron said he wanted to die of consumption because the ladies would find it interesting, he was using the word interesting advisedly. He didn't expect them to find him beautiful. For women, the equation was different. Female beauty was specifically tied to the appearance of illness. Women were expected to look like they were dying, to cultivate the pale skin and thin body and flushed cheeks that marked the consumptive. And this expectation persisted long after the Romantic era. The fainting woman, the thin woman, the pale woman. These remain powerful images in our culture, even if we no longer consciously connect them to tuberculosis. The ideal female body is still, in many contexts, a body that appears fragile, vulnerable, perhaps slightly unwell. Consumptive chic may have ended, but its shadow stretches into the present. The corset, that engine of consumptive fashion, never entirely disappeared. Time bends wanes. It evolved. In the early 20th century it transformed into the girdle, less rigid but still designed to compress the female body into artificial shapes. In the 1950s, foundation garments returned with a vengeance, squeezing waists and lifting busts into the idealized hourglass. The waist trainer, essentially a modern corset, has been promoted by celebrities and influencers well into the 2020s. The underlying message remained constant. The natural female body was not good enough. It needed to be reshaped, compressed, artificially narrowed. The ideal waist was always smaller than the actual waist. The ideal shape was always different from the natural shape. The connection to consumptive chic may be forgotten, but the practice continues. The 20th and 21st centuries have oscillated between celebrating tanned skin and celebrating pale skin, depending on decade and subculture. But the thin ideal has remained remarkably constant. Marilyn Monroe, often cited as proof that earlier eras preferred curvier women, wore a size 12, which in modern sizing would be closer to a size 6 or 8. She was slim by any reasonable standard, and she was replaced in cultural prominence by Twiggy, by Cher, by the supermodels of the 1980s, by Kate Moss, by the endless parade of thin models and actresses who have defined beauty standards for the past half-century and more. The average fashion model today has a body mass index that would qualify as underweight by medical standards. The average actress is significantly thinner than the average woman. The images that saturate our visual culture, in advertising, in film, in social media, overwhelmingly feature thin bodies. We do not call this consumptive chic. We do not consciously connect it to tuberculosis, but the preference for thinness that originated in the Romantic era's worship of the wasting body has never really gone away. In the age of social media, the consumptive aesthetic has found new expression. Consider the filters that are most popular on platforms like Instagram and TikTok. Many of them brighten the eyes, many of them pale the skin, many of them slim the face and narrow the nose. They create a look that is, whether by conscious intention or cultural inheritance, strikingly similar to the consumptive ideal. The doe eyes filter gives users the wide, luminous eyes of the tubercular fever patient. The porcelain skin filter gives them the translucent pallor of the anemic. The slim face filter gives them the wasted appearance of the consumptive in decline. These filters are enormously popular. Billions of photos are enhanced with them every year. Young women, primarily young women, are learning to see their unfiltered faces as flawed, their natural colouring as too dark, their natural shape as too full. The phenomenon has a name now: Instagram face. It describes the standardised look that emerges from heavy filter use. The same narrow nose, the same large eyes, the same porcelain skin, across millions of different faces. Individual features are smoothed away. What remains is a template. The template looks remarkably like a Victorian fashion plate. Psychologists have documented the impact. Young people who spend more time on social media report higher rates of body dissatisfaction, anxiety, and depression. The constant exposure to filtered, idealized images creates what researchers call social comparison, the tendency to evaluate oneself against others and to come up short. But this is not merely a problem of individual psychology, it is a problem of cultural inheritance. The filters that distort our images are built on beauty standards that stretch back centuries, standards that were shaped by tuberculosis, by romantic mythology, by the strange belief that dying was beautiful. We are, in a sense, applying arsenic wafers digitally. The women who ate actual arsenic wafers in the 19th century were not foolish. They were responding rationally to the pressures of their culture, pressures that told them their natural appearance was unacceptable, that they needed to transform themselves to be worthy of love and attention. The young women using filters today are responding to the same pressures. The delivery system has changed. The underlying demand has not. On some corners of the internet, the connection to illness has become explicit again. The sick girl aesthetic, or sad girl aesthetic, has emerged as a recognised style. It features, among other things, pale skin, prominent dark circles, thin bodies, a general appearance of illness or fatigue. The look is deliberately unhealthy. That's the point. On platforms like Tumblr and TikTok, images circulate that could have been lifted directly from 19th century fashion plates. Young women pose in white nightgowns, their collarbones prominent, their eyes shadowed. They describe themselves as delicate, fragile, ethereal. The hashtags include words like waif and consumptive. Some of these posts are ironic, some are expressions of genuine distress. Young people struggling with chronic illness, depression or eating disorders, finding community in shared aesthetics of suffering. The line between celebration and critique is often unclear. But whatever the intent, the effect is the same. Images of illness are presented as beautiful. Suffering is aestheticized. The consumptive ideal, which seemed to have died with the tuberculosis, sanatoriums, has returned in digital form. The proponents of this aesthetic are not unaware of its problems. Many discuss it ironically, or as a form of solidarity among people who actually struggle with chronic illness. Some frame it as reclamation, taking ownership of an identity that society has stigmatized. But the underlying message, that there is something beautiful about looking sick, echoes directly from the 19th century. Lord Byron would recognise it immediately. There are darker corners still. The pro-ana movement, short for pro-anorexia, emerged in the early 2000s on message boards and blogs. Its adherents treated anorexia not as a disease to be cured, but as a lifestyle to be embraced. They shared tips for extreme weight loss, posted thin-spiration images of emaciated bodies, and encouraged each other to reject treatment. The aesthetic language of pro-ana communities drew explicitly on the consumptive ideal. Members aspired to look ethereal, delicate, like a ghost. They posted images of Victorian fashion, of Ophelia drowning, pale women in white dresses. The connection to tuberculosis was sometimes explicit. One popular quote attributed beauty to the look of consumption. Social media platforms have spent years trying to suppress pro-ana content. Instagram bans certain hashtags. TikTok removes videos that promote eating disorders. But the communities persist, adapting to new platforms and new vocabularies. The young women in these communities are not stupid. They are not ignorant of the dangers. They know, intellectually, that what they are doing is harmful, but they are caught in a cultural trap, a trap that was set in the 19th century and has never been fully sprung. They have inherited a beauty standard that equates thinness with worthiness, pallor with refinement, fragility with femininity. They have been told, in 1,000 subtle and not-so-subtle ways, that their natural bodies are unacceptable, and they have responded by trying to become something else, something ethereal, something consumptive, something dying. This is what consumptive chic looks like in the 21st century. It's worth pausing to consider what consumptive chic cost us. Generations of women poisoned themselves with arsenic and lead in pursuit of an impossible standard. Generations of women compressed their bodies into corsets until they could barely breathe. Generations of women starved themselves, fainted from lack of oxygen, risked their health, and sometimes their lives to look like they were dying. And for what? For an aesthetic that was, at its core, an aesthetic of powerlessness. The consumptive. Woman was beautiful because she was weak. She was desirable because she was dependent. Her very appeal was built on her incapacity, her inability to walk far, to breathe deeply, to exist without constant support. This was not a coincidence. The consumptive ideal emerged at a time when women's public roles were severely restricted, when women's economic independence was almost impossible, when women's value was measured primarily by their attractiveness to men and their ability to bear children. The beauty standard reflected the social order, and it reinforced it. A woman who was too weak to work was a woman who had to be supported. A woman who might faint at any moment was a woman who needed constant supervision. A woman who cultivated the appearance of illness was a woman who accepted her role as decorative object rather than active subject. Consumptive chic was, in this sense, a prison that women built for themselves, or rather a prison that they were taught to build, and then taught to call beautiful. And yet the prison persists, in modified form. We no longer require women to wear corsets. We no longer sell arsenic wafers in pharmacies. We no longer celebrate the consumptive death as the epitome of feminine beauty. But we still prefer thin women. We still photograph women to look pale and delicate. We still, in many contexts, value female fragility over female strength. The specific aesthetic of consumption has faded, but the underlying preferences have proved remarkably durable. Fashion models are still expected to be extremely thin enough that many of them exhibit signs of disordered eating. Actresses are still expected to maintain weights far below what is healthy. Young women are still bombarded with images that tell them their natural bodies are not good enough. And the message of those images is, at root, the message of consumptive chic, that female beauty requires suffering, that looking good means not being well, that the ideal woman is the woman whose body is in some kind of decline. What would it mean to reject this inheritance? Not to reject all beauty standards, which may be impossible, but to reject beauty standards that celebrate illness, to value health over pallor, to value strength over fragility, to see the natural variety of female bodies as beautiful rather than flawed. This is in fact what many movements have tried to do. The body positivity movement has worked to expand the definition of beauty beyond thinness. The health at every size movement has challenged the equation of thinness with health. Athletes and fitness enthusiasts have promoted muscular female bodies as beautiful. These are all, in a sense, rejections of the consumptive inheritance. The results have been mixed. The cultural preference for thinness remains powerful. The images in advertising and media remain dominated by thin, often pale bodies. The filters on our phones still slim and pale, the faces they transform. But awareness is growing. The connection between beauty standards and harm is increasingly recognised, and the specific history of consumptive chic, of arsenic wafers and tuberculosis corsets, offers a stark reminder of how far beauty standards can stray from health and happiness. We ate poison to look like we were dying. We might want to choose differently now. There have always been those who pushed back. The Rational Dress Society in 1881, the dress reform advocates, the doctors who warned against tight lacing and arsenic, the feminists who argued that beauty standards were tools of oppression. In the 20th century, the resistance grew stronger. The women's suffrage movement challenged the idea that women should be decorative. The women's liberation movement of the 1960s and 1970s attacked beauty standards as patriarchal constraints. The fat acceptance movement, beginning in the 1960s, pushed back specifically against the ideal of thinness. In recent decades, the body positivity movement has gained significant ground. It argues that all bodies are good bodies, that health and beauty come in many forms, that the ideal should be self-acceptance rather than self-modification. The fashion industry has made some gestures toward inclusivity. More plus-sized models appear in major campaigns. Some brands have committed to showing unretouched photographs. The average size of runway models has increased slightly from its extreme lows in the heroin chic era. But the progress is uneven. The beauty industry is worth hundreds of billions of dollars. It profits from insecurity, from the belief that we need to be different than we are. Challenging the consumptive ideal means challenging enormous economic interests. And the cultural inheritance runs deep. The images that shaped our grandmother's sense of beauty shaped our mother's sense of beauty, which shaped ours. The consumptive ideal is not just in advertisements and fashion magazines. It is in our eyes. It is in the way we reflexively evaluate bodies, our own and others, against a standard that was set in the age of tuberculosis. Breaking free requires more than good intentions. It requires a sustained cultural effort, a rejection of inherited aesthetics, a conscious choice to see differently. What might a post-consumptive beauty look like? Perhaps it would value colour over pallor, the flush of exercise, the tan of time spent outdoors, the variety of skin tones that exist naturally in human populations. Perhaps it would value strength over fragility, the muscles of someone who moves through the world actively, the posture of someone who doesn't need support to stand upright. The female athletes of the Olympics, with their powerful legs and defined shoulders, might be celebrated rather than criticised for being too muscular. Perhaps it would value variety over uniformity, recognising that beautiful bodies come in many shapes and sizes, that there is no single template for human attractiveness. Different cultures have celebrated different body types throughout history. The consumptive ideal is not a universal truth, but a particular historical moment, and moments pass. Perhaps it would value age as well as youth. The consumptive ideal was always a young ideal. The beautiful consumptive died before they could grow old. A post-consumptive beauty might find attractiveness in faces lined by experience, in bodies that have lived and worked and borne children. Perhaps, most importantly, it would decouple beauty from suffering. It would reject the idea that looking good requires harm. It would celebrate bodies that are healthy rather than bodies that appear to be dying. This would be a genuine revolution in aesthetics, a break from patterns that have persisted for centuries. It would require challenging not just individual beauty practices, but the entire framework that equates female value with female appearance. It may be too much to hope for. Beauty standards are deeply embedded in culture, reinforced by advertising and media and the accumulated preferences of generations. A single person cannot simply decide to see differently and have it be so. But cultures do change. The consumptive ideal did eventually fade. The tanned skin that once marked a labourer became, in the 20th century, a mark of leisure and health. Beauty standards that seemed eternal have, over time, given way to others. Some changes are already happening. The strong is the new skinny movement celebrates athletic bodies. The natural hair movement among black women rejects Eurocentric beauty standards. The disability rights movement challenges the assumption that beautiful bodies must be able-bodied. These are not complete solutions. Each movement has its own limitations and contradictions, but they represent genuine alternatives, different ways of thinking about bodies and beauty, different possibilities for what we might admire. What will come next is not predetermined. It depends in part on the choices we make, the images we celebrate, the bodies we admire, the stories we tell about beauty and health, and the good life. The shadow of the consumptive ideal stretches into our present, but shadows can be escaped. We can step into different light. Consumptive chic was, at its heart, a way of looking at death. To understand this, we need to understand what death meant in the 19th century. And it was not hidden away as it is today. There were no hospitals where dying could happen out of sight, no funeral homes where bodies could be prepared and displayed by professionals. Death happened at home. Families watched their loved ones die. They washed the bodies, dressed them, sat with them through the long hours of vigil. Tuberculosis was everywhere in that world. 1 of every 4 deaths was caused by the disease. Everyone knew someone who had died of it: a sister, a cousin, a friend, a lover. The consumptive was not an exotic figure but a familiar one. The symptoms of the disease were visible in every household. Children grew up watching their parents cough blood into handkerchiefs. Parents buried children who had wasted to shadows. The slow decline of consumption was not an abstraction but a lived reality, playing out in bedrooms and parlours across the Western world. And so the culture did what cultures often do with death. It tried to make meaning of it. If consumption was going to kill so many people, then at least those people could die beautifully. If the disease was going to waste bodies away, then at least that wasting could be seen as ethereal rather than degrading. If death was coming regardless, then at least it could come romantically. Consumptive chic was, in this sense, a massive cultural coping mechanism. It transformed the horror of a plague into something that could be admired, even aspired to. It made tuberculosis bearable by making it beautiful. This transformation was not cynical or deliberate. No one sat down and decided to aestheticize a plague. It happened gradually through 1,000 small cultural choices. The way artists painted dying figures, the way writers described consumptive characters, the way fashion responded to the physical markers of the disease. But the effect was profound. Death became glamorous. Suffering became attractive. The grave itself cast a seductive shadow. The problem with this coping mechanism was its cost. When death is beautiful, the dying are no longer pitied, they are envied. When suffering is attractive, the suffering are no longer helped, they are admired. The consumptive chic of the 19th century made it harder, not easier, to address the actual disease. If consumption was a spiritual ordeal that refined the soul, then perhaps it shouldn't be prevented. If consumptives were more creative and passionate than healthy people, then perhaps the disease served a purpose. If the consumptive death was beautiful, then perhaps it was a blessing rather than a tragedy. These attitudes were never universal. Doctors and public health advocates worked throughout the 19th century to combat tuberculosis. But the Romantic mythology made their work harder. It was difficult to mobilize public concern about a disease that the culture had decided to celebrate. When Koch proved that tuberculosis was contagious, the mythology began to crumble. But it had done its damage. For a century, the most deadly disease in the Western world had been wrapped in an aesthetic that made it seem almost desirable. We might wonder what other horrors we have learned to find beautiful. Perhaps the most disturbing aspect of consumptive chic is how much of it survives. We no longer romanticize tuberculosis. The disease still kills over 1 million people each year, mostly in the developing world, but in wealthy countries it has been largely controlled. The Romantic mythology has faded. But the beauty standards that emerged from that mythology have proved far more durable. The preference for thin bodies, the valorization of pallor in some contexts, the equation of female beauty with fragility and vulnerability, the sense that suffering somehow enhances beauty. These ideas predate tuberculosis, but tuberculosis gave them a particular intensity and form. And they persist. When a young woman starves herself to achieve a weight that her body was never meant to reach, she is participating, unknowingly, in a tradition that stretches back to the consumptive ideal. When a fashion industry promotes models so thin that they require medical monitoring, it is echoing the aesthetics of the 19th century sickroom. We have forgotten the origin of these preferences. We have forgotten the arsenic wafers and the tuberculosis corsets. We have forgotten that we once literally tried to look like we were dying. But the preferences remain. They shape how we see bodies, how we judge beauty, how young women learn to see themselves. History does not repeat itself exactly, but it does rhyme. Consumptive chic gave way to heroin. Chic gave way to what? The patterns of aestheticized illness, of beauty built on suffering, of death made glamorous. These patterns recur across centuries. In the 1820s, young women aspired to look like they were dying of tuberculosis. In the 1990s, young women aspired to look like they were using heroin. In the 2020s, young women use filters that make their faces thinner, their skin paler, their eyes larger. The same features that mark the consumptive. The diseases change, the drugs change, the technologies change, but the underlying pattern persists. The belief that female beauty requires suffering, that the attractive woman is the diminished woman, that looking healthy is somehow less desirable than looking ill. Why does this pattern persist? What is it about human culture, or perhaps about patriarchal culture specifically, that keeps returning to the aesthetics of female suffering? Some theorists argue that it serves a function. A woman who looks fragile is a woman who needs protection. A woman who appears weak is not threatening. The consumptive ideal in this reading is not just about beauty. It is about control. It is about keeping women small, dependent, incapacitated. Others point to the fashion industry's economic incentives. An industry that profits from dissatisfaction has no interest in promoting self-acceptance. If women felt beautiful as they are, they would stop buying products designed to change them. Still others see something deeper, a human fascination with mortality that expresses itself through beauty. We find the dying beautiful, because we know we are dying. The consumptive woman is a mirror. She shows us our own impermanence dressed in silk and lace. Whatever the explanation, the pattern is clear, and patterns can be broken. To break the pattern requires something more than awareness. It requires a conscious choice to value health over appearance, to celebrate vitality rather than fragility, to find beauty and strength as much as delicacy. It requires, in a sense, choosing life over the aesthetics of death. This is not easy. Beauty standards are deeply embedded in culture, reinforced by advertising and media and social media, and the accumulated preferences of generations. A single person cannot simply decide to see differently and have it be so. But cultures do change. The consumptive ideal did eventually fade. The tanned skin that once marked a labourer became, in the 20th century, a mark of leisure and health. Beauty standards that seemed eternal have, over time, given way to others. The question is not whether beauty standards will change. They always do. The question is whether we'll guide that change consciously, towards standards that celebrate life rather than death. What will come next is not predetermined. It depends in part on the choices we make, the images we celebrate, the bodies we admire, the stories we tell about beauty and health and the good life. The shadow of the consumptive ideal stretches into our present, but shadows can be escaped. We can step into different light. Each of us carries the weight of aesthetic inheritance. We did not choose our beauty standards, any more than we chose our language or our religion. They were given to us, in the images we saw as children, in the comments adults made about bodies, in the heroes and heroines of the stories we were told. When we look in the mirror and feel dissatisfied with what we see, that dissatisfaction has a history. It is not natural or inevitable. It was constructed over centuries by artists and advertisers, by doctors and fashion designers, by romantic poets who found beauty in death, and Victorian mothers who fed their daughters arsenic. This does not make the feeling any less real. Cultural inheritance shapes us as profoundly as genetic inheritance. The consumptive ideal is in our bones, in the way we automatically evaluate faces and bodies against standards we did not consciously choose. But knowing the history can help. It can create distance between ourselves and our reflexive judgments. It can allow us to see our beauty standards not as truths but as artifacts, products of a particular time and place, shaped by a disease that killed millions and the mythology that grew up around it. We can look at a Victorian fashion plate and recognise it as an image of illness. We can look at a modern filter and see its ancestry in arsenic wafers and belladonna drops. And we can ask ourselves, is this what I want to inherit? Is this what I want to pass on? What does it mean to find beauty in death? The Romantics would say it reflects our deepest nature, our awareness of mortality, our longing for transcendence, our need to make meaning of the suffering that surrounds us. Perhaps they were right. Perhaps there is something in us that will always find the dying beautiful, the fragile compelling, the transient precious precisely because it is passing away. The cherry blossoms in Japan are celebrated for their brief beauty, the petals that fall after only a few days, the transience that makes them precious. There is something profound in finding beauty in impermanence. The consumptive ideal tapped into this. The beautiful woman fading away, more precious for her fragility, more poignant for her approaching death. But there is a difference between appreciating transience and demanding it. There is a difference between finding beauty in what is passing and requiring that beauty pass. The cherry blossoms fall of their own accord. The consumptive woman was encouraged to hasten her own decline. We can acknowledge the human impulse to find meaning in mortality without translating that impulse into a beauty standard. We can appreciate the poignancy of vulnerability without demanding that women be vulnerable. We can recognize the transience of all things without asking anyone to die for our aesthetic pleasure. Time siest us tous. The consumptive ideal was not inevitable. It was a choice made by artists and writers, by fashion designers and advertisers, by millions of individuals who decided what they found beautiful and what they did not. We can make different choices. We can choose to see health as beautiful. We can choose to admire strength as much as fragility. We can choose to celebrate bodies that are thriving rather than bodies that appear to be dying. We can look at a woman with colour in her cheeks and muscles in her arms and see not a violation of the aesthetic but a different kind of beauty, the beauty of vitality, of life fully lived. The women who swallowed arsenic wafers were not foolish. They were responding to the pressures of their culture, pressures that told them their natural bodies were not good enough, that they needed to look like they were dying to be beautiful. We no longer swallow arsenic, but the pressures remain. The question is what we will do about them. We can continue to inherit blindly, passing on beauty standards shaped by tuberculosis to children who have never seen the disease. Or we can break the chain of inheritance, consciously, deliberately, with full awareness of what we are doing. The first step is seeing the history in our beauty standards, seeing the arsenic in our filters, seeing the consumptive in the mirror. The second step is choosing to value health over illness, choosing to celebrate life over the aesthetics of death. It is not easy. It may not even be fully possible. We are all products of our culture, and the consumptive ideal has had 2 centuries to embed itself in our eyes and our expectations. But the attempt matters, the awareness matters, the choice to try matters. And so we return to where we began. A ballroom in Victorian London, women in their corseted gowns, their pale skin glowing in the candlelight, the beauty standard of an age, a standard built on disease, on suffering, on the slow wasting of tuberculosis. Imagine yourself in that room. The candles flicker, the orchestra plays, young women line the walls, each of them trying to embody an impossible ideal, the ideal of the dying. Some of them have swallowed arsenic that morning. Some can barely breathe beneath their corsets. Some have dropped belladonna in their eyes and now struggle to see across the room. All of them are caught in a system that demands they look ill to look beautiful. They did not know what they were emulating. They did not understand that the pallor they painted on was the pallor of anemia, that the flush they applied was the flush of fever, that the thinness they starved for was the thinness of dying. Or perhaps they did know at some level. Perhaps the allure of the consumptive was precisely its proximity to death. Perhaps beauty was always, for them, a memento mori, a reminder of mortality that made every moment more precious. We cannot know what they thought. The women in that ballroom left no diaries describing their beauty routines. The arsenic wafers that killed them were discreetly disposed of. The corsets that compressed their organs were laced up by servants who did not ask questions. What we know is the result. We know the fashion plates. We know the death certificates. We know the pattern that emerged, a pattern that equated beauty with illness, that made dying the highest form of feminine attractiveness. We are not so different. We still find beauty in things that are passing away. We still romanticize suffering, at least certain kinds of suffering. We still teach young women that their bodies are never quite good enough, never thin enough, never pale enough in some contexts, never perfect enough. The tools have changed. The pressures remain. The arsenic wafers are gone, but the hunger remains. The corsets are mostly gone, but the compression remains, now internal, psychological, the feeling of never measuring up. The belladonna drops are gone, but the filters remain, digital alterations that make our eyes larger, our faces thinner, our skin more death-like pale. And so, as the night deepens and the ballroom fades into memory, we leave behind the consumptive ideal, that strange worship of death dressed as beauty. But its echoes remain in the filters on our phones, in the sizes on our clothing racks, in the images that tell us who and what is beautiful. Marie Duplessis died at 23, coughing blood into her handkerchief, and became immortal. Dumas wrote her story. Verdi set it to music. She became the template for the beautiful dying woman, pale, passionate, doomed. John Keats died at 25, in a small room overlooking the Spanish Steps, and his friend watched helplessly as the greatest poet of his generation wasted away. His death became part of the Romantic mythology, proof that genius burns too bright, that the creative spirit consumes itself. Elizabeth Siddal swallowed laudanum and became a painting that still hangs in the Tate. Her husband, consumed with guilt, buried his poems in her coffin and then had her exhumed to retrieve them. Even in death she could not escape being a muse. The Bronte sisters, Emily and Anne and Charlotte, all died of the disease they wrote about. The parsonage at Haworth became a house of death, their father burying child after child until only he remained. The nameless women who ate arsenic wafers died in their homes, their deaths recorded as something else, their sacrifice to fashion unremembered. They all paid the price of consumptive chic. We are still paying it, in ways we do not always recognise. Next time on the Sanatorium, we'll explore another chapter in the history of tuberculosis, but that journey is for another night. For now, rest well. Let the fire carry you gently into sleep, and if you found some measure of insight in tonight's journey, perhaps leave a like, or share it with someone who might need it. Beauty does not require suffering. Remember that. Thank you for being here. Good night. The man who changed how Americans die kept embalmed bodies in his closets. Preserved heads sat on tables in his Brooklyn parlour. Thomas Holmes had already embalmed 4,000 Civil War soldiers at $100 each when Mary Lincoln summoned him to the White House. Her husband's body would travel 1,700 miles by train, viewed by 1.5 million Americans over 3 weeks. What she didn't know, what none of them knew, was that this single funeral would empty the parlours of every home in America. Until 1910, the room where you watched television was called something else. It was called the parlour, and in that parlour families laid out their dead. They washed the bodies themselves, they dressed them in their finest clothes, they sat with them for days. Then, in a single generation, death left the home forever. The parlour became the living room because the dead no longer lived there. Tonight we trace that transformation. From the women who prepared their neighbours' bodies for half a crown, to the battlefield embalmers who followed the Civil War's carnage, to the professional funeral directors who made death their business. And at the centre of it all, tuberculosis. The disease that killed 1 in 4. The disease that sent the dying far from home. The disease that made shipping bodies back not a luxury, but a necessity. This is the story of how death became a profession. How what was once sacred became commercial. How what was once women's work became men's business. How the parlour became the living room. Welcome to the Sanatorium. Tonight we're exploring one of the most profound and most overlooked transformations in human history. The moment when death stopped being something families did themselves in their own homes, with their own hands, and became something they paid strangers to handle. It is a transformation so complete that most people today have no idea it ever happened. If you're new here, this channel explores how tuberculosis, the disease that killed 1 in 4 people in the 19th century, shaped everything from architecture to art, from fashion to the American West. If that sounds like your kind of history, consider subscribing. This episode takes us through drawing rooms and battlefield tents, through White House grief and frontier cemeteries. We'll meet the eccentric doctor who displayed corpses in his shop window, the women whose ancient work was swept away, and the entrepreneurs who saw opportunity in sorrow. We'll follow Abraham Lincoln's body on its 1,700-mile journey and watch as a nation learned to see death differently. Now, settle in. Find a comfortable position. Let your breathing slow. We have a long journey ahead, through lamplit parlours and gaslit streets, through the smoke of battle and the silence of the grave, through a world where death was intimate and into a world where it became invisible. Let's begin. Imagine, if you will, a farmhouse in Pennsylvania, 1843. It is February, and the cold has seeped into every corner of the house. In the front parlour, the formal room, the best room, the room where company is received, a woman lies still. She's 37 years old. She's been coughing for 18 months. The consumption has finally taken her. Her husband stands in the doorway, unsure what to do, but the women know. They always know. Within the hour, 2 neighbour women arrive. They have done this before, many times before. They bring basins and clean cloths. They bring herbs to mask the smell of sickness. They ask the husband to leave, gently but firmly, and they close the door. What happens next is ancient. They wash the body with care, with tenderness, with the unhurried attention of women who understand that this is sacred work. They close the eyes, they tie the jaw shut with a strip of cloth so the mouth won't fall open. They dress her in her best dress, the one she wore to church, the one she was married in perhaps. They comb her hair. By evening she lies in the parlour in a simple pine coffin her husband built that morning. Candles burn at her head and feet. The mirrors have been covered with black cloth, an old superstition, to prevent her spirit from becoming trapped. The clock has been stopped at the hour of her death. For the next 3 days the family will keep vigil. Neighbours will come to pay respects, to sit with the living, to bring food. The children will be lifted up to kiss their mother's forehead one last time. And then, on the 3rd day, the men of the community will carry the coffin to the churchyard, and she will be buried in ground her family has owned for generations. No strangers will touch her. No chemicals will be injected into her veins. No one will charge a fee. This is how human beings had handled death for thousands of years. In homes by hands that knew the deceased, surrounded by community. Death was not hidden away. It was not outsourced. It happened in the same rooms where families ate and argued and celebrated. And then, in the space of a single generation, all of it changed. This is that story. To understand the transformation we're about to trace, we must first understand the world that existed before it. In early 19th century America, death was everywhere. It was woven into the fabric of daily life in ways we can scarcely imagine today. A woman might bear 8 children and bury 4 of them before they reach the age of 5. A man in his prime might be felled by typhoid, cholera, or consumption before his 40th birthday. Death was not something that happened in hospitals, behind closed doors, managed by professionals. Death happened at home, in the same bed where you were born, surrounded by the same faces that had surrounded you all your life. And when death came, families knew what to do. The knowledge had been passed down through generations, mother to daughter, neighbour to neighbour. How to close the eyes, how to wash the body, how long to wait before burial. These were not mysteries. They were simply part of life, as natural and necessary as knowing how to bake bread or mend a fence. The women who performed this work were called many things. Layers out, watchers, sometimes simply the women who help. In England they were paid half a crown for their services. In America sometimes they were paid, sometimes they simply came because that was what neighbours did. Often these were the same women who served as midwives, ushering life into the world at one end and ushering it out at the other. Historian Carol Weaver, studying Philadelphia city directories from the early 1800s, found these women listed as professionals, alongside nurses and midwives. They advertised their services. They had reputations to maintain. Death work was women's work, and it was respected work. But there were limitations to what families and neighbours could do. The human body, once life has left it, begins to decay. In summer, this process accelerates rapidly. Funerals had to happen quickly, within 2 or 3 days at most, and burial had to follow immediately. This meant that when someone died, their loved ones had to be nearby. A son working in a distant city might not make it home in time. A daughter married across state lines might never see her mother's face again. The undertaker, as he existed in this era, was not the figure we know today. The word itself simply meant someone who undertook tasks, any tasks. But by the early 19th century, it had come to be associated with the men who made coffins. These were carpenters and cabinet makers, furniture builders who added coffin making as a sideline. The oldest funeral home in America, founded in Williamsburg, Virginia, in 1759, was started by a cabinet manufacturer named Anthony Hay, who simply began making coffins in addition to tables and chairs. These men did not handle bodies. They did not perform funerals. They built boxes, simple pine for the poor, polished hardwood for those who could afford it, and families did the rest themselves. And then came the 1860s. And then came the war. And then came a scale of death that would shatter every assumption about how the dead should be handled. Between 1861 and 1865, approximately 620,000 Americans died in the Civil War. To put that number in perspective, it was roughly 2% of the entire population. In today's terms, that would be nearly 7 million deaths. And here was the terrible mathematics that changed everything. Most of these men died far from home. They died in Virginia and Tennessee and Georgia, in places their families had never seen. They died by the thousands in single afternoons. And their families, mothers, wives, children waiting in Massachusetts and Ohio and Pennsylvania, wanted them back. How do you send a body from Gettysburg to Boston in July, across 400 miles of railroad without refrigeration? You don't. Not unless you find a way to stop decay. And so, out of the carnage of war, a new profession would be born. Out of the desperate need to reunite families with their dead, out of the terrible mathematics of 600,000 deaths in places far from home, a transformation would begin that would eventually reach into every home in America. The neighbour women would be displaced. The parlour would be emptied of its dead. The ancient ways of handling death, ways that had persisted for countless generations, would be swept away by the demands of modernity. Death was about to become a business. And business, once established, does not easily relinquish its territory. Before we can understand what was gained, we must understand what was lost. For centuries, the preparation of the dead was women's work. It was intimate work, performed by hands that had often known the deceased in life. And it was work that carried a particular kind of knowledge that was passed from mother to daughter, from experienced neighbour to young bride, in an unbroken chain stretching back beyond memory. The layer-out arrived soon after death. Sometimes she was a relative, sometimes a neighbour, sometimes a woman known throughout the community for her skill and her discretion. She brought her own supplies, basins, cloths, sometimes herbs or oils. She asked the family to give her privacy, and she began. The work followed a ritual order. First, the eyes were closed, gently pressed shut while still pliable, before rigor mortis set in. A coin might be placed on each eyelid to keep them closed. The jaw was tied shut with a strip of cloth wrapped under the chin and over the top of the head. Without this, the mouth would fall open as the muscles relaxed, an indignity no family wanted to see. Then came the washing. The body was undressed and bathed with clean water, sometimes scented with lavender or rosemary. This was not merely practical. It was an act of care, a final service to someone who could no longer care for themselves. The layer-out worked slowly, respectfully, talking softly to the deceased as she worked, as though they might still hear. After washing came dressing. The deceased was clothed in their finest garments. For a woman, this might be her wedding dress, preserved for decades for this very purpose. For a man, his Sunday suit. For a child, and there were so many children, perhaps a christening gown. The hair was combed and arranged. Sometimes a lock was cut and saved, a memento for the living to be woven into jewellery or pressed into a locket. The hands were positioned, often crossed over the chest or clasped as if in prayer. And then the body was placed in the coffin, which had been lined with white fabric, and the coffin was placed in the parlour. For her work, the layer-out was paid a small fee. In England, this was traditionally £0.50, a modest sum but not insignificant for a working-class woman. In America, the payment varied. Sometimes it was money, sometimes it was goods, a chicken, a length of cloth, preserved vegetables from the cellar. Sometimes, among close neighbours, it was nothing at all. The understanding was that when death came to your own house, the favour would be returned. This system worked because communities were small and stable. People lived their whole lives in the same village, knew their neighbours intimately, and understood their obligations to one another. Death was not a private matter. It was a community event, and the community had roles to play. But as the 19th century progressed, those communities began to fracture. Young people left farms for cities. Immigrants arrived from distant countries without the networks of kin and neighbour that had sustained their ancestors. And in the anonymous streets of Boston and New York and Philadelphia, families found themselves facing death without the women who knew what to do. Every respectable home in 19th century America had a parlour. It was the front room, the formal room, the room where guests were received. The furniture was the best the family could afford. Horsehair sofas, velvet chairs, polished tables. The windows were draped in heavy fabric. The mantelpiece held the family's treasures, a clock perhaps, or photographs of stern-faced ancestors. The parlour was not a room for everyday living. Children were not encouraged to play there. The family gathered in the kitchen, in the sitting room, in spaces where spilled milk and muddy boots were expected. The parlour was reserved for occasions, for entertaining the minister when he came to call, for hosting young suitors under watchful parental eyes, and for death. When someone died, the parlour transformed. The mirrors were covered with black cloth, an old European superstition meant to prevent the soul from becoming trapped in its own reflection. The clocks were stopped at the moment of death, marking the transition from one state of being to another. Black crape was hung from the front door to signal to the neighbourhood that this house had been visited by death. The coffin was placed on 2 straight-back chairs, or on a special stand if the family owned one. Candles burned at the head and foot, their flames never allowed to go out. Flowers surrounded the body, not merely decorative, but practical. Their fragrance helped mask the inevitable smell of decay. For the next 2 or 3 days, the family kept vigil. Someone was always in the parlour, always watching. This practice, called sitting up with the dead or waking, had multiple purposes. Officially, it was to guard against premature burial, the nightmare fear that someone might be buried alive. But more practically, it was simply what you did. You did not leave your loved one alone. Neighbours came to pay respects. They sat with the family, sharing memories of the deceased. They brought food, so much food that families sometimes struggled to eat it all. Casseroles and pies and loaves of bread appeared on the kitchen table, left by visitors who slipped in and out without fuss. Grief was not a solitary experience. It was witnessed, accompanied, shared. Children were not shielded from any of this. They were lifted up to kiss grandmother's cold forehead. They were told to say goodbye to the baby brother who had lived only 3 weeks. Death was not hidden from them because death could not be hidden. It was too present, too frequent, too woven into the fabric of ordinary life. And when the wake was complete, when the visiting hours were done, the men of the community gathered. They lifted the coffin onto their shoulders and carried it out of the house, through the streets, to the churchyard. The funeral procession was a public event, a community marking the passage of one of its members. And at the graveside, the family watched as their loved one was lowered into the earth. This was the parlour's purpose. This was why the room existed. Not for entertaining, not for formal visits, but for this, the final dwelling place of the dead, the threshold between one world and the next. The parlour was the death room, and everyone understood this. It was simply how things were, how things had always been, how things would always be, or so it seemed. No one in 1843 keeping vigil in that farmhouse parlour could have imagined that this room would be renamed, that its purpose would be erased, that within a few generations Americans would have no idea what a parlour was for. They would have found it inconceivable that death could happen anywhere but here, in this room, surrounded by family, attended by neighbour, women who knew the ancient rituals. The professionalisation of death was unimaginable, because death was not yet a profession. It was simply life. Of all the diseases that haunted the 19th century, none claimed more lives than tuberculosis. It went by many names. Consumption, because it seemed to consume the body from within. Phthisis, the ancient Greek term. The White Plague. But whatever you called it, the numbers were staggering. At its peak, tuberculosis killed 1 in 4 people in Europe and North America. 1 in 4. To live in the 19th century was to know tuberculosis intimately. Everyone had lost someone, a parent, a sibling, a child, a friend. The coughing was everywhere, in churches and workplaces and crowded tenement rooms. The blood-flecked handkerchiefs. The slow wasting, as the body grew thinner and paler over months or years. But tuberculosis did something else, something that would prove crucial to our story, crucial to the transformation we are tracing tonight. It made people die far from home. It scattered the dying across continent, separated them from their families, their communities, their neighbour women who knew what to do. And when they died, in sanatoriums in the Alps, in boarding houses in Denver, in tent camps in the Arizona desert, their families wanted them back. Because there was no cure, doctors prescribed the only treatment they believed might help: fresh air, rest, and sunshine. This meant sanatoriums, Institutions built in the mountains of Switzerland, in the Adirondacks of New York, in the high deserts of the American Southwest. Patients were sent away from their families, away from the miasmas of the city, to spend months or years breathing clean air and hoping for recovery. Many never came back. Not alive, at least. By 1880, Denver had earned a grim nickname, the world's sanatorium. Health seekers flooded into Colorado by the thousands, drawn by promises of dry air and high altitude. They came from New York and Boston and Philadelphia, leaving behind everything familiar. Some recovered, many did not. And when they died, in Denver, in Colorado Springs, in Tucson, in places their families had never seen, a terrible question arose. How do you bring them home? The traditional system of death, the layer-out, the parlour, the community vigil, assumed that people died where they lived. It assumed that the women who knew what to do were nearby. It assumed that burial would happen quickly, in local ground. Tuberculosis shattered these assumptions. A mother in Massachusetts might receive a telegram telling her that her son had died in a boarding house in Arizona Territory, 3,000 miles away. With summer heat accelerating decay, with no refrigeration, with no way to get his body home before it became unrecognizable. Some families accepted the inevitable. They buried their loved ones where they fell, in frontier cemeteries far from ancestral ground. Lakewood's Golden Hill Cemetery in Colorado became the resting place for hundreds of tuberculosis victims, mostly paupers, mostly young, mostly far from anyone who loved them. But for those with money, there was another option. There were men who claimed they could stop decay. Men who could preserve a body long enough to make the journey home by rail. Men who had learned their trade in a different kind of far-from-home dying. Men who had confronted death on an industrial scale, who had developed techniques to preserve bodies under the worst possible conditions, who had turned the preservation of the dead into a business. Men who had learned their craft on the battlefields of the Civil War. This is where our two stories converge. The story of tuberculosis, scattering the dying across a continent, and the story of the Civil War, teaching men how to preserve the dead. Together, these forces would transform how Americans handle death. The railroad changed everything about American life. It collapsed distances that had once taken weeks to cross. It connected farms to markets, cities to hinterlands, families scattered across a continent. But it also created a new problem, one that previous generations had never faced. When people could travel hundreds of miles from home, they could also die hundreds of miles from home. And the railroad that made such journeys possible was not particularly interested in transporting corpses. Railroads had rules about the dead. An unpreserved body was considered a health hazard, and in an era before germ theory was fully accepted, the smell alone was enough to empty a passenger car. Most rail lines refused to transport bodies unless they were either embalmed or sealed in a Fisk metallic coffin. The Fisk coffin was an ingenious device, a cast-iron case shaped like a human body, with a glass viewing plate over the face, and an airtight seal that prevented gases and odours from escaping. It was also enormously expensive. A Fisk coffin could cost as much as a working man earned in 6 months. And during wartime, with iron being requisitioned for weapons and armour, they were almost impossible to obtain. This left embalming. The practice was ancient. The Egyptians had perfected it thousands of years before, but in America it was virtually unknown. Medical schools used preservation techniques to prepare cadavers for dissection, but ordinary people had no experience with it. The very idea seemed foreign, even macabre. But desperate circumstances create demand for solutions. And as the 19th century progressed, as tuberculosis sent thousands to die in distant places, as the railroad connected a continent but could not transport its dead, a gap opened in the market. The gap would be filled by men who understood chemistry, who had experimented with preservation, who saw opportunity where others saw only tragedy. One such man was Thomas Holmes. Born around 1817 in Brooklyn, Holmes was the son of a wealthy merchant. He studied medicine at Columbia University's College of Physicians and Surgeons, graduating around 1845. But what captured his imagination was not healing the living. It was preserving the dead. As a student, Holmes had been frustrated by the poor preservation of cadavers used for anatomical study. Bodies were either inadequately preserved or not preserved at all. The chemicals used, arsenic, mercury, zinc compounds, were dangerous to the students who handled them. There had to be a better way. Holmes studied the work of Jean-Nicolas Ganel, a French chemist who had developed improved embalming techniques in the 1830s. He examined Egyptian mummies, trying to understand how the ancients had achieved preservation without modern chemicals. And gradually, through years of experimentation, he developed his own arterial embalming fluid, a solution he believed was safer and more effective than anything currently available. By 1860, Holmes was ready. He had his formula refined through years of experimentation. He had his technique perfected on medical school cadavers and unclaimed bodies. He had the confidence of a man who knows he has discovered something important. Time tossed to ones. All he needed was a reason for ordinary Americans, not just medical students, not just anatomists, to want their dead embalmed. He needed the market to come to him. The Civil War would give him that reason. It would create a need so desperate, so widespread, so impossible to ignore, that embalming would cease to be a curiosity and become a necessity. And a single death, a young colonel shot while pulling down a Confederate flag in Alexandria, Virginia, would give Holmes his first great opportunity. The Civil War began on April the 12th, 1861, when Confederate forces opened fire on Fort Sumter in South Carolina. 6 weeks later, on May 24th, the war claimed its first famous victim. And in his death, Colonel Elmer Ellsworth would accidentally launch a revolution in how Americans handle their dead. Ellsworth was 24 years old. He was handsome, charismatic, and one of the most famous young men in America. He had toured the country with his militia unit, the United States Zouave Cadets, performing precision drill routines that drew enormous crowds. He had worked as a law clerk in Abraham Lincoln's Springfield office. He had accompanied the president-elect on the inaugural train to Washington. The Lincolns adored him. He was practically a member of the family, a younger brother to Abraham, a surrogate son to Mary, a playmate to Willie and Tad. When war came, he raised his own regiment, the 11th New York Infantry, recruiting largely from New York City firefighters. They called themselves the Fire Zouaves. On the morning of May 24th, Ellsworth's regiment crossed the Potomac River into Alexandria, Virginia. The city had just voted for secession, but Union forces were moving to secure it. As they entered the town, Ellsworth spotted something that enraged him: a massive Confederate flag flying from the roof of the Marshall House Hotel. The flag was so large it could be seen from the White House, a daily provocation to the president himself. Ellsworth was not the kind of man to let such a thing stand. With a small detachment of soldiers, he entered the hotel and climbed to the roof. He cut down the flag and began descending the stairs, the captured banner in his arms. He never made it to the bottom. James Jackson, the hotel's owner and a fierce Confederate sympathizer, was waiting on the stairway. He levelled a shotgun at Ellsworth's chest and fired. Time 1 to you, the colonel died instantly. A moment later, Corporal Francis Brownell shot and bayoneted Jackson in turn. The first Union officer to die in the Civil War was dead, and Washington went into mourning. Word of Ellsworth's death reached the White House within hours. Lincoln was devastated. My boy, he was heard to cry. Mary Lincoln was equally stricken. They wanted Ellsworth's body returned to them, wanted to honour him as the hero the Northern press was already proclaiming him to be. But there was a problem. A body in late May in Washington's heat would decay rapidly. If Ellsworth was to lie in state, if he was to receive the honours befitting a martyred hero, something had to be done. Thomas Holmes saw his chance. Holmes had connections. Through Secretary of State William Seward, he gained access to the Lincoln White House on the day of Ellsworth's death. There he found the president in tears. Holmes made his offer. He could preserve Ellsworth's body. He could make it possible for the colonel to lie in state, to be viewed by thousands, to be sent home to his family in New York looking not like a corpse but like a man asleep. The process was called embalming. It was safe. It was effective. And Holmes would do it at no charge. Lincoln knew nothing about embalming, but he knew grief, and he knew that Ellsworth deserved better than a hasty burial in the Virginia heat. He agreed. What Holmes did next was a demonstration of his art. Using his proprietary embalming fluid, injected through the arteries, replacing the blood, saturating the tissues, he preserved Ellsworth's body so thoroughly that even close inspection revealed no sign of decay. The colonel's features were peaceful. His skin retained its colour. He looked, as Mary Lincoln would later whisper, like he was asleep. Ellsworth's body lay in state in the White House, the first time a private citizen had been so honoured. Thousands came to pay respects. Then the body was transported to New York City, where it lay in state at City Hall. More thousands came. Finally, Ellsworth was buried in his hometown of Mechanicville, New York. The entire process took more than a week. Without embalming, it would have been impossible. The Lincolns remembered. Less than a year later, when their 11-year-old son Willie fell ill with typhoid fever, probably contracted from contaminated water piped into the White House from the Potomac River, they watched helplessly as he weakened. On February 20th, 1862, Willie died. Mary Lincoln collapsed. She took to her bed and did not emerge for weeks. She never entered the green room again, the room where Willie had been embalmed. She never entered the Prince of Wales room where he had died. The grief would shadow her for the rest of her life. But even in the depths of her anguish, she knew what she wanted for her son. She wanted him preserved, as Ellsworth had been preserved. She wanted to be able to look at his face, to kiss his forehead, to pretend for just a moment that he might wake. Willie Lincoln was embalmed. His body was placed in a temporary vault in Georgetown's Oak Hill Cemetery. And Abraham Lincoln, president of a nation at war, found time to visit that vault again and again, to sit with his son's body, to weep alone. What Holmes had demonstrated with Ellsworth and Willie Lincoln, other men now sought to replicate on an industrial scale. As the war intensified, as battles claimed thousands of lives in single days, embalmers followed the armies like camp followers of a particularly macabre sort. They pitched tents near battlefields. They set up shop in abandoned barns and farmhouses. They posted signs advertising their services: bodies embalmed here, or embalming surgeon, satisfaction guaranteed. Some of these men had medical training. Others had worked as druggists or chemists. Still others were simply opportunists who had learned the basics of arterial injection and saw a chance to profit. The war created a seller's market. Demand was limitless. Families would pay almost anything to have their sons, husbands, and brothers returned to them. The embalmers developed elaborate marketing strategies. They printed business cards and distributed them to soldiers before battles. They offered prepayment plans. A soldier could pay in advance for his own embalming, ensuring that if the worst happened, his body would be preserved and sent home. This was both practical and deeply unsettling. Young men were being asked to plan for their own deaths, to make financial arrangements for the disposition of corpses they still inhabited. The process itself was crude by later standards. A battlefield embalmer worked on a table made from a door balanced on two barrels. He made an incision in the neck or thigh to access a major artery. The carotid or the femoral were preferred. He inserted a tube and pumped in his embalming fluid, usually a mixture containing arsenic, zinc chloride, or mercuric compounds dissolved in water and alcohol. The fluid replaced the blood, saturated the tissues, killed the bacteria that caused decay. The work was messy, malodorous, and dangerous. Blood had to be drained as the embalming fluid was pumped in. The gases of early decomposition had to be released. The cavity, the chest and abdomen, had to be treated separately, aspirated and filled with additional preservatives. All of this happened in field conditions, often within earshot of ongoing combat. The results varied enormously. Some embalmers were skilled, others were barely competent. Some used quality chemicals in proper concentrations, others diluted their mixtures to save money. Some took care with cosmetics and presentation, others delivered bodies that were preserved but barely presentable. But even a mediocre embalming job could preserve a body long enough to survive a railroad journey of several days, and for desperate families, that was enough. The prices were steep. Holmes charged $100 per body, roughly $3,000 in today's money, or several months' wages for an ordinary worker. Other embalmers charged similar rates, sometimes more for officers or for expedited service. This meant that embalming was primarily an option for officers and wealthy families. The common soldier, if he died far from home, was likely to be buried where he fell, in a hasty grave on the battlefield, or in a mass trench with dozens of his comrades. The inequality was stark. A wealthy family in Boston could have their captain's son embalmed, dressed in his finest uniform, shipped home by rail, and buried in the family plot. A poor family in the same city might receive only a telegram, a notation that their private son had died at Antietam and been buried on the field. There would be no body to mourn over, no face to see one last time, no grave to visit. The war's death toll was democratic. Bullets did not discriminate by class, but the disposition of the dead very much was not. The numbers were staggering. Over the course of the war, approximately 40,000 bodies were embalmed, a tiny fraction of the 620,000 dead, but still an enormous number by any previous standard. Holmes alone claimed to have embalmed 4,000 men. He sold his embalming fluid to other practitioners at $3 per gallon. He made a fortune. Not everyone approved. The embalmers who followed the armies were widely seen as vultures, profiting from grief. They swarmed around camps after battles, soliciting business from shell-shocked survivors. They offered soldiers the chance to prepay for their own embalming, a morbid transaction that commanders feared was destroying morale. How could a man fight bravely if he was contemplating in advance the disposition of his own corpse? There were other concerns. Some embalmers were accused of price gouging, charging desperate families exorbitant fees in the aftermath of battle when alternatives were non-existent. Others were accused of shoddy work, taking payment and then delivering poorly preserved bodies that deteriorated before reaching their destinations. The industry was entirely unregulated. Anyone could call himself an embalming surgeon. There were no standards, no licenses, no accountability. In January 1865, General Ulysses Grant had had enough. He withdrew embalmers' permits and ordered them beyond the lines. The embalmers protested, but Grant was adamant. The demoralizing effect on troops, he believed, outweighed whatever comfort the families might derive. 2 months later, the War Department issued General Order No. 39. This order required that any embalmer operating near military installations be licensed and supervised. It was the first attempt at regulation, a recognition that the trade had grown too large and too important to remain entirely uncontrolled. But by then the essential transformation had occurred. Tens of thousands of families had experienced embalming. They had seen their loved ones return to them looking peaceful, preserved, almost alive. They had learned that death need not mean immediate burial, that a body could travel hundreds of miles, that a son who died in Virginia could be buried in Massachusetts. When the war ended, these families would remember. And the men who'd learned the trade on battlefields would return to civilian life looking for new customers. Time Suthuries. To understand what the embalmers were actually doing, we must briefly consider the chemistry involved. When a person dies, the body immediately begins to break down. Bacteria that normally live in the gut, kept in check by the immune system, begin to multiply unchecked. They digest the tissues from the inside out, producing gases that cause bloating and compounds that cause the characteristic smell of decay. Within hours in warm weather, a body becomes unrecognizable. Within days, it is unviewable. Embalming works by poisoning these bacteria. The chemicals used are, essentially, preservatives, the same class of substances used to prevent food from spoiling. Inject enough of them into the tissues and bacterial growth stops. Decay halts. The body is preserved. The earliest embalming fluids relied heavily on arsenic. Arsenic was cheap, readily available, and devastatingly effective at killing bacteria. A single body might receive up to 12 pounds of the poison. The results were dramatic. Bodies preserved for weeks, even months. But there was a problem. Arsenic is also devastatingly effective at killing humans. Embalmers who worked with arsenic-based fluids developed chronic poisoning. They suffered from skin lesions, digestive problems, nerve damage. Many died young. Medical students who dissected embalmed cadavers were exposed to arsenic residue, leading to illness and occasionally death. And there was another problem, one that would not become apparent for decades. arsenic does not break down. When an embalmed body is buried, the arsenic remains in the ground forever. Civil War-era cemeteries are now leaching toxic arsenic into the soil and groundwater. A survey in Iowa City in 2002 found arsenic levels near an old cemetery at 3 times the federal safety limit. The search for safer alternatives began almost immediately. In 1855, a Russian chemist named Alexander Butlerow discovered formaldehyde, a compound that would eventually revolutionize embalming. Formaldehyde preserved tissue effectively without the extreme toxicity of arsenic. By the early 1900s, arsenic was banned from embalming fluids, replaced by formaldehyde-based solutions that remain the industry standard today. But in the Civil War era, arsenic was king, and the embalmers who used it were playing a dangerous game, preserving the dead while slowly poisoning themselves. On April 14, 1865, John Wilkes Booth shot Abraham Lincoln at Ford's Theatre. The president died the following morning, in a boarding house across the street, surrounded by members of his cabinet and his eldest son Robert. Mary Lincoln, shattered by grief for the 3rd time, first Ellsworth, then Willie, now her husband, was not present at the moment of death. She had been led away hours earlier, her wailing unbearable to the men keeping vigil. But even in the depths of her anguish, she knew what she wanted. She wanted Lincoln embalmed, as Ellsworth had been embalmed, as Willie had been embalmed. And she wanted his body taken home to Springfield, Illinois for burial. The journey would be unprecedented in American history. 1,700 miles, 7 states, 13 cities where the body would lie in state, 3 weeks of travel, viewing, mourning. The route would retrace, almost exactly, the journey Lincoln had taken 4 years earlier when he travelled from Springfield to Washington for his inauguration. He would go home the way he had come, but this time he would not be waving from the back of the train. It would be, in effect, a national advertisement for the possibilities of embalming. And every person who filed past that open coffin would carry away a lesson. Death could be delayed, managed, made presentable. The embalmer chosen for this monumental task was not Thomas Holmes, but a man named Charles Brown. Why Holmes was passed over is unclear. Perhaps he was unavailable. Perhaps there were political considerations. Perhaps Brown simply had better connections. Regardless, Brown was confident in his abilities. He declared that Lincoln's body would show no perceptible change over the entire journey. He was wrong, but only just. The funeral train departed Washington on April 21, 1865. It was dubbed the Lincoln Special, and the president's portrait was fastened to the front of the locomotive. The coffin rode in a specially decorated car draped in black crepe, the interior hung with mourning fabric, and the train carried another coffin, a smaller one. Willie Lincoln's body had been exhumed from his Georgetown vault. Father and son would make the journey home together, 3 years after Willie's death, reunited in the democracy of mortality. At every stop, enormous crowds gathered. In Baltimore, the city where Lincoln had slipped through in disguise 4 years earlier, fearing assassination, thousands now lined the streets to mourn him. In Philadelphia, over 100,000 people viewed the body in Independence Hall. In New York City, the procession stretched for miles, and the waiting time to view the coffin exceeded 5 hours. An estimated 1.5 million Americans viewed Lincoln's body directly, filing past the open coffin in city halls and state houses across the North. Another 7 million, nearly a quarter of the entire population, watched the funeral train pass through their communities. In an era before photography could capture moving images, this was how the nation said goodbye, by seeing the preserved body of their fallen president with their own eyes. 2 future presidents were among the mourners. In New York, 6-year-old Theodore Roosevelt watched from a window as the procession passed below. In Buffalo, 28-year-old Grover Cleveland stood in the crowd. By the time the train reached the western states, there were signs of deterioration. Lincoln's face had darkened. The features had begun to change. The swelling that is natural to death had progressed despite Brown's best efforts. At each stop, the embalmer did what he could, applying chalk-based makeup to lighten the skin, adjusting the features, masking with flowers and perfume. But nature was winning its slow victory. 3 weeks was a long time, even for the best embalming of the era. Still, the body remained viewable, recognizable, dignified, and that was remarkable enough. On May 4th, 1865, Lincoln's body finally reached Springfield. He was buried in Oak Ridge Cemetery, where Willie was laid to rest beside him. The journey was over. The nation had said goodbye. But the story does not quite end there. Decades later, in 1901, Lincoln's body was exhumed for reinterment in a more secure tomb. There had been an attempted grave robbery in 1876, and officials wanted to ensure the president's remains were safe. When the coffin was opened, witnesses reported that Lincoln's body remained in a most excellent state of preservation. The embalming had held for 36 years. Charles Brown's work had stood the test of time. Lincoln's funeral. Train accomplished something no advertising campaign could have achieved. It showed millions of Americans what embalming could do. It demonstrated that death could be delayed, that bodies could be transported, that families separated by hundreds of miles need not be separated from their dead. It planted a seed that would, in the coming decades, transform the entire culture of death in America. When the Civil War ended, thousands of men who had learned embalming on battlefields returned to civilian life. Some went back to their previous trades: carpentry, medicine, general labour. The war had interrupted their lives, and they wanted nothing more than to resume them. But others saw an opportunity. They had a skill that few possessed. They had experience that no one else could claim. And they had witnessed firsthand how desperate families were to have their dead preserved, how much they would pay, how grateful they were for the service. These men did not simply return home and hang out shingles. The transition was gradual, opportunistic, uneven. In the years immediately following the war, home funerals remained the norm for most Americans. Families still laid out their own dead, still held wakes in their parlours, still carried coffins to churchyards on the shoulders of neighbours. The ancient rhythms of death persisted. But around the edges, things were beginning to change. In cities, the old networks of community support had frayed, or never existed in the first place. Immigrants from Ireland, from Germany, from Italy arrived in neighbourhoods where they knew no one. They settled in tenements alongside strangers who spoke different languages, worshipped in different churches, came from different traditions. The women who had always performed laying out, the neighbour women, the church women, the women who knew what to do, were not here. They were an ocean away, in villages the immigrants would never see again. Families who had moved from the country to find factory work faced the same problem. In the village they had left, death was communal. Everyone knew everyone. Help arrived automatically, unbidden. In the city, death was isolating. You died in a rented room surrounded by strangers, and your family, if they were present at all, had no idea what to do next. Into this gap stepped the new undertakers. These men, and they were almost entirely men now, the women who had dominated death work for centuries being pushed aside, offered a package of services. They would provide the coffin, of course, as the old cabinet maker undertakers had always done. But they would also embalm the body. They would wash it, dress it, arrange its features into an expression of peaceful sleep. They would provide a hearse and transportation to the cemetery. They would coordinate with the church, the cemetery, the florist. They would handle everything. For grieving families, especially those without community support, this was immensely appealing. They did not have to learn the rituals their grandmothers had known. They did not have to touch the dead body of their loved one if they did not want to. They did not have to navigate the complex logistics of death in an unfamiliar city. They could pay someone else to manage the unmanageable, to impose order on chaos, to make death into something that could be purchased and scheduled. And so, gradually, death began to professionalize. The undertaker was no longer just a coffin maker. He was becoming something new, a death specialist, a grief manager, a professional handler of the transition from life to burial. He acquired new equipment, embalming tables with drainage channels, hand pumps and later electric pumps for arterial injection, a growing arsenal of chemicals and cosmetics. He developed new skills, arterial injection through various access points, cavity treatment with trocar and aspirator, restoration of features damaged by disease or accident. He built relationships with churches, with cemeteries, with doctors who could provide a steady stream of referrals, with livery stables that could supply horses and hearses. The work was becoming specialised, technical, and capital intensive. A man could not simply decide one day to become an undertaker. He needed equipment. He needed training. He needed a facility, a place to embalm, a place to display coffins, a place for families to gather. By the 1870s and 80s, a new kind of business was emerging. Not just coffin shops, but funeral establishments. Places where all the services of death could be obtained under one roof. The undertaker was becoming the funeral director, a title that emphasised coordination and management rather than the manual labour of coffin building or the unsettling work of handling corpses. If we had to pick a single year when the professionalisation of death crystallised, it would be 1882. In that year, 3 things happened that would shape the funeral industry for generations to come. 3 developments, occurring almost simultaneously, that marked the transformation from craft to profession, from individual undertakers to a coordinated industry. That these 3 things happened in the same year was not coincidence. It was the culmination of trends that had been building for 2 decades, since the Civil War had demonstrated both the possibility and the demand for professional death care. The first was the founding of the Cincinnati School of Embalming. Joseph Henry Clark was a casket salesman for the Whitewater Valley Coffin Company. He travelled the roads of Ohio and Indiana, visiting undertakers in small towns and cities, taking orders for wooden coffins and metal burial cases. In his travels, he became increasingly aware of a problem. Embalmers had no standardised training. Some were skilled practitioners who had learned their craft on Civil War battlefields or in medical schools. Others were barely competent amateurs who had picked up the basics from a bottle of embalming fluid and a pamphlet. The quality of preservation varied wildly. And the public, understandably, was sceptical of a profession that seemed to have no standards at all. Clark saw an opportunity and a genuine need. He approached Dr. C. M. Lukens, an anatomy professor at Pult Medical College in Cincinnati. Together, they designed a course of instruction in the principles and practice of embalming. They would teach anatomy, the layout of the arterial system, the structure of the body cavity, the points of access for injection. They would teach chemistry, the composition of embalming fluids, the interaction of preservatives with tissue. They would teach technique, how to make an incision, how to raise an artery, how to pump fluid into a body without it leaking out. And they would grant certificates to those who completed the training, pieces of paper that would distinguish the trained professional from the untrained amateur. The first class assembled on Monday, March 8, 1882, in the amphitheatre of Pult Medical College. 7 students attended. The training lasted 6 days. It was rudimentary by later standards. 6 days to learn a trade that mortuary schools would eventually teach over months and years, but it was a beginning. It was an assertion that embalming was not something anyone could do, but something that required instruction, practice, and certification. The idea caught fire. Clark organised additional classes in Cincinnati through the summer and fall. Then he took his show on the road. In November, he rented space above a drugstore in Philadelphia and taught 15 students. In December, he secured a society hall in New York City and taught 17 more. By the end of 1882, Clark had trained 106 students in 4 major cities. This ended our first year's effort, Clark later wrote, to convince the people that embalming was a successful way of preserving the human dead. The Cincinnati School of Embalming, later renamed the Cincinnati College of Mortuary Science, remains in operation today. It is the oldest mortuary school in America, the direct descendant of those 7 students in that Cincinnati amphitheatre. Its graduates have scattered across the country and the world, carrying forward the standards that Clark and Lukens first established. The second development of 1882 was the founding of the National Funeral Directors Association. Alan Durfee, a funeral director from Michigan, had been organising since 1879. He understood something that many of his colleagues did not. A fragmented profession is a weak profession. Individual undertakers, competing against each other, undercutting each other's prices, lacking any common standards or shared identity, would never achieve the respectability that doctors and lawyers enjoyed. They needed to band together. They needed to establish standards. They needed to present a unified face to the public. In 1880, Michigan funeral directors held their first state convention. The idea spread to other states. And in 1882, funeral directors from across the country gathered in Rochester, New York for the first national convention. There, in that Rochester meeting hall, they established a national organization. They drafted a constitution. They elected officers. They debated policies and procedures. And they made a decision that would prove symbolically important, perhaps more important than any of the practical matters they discussed. They voted to stop calling themselves undertakers. The word undertaker had accumulated negative connotations over the years. It sounded morbid, unpleasant, vaguely sinister, like something out of a Gothic novel. It evoked images of men in black coats lurking round sick beds, waiting for death, profiting from tragedy. The assembled professionals wanted something more dignified, more respectable, more suited to the elevated status they were claiming for themselves. They chose funeral director, a title that emphasised management and coordination, rather than the grim business of handling corpses. A funeral director sounded like someone who organised events, who coordinated complex logistics, who provided a service rather than performing a distasteful task. It was a title that could be spoken in polite company without causing discomfort. The rebranding was intentional and deliberate. It was part of a broader effort to elevate the status of the profession, to move it away from its origins in carpentry and battlefield medicine towards something approaching the prestige of doctors and lawyers. If you called yourself a professional, you needed to look like a professional, act like a professional, and speak like a professional. Undertaker did not fit that image. Funeral director did. 13 years later, in 1895, the trade magazine The Embalmer's Monthly would hold a contest to find yet another name, one even further removed from death. The winning entry was mortician, deliberately echoing the respectability of physician. Just as a physician dealt with the body's ailments, a mortician would deal with the body's final disposition. The parallel was flattering, but funeral director had already taken hold, and it remains the standard term today. As undertakers became funeral directors, they needed new spaces to work. The old model, building coffins in a carpentry shop, embalming bodies in the family home, was no longer adequate. Funeral directors needed dedicated facilities. They needed embalming rooms with proper drainage. They needed display areas for coffins. They needed spaces where families could gather. And so the funeral parlour was born. The name was deliberate. Just as families had laid out their dead in the parlour at home, funeral directors would offer a parlour in their establishments. The room would be decorated to feel domestic. Comfortable furniture, soft lighting, flowers, all the accoutrements of the Victorian home. Families could come to this parlour to view their dead, to receive visitors, to hold the wake that had once happened, in their own front room. The transition happened gradually. Through the 1880s and 90s, funerals might take place at home or at the funeral parlour, depending on the family's preference and circumstances. But the trend was clear. More and more families were choosing to hand over the work of death to professionals. There were several reasons for this shift. First, embalming itself required specialised equipment that most homes did not have. The embalming table, the pump, the chemicals, the drainage. All of this worked better in a dedicated facility than in a family kitchen. Second, urbanisation had crowded families into smaller living spaces. A tenement apartment did not have a parlour. It barely had room for the living, let alone the dead. Third, attitudes were changing. The Victorian intimacy with death, the willingness to wash the body, to sit with it for days, to let children kiss the cold forehead, was giving way to a new sensibility. Death was becoming something to be managed at a distance, by professionals, rather than confronted directly. And fourth, there was tuberculosis. The fear of contagion from the bodies of those who had died of infectious disease made families hesitant to bring corpses into their homes. A funeral director's establishment, with its embalming and disinfection, seemed safer. The professionals, it was assumed, knew how to handle dangerous bodies without spreading disease. By the turn of the 20th century, the transformation was nearly complete. Most urban funerals took place in funeral parlours rather than family homes. Most bodies were embalmed by professionals rather than prepared by neighbour women. Death had been outsourced. And this shift had a curious linguistic effect. With death no longer happening in the home parlour, what was that room for? Its original purpose, the formal reception of guests, the laying out of the dead, had been taken over by the funeral establishment. The parlour sat empty, unused, a room without a function. In 1910, Edward Bock, editor of the Ladies' Home Journal, proposed a solution. He suggested renaming the parlour the living room, a name that emphasised life rather than death, activity rather than stillness. The old parlour, he argued, had become dark, gloomy and oppressive in the popular imagination. It was time to reclaim it. The Gyt new name caught on immediately. Within a generation, parlour had become old-fashioned, a word your grandmother might use. Living room was modern, cheerful, forward-looking. The dead had been evicted from the house. The living room was for the living. In the transformation we have been tracing, something was lost. The women who had prepared the dead for generations, the layers out, the watchers, the midwives who ushered souls out of the world as well as into it, found their work taken over by men with embalming certificates and business cards. This displacement happened for many reasons. Embalming itself was part of it. The new chemical preservation techniques required equipment and training that the traditional layers out did not possess. They knew how to wash and dress a body, how to arrange features, how to keep vigil. They did not know how to inject arterial fluid or treat a body cavity. But there was also a social shift at work. The professionalisation of death was part of a broader 19th century trend that separated professional work from domestic work. Medicine was professionalising, pushing midwives aside in favour of male obstetricians. Law was professionalising, creating bar associations and licensing requirements. And death was professionalising, replacing the informal networks of neighbour women with formal businesses run by men. The rhetoric of professionalisation emphasised expertise, training, scientific knowledge. The traditional death workers, with their handed-down wisdom and their half-crown fees, were reframed as amateurs, inadequate to the challenges of modern death. Never mind that they had successfully prepared bodies for centuries. The new funeral directors had certificates. There was also money involved. A layer out charging half a crown was not building a business. A funeral director offering a full package of services, embalming, coffin, transport, parlour facilities, could charge substantially more. Death was becoming an industry, and industries require capital, equipment, and margins. The displacement was not immediate or total. In rural areas, traditional practices persisted well into the 20th century. Some families continued to prefer home funerals, continued to prepare their own dead, continued to rely on the women who knew what to do. Even today, home funerals are legal in most states, though few families choose them. But in the cities, where the future was being made, the layers out faded from view. Their names disappeared from city directories. Their knowledge ceased to be passed down. Within a generation or two, most Americans had no idea that families had ever prepared their own dead. What was lost was not just work. It was a certain kind of intimacy with death itself. When families prepared their own dead, they confronted mortality directly. They saw what death looked like, smelled like, felt like. They performed the last services with their own hands. They could not pretend that death was something that happened elsewhere, to other people, managed by strangers. When death was professionalised, it became possible to avoid this confrontation. The funeral director handled the body. The embalmer made it look peaceful, almost alive. The family viewed the results in a comfortable parlour, surrounded by flowers that masked any odour. Death was packaged, managed, made presentable. This was a comfort to many. It is not easy to wash your mother's body, to close your child's eyes. The professionals offered relief from these terrible intimacies, but something was lost in the transaction. A certain knowledge, a certain acceptance, a certain understanding that death is not a professional matter, not a business transaction, but the most personal of all human experiences. Once the funeral directors had their association and their schools, they set about building barriers to entry. This is the standard pattern of professionalization. An occupation that anyone can practice becomes a profession that requires credentials. The credentials, licenses, certifications, degrees, serve multiple purposes. They genuinely ensure a minimum level of competence. They also limit competition and allow higher prices. In the decades following 1882, funeral directors lobbied state legislatures for licensing requirements. They argued, not unreasonably, that embalming involved dangerous chemicals and public health considerations. An incompetent embalmer could contaminate water supplies, spread disease, or leave families with inadequately preserved bodies. State by state, licensing laws passed. To become a funeral director or embalmer, one would need to complete an approved course of training, pass an examination, and maintain a license in good standing. The days of battlefield embalmers setting up tents and offering their services to anyone with cash were over. The training programs themselves expanded. What had been a 6-day crash course in Cincinnati became a months-long program covering anatomy, chemistry, pathology, embalming technique, and business management.